On the stone steps paved with blue stone slabs, Lu Ren huffed and puffed, ascending step by step. His forehead was drenched in sweat as he gazed up at the distant mountain gate, estimating that there were still over 100 steps remaining, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. As expected of one of the four great sects of the Jianyun kingdom, the mountain gate is astonishingly high. Lu Ren couldn't help but mutter. In his previous life, he was a passionate youth from Earth, who, after an unfortunate encounter with a plate of mapo tofu, met his demise at the hands of the chef's husband, only to find himself in this mystical realm of Xuanzhuan. It was not merely a soul transfer, he had come with both body and spirit. After 3 days, he gradually accepted this reality, feeling an inexplicable excitement for this new world. As a fervent youth, he had always been intrigued by the bizarre, and arriving in this martial arts realm, he yearned to become an unparalleled powerhouse one day. Moreover, as an orphan, unencumbered by ties, he embraced this as a new life. Furthermore, upon his arrival, he found himself in possession of a nameless treasure tower, which he had unearthed from a street vendor. This ancient bronze artifact was no larger than a finger. When he played with it, the tower mysteriously entered his body, emitting a grayish-white glow, enveloping him in a powerful suction. As the world spun, Lu Ren felt as though he had entered a realm of perfect circularity. This space was chaotic and nebulous. After months of contemplation, he finally deduced one of the tower's abilities. He sensed that this treasure seemed to be a vessel of time, allowing him to manipulate it at will regardless of how much time he spent within. It felt as though only a second elapsed in the outside world. Whether this tower had any adverse effects or limitations was of little concern to him, for it essentially provided him with an infinite span of cultivation time, enabling him to train as long as he wished. However, in this world, one needed to open their meridians to cultivate. Those with strong, innate talents could do so directly, while those with weaker abilities needed to consume enlightenment pills. As a mere earthling, Lu Ren's comprehension and aptitude for cultivation were exceedingly poor, leaving him reliant on the enlightenment pills to awaken his potential. The simplest and most direct way to obtain enlightenment pills was to join a sect. Lu Ren had attempted to join several minor sects, but was turned away due to his lack of talent. Eventually, he learned that the Qingshan sect, one of the four great sects, was recruiting disciples, and he ventured forth, hoping for a stroke of luck. Yet, before he could reach the mountain gate, he was exhausted to the point of near collapse. After a brief respite, he resumed his ascent, and after the duration of an incense stick, he finally arrived at the mountain gate. Lu Ren collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, then mustered his heavy steps to dash into the mountain gate, arriving at a vast plaza. At this moment, the plaza, capable of accommodating thousands, was already bustling with people. Observing the towering figures ahead, Lu Ren abandoned the idea of squeezing through the crowd and instead stood solitary at the back, gazing towards the distant high platform. Upon the platform stood a middle-aged man in black robes, exuding an air of authority that made it difficult to meet his gaze. "I am Elder Zhu Tai, overseeing this entrance examination. I shall not waste words. Our Qingshan sect's entrance assessment follows the old rule listing your bloodlines. Bloodlines are categorized into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 the highest. Above grade 9 lies the divine bloodline. The higher the bloodline grade, the greater the innate talent and potential. As long as one possesses a bloodline of grade 4 or above, they may join our Qingshan sect." With the authoritative voice echoing, for entrance disciples hoisted a massive green stone tablet onto the platform. The tablet stood 10 feet tall, marked with 11 gradations. The first was gray, followed by 10 blood red gradations. This is a high-grade testing stone. Each lit blood red gradation signifies a grade 1 bloodline. 9 lit gradations correspond to a grade 9 bloodline. And should all 10 gradations illuminate, it would be the legendary divine bloodline. Perhaps I possess the potential for a divine bloodline. Many young men and women were filled with excitement. Those daring enough to participate in the Qingshan sect's examination had nearly all undergone family tests, though their family testing stones were merely low-grade and could only detect up to grade 4 bloodlines. Lu Ren, standing alone at the side, could not resist inquiring of a nearby youth, "Esteemed genius, what does the gray gradation on the testing stone signify?" Hearing himself called a genius by the plain-looking Lu Ren, The youth's impression of him instantly improved, and he patiently explained, the gray gradation supposedly represents a talentless individual who cannot cultivate and may even worsen with practice, colloquially known as a waste bloodline. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren hesitated not a moment and turned to leave. He had been eliminated from previous entrance examinations due to failing the bloodline test, and with the precision of the Qingshan Sect's testing stone, he was certain he would not pass. Just then, a graceful figure descended from the sky, landing beside Elder Zhu Tai. The woman, adorned in a white gown, was breathtakingly beautiful, her cold gaze and formidable aura exuding an ethereal elegance. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to her, expressions of awe adorning their faces. Isn't this the Saintess Yun Qingyao of our Jiangyun kingdom? It is said she possesses a grade 7 bloodline with astounding talent, having reached the divine sea realm at a young age, and is now an elder of the Qingshan sect. What is she doing here? Could she be here to take a disciple? Whispers filled the air. Elder Yun, you've finally come to take a disciple. This year's candidates seem promising, perhaps uncovering a genius with a grade 6 bloodline. Elder Zhu Tai remarked with a slight smile. Yun Qingyao, however, disregarded his words, stepping forward to state slowly, today, I intend to take on one disciple. At her words, the crowd erupted in excitement. This was Yun Qingyao, the saintess of Jiangyun Kingdom. With prodigious talent, to become her disciple and receive her personal guidance would undoubtedly lead to extraordinary heights. However, I will only accept disciples with a bloodline of grade 2 or below. Among you, who possesses a bloodline of grade 2 or below may approach me as a disciple. Unfazed by the crowd's reaction, Yun Qingyao continued, what? Only accepting disciples with a bloodline of grade 2 or below. Am I hearing this correctly? Shouldn't she be recruiting geniuses? Among us, who has a bloodline below grade 4? If I have a bloodline below grade 2, I would feel ashamed to step into the Qingshan sect. The crowd was astounded by Yun Qingyao's words, as if they had heard the most unbelievable proclamation. Most ordinary people possess bloodlines of grade 1 or 2, and even with a lifetime of effort, they find it challenging to awaken their potential. Those with bloodlines of grade 3, 4, or 5 can rely on enlightenment pills to awaken. Those with grade 6 bloodlines can do so through their own efforts and are already considered prodigies. A bloodline below grade 2 is practically incapable of awakening. What use would such individuals be? Elder Zhu Tai's expression darkened as he glanced at Yun Qingyao beside him. Elder Yun, the sect requires you to take on a disciple. Is this your way of fulfilling that obligation? The sect has not stipulated what kind of disciple I must take. I, Yun Qingyao, relish challenges. What meaning lies in nurturing the talents of those with grade 5 or 6 bloodlines? I will only accept disciples with a bloodline of grade 2 or below. If I cannot find such individuals, the sect cannot hold it against me. A hint of pride flickered across Yun Qingyao's frosty visage. Elder Zhu Tai's face oscillated between shades of blue and white, nearly choking on his anger. This Yun Qingyao had no intention of taking on disciples. Her sole focus was her cultivation. Were it not for the pressure from the sect, she would not have come to recruit disciples at all. If there are no individuals with bloodlines of grade 2 or below, I shall take my leave. With no one stepping forward, Yun Qingyao smiled slightly and prepared to depart. Elder Yun, I believe I possess a first-grade bloodline. Thank you, Elder Yun, for accepting me as your disciple. Just as Yin Qingshuang was about to depart, she heard a voice from the crowd that caused her delicate figure to stiffen, her face turning icy. The onlookers also widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that someone with a bloodline below the 2nd grade would dare to participate in the Qingyun sect's entrance examination, especially a first-grade bloodline that was deemed utterly useless. At that moment, the gazes of the youths in the square turned towards a plain-looking man dressed in simple attire. This man was none other than Lu Ren. You possess a first-grade bloodline? Yun Qingshuang's expression was frigid as she regarded Lu Ren. Master, may I step forward for the test? Lu Ren exclaimed, fearing that Yun Qingshuang might reconsider. He swiftly approached the pedestal, placing his palm upon the measurement stone. Buzz! The stone emitted a resounding noise, and the first blood-red scale illuminated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Subsequently, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th scales lit up in succession. The youths in the square displayed expressions of disdain upon witnessing this scene. Clearly, this indicated a 4th-grade bloodline, already sufficient to pass the examination. On the platform, Yin Shuang heaved a sigh of relief. If he truly possessed a first-grade bloodline, would she not be forced to take a useless disciple? Buzz, 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 buzz. Another series of thunderous sounds erupted. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th blood-red scales illuminated one after another. The entire square was instantly thrown into an uproar. Everyone left astounded. On the platform, both Yin Shuang and Elder Zhu Tai displayed expressions of shock. 9 scales represented a 9th-grade bloodline. A 9th-grade bloodline. Could it be that our Qingyun sect is about to rise? Elder Zhu Tai rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing he was hallucinating. Meanwhile, Yin Shuang's cold gaze remained fixed on Lu Run. Unable to detect even a hint of talent in him, he appeared exceedingly ordinary and mundane. How could he possibly possess a 9th-grade bloodline? Just then, the measurement stone resonated with a 10th thunderous sound. The 10th blood-red scale illuminated, exceptionally radiant and blinding. All 10 scales lit up, a divine grade bloodline. This unremarkable lad possesses a divine grade bloodline. He must have feigned a first-grade bloodline to attract the attention of the saintess. The faces of all the young men and women were already wide-eyed in astonishment. Our Qingyun sect is destined for greatness. Elder Zhu Tai was overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down his face. This was indeed a divine grade bloodline. In their Zhongyun kingdom, the emergence of a 7th-grade bloodline was considered a pinnacle of genius. Yet no talents with 8th or 9th grade bloodlines had ever appeared, let alone a divine grade bloodline. What is happening? Wasn't I a first-grade bloodline? Lu Ren gazed up at the illuminated scales on the measurement stone, realizing that all 10 blood-red scales were lit, indicating he indeed possessed a divine grade bloodline. This is illogical. If I truly had a divine grade bloodline, I would have already awakened. This measurement stone must be faulty. As this thought crossed Lu Ren's mind, suddenly, the light of the 10 scales extinguished, and instead, the gray scales beneath the blood-red ones ignited, their radiance glaringly bright. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, stunned. The gray light felt like a bucket of cold water splashed in their faces. A waste-grade bloodline. Initially, they believed they were witnessing the rise of a genius with a divine grade bloodline, someone who could share in the luck of exceptional talent. Instead, they had witnessed the emergence of an unparalleled failure. Lu Run, seeing the gray scales illuminate, felt profound disappointment. Although he knew his bloodline could not possibly be divine grade, it should not have been a waste grade, right? This was the legendary failure that only worsened with training. However, a failure was still a failure. He merely needed to seize this opportunity to take Yin Shuang as his master, thus entering the sect and gaining access to cultivation resources. With enough resources, he could enter the treasure tower and cultivate endlessly. Regardless of his poor talent, he believed he could carve out a path for himself. At this moment, Yin Shuang's expression was as frigid as ice. To have attracted a failure, she had not intended to take on any disciples. If a first or second grade bloodline disciple had participated in the examination, she might have reluctantly accepted them, but encountering a waste grade bloodline was beyond her expectation. Master, my bloodline is waste grade. May I still be your disciple? Lu Ren approached Yin Shuang, cupping his hands in respect, his face brimming with excitement. Are you certain you wish to take me as your master? You possess a waste grade bloodline, and you cannot awaken. I cannot teach you anything. Yin Shuang politely declined. Master, I am aware of my mediocre talent. No one can teach me. You need not instruct me. I will cultivate on my own. Lu Run replied with a calm demeanor. How can a failure like you, who cannot even awaken, cultivate on your own? Yin Shuang was infuriated to the point of almost spitting blood. Did this fellow possess no self-awareness? Master, I have my own cultivation methods. Lu Ren hastily replied, fearing Yin Shuang would reject him. As long as he could join the Qingyun sect, he would gain access to cultivation resources. Among the 4 great sects, Qingyun sect offered the best treatment. With resources, he could hide in the treasure tower's space and cultivate slowly. As for teaching, with his waste-grade bloodline, anyone attempting to teach him would likely be driven to despair. Yin Shuang suppressed her inner anger and nodded. Very well. Since you are determined to take me as your master, I shall accept you as my disciple. After all, it was merely a title of master and disciple she need not waste time guiding Lu Ren. If, after a year, Lu Ren remained unable to awaken, he would be expelled from the Qingyan sect. Disciple Lu Ren pays respects to Master. Lu Ren exclaimed joyfully, cupping his hands. Once you enter the sect, focus on your cultivation. When you become an outer disciple, I shall teach you. With that, Yin Xingxuang turned to leave. Master, Lu Ren called out, halting her. What is it? Yin Xingxuang inquired. Lu Ren grinned and said, Master, I have heard that when you accept disciples, there is a customary gift. As a revered elder of the Qingyan sect, you wouldn't forget such a thing, would you? What did you say? A layer of frost enveloped Yin Xingxuang's face. This waste-grade bloodline dared to ask her for a meeting gift? Realizing the situation was turning unfavorable, Lu Ren quickly cupped his hands and said, If Master does not wish to give it, then let it be as if I never spoke. Humph. Yin Xingxuang snorted coldly, waving her arm, a flicker of fire illuminating her palm, a 3-foot-long sword appearing and being tossed before Lu Ren. The sword was entirely crimson, its blade as clear as crystal, resembling exquisite glass. Let this fire spirit sword serve as your meeting gift from your master. With that, Yin Xingxuang departed without looking back. Lu Ren held the fire spirit sword in both hands, his eyes gleaming. This Yin Xingxuang was not only the saintess of Jianyun Kingdom, but also an elder of the Qingyun sect. The sword she offered was certainly extraordinary. The fire spirit sword, that is a low-grade spiritual weapon. A low-grade spiritual weapon is something an ordinary person would toil their entire life without ever being able to purchase. The saintess presents a low-grade spiritual weapon. I must admit, I envy that. That Lu Ren, clearly a waste-grade bloodline, not only became a disciple of the saintess, but also received a low-grade spiritual weapon and successfully joined the Qingyan sect. What incredible luck! All the youths in the square gazed at Lu Ren with expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment, wishing they too were of waste-grade bloodlines, hoping they could compete with Lu Ren. Chapter 3. The First Disciple. Lu Ren, since you have become a disciple of Elder Yin, you are now an initiate of our Qingyan sect. Please wait patiently by the side until the assessment concludes, and I shall escort you to the initiation area. Elder Zhu Tai stated with a grim expression. His sect had accepted a disciple of inferior bloodline, and should this news spread, it would surely invite ridicule from the other 3 major sections. Yes, Lu Ren replied with a slight bow, cradling the fire spirit sword in his hands as he stood patiently on the platform. The youths in the square regarded Lu Ren with mixed emotions. Most of them, here to participate in the Qingyun sect's initiation assessment, hailed from prominent families, their bloodlines at least 4th grade. They could hardly fathom that a disciple of inferior bloodline would be the first to join the sect, becoming Qingyun sect's premier initiate. With Elder Zhu Tai's words, the assessment officially commenced. One by one, the young men and women lined up orderly before the bloodline testing stone. Xiao Huahua, 4th grade bloodline. Wang Feng, 4th grade bloodline. Yang Rong, 5th grade bloodline. Lu Ren observed as the testing stone illuminated with vibrant crimson markings, most displaying 4, and some even 5, prompting a wave of envy within him. If only he possessed a 4th or 5th grade bloodline, he would not have found himself in this world, struggling to make ends meet by serving dishes. Had it not been for Elder Yun Qingyao accepting him as an apprentice, he would likely have been back in an inn, serving tables, with his treasures rendered useless. His physique was severely lacking. Compared to others, he was nearly akin to an invalid. The testing continued for half an hour. Nearly 300 individuals achieved 4th grade bloodlines or higher, all passing the assessment. At this moment, the young men and women stood neatly in the square. Elder Zhu Tai surveyed the crowd, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This year, the initiation assessment had yielded 10 prodigies with 5th grade bloodlines, surpassing previous years. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as initiates of the Qingyan sect. I will now present you with identity wooden tokens, which signify your status as initiates and grant you free access to the Qingyan sect. Elder Zhu Tai announced. With that, 2 initiates moved aside a massive sealed copper chest. Upon its opening, hundreds of golden tokens lay neatly stacked within. Elder Zhu Tai began distributing the identity tokens, personally inscribing each initiate's name upon them. Excitement buzzed through the air as they realized they were now disciples of the Qingyun sect, one of the four major sects of the Jiangyun kingdom. They had effectively leaped through the Dragon Gate. Displaying their identities would command respect. When Lu Run received his token, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, bearing his name, he too felt a surge of exhilaration. "Thank you, Elder," he expressed, clasping his hands in reverence before stepping back. Once all had received their tokens, Elder Zhu Tai led them to the area designated for initiates. Towering peaks loomed majestically, reaching the clouds, and the expanse was breathtaking. Ancient trees flourished upon the summits, and the air was filled with the sweet songs of birds and fragrant blossoms, resembling a celestial paradise. Iron bridges connected the peaks, and the disciples followed Elder Zhu Tai across one of these bridges towards a particular mountain. Before long, they arrived at a mid-level plateau where charming courtyards had been constructed. "This will be your dormitory, 2 disciples per courtyard. Inside, you will find the Oppos, disciple and Oppos, as regulations and Oppos, which clearly outline what initiates may and may not do," Elder Zhu Tai indicated. "Moreover, tomorrow morning, you will head to the martial hall to receive your opening spirit pills for the initiation ceremony." "Yes," the disciples chorused eagerly, their faces alight with anticipation. As initiates, they would receive 1 opening spirit pill each month for a year. Should they fail to successfully awaken their spirits within that time, they would be expelled from the sect. However, those with 4th-grade bloodlines, like them, would only require 1 or 2 pills to succeed in awakening, becoming martial artists. As Elder Zhu Tai departed, the disciples rushed into the courtyards to choose their accommodations. Each courtyard resembled a traditional courtyard house, with a gate on one side and dormitories on the other, while a spacious training ground lay in the center for practicing martial techniques. Lu Ren selected a dormitory in one of the courtyards. The room was quite simple, furnished with a bed and a table that held 2 books, Disciples' Regulations and Fundamentals of Martial Arts. As he casually flipped through the regulations, he became engrossed in the latter, which detailed various foundational martial arts concepts. For instance, the martial realms were categorized from lowest to highest: opening spirit realm, spirit stream realm, cloud river realm, divine sea realm, and celestial gang realm, among others. A martial artist in the opening spirit realm could advance to the spirit stream realm upon successfully opening 7 spiritual orifices. Just as Lu Run was absorbed in his reading, footsteps echoed outside. A slender youth, around 15 or 16, entered with a smile. "Greetings, senior brother. How may I assist you?" Lu Ren inquired. "Lu Run, I won't beat around the bush. My name is Xiao Huahua, and I'm here to discuss a business proposition." The delicate youth stated directly. "A business proposition? What business could we possibly have?" Lu Ren replied, bewildered. "Tomorrow, we are to collect our opening spirit pills for the initiation ceremony. Would you consider selling me yours?" Xiao Huahua asked with frankness. "Sell it to you?" Lu Ren was taken aback. "Please do not take offense, but you possess an inferior bloodline. No matter how many opening spirit pills you consume, success is unlikely. Rather than waste it, why not sell it to me?" Xiao Huahua proposed diplomatically. Lu Ren did not immediately acquiesce, but instead pose a question. "With your talent, you will surely succeed in awakening sooner or later, right? In the pursuit of cultivation, every moment counts. I cannot guarantee that consuming a single opening spirit pill will yield immediate results. But should I acquire yours, I could successfully awaken tomorrow and become a martial artist." Xiao Huahua's eyes gleamed with fervor. The sooner one becomes a martial artist, the greater the advantage. Lu Ren felt tempted and asked, "What price can you offer?" Xiao Huahua raised 2 fingers and replied, "The market price of an opening spirit pill within the sect is approximately 15,000 copper coins. I can offer you 20,000 copper coins." 20,000? Lu Ren was utterly astounded. Copper coins were the currency of the Jiangyun kingdom, with purchasing power akin to that of his previous life. A typical individual could earn around 3,000 copper coins a month, which was considered good pay. Meanwhile, Xiao Huahua was offering him 20,000 coins outright. It was worth noting that during his year working in Nin, he had only earned 1,500 copper coins monthly, barely enough for sustenance. Noticing Lu Ren's astonishment, Xiao Huahua wore a smug expression. It It was evident that Lu Rin's attire did not reflect that of someone from a prominent family. 20,000 coins was indeed a substantial sum for Lu Rin, especially considering his inferior bloodline rendered the opening spirit pill unnecessary. However, Lu Rin shook his head and firmly refused. I will not sell. Not sell? Xiao Huahua's expression turned incredulous. Then what do you intend to do with it? Lu Rin smiled slightly and said, since you desire my opening spirit pill, I am certain other senior brothers will too. Tomorrow, I shall auction it off. The highest bidder shall win. In his current situation, he was in desperate need of funds, making it impossible to sell the pill to Xiao Huahua for a mere 20,000 coins. Xiao Huahua, upon hearing Lu Rin's words, nearly spat blood in disbelief. Had he known that Lu Rin was a shrewd merchant, he would have refrained from discussing this matter with him in private. Chapter 0004. The mysterious tower space, Xiao Huahua suppressed the fury within him, yet maintained a smile as he spoke. Junior brother Lu Rin. How about this? You name your price, and we can conduct a private transaction. He was determined to acquire the enlightenment pill from Lu Rin, aspiring to be the first disciple to unlock his potential, which might garner the attention of the sect and oppos, as elders. After all, being the first always attracts the most attention. He had heard that whenever someone unlocked their potential, elders would take notice, and those who were among the first few to do so would receive rewards from the sect. Lu Rin pondered for a moment and replied, Senior brother Xiao, since you are so sincere, I shall offer you a sincere price of 100,000 copper coins. 100,000 copper coins? Xiao Huahua's eyes nearly bulged in shock upon hearing the price. Do you think my offer is too low? Well, considering how many people desire my enlightenment pill, how about 200,000 copper coins? Lu Rin suggested. 200,000 copper coins? Xiao Huahua was almost rendered speechless, nearly spitting out blood. This fellow had multiplied his initial offer tenfold. Although he was wealthy, he was not foolish. Spending 200,000 copper coins on a single enlightenment pill was an act of madness. Junior brother Lu Rin, you may keep that enlightenment pill for yourself, Xiao Huahua said with a smile, preparing to leave. Senior brother, Lu Rin called out to Xiao Huahua, pointing to the sword resting on the table. He tentatively inquired, Are you interested in that fire spirit sword? You wish to sell it to me? Xiao Huahua's eyes widened in disbelief. That is a gift from the Holy Maiden, and you actually want to sell it to me? The gift from my master is mine, and naturally, I can sell it. Lu Rin replied with a slight smile. He possessed the tower and had ample time for cultivation, yet lacked resources. The fire spirit sword was of no use to him at the moment, so selling it to acquire resources was a sensible choice. For a moment, Xiao Huahua was tempted, and after a long pause, he said, Junior brother Lu Rin, that is a low-grade spiritual weapon, valued at least at 1 million copper coins. I cannot produce that much money at once. Although he came from a distinguished family, he was still underage, receiving only 100,000 copper coins as his monthly allowance. Now, he barely had 200,000 copper coins to his name. It doesn't matter if you cannot afford it all at once. We can arrange for installments. Lu Rin proposed. What do you mean by installments? Xiao Huahua asked, confused. Lu Rin explained, you can pay me 20% up front, and the remaining 80% can be spread over a year. Of course, I will charge you a small interest. Say 10%. How does that sound? Having never heard of installments before, Xiao Huahua grasped Lu Rin's meaning and nodded, saying, All right, I will pay you 20,000 copper coins now, and the remaining 80,000 copper coins I will repay in 10 months, giving you 88,000 copper coins each month. He intended to pursue the fire element, and the fire spirit sword was perfectly suited for him. Once he unlocked his potential, his family would provide him with a greater monthly allowance. 1 million was not beyond his means, and he could enjoy the power of the fire spirit sword sooner. Then let us formalize this agreement, Lu Rin said, immediately retrieving paper and pen to draft a contract, which both parties signed. Here is the 20,000 copper coins, Xiao Huahua said, pulling out 20 banknotes, each worth 1,000 copper coins. Such banknotes were recognized currency in the Jianyan Kingdom. After the transaction concluded, Xiao Huahua took the fire spirit sword and left. Lu Rin tucked the 20 banknotes into his robe and began to clear his mind. Soon, he felt a familiar sharp pain in his mind. In the next moment, the scene before him shifted transforming into a circular space. This space was ethereal, containing only a modest thatched hut surrounded by massive stones and splintered wood. This was the tower space. Here, even if one remained for 3 to 5 years, only a breath of time would pass outside, and his lifespan would remain unaffected, provided he had sufficient provisions. Otherwise, starvation was inevitable. My body remains too weak. If I can strengthen it sufficiently, perhaps I can unlock my potential. My talent may be lacking, but I can train for a decade, and if that fails, I shall train for a century or a millennium. I refuse to believe I cannot unlock my potential. Lu Ren mused to himself. As long as he had enough resources, he could break through in a mere breath of time. All it would require was effort. With this thought, Lu Ren exited the tower space, left his dormitory, and made his way to the dining hall. This hall catered to the daily meals of the new disciples. As the hour approached dusk, many new and old disciples were dining. Lu Ren did not partake in the meal, but headed to the kitchen. The head chef, a stout middle-aged man, looked at Lu Ren curiously and remarked, "Disciple, this is the kitchen, not a dining area," without revealing his intentions. Lu Ren discreetly slipped a banknote into the chef's hands and said, "I wish to purchase spiritual rice." The chef glanced at the note, realizing it was worth 1,000 copper coins, and his expression changed dramatically as he regarded Lu Ren with awe. Where did this wealthy disciple come from? He hesitated to accept the money. Returning the banknote to Lu Ren, the chef smiled. "Disciple, feel free to tell me what you need. You can keep the money." The 1,000 copper coins had been painstakingly earned by Lu Ren from serving trays, and now that he had sold the fire spirit sword, he was no longer concerned about it. "Once I offer my money, I do not wish to take it back. I truly have a request. I wish to purchase spiritual rice worth 200,000 copper coins." This spiritual rice differed from ordinary rice. It contained spiritual energy, making it highly suitable for those on the verge of becoming warriors. A pound of spiritual rice could sustain one person for 5 days with 3 meals a day. Naturally, it was also quite expensive. "You wish to buy that much spiritual rice?" The chef exclaimed in disbelief. At 50 copper coins per pound, 200,000 copper coins would amount to 4,000 pounds of spiritual rice, enough to last one person for 20,000 days. "Do you have it? I want it now." Lu Ren insisted. "Yes, of course." The chef dared not question Lu Ren's need for so much rice and led him to the storeroom in the back, which was filled with bags of spiritual rice, at least 100 bags. "Disciple, for 200,000 copper coins, I can provide you with 4,000 pounds of spiritual rice, packaged in 40 bags of 100 pounds each. However, how will you transport it?" The chef inquired curiously. Lu Ren approached one of the bags, placed his hand on it, and instantly stored it in the tower space. The chef's jaw dropped in shock at the sight of the rice vanishing into thin air. Was this disciple in possession of a spatial artifact? Such artifacts could hold space within, allowing one to store items. Rings, bracelets, pendants, and pouches could all be crafted into spatial artifacts, though they were exceedingly expensive. Those who owned them were either extraordinarily wealthy or noble. Lu Ren stored all 39 bags of spiritual rice in the tower space, then handed the chef the banknotes, saying, "Here is the 200,000 copper coins. I will return to purchase more spiritual rice in the future. I trust you will keep this confidential." With that, Lu Ren exited the kitchen, finished his meal in the dining hall, and returned to his dormitory, re-entering the tower space. Gazing at the neatly arranged bags of spiritual rice, Lu Ren felt a profound sense of security. This stockpile would sustain him for nearly 20,000 days, equivalent to 55 years. He was determined to unlock his potential. With that thought, Lu Ren began to dedicate himself to rigorous training. Chapter 5. Unveiling the spirit aperture. Lu Ren had long devised his own training regimen, for his physical condition was woefully inadequate, far inferior to that of the inhabitants of the Xianwang continent. As for his innate talent, it was even more lamentable. He possessed a defective bloodline. The path to strength lay solely in relentless perseverance. He must first hone his physique before attempting to unlock his spirit apertures. Constant dripping wears away the stone. Even the hardest metal may be etched, he mused, reinforcing his resolve. What did it matter if his talent was lacking? He was endowed with boundless time for cultivation. Thus, Lu Ren embarked on his rigorous training. dedicating 12 hours a day to his exercises. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run around his humble abode. His diet consisted solely of spirit grains. In the initial days, the ordeal was excruciating. He struggled to endure, his body racked with pain. However, after a month, his body acclimated to this intensity of training. He could palpably sense the transformation. His physique became robust, and the definition of his muscles began to emerge. Consequently, he increased his training volume. 2,000 push-ups, 2,000 sit-ups, and a 20-kilometer run. For 3 years, Lu Ren steadfastly adhered to this regimen. After 3 years, he had sculpted his body to the point where he appeared lean in clothing, yet muscular when bare. His strength multiplied several-fold. Through these years of arduous practice, he felt his physique was now comparable to that of the entry-level disciples. With my talent, consuming an aperture-opening pill may yield no results. I might as well attempt to unlock the apertures myself. Surely, with such a deficient bloodline, I cannot remain unable to awaken my spirit for over 60 years. Lu Ren contemplated. In the days that followed, Lu Ren continued his intense training, consuming spirit grains to replenish his vitality. He devoted 6 hours daily to exercise and 3 hours to attempting to unlock his apertures, channeling his entire strength to the lower abdomen where the first spirit aperture was said to reside, as he had gleaned from foundational cultivation texts. The remaining 3 hours were reserved for sleep and rest. Day after day, year after year, 50 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lu Ren, aside from feeling some strain on his liver, had not experienced any change in appearance, yet his patience was wearing thin. 50 years. A full 50 years of monotonous training would have driven an ordinary person to madness. Nevertheless, during these 5 decades, Lu Ren clung to his singular obsession, to unlock his apertures. Without this awakening, he would remain an ordinary person in this world. Having come to this realm, he refused to accept mediocrity. Yet, he could scarcely believe that after 50 years, he had not succeeded in unlocking his spirit. Such a defective bloodline was indeed formidable. Fortunately, this transpired within the confines of the Pagoda space, where only a second had passed in the outside world. Had it been outside, 50 years would have seen him half buried in the earth. 50 years had elapsed. Even an iron pestle should have been ground to a needle. Lu Ren shook his head, a bitter expression upon his face. Throughout these years, bolstered by spirit grains, he felt his body had reached its limit, unable to progress further. Yet, the spirit apertures remained elusive. The spirit grains would sustain him for another 3 years. If he could not unlock the apertures in that time, he would have to resort to the aperture-opening pill. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Lu Ren lingered in the pagoda space for an additional 3 years, gazing at his lower abdomen, which remained unchanged. 55 years of grueling practice, and I have yet to unlock my spirit. Am I truly such a failure? Lu Ren could not help but lament. However, just as he prepared to exit the pagoda space, an unexpected surge of warmth radiated from his lower abdomen, akin to being engulfed in flames. This ardent force drew his entire vital energy towards the core of his abdomen. In that instant, Lu Ren felt a powerful force swirling within his lower abdomen, an overwhelming sensation that rendered him nearly incapacitated. The pain intensified, causing him to curl up on the ground, writhing in agony. This torment persisted for 10 breaths, and then a cracking sound echoed from his abdomen, reminiscent of an egg shattering. Suddenly, the pain dissipated, and he sensed a peculiar energy coalescing in his lower abdomen. A look of exhilaration spread across Lu Ren's face, and he could not suppress a wild laugh that resonated through the entire pagoda space. Ha ha! After 55 years, I have finally unlocked my first spirit aperture. At that moment, he felt subtle changes within himself. He could now harness the extraordinary power from the aperture, augmenting the strength of his limbs, potentially delivering a blow with the force of 1,000 pounds. Now a single strike of his fist could surely fell a bull. I have successfully unlocked my spirit aperture and have officially become a warrior. Lu Ren clenched his fists, feeling the power coursing through him, his heart brimming with excitement. After 55 years, having expended 200,000 copper coins, he had transformed from a frail individual into a warrior who had unlocked his spirit aperture. Moreover, this 55-year endeavor had transpired in but a second in the outside world. Those who had entered alongside him, even the prodigies with 4th or 5th grade bloodlines, still required aperture opening pills to awaken their spirits. Yet, he had already succeeded. I need vast amounts of money, with sufficient funds, even with my lack of innate talent. My cultivation speed will far surpass that of any genius. Contemplating this, Lu Run resolved to auction the aperture opening pill he was to receive the following day. He no longer needed it, having already unlocked his spirit. Xiao Huahua would certainly wish to purchase it, and others would likely be interested as well, ensuring a lucrative price. Emerging from the pagoda space, he diligently read the disciples' rules before retiring for the night. The next morning, on a mountain peak, several elders had gathered, their gazes fixed upon a grand hall in the distance. A colossal plaque hung above the main entrance, inscribed with the words Martial Hall. Today, the newly initiated disciples would proceed to the Martial Hall to receive their aperture opening pills and partake in the ceremony to unlock their apertures, a matter of great interest to the elders. At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing white dress, Yun Xingyao, descended gracefully from the sky, landing near the elders, eliciting surprise among them. A green-robed elder turned to her and inquired, "Elder Yun, what brings you here? I heard you took on a disciple with a defective bloodline yesterday. Are you here to witness your disciple's aperture unlocking? How could a defective bloodline possibly awaken?" "No amount of aperture opening pills could change that," another elder chimed in. Yun Xingyao replied coolly, "What of a defective bloodline? In the realm of cultivation, I firmly believe there are no defective bloodlines, only those who are unworthy." Reflecting on her decision that day, she recognized the determination of one who, despite knowing the odds, sought her guidance. That alone warranted her giving Lu Run an opportunity. Thus, she had made the rare choice to observe his aperture unlocking, for success or failure mattered not. What she sought was his attitude toward cultivation. Chapter 0006. The Celestial's Guidance. At this moment, a considerable number of newly admitted disciples gathered at the Martial Hall, their faces alight with excitement. Lu Ren followed a group of disciples to the entrance of the hall. Elder Zhu Tai stood at the doorway, surveying the neatly arranged disciples, and spoke, "From today onward, every month, you will be able to receive a Qi awakening pill from the Martial Hall for a duration of 1 year, until you successfully awaken your Qi. Upon receiving the pill, you shall consume it here and participate in the awakening ceremony. Those who succeed in their awakening today may borrow a high-grade martial technique from the Martial Arts Pavilion for a period of 6 months." Upon hearing this, many of the newly admitted disciples' eyes sparkled with fervor. The rankings of martial arts techniques are divided into several tiers: human, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven, with each tier further categorized into inferior, medium, and superior grades. The vast majority among them were scions of noble families, who rarely had access to superior grade techniques. If they could awaken their Qi today, they would be granted the opportunity to borrow a high-grade human martial technique, which would undoubtedly elevate their combat prowess. Today, no matter what, I must succeed in awakening my Qi. I possess a 5th grade bloodline. I shall surely succeed. Many of the newly admitted disciples were eager to try. Elder Zhu Tai then brought forth a large wooden box from within the martial hall. Before it was even opened, an enchanting fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. As he opened the box, a collection of pearl-like pills lay within, exuding a rich aroma. These were the Qi awakening pills. It is said that one cannot transform without awakening their Qi, and one cannot cultivate without it. Only by opening your spiritual apertures can you qualify for cultivation. Now, line up to receive a Qi awakening pill, sit cross-legged in the square, and utilize the pill to comprehend your own potential. As Elder Zhu's words echoed, all the newly admitted disciples formed a queue to receive their Qi awakening pills and then settled onto the square, preparing for their awakening. Lu Ren received a pill and followed the crowd to the square. From a distance, Yun Xingyao observed Lu Ren with a faint smile, a flicker of anticipation stirring within her. If even a waste bloodline could successfully awaken their chi, it would astonish the whole of Jianyun country. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, a loud voice resonated from afar. Brothers, I am about to auction off the chi awakening pill I just received. The starting bid is 10,000 copper coins, with increments of no less than 10,000. Lu Ren's voice rang out. Instantly, the entire scene fell into a stunned silence. The newly admitted disciples were dumbfounded. Elder Zhu Tai was taken aback, and Yun Qingyao was utterly shocked. This fellow was actually auctioning off the chi awakening pill he had just received, starting at 10,000 copper coins? Truly, he was a hopeless case, a waste bloodline. And yet he displayed no ambition, opting instead to auction off the chi awakening pill. Yun Qingyao felt genuine anger rise within her. She turned and walked away. Any lingering good impression she had of Lu Ren evaporated completely. This worthless disciple was better off ignored. The elders observing from the shadows also stood in disbelief. On the first day of admission, in broad daylight, auctioning off a received chi awakening pill was unprecedented. If he were a genius with a 6th grade bloodline, it might be excusable, as he could awaken without the pill in a short time. But he was a waste, lacking even a 1st grade bloodline, merely a waste bloodline. Elder Zhu Tai, standing at the entrance of the martial hall, seethed with anger upon witnessing Lu Ren raise the chi awakening pill for auction. Lu Ren, you, a waste bloodline, audaciously auction off the chi awakening pill you just received, showing no desire for improvement. Is this not disrespectful to the sect and her master? Lu Ren shook his head repeatedly, explaining, Disciple dares not. I harbor no disrespect towards the sect or my master. Elder Fu, die retorted angrily, no disrespect. What is the discipline of disciple state? Once you become a disciple of the Qingyun sect, you must diligently cultivate, even with poor talent, as long as you are willing to strive. You can become a powerful warrior. Though you are a waste bloodline, the chances of awakening are slim. You must not give up. Lu Ren replied, Il do shuti. You misunderstand. It is because I have already awakened my chi. At that moment, Elder Zhu Tai trembled with rage, exclaiming, Nonsense! You a waste bloodline, have not even consumed the chi awakening pill. How could you have awakened? Your master, Yun Qingyao, a prodigy with a 7th grade bloodline, took a month to succeed in awakening without the pill, and you dare claim you have already done so? Not only Elder Zhu Tai, but also the other disciples deemed Lu Ren to be insane for uttering such words. Lu Ren smiled and said, Elder Zhu Tai, I truly have awakened my chi. If you do not believe me, come and verify. Seeing Lu Ren's confidence, Elder Zhu Tai approached him, placing his palm against Lu Ren's abdomen. He soon felt a faint surge of power emanating from within. Spiritual energy is gathering. You truly have opened your spiritual apertures? Elder Zhu Tai was astonished, his murky eyes fixated on Lu Ren's face. This was simply beyond belief. A waste bloodline actually awakening. What? Lu Ren has awakened? Impossible. How could a waste bloodline awaken? All the disciples were incredulous, struggling to accept this reality. They were still waiting to consume their chi awakening pills. Yet this waste bloodline had already succeeded. Elder Zhu Tai had once considered whether Lu Ren had awakened before joining the Qingyun sect. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, as the testing stone could detect both bloodline talent and whether one had awakened. This meant Lu Ren had awakened only after entering the sect. Lu Ren, how did you accomplish this? Elder Zhu Tai inquired. Lu Ren had already prepared his explanation. Last night, I had a dream of an ethereal elder who told me I possessed the potential of a great emperor. Upon waking, I felt a burning sensation in my abdomen, and to my astonishment, I had awakened. The Celestial's guidance? Elder Zhu Tai was taken aback. The Celestial's guidance? Elder Zhu Tai remained in shock, stating, This must be the legendary Celestial's guidance. Although rare, it has not been unheard of. Our sect once had a disciple with weak talent who suddenly awakened. Despite his average abilities, he managed to open 7 spiritual apertures and cultivated to the spirit stream realm. Then, Elder Zhu Tai spoke sternly, Lu Ren, this is your fortune. A blessing from the heavens, a gift from the celestial, allowing you to become a true warrior. You must strive diligently to surpass that disciple's achievements. If a waste bloodline can also cultivate to the spirit stream realm, it would be a miracle. Rest assured, I shall heed the elder's teachings. Lu Ren clasped his hands respectfully, then inquired, Elder, now that I have successfully awakened my qi, what shall I do with this qi awakening pill? You may sell it to whomever you wish. Elder Zhu Tai turned away, no longer intervening in Lu Ren's affairs. Lu Ren smiled, and then turned his gaze toward the gathered disciples, proclaiming loudly, Who wishes to purchase my qi awakening pill? The highest bidder shall prevail. All the disciples were momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining their composure, and eagerly began to bid. Many of them were scions of prominent families in Jiangyan country, not lacking in funds. As long as they could obtain the qi awakening pill, they could awaken ahead of the others and elevate their status within their families. Moreover, those who succeeded in awakening today will be able to borrow a high-grade human martial technique from the martial arts pavilion. No matter what, they must secure this qi awakening pill. Chapter 0007. The martial arts pavilion. I bid 100,000 copper coins. I bid 110,000 copper coins. I bid 120,000 copper coins. I bid 250,000 copper coins. Numerous disciples were heatedly competing, their faces flushed with excitement, particularly those with fourth-grade bloodline talents, who were the most fervent in their bidding. Although Xiao Huahua was eager to participate in the auction, all his funds had been spent on acquiring the fire spirit sword, leading him to forego the bidding. Ultimately, Lu Ren's enlightenment pill was secured by a disciple with a fourth-grade bloodline for the price of 300,000 copper coins. Lu Ren, satisfied with receiving 30 tickets worth 10,000 copper coins each, prepared to depart. Lu Ren, Elder Zhu Tai called out to him, tossing a token to Lu Ren. Since you have successfully opened your acupoints, take this token and you may select a high-grade human-level martial technique from the martial arts pavilion. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ren accepted the token and, under the watchful eyes of the other disciples, exited the martial hall's plaza, making his way toward the distant martial arts pavilion. As the disciples observed Lu Ren's retreating figure, they felt a mix of emotions. This Lu Ren, clearly a low-grade bloodline, had not only become the first to enter the sect, but also the first to successfully open his acupoints and become a martial artist. They, who were all 4th and 5th grade bloodline warriors, found themselves overshadowed by someone they deemed inferior. On the way, Lu Ren muttered to himself, The foundation of martial arts states that within a person's body lie 7 hidden acupoints. The more acupoints one opens, the stronger they become. After opening the first acupoint, one can cultivate body-refining techniques to unlock the others. I should first select a martial technique. After a brief incense sticks time, Lu Ren traversed the expansive plaza and arrived before a 3-story pavilion, the martial arts pavilion. This pavilion, located in the entry-level area, housed only the most precious high-grade, human-level martial techniques. To obtain techniques of higher grades, one would need to venture to the external sex pavilion. Upon entering, Lu Ren was greeted by rows of shelves displaying a myriad of martial technique manuals, a sight that broadened his horizons. The shelves were categorized into 3 distinct sections: low-grade human level, mid-grade human level, and high-grade human level. Just as Lu Ren was about to approach the high-grade section, an elder guarding the pavilion cautioned him, ordinary entry-level disciples may borrow 1 low or mid-grade human-level martial technique per month for a duration of 1 month. High-grade techniques require contribution points to borrow. Lu Ren stepped forward, presenting his token. Elder, I have successfully opened my acupoints. Upon seeing the token, the elder regarded Lu Ren with newfound respect, exclaiming, You may borrow 1 high-grade human-level martial technique for 6 months. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ren proceeded to the high-grade section, his mind overwhelmed as he perused the various martial technique manuals. Thunderclap palm, rushing thunder fist, air-splitting finger. What are these? He pondered. The descriptions detailed techniques where both palms strike simultaneously, mimicking a torrential downpour, or fists that unleash thunderous force. Each word was comprehensible, yet the method of cultivation eluded him. At that moment, Lu Ren recalled certain novels from his previous life, where protagonists would acquire divine techniques upon transmigration and master them instantly. Such notions seemed utterly preposterous. Fiction truly is a deceiver. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea of cultivating a high-grade, human-level martial technique, realizing that as someone with a low-grade bloodline, it would be a formidable challenge. Even with fervent effort, the cost might outweigh the benefits. With this thought, Lu Ren shifted his focus to the low-grade section, opening a manual. Fierce Tiger Fist. The manual contained detailed illustrations and descriptions of the stances required, all clearly depicted. This type of martial technique manual seemed far more suitable for his cultivation. Lu Ren was convinced that even the most ordinary techniques, with persistent practice, could lead to significant transformation. Returning the book, Lu Ren approached the Elder once more, inquiring, "Elder, if I choose not to select a high-grade human-level technique, can I opt for multiple low-grade techniques instead?" "What did you say?" The Elder was taken aback, for the power of high-grade techniques far surpassed that of low-grade ones. In other words, a warrior practicing high-grade techniques could easily defeat a counterpart practicing low-grade techniques of the same level. Many external disciples frantically undertook tasks solely to exchange for high-grade techniques, as success in cultivation would result in a substantial boost in combat power. Yet here stood a disciple who rejected the opportunity for high-grade techniques in favor of low-grade ones. "Are you certain you do not wish to select a high-grade technique?" the Elder inquired. "Absolutely," Lu Ren affirmed with a nod. "Then you may borrow 3 low-grade human-level techniques at once, for a period of 6 months, the Elder declared. Returning to the low-grade section, Lu Ren meticulously selected 3 techniques that suited him. The first, a low-grade human-level offensive technique, was the Fierce Tiger Fist. The second, a low-grade defensive technique, was the Bagua Palm. The third, a low-grade maneuvering technique, was the Spirit Cat Steps. With these 3 manuals in hand, Lu Ren approached the Elder to register them. Upon seeing Lu Ren's name, the Elder was astonished. "You're Lu Ren, the disciple of a low-grade bloodline?" Lu Ren had already gained notoriety among the Elders, not merely for his bloodline, but due to the widespread news that the Saintess Yun Qingyao had taken a low-grade bloodline disciple as her apprentice. It was common knowledge among the elders of the Qingyun sect that there was an entry-level disciple named Lu Ren who possessed a low-grade bloodline. Indeed, Lu Ren admitted somewhat awkwardly. The Elder furrowed his brow, questioning, "Lu Ren, where did you acquire this token? Given your low-grade bloodline, it is inconceivable that you could open your acupoints. No amount of enlightenment pills would enable such a feat, Elder." Zhu Tai said, "I received the blessing of an immortal and successfully opened my acupoints. You may check for yourself," Lu Ren replied, skeptical yet intrigued. The Elder placed his palm on Lu Ren's abdomen and instantly felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy. "Remarkable. You truly have opened your acupoints," the Elder exclaimed, astonished. "No wonder you wish to exchange high-grade techniques for low-grade ones." The Elder pondered, stroking his beard, before stating, "You may return these 3 martial technique manuals whenever you wish, but do not lend them to others, lest you face the consequences. As a low-grade bloodline, even if you were granted the blessing of an immortal, mastering a martial technique will be no easy task, be it in 6 months, a year, or even 2 years. Yet, I am curious to see if, given enough time, you can cultivate a martial technique despite your low-grade bloodline." Chapter 0008. The Terrifying Bloodline of the Wretched after assisting Lu Ren with his registration. The Elder of the Guard Pavilion solemnly advised, "Dedicate yourself to your training. Do not disappoint your master." "I will strive diligently," Lu Ren replied earnestly before turning to leave. Instead of heading to his dormitory, he hastened to the dining hall to purchase spirit rice from the head chef. Lu Ren intended to acquire spirit rice worth 300,000 copper coins, but the chef was unable to provide such a quantity, as the dining hall required spirit rice daily. The chef informed him that he could only procure more in a month's time. Consequently, Lu Ren handed over the 300,000 copper coins, requesting the chef to assist him with the purchase. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Ren opened the manual for the Fierce Tiger Fist. This martial art, inspired by the ferocity of a tiger, promised that once mastered, one would fight with the might of a real tiger, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Lu Ren ventured into the courtyard and began to practice the movements depicted in the manual. However, his forms lacked power and finesse, appearing rather awkward. After an hour of practice, Lu Ren still found himself struggling, unable to grasp the fundamentals. Just then, Xiao Huahua entered the courtyard and observed Lu Ren's uncoordinated attempts, nearly bursting into laughter. "Junior brother Lu Ren, are you practicing the fierce tiger fist?" he remarked, unable to suppress his amusement. Lu Ren paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, astonished. "Senior brother Xiao, you actually know I am training the fierce tiger fist?" Xiao Huahua chuckled, demonstrating the technique with powerful, fluid motions that resembled a tiger's pounce. Seeing this, Lu Ren gasped. "You have also practiced the fierce tiger fist?" "My family possesses this martial art as well. It serves as a foundational skill. In just half a month, I achieved mastery," Xiao Huahua explained. "Junior brother Lu Ren, with your recent breakthrough, you should be able to access higher-tier martial arts. Why spend time on the fierce tiger fist?" Lu Ren clarified, "Senior brother Xiao, as you know, my bloodline is that of the wretched. It is impossible for me to cultivate superior martial arts. Thus, I am attempting the fierce tiger fist." "I see." Xiao Huahua nodded slightly. "Junior brother, it is already a miracle that you have made any progress with your bloodline. I wonder how long it will take you to master the fierce tiger fist." "Senior brother, what does mastery entail?" Lu Ren inquired. Xiao Huahua replied, "Most martial arts are categorized by proficiency: beginner, minor success, major success, and perfection. Generally, most martial artists only achieve major success. Attaining perfection requires several times the effort and dedication. As for me, with my 4th-tier bloodline talent, I reached beginner level in 3 days, minor success in 7, and major success in half a month. If someone as extraordinary as the Saintess were to train, she might attain major success in just 3 days." Listening to Xiao Huahua's words, Lu Ren couldn't help but reflect on the importance of bloodline talent. He regained his composure and smiled lightly. "Then I wish senior brother Xiao swift success in attaining perfection. I do not intend to pursue perfection in the fierce tiger fist. With that time, I could cultivate mid-tier and upper-tier martial arts instead. Ultimately, the fierce tiger fist is merely a transitional technique." Xiao Huahua shook his head. "Very well, junior brother Lu Ren. Focus on your training. With your wretched bloodline, achieving even the beginner level will not be easy." After saying this, he left Lu Ren to his practice and returned to his dormitory. Lu Ren continued his arduous training in the fierce tiger fist, though he found it exceedingly challenging to break through. Nevertheless, having persevered for 70 years to achieve enlightenment, he was not one to shy away from difficulty and remained committed to his practice. In the following days, Lu Ren practiced relentlessly, while Xiao Huahua focused on his own cultivation in his dormitory. They would meet for meals in the dining hall and then return to their training. A month later, Xiao Huahua finally succeeded in his breakthrough. Overjoyed, he noticed Lu Ren still making no progress and began to offer guidance. However, despite several attempts, Lu Ren's training showed no improvement whatsoever. The plight of having a wretched bloodline was indeed formidable. No matter the instruction, it seemed a futile endeavor. Perhaps even if the Saintess herself were to teach you, it would be of little use. Xiao Huahua sighed, abandoning the thought of further guidance. "Senior brother, my talent is indeed lacking. I do not wish to waste your time. I will continue to cultivate at my own pace. By the way, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Lu Ren stated before departing. Calculating the time, he realized the dining hall should have completed its procurement by now. After a month of outdoor practice, Lu Ren felt he had squandered precious time. If he could enter the treasure tower space, he would not feel the slightest regret. Once inside, he could truly immerse himself in his training. With the 300,000 copper coins, he could purchase 60 bags of spirit rice, sufficient for 82 years of cultivation. Seeing Lu Ren leave, Xiao Huahua murmured to himself, "Now that I have successfully broken through, I can also borrow martial arts from the Technique Pavilion. If I could find a sword manual to complement the Fire Spirit Sword, those 5th-tier bloodline disciples would hardly stand a chance against me." With this thought, he excitedly rushed towards the Technique Pavilion. Before long, a boisterous laugh echoed from outside the annex. "Ha ha! I have indeed found a mid-tier sword technique at the Technique Pavilion, the Fire Sword Technique. If I can master it, I will likely unlock at least 3 spiritual channels." Xiao Huahua could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed into the annex, retrieving the Fire Spirit Sword and beginning to practice with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, deep within the Qingyun sect, in a solemn pavilion, several elders gathered, their eyes closed as if awaiting a speaker. Before long, Yun Qingyao entered, and without waiting for any inquiries, she coldly declared, "I have been in seclusion recently, creating my own sword technique." Yin Elder has begun to develop her own sword technique? An elder with a goat beard expressed his astonishment, his face reflecting a mix of shock and admiration. The other elders were equally taken aback. They, like Yun Qingyao, had reached the Divine Sea realm, but had yet to possess the ability to create their own martial techniques. "Most of my work is nearly complete. It just requires refinement," Yun Qingyao added as she took her seat. Now, to the matter at hand. The elder with the goat beard straightened himself and stated, "In a month, the Imperial Path sect will bring 3 newly admitted disciples for an exchange and sparring session. Last year and the year before, our new disciples lost to the Li Hui sect and the Iron Sword sect. If we lose again to the Imperial Path sect this time, it will be difficult for Qingyun sect to hold our head high among the other sects. I have heard that the Imperial Path sect has recruited a genius with a 6th-tier bloodline who has already opened 3 spiritual channels even before joining their ranks. With him present, our newly admitted disciples may not stand a chance." Another elder furrowed his brow. "Great Elder, is this the reason you summoned us for a meeting?" Yun Qingyao inquired, puzzled. The great elder stroked his goat beard thoughtfully and replied, "Yin Elder, the sect has designated you to take on students, specifically for this upcoming exchange. But my disciple possesses a wretched bloodline. He struggles even to open a spiritual channel. I am powerless to assist." Yun Qingyao shook her head. Expecting her to invest time into teaching a disciple seemed implausible. If she had that time, she would have already perfected her self-created sword technique. Moreover, what could she teach a disciple who showed no ambition? "Yin Elder, you truly possess a discerning eye. Your disciple with the wretched bloodline is remarkable, having received the favor of the immortal and becoming the first among the newly admitted disciples to open a spiritual channel." An elder said, envy evident on his face. "What?" Yun Qingyao's expression shifted, disbelief etched across her features. The disciple she had inadvertently accepted had actually achieved enlightenment? Chapter 0009. The completion of the Fierce Tiger Fist. Elder Yun, your disciple has entered the sect and directly opened his spiritual orifices. Such rapid progress, I fear, even you cannot match. Although it is a gift from an immortal, it certainly counts as an awakening. You must teach him well." The Grand Elder added, "My apprentice has actually received a blessing from an immortal and opened his spiritual orifices." Yun Qingyao exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder Lu Ren sought to bid for the awakening pill. She had wrongly accused him. In that moment, a torrent of emotions surged within Yun Qingyao, leaving her feeling somewhat remorseful towards Lu Ren. With the opening of his spiritual orifices, the awakening pill would naturally become obsolete. Ripe for auction, it could yield a considerable fortune. This was not a lack of ambition. It was the mark of a commercial genius. "Elder Yun, the sect leader has decreed that you must bring your disciple to participate in this new initiate's martial exchange." The Grand Elder's words abruptly interrupted Yun Qingyao's thoughts. Regaining her composure, Yun Qingyao smiled and replied, "I agree to this matter." "You truly agree?" A look of surprise crossed the Grand Elder's face. He had previously worried that Yun Qingyao might refuse, yet he did not expect her to acquiesce so readily. "Since I have taken on a disciple, I must assist the sect in nurturing an exceptional talent, and I shall not forget the sect leader's kindness," Yun Qingyao declared. "Do you have confidence in cultivating Lu Ren? Although he has opened his orifices, he is, after all, of a defective bloodline, unprecedented in history," the Grand Elder remarked. A confident smile graced Yun Qingyao's serene and beautiful face as she responded, "My disciple possesses my fire spirit sword. By imparting my self-created sword techniques to him, I am certain I can teach him well. As long as he can cultivate my techniques to the entry level, he should be able to open at least 2 spiritual orifices. If he can achieve minor success, he may unlock 4, and if he attains great success, he could open 6. My disciple is merely a talent deemed defective by fate. This cannot be altered. With diligence and my guidance, he too can grow stronger." "Ha ha!" If a defective bloodline can truly be cultivated by you, it would surely bring great renown to our Qingyun sect. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. If they could cultivate even defective bloodlines, more geniuses would undoubtedly flock to the Qingyun sect in the future. Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall go and check on my disciple. Having said this, Yin Qingyao rose and departed. At this moment, within the separate courtyard, Xiao Huohua wielded the fire spirit sword, practicing the fiery sword technique with remarkable vigor. This fiery sword technique is indeed formidable. Once I master it, those disciples of the 5th grade bloodline will be no match for me. Xiao Huohua gazed excitedly at the fire spirit sword in his hands. Spending 200,000 copper coins to experience the power of a low-grade spiritual weapon in advance was truly worthwhile. I will strive to master the sword technique within a month. Just as Xiao Huohua prepared to continue wielding the fire spirit sword, he suddenly perceived a shadow flash before him. In the blink of an eye, a delicate hand unexpectedly struck towards his chest. Puff! Xiao Huohua spat out blood and was sent flying, crashing to the ground. As he recognized the figure before him, a trace of shock appeared on his pained face, exclaiming, "Your Highness the Saintess." Yin Qingyao drew the fallen fire spirit's sword to her, pointing its blade at Xiao Huohua. "How audacious! You dare to bully my disciple and steal his fire spirit sword? Although my disciple is of defective bloodline, do not forget he has a master." Yin Qingyao's expression turned frosty, exuding an icy aura, as if she would freeze Xiao Huohua in his tracks. At that moment, a vision flashed through her mind. A disciple of defective bloodline being bullied by others in the separate courtyard, ultimately having even the gift from his master snatched away. Xiao Huohua trembled, his entire being chilled, and he questioned, "Your Highness the Saintess, have you misunderstood? What could I possibly misunderstand? That fire spirit sword in your hand was a gift I bestowed upon Lu Run." Yin Qingyao replied coldly. The fire spirit sword was indeed a gift for Lu Run, but I did not steal it. Lu Run sold it to me. Xiao Huohua quickly explained, fearing that Yin Qingyao would take offense and end his life. This Yin Qingyao is not merely an elder of the Qingyun sect, but also the saintess of Jiangyun Kingdom. Even if he were to be killed in the sect, the Xiao family would not dare to utter a word of protest. "Nonsense," Yin Qingyao retorted icily. "This fire spirit sword is worth at least 1 million copper coins. How could a mere initiator like you afford it? I am unable to afford it, but Lu Ren allowed me to pay in installments. I initially gave him 200,000 copper coins, and the remaining 800,000, along with interest, will amount to 88,000 copper coins each month for 10 months. Xiao Huohua lamented with tears in his eyes. "Installments? Interest?" Yin Qingyao's spirit eyes widened, as if she had heard the most unbelievable news. "Your Highness the Saintess, I truly did not deceive you. If you do not believe me, wait for Lu Run to return, and we shall confront him together." "No need." Yin Qingyao stored the fire spirit sword away, producing 20 banknotes to toss at Xiao Huohua, coldly stating, "Here are your 200,000 back. I will take the fire spirit sword." Xiao Huohua was on the verge of tears, with the fire spirit sword gone. Was his practice of the fiery sword technique not in vain? "Your Highness the Saintess, what should I do about Lu Ren wanting the money?" "Of course, do not give it to him. If he dares to complain, teach him a lesson. A waste of a bloodline, lacking in skill, deserves to be chastised." Yin Qingyao huffed, storming away. Having lived for 20 years, it was her first time giving a gift, only for Lu Ren to sell the present she had given away, letting others pay in installments. She had initially planned to spend some time teaching this disciple, but now she wished she could slap him into oblivion. Shortly after Yin Qingyao's departure, Lu Ren returned in high spirits, rushing into his quarters. Entering the pagoda space required an absolutely secure environment, otherwise his mind could not relax, precluding entry into the pagoda. Soon, Lu Ren found himself within the pagoda space. Staring at the 60 bags of spiritual rice before him, he began to calculate. 60 bags would sustain him for 82 years. While Lu Ren had not grasped the essence of the fierce tiger fist after a month of practice, he now had 82 years of training time. Surely he would not falter. Commencing his training, Lu Ren retrieved the manual for the fierce tiger fist and resumed his practice. For someone of Lu Ren's defective bloodline, Cultivation was a laborious endeavor. It took him a full 2 years to reach minor success with a fierce tiger fist. Xiao Huahua, with a 4th-grade bloodline talent, achieved minor success after just 3 days, while Lu Ren took 2 years. The disparity was immense. Though talent may be lacking, it matters not. I can persevere. These spiritual rices will sustain me for 80 years. Lu Ren continued his training. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. Within the pagoda space, Lu Ren's form resembled that of a fierce tiger as he lunged forward, his fists hammering down. The wind of his strikes howling and the air trembling, akin to a tiger descending a mountain. Ha! Lu Ren let out a sudden roar, his fist crashing into a massive boulder ahead. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the boulder shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. He has actually mastered it. A smile crept on Lu Ren's face. Although the fierce tiger fist is a low-grade martial skill, reaching completion still renders it formidable, surpassing some mid-grade martial skills. Though 30 years have elapsed, Lu Ren did not mind. Moreover, he discovered that strands of spiritual energy swirled within his palms, emanating incredible power. Overjoyed, Lu Ren realized he had opened 2 more spiritual orifices. Chapter 0010. The 6 spiritual apertures. To my astonishment, I have once again opened 2 additional spiritual apertures, bringing the total to 3. My current strength should be capable of reaching 3,000 pounds. Lu Ren clenched his hands tightly, feeling the surging power within him, and nodded in satisfaction. The sensation of such enhancement in strength was simply exquisite. Subsequently, Lu Ren began to diligently practice the 8 trigrams palm. This technique is primarily a defensive martial art, where both hands assume the formation of the 8 trigrams, allowing one to withstand attacks from adversaries, provided their power does not vastly exceed his own. The difficulty of mastering the 8 trigrams palm is significantly greater than that of the fierce tiger fist, and it took Lu Ren a full 35 years to perfect it. In the remaining 15 years, he devoted himself to mastering the spirit cat steps to a high level of proficiency. After enduring 50 years of arduous training, he successfully opened 3 more spiritual apertures. Lu Ren felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his achievements, having perfected 2 martial techniques and brought 1 agility technique to a significant level. Even with exceptional talent, it would typically require a year or more to reach such a stage. Yet, he had accomplished all this in the span of merely a second. I have cultivated 3 body-refining martial arts, and despite enduring 82 years of rigorous practice, I have only managed to open 5 spiritual apertures. With this thought, Lu Ren felt a wave of frustration. Within his palms, heart, and the soles of his feet, he had opened 1 spiritual aperture each, allowing him to store wisps of spiritual energy. With the spiritual aperture located in his lower abdomen, he now possessed 6 apertures in total. Just 1 short of breaking into the spiritual stream realm. Lu Ren sensed that his strength had been augmented at least 5-fold. Previously, when he opened a single spiritual aperture, he could strike with a force of 1,000 pounds. Now, he could unleash a formidable 6,000 pounds of might. Such a feat would have been utterly impossible in his past life. Regrettably, the spirit cat steps had yet to be perfected. Reflecting on this, Lu Ren realized that a month had seemingly passed, and Xiao Huahua should be returning him the 88,000 copper coins. This sum, when exchanged for spiritual rice, would sustain his training for 25 years, likely allowing him to perfect the spirit cat steps and perhaps even unlock the 7th spiritual aperture. Once the 7th aperture was opened, he would be on the brink of entering the spiritual stream realm. Emerging from the pagoda space, Lu Ren inhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated. The outside world was indeed preferable. Had it not been for the purpose of training, he would not have wished to linger in the pagoda space any longer. He arrived at Xiao Huahua's dormitory and knocked on the door. At that moment, Xiao Huahua sat on his bed, utterly despondent. Although the holy maiden had returned his money, he had borrowed a book on the fiery sword technique, but before he could practice it, the holy maiden reclaimed the sword. Now, unable to train in the sword technique, he would have to wait a month before he could exchange for another martial arts manual at the martial arts pavilion, effectively wasting a month of his training time. With this in mind, Xiao Huahua harbored a deep resentment towards Lu Ren. He felt that ever since encountering Lu Ren, his luck had plummeted. Could it be that a martial artist with a waste bloodline was cursed with misfortune? This Lu Ren had caused him to suffer a slap from the Holy Maiden for no reason, and now his chest burned painfully. When Lu Ren came to ask him for money, he would relish the opportunity to take revenge. As Xiao Huohuo pondered this, he found himself somewhat looking forward to Lu Ren's arrival. Senior Brother Xiao. Just then, Lu Ren pushed the door open, interrupting Xiao Huohuo's thoughts. He's here at last. Xiao Huohuo felt a surge of joy within. Finally, it was his turn to vent some frustration. Junior Brother Lu Ren, what brings you here? Xiao Huohuo suppressed his inner turmoil. The month has passed. The 88,000 should be returned to me. Lu Ren replied with a narrowed smile. If I don't repay you, what will you do about it? Xiao Huohuo scoffed. What did you say? Lu Ren's expression shifted, believing he had misheard. Xiao Huohuo wore a smug grin and remarked, why should I repay a debt incurred through my own skill? Senior Brother Xiao, if you truly refuse to return it, do not blame me for being ungracious. Lu Ren's tone turned icy, surprised to encounter someone so brazen in this world. However, this world operated on the principle of strength, having now opened 6 spiritual apertures. If Xiao Huohuo truly refused to pay, he would force him to comply. Puffed. Xiao Huohuo couldn't help but laugh, crossing his arms. Junior Brother Lu Ren, you are but a waste bloodline. You can't even grasp the basics of the fierce tiger fist. How could you possibly be ungracious to me? I'm standing right here. If you can land a single hit, I'll acknowledge you as my father. Xiao Huohuo's disdain was not personal. It stemmed from Lu Ren's abysmal talent. After a month of training, Lu Ren had yet to grasp the fierce tiger fist, while Xiao Huohuo had already perfected it. Given that both had only opened a single spiritual aperture, Lu Ren was simply no match for him. You shall be my son. Lu Ren chuckled, taking a step forward and suddenly delivering a palm strike towards Xiao Huohuo. A mist-like spiritual energy shimmered in his palm, and the immense force generated a resounding crack in the air. What? Xiao Huohuo's expression changed dramatically, completely unprepared for the might behind Lu Ren's strike. He had no time to dodge and retaliated with a punch, the force of which was as fierce as a tiger pouncing on its prey. This was the perfected fierce tiger fist, capable of overwhelming even a full-grown tiger. Bang! The moment their attacks collided, Xiao Huohuo felt as though struck by lightning, his body flying backward to crash against the wall before sliding to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could you possess such strength? Lying on the ground, Xiao Huohuo felt excruciating pain coursing through him, his arms seemingly dislocated. More astonishing to him was the realization of Lu Ren's power. This was certainly beyond what a mere practitioner with a single spiritual aperture could wield. Even those with 3 or 4 spiritual apertures might not match Lu Ren's might. Senior Brother Xiao, to be candid, I have been bestowed a boon by an immortal. It is not merely 1 spiritual aperture I have opened, but 6. Observing Xiao Huohuo's astonished expression, Lu Ren felt a surge of inner delight. Moreover, the strike he had just delivered was only half of his true strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Xiao Huohuo would undoubtedly have been grievously injured. What? 6 spiritual apertures? Xiao Huohuo was utterly shocked. The fact that Lu Ren had opened a single spiritual aperture had already astonished everyone. Now, he had opened 6. This was not merely a gift from an immortal. This was akin to an immortal bestowing endless blessings upon him. Lu Ren extended his hand, speaking nonchalantly. Senior Brother Xiao, please return the money to me. If this escalates, it will only bring you shame. Xiao Huohuo, on the verge of tears, replied, Junior Brother Lu Ren, it is not that I refuse to pay. The Holy Maiden reclaimed the Fire Spirit Sword. She gave me 200,000 copper coins and instructed me not to return her money. You seeking me out is merely an opportunity for her to teach you a lesson. Reclaimed it? Lu Ren was slightly taken aback. That Fire Spirit Sword was indeed a gift from her, and selling it to him would naturally displease her. Xiao Huohuo wore a mournful expression. Lu Ren approached and helped him up, feigning concern. Senior Brother Xiao, you should have mentioned that the Fire Spirit Sword was taken back by my master. Why did you not say so sooner? Hearing Lu Ren's words, Xiao Huohuo nearly spat blood in fury, gritting his teeth. Junior Brother Lu Ren, How can you blame me for not saying it sooner? Are you all right? Lu Ren inquired, genuinely concerned. Xiao Huahua shook his head. I'll be fine. A few days of rest will suffice. That's good to hear. I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Lu Ren quickly exited the room and closed the door behind him. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Huahua felt increasingly aggrieved, ultimately bursting into tears. I must have incurred the worst luck imaginable to have crossed paths with those two. Chapter 0011. In this world, strength truly is the ultimate truth. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Ren was filled with myriad emotions. Had his strength not fallen short of Xiao Huahua's, he might have remained oblivious to the matter concerning the fire spirit sword. His master must be blaming him for selling her sword. Nonetheless, he resolved to enhance his capabilities first. He must return the martial arts manuals. Clutching 3 tomes, Lu Ren departed from the secluded courtyard and made his way to the martial arts pavilion. The elder in charge recognized him immediately and inquired, Lu Ren, how has your martial arts training progressed over the past month? Moderately well. I have come to return the manuals, Lu Ren replied with a smile, handing the 3 books over. The elder, observing the tomes before him, surmised that Lu Ren had given up on his martial arts training, considering his lack of talent due to his inferior bloodline. Mastering even the first spiritual aperture was a gift from the immortal realm. To truly cultivate martial arts, one would require several years of dedicated practice. Entering the door of mastery would be exceedingly difficult without it. I have said before, you may return these manuals at any time. Why not strive a little harder? The elder asked, perplexed. Lu Ren smiled nonchalantly. I have indeed been working diligently. After 82 years of hard training, who could rival his efforts? Is this what you call diligence? The elder's frustration began to show. I extended a favor to you out of respect for Elder Yun, and considering your inferior bloodline, yet you only practiced for a month before returning these manuals. With such poor talent, if you do not exert yourself, you shall inevitably be expelled from the sect. But I have successfully mastered all 3 martial techniques. Lu Ren countered before walking away. If the elder knew that he had not only mastered all 3 techniques, but had also perfected 2 and achieved great success with the 3rd, he could only imagine the elder's reaction. Furthermore, he had unlocked 6 spiritual apertures. After Lu Ren departed, the elder shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment for Lu Ren. It was a rare opportunity to receive a gift from an immortal and become a martial artist, yet he failed to cherish it. At that moment, Yun Qingyao entered the pavilion. Elder Qiu, what brings Lu Ren to the martial arts pavilion? Due to her concerns regarding Lu Ren, her mood was already dismal. She had intended to borrow a few sword manuals to refine her own swordsmanship, but had unexpectedly encountered Lu Ren. She deliberately avoided him, wishing to minimize their interactions. The elder's anger flared. Your disciple shows no ambition. After finally opening his spiritual aperture, he should be diligently training. Yet he has returned the 3 martial arts manuals after a mere month. Only a month of training? Yun Qingyao was taken aback, then lamented with his inferior bloodline. Now that he has opened his spiritual aperture, if he could exert himself in martial arts, he might still have a chance to step into the spiritual stream realm. With this thought, she sighed deeply, feeling a sense of regret for Lu Ren. She had planned to teach him thoroughly, but with such a disposition, he would find it hard to achieve anything. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard, Lu Ren's thoughts turned to making money. He had originally planned to profit handsomely from the fire spirit sword, allowing him to earn 88 copper coins monthly, equivalent to over 20 years of cultivation. Now that this source of income had dried up, he needed to devise alternative means of earning. If I could cultivate the spirit cat step to perfection over the next 20 years, I should be able to unlock my 7th spiritual aperture. Lu Ren was eager to open the 7th aperture and then strive towards the spiritual stream realm. As he understood, even the most talented entry-level disciples typically required 3 to 5 months to break into the spiritual stream realm and pass the assessment to become outer disciples. While entry-level disciples risked expulsion from the sect, outer disciples were different. Even if their cultivation stagnated, they would still remain outer disciples. Thus, Lu Ren was keen to reach the spiritual stream realm as soon as possible. Yet, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. He needed a substantial amount of money, at least over 100,000 copper coins, to fully cultivate the spirit cat step. Suddenly, Lu Ren recalled the description in the disciples' regulations. Entry-level disciples who had opened 6 or more spiritual apertures could undertake tasks to earn contribution points. With contribution points, they could borrow higher-grade martial techniques from the martial arts pavilion and purchase cultivation resources within the sect. However, executing tasks carried risks, especially for newly inducted disciples who were weak and lacked experience. They could only join the ranks of senior disciples, gaining experience while earning some spoils. Ultimately, undertaking tasks was primarily for self-improvement. No matter how formidable one's martial arts training, without real combat experience, it was meaningless, as it could not be transformed into combat power. I have perfected 2 martial techniques, and the spirit cat step is nearly complete. It is time to test my strength through actual combat. With this resolution, Lu Ren proceeded along the iron chain bridge towards another peak. In the outer disciple area of Qingyun Gate, there were 3 peaks. One peak housed the disciples' dormitories and dining hall. Another featured the martial hall and martial arts pavilion, while the third was home to the contribution hall. Upon reaching the plaza in front of the contribution hall, Lu Ren noticed a considerable gathering of disciples. Many clustered in groups, their auras quite formidable. These must be senior outer disciples, he surmised. In one corner of the plaza, a throng of disciples encircled a petite girl at the center. She had a delicate visage and was clad in a blue training outfit that accentuated her well-formed figure. Beside her stood 2 young men, their faces alight with excitement. "Senior Sister Qinyu, recruit me. I promise to be obedient and will only cheer for you. Senior Sister Qinyu, you know my talent. I've only opened 3 spiritual apertures in 2 years since entering." Just as Lu Ren squeezed into the circle, he heard the commotion. Curiosity piqued. He turned to a nearby senior disciple and inquired, "Who is she?" The senior disciple glanced at Lu Ren and remarked, "You must be a new entry-level disciple. You don't even know Senior Sister Qinyu?" "Indeed, I am new. Who is Senior Sister Qinyu?" Lu Ren smiled. "Senior Sister Qinyu ranks first among entry-level disciples in terms of strength," the senior disciple explained. Lu Ren questioned if she is so talented. Shouldn't she have already become an outer disciple? "What do you know? Senior Sister Qinyu has long been capable of reaching the spiritual aperture realm, but she seeks to break through her limits and unlock her 8th spiritual aperture." The senior disciple's face lit up with admiration. The 8th spiritual aperture. Lu Ren was utterly astonished. Wasn't it said that a martial artist could only possess 7 spiritual apertures? Indeed, the senior disciple nodded. This time, Senior Sister Qinyu plans to take 3 weaker disciples with her to gain practical experience and enhance her combat abilities. She has already recruited 2 and is still looking for 1 more. Why take 3 weaker disciples? Lu Ren asked, intrigued. Entry-level disciples must form a 4-person team to undertake tasks. With Senior Sister Qinyu's strength, bringing along 3 strong disciples would offer no challenge, the senior disciple replied. Now it all makes sense. Lu Ren nodded, realization dawning upon him. So these disciples are merely competing to see who is the least capable. Chapter 0012. Who could be more useless than me, the senior brother chuckled. It's almost a contest of uselessness. The more inept, the more Sister Qinyu seems to favor them. Half a year ago, I was fortunate enough to join her team. I hardly did anything, merely took charge of collecting the spoils of war. And from just one mission, I earned 50,000 copper coins. No wonder these folks are vying so fiercely. Lu Ren smiled, then pointed to the 2 individuals behind Qinyu and asked, Senior brother, are those 2 particularly useless? They were directly selected by Sister Qinyu. Not just useless, the senior brother replied. Although both possess a 4th-grade bloodline, they lack ambition. After more than a year in the sect, they have only opened 2 spiritual orifices, one named Wang Teng and the other Zhang Sheng. They are famously known in Qingyun's sect as the 2 novice wastes. The 2 novice wastes? Lu Ren chuckled, casting a glance at Qinyu. One couldn't help but notice Qinyu's striking beauty. Her looks rivaled that of his master. Yet, she carried herself with a pride reminiscent of a peacock, seemingly unimpressed by anyone. I seek true waste. Among you, who believes they can compare with these 2? You may join my team. Qinyu interrupted the murmurs of the crowd. For a moment, Many exchanged glances, perplexed. In terms of uselessness, who could rival these two? Wang Teng and Zhang Sheng were notorious for their lack of skill. At that moment, a shifty-eyed youth stepped forward, grinning. Sister Qinyu, I may have opened one more spiritual orifice than them, but I've only trained in a low-grade human martial technique. You've only trained in a low-grade human martial technique? Qinyu responded incredulously. These senior disciples had been in the sect for at least a year, and to have mastered only a low-grade technique was indeed quite pathetic. The youth boasted, training is arduous. If it weren't for my father pleading with the elders to keep me here, I would have returned home to inherit my family fortune. This time, I'm merely here to admire Sister's grace. To think you are so useless. I concede the title of the third waist of Qingyun to you. Many martial artists were filled with resentment. After all, joining Qinyu's team meant access to spoils that could be exchanged for a substantial amount of copper coins. Who would want to earn effortlessly? Moreover, they could train alongside Sister Qinyu, which seemed like a coveted opportunity. The shifty-eyed youth scanned the crowd with a triumphant grin. I apologize, everyone, but the last spot is. However, before he could finish, a calm voice emerged from the crowd. I shall take that spot. Lu Run parted the throng and stepped into the circle. Is there anyone who considers themselves more useless? The crowd gasped, turning their gaze towards Lu Run, whose face was unfamiliar to many. The youth, growing impatient, glared at Lu Ren. You must be a newly admitted disciple, barely starting your training. How can you possibly compare with me in uselessness? Lu Ren smiled. Does one need to be trained to compare in uselessness? Of course. If you can truly match me by only training in a low-grade human martial technique, then I have no objections. The youth replied coldly. You are just beginning. You have yet to become useless. I have been training for over a year, and I am already a complete failure. No matter how hard I train, I cannot catch up to my peers. I am utterly devoid of worth. Lu Run, with a confident smile, dismissed him. I possess a waste bloodline. You dare to compare with me? What? A waste bloodline? You are that Lu Run accepted as a disciple by the Saintess? The youth's expression turned to shock, and the surrounding senior disciples felt similarly astonished. They could hardly believe that this newcomer was indeed Lu Run, the legendary waste, a rare sight. How could one compare to the waste bloodline? The two novice wastes were nothing but trifles in front of Lu Run. Qinyu looked at Lu Ren's smug expression with disdain. Although she had assembled a team of 3 wastes to hone her combat abilities, she held contempt for those who took pride in their shortcomings. The last spot is yours, Qinyu said coolly. Thank you, Sister Qinyu. Lu Ren bowed respectfully. As a newcomer, he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, and joining Qinyu's team was the most fitting opportunity for his training. Meet tomorrow morning at the mountain gate. Qinyu tossed out her final words before turning to leave. Vancing opposes Lu Ren, leffing haltsy, huh. Finally, I can shed the label of double waist. Zhang Sheng interjected coldly. Wang Teng, to escape the title of double waist, you must surpass me. All right, let's spar. The loser will join Lu Run as a double waist. Wang Teng rolled up his sleeves, his face flushed, and immediately engaged Zhang Sheng in a brawl. The onlooking disciples were left speechless. Initially, these two shared the burden of their dual waist status peacefully, but with the arrival of someone even more inept, their balance was disrupted, and both aspired to shed their titles. Lu Run, showcasing his waist bloodline, successfully joined Qinyu's team, evoking envy among a group of disciples. However, the majority of senior disciples scoffed at Lu Ren's actions, viewing his entry into Qinyu's team as a disgrace rather than an honor. Training was meant to enhance one's combat skills, not to linger among the strong for the spoils. In the elder pavilion of Qinyun's sect, the Grand Elder approached Yun Qingyao, inquiring, Elder Yun, how has Lu Ren been progressing in his training lately? Yun Qingyao responded, somewhat nervously, his progress is satisfactory. I heard from the elder in charge of the pavilion that after successfully opening his orifices, Lu Ren did not borrow high-grade human martial techniques, but instead exchanged for 3 low-grade human martial techniques, only to return them after a month. Is that true? The Grand Elder pressed further. Listening to his words, Yun Qingyao felt a surge of frustration but steeled herself to defend. My disciple trains diligently, but his talent is too weak. He was unable to grasp any of the 3 techniques. Thus he gave up. I see. The Grand Elder nodded, reflecting. I didn't expect the waste bloodline to be so formidable. With less than half a month remaining, do you truly believe you can help him open 7 orifices? He had faith in Yun Qingyao's abilities, but harbored doubts about Lu Ren's potential, considering the unprecedented waste bloodline. Grand Elder, my self-created sword technique has already reached high-grade human-level power. I will personally teach it to him. Even if my disciple's talent is lacking, I can still instruct him. Yun Qingyao vowed earnestly. The sect leader's intent is not to have Lu Ren surpass the disciples of the Royal Dao sect, but rather to demonstrate that our Qingyun sect can cultivate the waste bloodline. We must not disappoint the sect leader's expectations. The Grand Elder imparted solemnly before departing. Left alone in the Elder Pavilion, Yun Qingyao muttered to herself, perhaps Lu Ren truly lacks talent, leading him to abandon his training. He must be feeling despondent now and needs someone to lift him up. As his master, I should be that beacon of hope in his darkness. The more she contemplated, the more she felt guilty. As Lu Ren's master, she should have stepped in to help him during this time. The waste bloodline's ability to open orifices was already a rare feat. Advancing further would be no easy task. With renewed determination, Yun Qingyao soared into the air, heading toward Lu Ren's courtyard. Upon arrival, she found the courtyard empty. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted Xiao Huahua returning. Seeing Yun Qingyao, Xiao Huahua hurriedly approached and greeted. Disciple Xiao Huahua pays respects to the saintess. In the sect, just call me Elder Yun. Where's Lu Ren? Yun Qingyao inquired. Xiao Huahua replied, Junior brother Lu Ren and the 2 inept disciples have joined senior sister Qin Yu's team to undertake a mission. What did you say? Yun Qingyao's fury ignited upon hearing this. She was well aware of Qin Yu, the most talented disciple of the previous generation, possessing a 6-tier bloodline. Qin Yu, confident in her exceptional gifts, only recruited disciples of lesser abilities for her missions to hone her own combat skills. Though Lu Ren was indeed a defective bloodline, he was still her apprentice. The fact that he was undertaking a mission alongside 2 inept novices alongside Qin Yu was a grave embarrassment to her, Yun Qingyao. It mattered not that the bloodline was flawed. One must possess integrity. How could I, Yun Qingyao, have taken on such a hopeless apprentice? How could I possibly expect to participate in the upcoming exchange competition? Chapter 0013. Black Tiger Ridge. Nestled against the formidable Black Tiger Ridge lies the quaint Black Tiger Town. Thus, the visitors to this town are predominantly warriors who have honed their skills in the ridge, including clan fighters and hunters. Moreover, disciples from the 2 prominent sects, the Royal Path sect and the Azure Cloud sect, frequently traverse this town from the southeast. At this moment, Lu Ren and Qin Yu, along with 2 companions, have journeyed for half a day and finally arrived at Black Tiger Town. As they approached, Lu Ren could hear enticing shouts emanating from within. Upon entering, he was greeted by bustling streets lined with myriad stalls, where pedestrians meandered, engaging in spirited haggling. This is the world of martial arts, Lu Ren mused. Prior to his arrival, he had perused the disciples' regulations for information on Black Tiger Ridge. The most prevalent descriptions pertain to the ferocious beasts inhabiting the area, categorized from low to high ranks, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th tiers, and so forth. Each tier is further divided into low, medium, and high levels. 1st tier beasts correspond to warriors at the Aperture Opening Realm. Creatures like the Shadow Cat, a low-tier 1st tier beast, are commonplace in Black Tiger Ridge. Slaying one and extracting its core could yield a reward of 10,000 copper coins. For an ordinary person, this is a substantial sum, yet for a warrior, it is merely a routine task. I didn't expect to see you here in Black Tiger Town. Shall we form a party? Just then, a group of 4 approached. Leading them was a youth of 17 or 18, adorned in extravagant attire. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he cast scornful glances, particularly at Lu Ren and his companions. No need, Qin Yu replied curtly, preparing to brush past the youth. The young man, angered by Qin Yu's dismissal, retorted, Qin Yu, why the arrogance? Sooner or later, you will belong to Defy. Lu Ren, following closely behind Qin Yu, could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, Senior brother Wang Tong, who is Defy? Wang Tong whispered, Defy is an outer disciple of the Royal Path sect, having opened 6 apertures. It is said he hails from the same city as senior sister Qin Yu, and the Ding family, recognizing her exceptional talent, seeks to match her with Ding Hai. I see, Lu Ren nodded. However, Wang Tung expressed indignation. But what is Ding Hai? How could he even dream of marrying senior sister Qinyu? None of us pale in comparison to him. Senior brother Wang Tung, please don't include me in this. Lu Ren waved his hands dismissively. Junior brother Lu Ren, do not underestimate yourself. Though you possess a flawed bloodline, you are the only disciple of the Holy Maiden, which holds great significance. Wang Tung insisted. Wang Tung, if you are reluctant to train, you may return to the sect now. Qinyu stated coldly. Wang Tung promptly sealed his lips, refraining from further comment. Moments latte. Lu Ren and Qinyu's quartet traversed through Black Tiger Town and entered the depths of Black Tiger Ridge. The ridge was adorned with towering ancient trees, each reaching heights of several dozen meters, with trunks so thick that 3 people could scarcely encircle one. Beneath these ancient giants, a tangle of vines and thickets thrived, and the distant roars of beasts could be faintly heard. Upon hearing these sounds, Lu Ren's expression turned grave. Conversely, Wang Tung and Zhang Sheng appeared remarkably relaxed, as if they were on a leisurely excursion rather than undertaking a rigorous training mission. Reincarnation, Felix. With senior sister Qinyu here, we are undoubtedly safe, Zhang Sheng remarked nonchalantly. Suddenly, a colossal tiger, its body resembling granite, charged towards them, glaring fiercely at Lu Ren and his companions. The tiger's maw dripped with blood, still gnawing on a severed human arm, its grayish-white eyes fixated on the 4, exuding a menacing aura. That is a granite tiger, Lu Ren exclaimed, astonished. The Disciples' regulations contain descriptions of the granite tiger, a high-tier first-tier beast with an incredibly tough exterior, boasting defenses rivaling those of a warrior who had opened 7 apertures. Yet, even those warriors typically dared not confront a granite tiger directly. Lu Ren, it is merely a granite tiger. There is no need to be alarmed, Wang Tung reassured him, patting his shoulder. Nonetheless, Lu Ren remained tense. This was his first direct encounter with a magical beast, and its ferocity far surpassed that of ordinary animals. With a ferocious roar, the granite tiger lunged at Qinyu, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a terrifying speed aimed directly at her. The ferocity of its assault was extraordinary. Qinyu sidestepped gracefully, evading the tiger's onslaught. The beast's strike missed and crashed into an ancient tree, shattering it upon impact. However, Qinyu, agile as a butterfly, swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to the tiger's abdomen. The seemingly delicate strike was infused with overwhelming strength, puncturing the granite tiger's belly instantly. With a pained howl, the granite tiger collapsed, writhing on the ground in agony before succumbing to silence, leaving behind a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. What an astonishing punch! What incredible skill! Reincarnation. Senior sister Qinyu has mastered the superior grade human-level diamond fist and the intermediate grade human-level starshadao steps to perfection. Her prowess is undeniable. Wang Tung remarked dismissively. If I were to face that granite tiger alone, I could likely fell it too, especially if I perfected my cat step. Perhaps I could even contend with senior sister Qinyu. Lu Ren pondered silently. However, he surmised that this time, senior sister Qin, you would likely not afford them the opportunity to act, and he had little inclination to intervene. His primary purpose for this excursion was to broaden his horizons and experience the might of magical beasts firsthand. Once the granite tiger was dispatched, Wang Tung rushed forward, retrieving a dagger to extract a fist-sized core from the beast's head, resembling granite. This core could fetch no less than 10,000 copper coins. Without lifting a finger, they would each receive 2,500 coins. After Wang Tung cleared the battlefield, Qinyu announced, "My task this time is to locate a second-tier spiritual herb in the outskirts of Black Tiger Ridge. We will encounter numerous first-tier magical beasts along the way. But rest assured, with my presence, those beasts cannot harm you. Let us proceed." With that, Qinyu continued onward, and Lu Ren and his companions followed closely behind. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous first-tier magical beasts, including the swift gale wolf and the formidable diamond ape. Yet, before Qinyu, these creatures fell within 3 moves. The quartet scoured the periphery of Black Tiger Ridge for 3 days and nights, slaying nearly 20 magical beasts. On the fourth day, Qin Yu finally spotted a verdant spiritual herb beneath an ancient tree, exuding a faint fragrance akin to a delicate lantern. At last, I have found it. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this 100-aperture herb, she might successfully open her 8th aperture. However, upon plucking the herb, she felt a green toxin seep in her palm. How can the 100-aperture herb be toxic? Qin Yu's face paled. Senior sister, what has happened? Lu Reng inquired. I have been poisoned. It appears someone seeks to harm me. Qin Yu furrowed her brow, attempting to summon the spiritual energy from her 7 spiritual orifices to expel the toxin from her palm, only to discover that the poison was permeating at an alarming rate. Haha, of course, it was I who orchestrated this. At that moment, a laugh echoed from afar, and 4 figures emerged from the thicket. It was Ding Hai and his companions. Ding Hai approached Qin Yu, a wicked grin playing upon his lips. Qin Yu, I suspected you ventured to Black Tiger Ridge to collect the 100-orifice grass, so I merely sprinkled a little poison on it. But fret not, this toxin will not harm your body. It will only leave you utterly weakened. He. Chapter 0014. Lu Ren takes action. What? The expressions of Qin Yu, Lu Ren, and the others changed simultaneously. Wang Tung rushed to Ding Hai's side, seething with anger. Ding Hai, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you poison me? Slap! Before he could finish his words, a swift slap struck him down to the ground, causing one side of his face to swell and bleed, mixed with teeth. It was Ding Hai who had made his move. Looking at the fallen Wang Tung, Ding Hai spat on him disdainfully. If I remember correctly, you are one of the 2 waste disciples of the Qingyan sect, aren't you? Do you dare to boast in front of me? Do you believe I will kill you right now? Qin Yu drew a delicate silken sword from her waist and coldly warned. Ding Hai, I advise you to cease this nonsense and leave at once, or you shall not find me merciful. Qin Yu, you are gravely poisoned. How can you threaten me? Ding Hai grinned, stepping forward, his sinister smile scanning Qin Yu's figure lecherously. He sneered, instead, it is I who shall be unmerciful to you. What do you intend to do? Qin Yu's brows furrowed, sensing her strength rapidly ebbing away, panic rising within her. What do I intend to do? Naturally, I will consummate our union. When the time comes, my family will propose marriage to you, and your Qin family will have no choice but to concede. Ha. Having said that, Ding Hai disregarded Qin Yu's resistance, seizing her arm and attempting to drag her away. Qin Yu struggled desperately, but found herself utterly powerless, her eyes revealing fear and despair. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted forward, grasping Ding Hai's arm from behind and coldly stating, if anyone is to consummate this union, it should be me. When did it become your turn? What did you say? Ding Hai seemed not to have heard clearly, then snapped back to attention, his expression turning icy. Leave now, you are no match for him. Qin Yu urged anxiously. Ding Hai had opened 6 spiritual apertures and could unleash immense power, while Lu Ren, a supposed waste, had only opened 1. How could he possibly contend? If Ding Hai truly decided to strike, he could easily kill Lu Ren in 1 move. Want to escape? Too late. Ding Hai turning his palm to strike at Lu Ren. His palm glowed with spiritual energy, the force creating explosive sounds as it tore through the air. This was a mid-tier technique. The Great Palm, renowned for its ferocity, even a warrior with 5 apertures would suffer grievously from such a blow. As Ding Hai's palm thundered towards Lu Ren, he exhibited no signs of panic, choosing instead to meet the attack head-on. A waste dares to clash with me in strength? Seeing Lu Ren accept the challenge, Ding Hai's cold laughter echoed as he channeled his energy into his palm, intent on crushing Lu Ren in 1 strike. Lu Ren chuckled lightly, and at the moment their fists collided, he gathered his own energy from all 6 apertures and channeled it into his fist. Boom! In that instant of impact, Ding Hai staggered back as if struck by lightning, retreating several steps before coming to a halt. How is this possible? Ding Hai stared at Lu Ren in disbelief. Qin Yu and the others were equally astonished. Lu Ren, a supposed waste, had opened his first aperture through divine favor. Yet he exhibited strength that seemed to rival Ding Hai's, suggesting he too had opened 6 apertures. After repelling Ding Hai, Lu Ren advanced swiftly, charging towards him. Witness my storm palm. Ding Hai's expression turned fierce as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, his movements fluid as he attacked like a tempest, leaving Lu Ren no chance to react. Unfazed, Lu Ren formed a defensive posture reminiscent of a grinding wheel, absorbing Ding Hai's assault effortlessly. What? Ding Hai was astonished to see his attacks thwarted. However, before he could respond, Lu Ren pounced like a tiger, delivering a crushing blow to Ding Hai's chest. Ah! A chilling scream pierced the air as Ding Hai was sent crashing into a sturdy tree, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell to the ground. The sight left the other disciples of the Huangdao sect in shock. How could Ding Hai, who had opened 6 apertures, be so easily defeated? All of you attack together. Kill him! Ding Hai roared in anguish. The 3 disciples of the Huangdao sect, like Ding Hai, had also opened 6 apertures, although they were not as powerful. They could pose a threat when united. Kill! The trio bore fierce expressions as they lunged at Lu Ren from all angles. Heavenly Wolf Claw, Tongbei Fist, Iron Mountain Palm. Each unleashed mid-tier techniques they had mastered, their formidable assaults surrounding Lu Ren, leaving him no escape. Even a warrior with 7 apertures would find it difficult to evade their combined might. Faced with such pressure, Lu Ren remained composed, his hands forming a defensive position akin to a bagua, rendering him impervious to their strikes. Bang! 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 Lu Ren executed the bagua palm to perfection, transforming into a defensive formation that absorbed all incoming attacks. After several exchanges, Lu Ren shifted tactics, suddenly unleashing 3 powerful punches that struck the trio's chests. Puff! 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 All 3 expelled blood, hurtling backward as they clutched their chests in agony. The bagua palm? Ding Hai was aghast at seeing his companions felled. He recognized the technique as a low-tier defensive art, the bagua palm. How could the bagua palm withstand the mid-tier offensive techniques? And these were attacks from practitioners who had mastered their skills. Wasn't Qin Yu only capable of assembling waste disciples? How could this fellow be so formidable? Chapter 0015. Decisive action. Not only Ding Hai and his 3 companions, but also Qin Yu, Wang Teng, and Zhang Sheng wore expressions of astonishment. Particularly, Qin Yu observed that Lu Ren had mastered both the fierce tiger fist and the bagua palm to perfection. Achieving mastery over any martial art requires not merely talent, but also a considerable investment of time. How could Lu Ren, who had only been practicing for 2 months, accomplish this? Young man, this is a private matter between Qin Yu and me. I advise you not to meddle. You cannot afford to provoke the Ding family. Ding Hai glared coldly at Lu Ren. However, Lu Ren approached him and stomped down on his chest. Crack! With a sickening sound, Ding Hai's sternum shattered, blood spewed forth, and he was irrevocably dead. After eliminating Ding Hai, Lu Ren turned to the other 3. The disciples of the Royal Dao sect were trembling in terror, their faces pale as they witnessed the scene. Ding Hai is dead. He was killed by him. One disciple gasped in horror. He never imagined Lu Ren would dare to kill, let alone act with such ruthless decisiveness. Yet, as Lu Ren advanced with a murderous aura, they immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Before they could finish their pleas, Lu Ren delivered 3 powerful kicks, sending them sprawling to the ground, lifeless. Wang Teng and Zhang Sheng were taken aback by the sight. While it was common for sect disciples to kill one another, witnessing Lu Ren slay 4 disciples in such a bloody manner was overwhelming. Qin Yu, however, felt differently. She had also killed many from other sections. Even if Lu Ren had refrained, she would have personally dispatched the 4. Lu Ren rummaged through Ding Hai's belongings and soon found a vial, tossing it to Qin Yu. Sister, this should be an antidote. Thank you, Qin Yu replied, her voice weak but grateful. Lu Ren nodded and helped Wang Teng to his feet. Wang Teng, are you all right? I have quite the issue. Wang Teng complained, holding his swollen face. With your prowess, why didn't you act sooner? My handsome visage is irreparably damaged. Let's leave this place. After taking the antidote, Qin Yu began to regain her strength and walked in a determined direction. Lu Ren and Zhang Sheng supported Wang Teng closely behind her. Half an hour later, the 4 found a clearing to rest. Sitting beneath an ancient tree, Qin Yu exhaled deeply, astonished at Lu Ren's fighting prowess. He had single-handedly killed 4 disciples who had opened 6 spirit apertures, Such combat capability was indeed terrifying. Moreover, she could discern that Lu Ren had also opened 6 spirit apertures. Were she in his position, she might not have been able to achieve such ease. Lu Ren, today I owe you a debt, Qin Yu said earnestly. Had Lu Ren not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. If Ding Hai had truly sullied her, Wang Teng and Zhang Sheng would not have survived, as Ding Hai would undoubtedly resort to murder to conceal his actions. Lu Ren smiled faintly, refraining from comment. Having taken a life in this world, he understood its grim rules. Being merciful to foes was akin to being cruel to oneself. Not eliminating Ding Hai and his companions would lead to endless troubles. I hope you all can keep the matter of Ding Hai confidential. If the Ding family investigates, I will take full responsibility. It will have nothing to do with Lu Ren, Qin Yu continued. Wang Teng patted his chest, assuring her, sister, rest assured. Ding Hai got what he deserved. We know nothing. Me too, Zhang Sheng chimed in. Lu Ren remained silent, as one with a defective bloodline. It was unlikely the Ding family would suspect him. Besides, the Ding family would probably not trace this back to them. This was Black Tiger Ridge, where countless sect disciples perished each year. Qin Yu turned to Lu Ren and inquired, Lu Ren, I have a question. Lu Ren Xiaokid. You wish to ask how I mastered the fierce tiger fist and the bagua palm? Qin Yu nodded. In truth, I have practiced these 2 martial arts since childhood, but could never achieve perfection. It was only after receiving the blessing of an immortal that I reached mastery. Qin Yu listened to Lu Ren's explanation, skeptical of his claims. A defective bloodline, no matter how diligently practiced, could yield little. Yet, respecting his privacy, she chose not to press further. Once Qin Yu felt her strength fully restored, she declared, I have gathered the 100 aperture grass. We must not delay any longer. Let's return. Agreed, let us go. On their return journey, Lu Ren and the others encountered numerous first-tier beast encounters. This time, Lu Ren instructed Qin Yu not to intervene, asserting that he would handle it. Although Lu Ren had just slain 4 men, humans and beasts were fundamentally different. Throughout their journey, Lu Ren, utilizing his perfected fierce tiger fist and bagua palm, dispatched dozens of beasts, enhancing his combat capabilities significantly. One could say that his fighting power had at least doubled during this expedition. Boom! At that moment, Lu Ren found himself engaged in combat with a biphosphor giant snake. Wang Teng, Zhang Sheng, and Qin Yu observed from a distance. Wang Teng and Zhang Sheng stood together while Qin Yu positioned herself on the opposite side. Wang Teng noticed the glimmer of a smile in Qin Yu's eyes as she watched Lu Ren, exclaiming in astonishment, Zhang Sheng, did you see that? Sister Qin Yu is smiling. She looks at Lu Ren with a smile. Indeed, Sister Qin Yu's gaze towards Lu Ren has clearly changed. Could it be that she has developed feelings for him due to his rescue? Shoo, don't speak such nonsense. Be wary of being overheard by Sister Qin Yu. We could find ourselves in trouble. As Lu Ren vanquished the biphosphor giant snake, Wang Teng rushed over to begin clearing the battlefield. Yet just as he approached, a massive water arrow shot through the air towards Lu Ren. Lu Ren, watch out. Qin Yu's warning reached Lu Ren just as he noticed the arrow barreling towards him. He leaned back, executing several flips to evade the oncoming projectile. Whoosh! The water arrow missed its target, piercing through the air and obliterating a nearby ancient tree. Before the 4 could recover from their shock, a horrifying presence surged toward them. A giant snake, thicker than a water barrel, charged forth. This creature, over 10 feet long, was covered in vibrant green scales, each as large as a palm. Its head bore a dragon horn, and its venomous eyes glared fiercely at the 4, emitting furious roars. Wang Teng, trembling in fear, exclaimed, It's the biphosphor snake king. What? The biphosphor snake king? Zhang Sheng was utterly petrified. This was a first-tier beast king, and even a first-level spirit stream warrior would be forced to flee in its presence. They had never anticipated encountering the biphosphor snake king on the outskirts of Black Tiger Ridge. Lu Ren's expression turned grave upon sighting the beast. It was likely enraged by the death of its offspring. This creature, adorned with a dragon horn, was no longer merely a snake. It was on the verge of evolving into a dragon-like entity. Qin Yu's face lit up with excitement. It must have consumed rare treasures to undergo such a transformation. Lu Ren, let us join forces to slay it, and we shall divide the treasures equally. What say you? Rare treasures, you say? Lu Ren's interest piqued. Indeed, such materials were of immense value. If utilized, it can enhance one's abilities. Even if it proves unnecessary, it can still fetch a handsome price. Chapter 0016. The Great Battle Against the Phosphorus Serpent King. Both of you, step aside. As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, the enormous body of the Phosphorus Serpent King lunged forward. Its massive tail, akin to a steel whip, swept violently towards Qin Yu. Boom! The serpent's tail struck the ground where Qin Yu had just stood, causing it to crack open. Darting to the side, Qin Yu drew a pristine white soft sword from her waist and swung it fiercely at the Serpent King's head. Clang! The soft sword clashed against the Serpent King's skull, producing a resounding metallic echo. Roar! The Phosphorus Serpent King let out a deafening roar, opening its gaping maw to unleash a barrage of water arrows aimed at Qin Yu, who was desperately dodging. For a moment, Qin Yu found herself in a frenzy of evasion, unable to approach the formidable creature. Senior sister, allow me to distract it. Taking advantage of the Serpent King's focus on Qin Yu, Lu Ren unleashed the power of his 6 spirit orifices, leaping high into the air to land atop the Serpent King's head. Boom! Lu Ren swung his fist, exuding an aura of ferocity, and struck down upon the Serpent King's head with tremendous force. The completed fierce tiger fist unleashed a colossal power, causing the Serpent King's head to tilt to one side. Following this, Lu Ren unleashed a flurry of punches. Boom! 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 The true might of the fierce tiger fist erupted, sending the gargantuan Serpent King staggering with each blow. Roar! Infuriated by the relentless assault, the Phosphorus Serpent King shifted its focus, opening its mouth wide and conjuring dozens of water arrows to retaliate against Lu Ren. Lu Ren, be careful, Qin Yu shouted urgently. Swish! 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 Facing the onslaught of water arrows as thick as a man's arm, Lu Ren remained unfazed, darting like a cat, nimbly evading the barrage. Has he truly mastered the spirit cat step? Qin Yu was left in astonishment. Lu Ren had already perfected the fierce tiger fist and the 8 trigrams palm, and now he had also achieved mastery in the spirit cat step. It is well known that the spirit cat step is a technique of agility notoriously difficult to master, although it is classified as a low-grade human technique. Attaining mastery requires months of rigorous training, even for someone with a 6th-grade bloodline talent like her. Yet, Lu Ren had been in the sect for less than 2 months. Soon, Qin Yu regained her composure. With Lu Ren's strength capable of restraining the Phosphorus Serpent King, she could not afford to miss the opportunity to slay it. Pear Blossom Sword Technique. Qin Yu propelled herself into the air, her soft sword dancing in a flurry of strikes, enveloping the Serpent King's colossal form in a tempest of sword light, akin to a torrential downpour. Boom! 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 The ground beneath them shimmered with a sea of sword light as Qin Yu and Lu Ren united in their astonishing assault against the Phosphorus Serpent King. Although Lu Ren had only activated 6 spirit orifices and lacked a significant power advantage, he utilized his perfected 8 trigrams palm and the fully realized spirit cat step to effectively restrain the Serpent King. From a distance, Wang Teng and Zhang Sheng watched in awe at Lu Ren's agility and prowess in battle. Is Lu Ren truly of inferior bloodline? Was the stone tablet's reading erroneous? It must have been a miscalculation. Senior sister Qin Yu possesses a 6th-grade bloodline, and last year at this time, she was not nearly as formidable as Lu Ren. It seemed that the true waste was them. They had initially believed that Lu Ren's arrival would liberate them from their reputation as failures, only to discover that Lu Ren was not a waste, but a genius. At this moment, under Lu Ren's cover, Qin Yu's relentless sword strikes forced the Phosphorus Serpent King to retreat. The Serpent King's body was riddled with wounds, and streams of crimson blood flowed freely from its form. As for Lu Ren and Qin Yu, aside from some tattered clothing, they had sustained no serious injuries. For Lu Ren, this marked his first encounter with a ferocious beast, igniting a fervor within him as he gazed upon the Phosphorus Serpent King, filled with indomitable fighting spirit. Roar! The Phosphorus Serpent King, besieged by their attacks, let out a thunderous roar exuding an aura of malevolence as it charged towards Lu Run and Qin Yu. Boom! Boom! The clash of immense demonic energy reverberated through the air, ripping through the atmosphere with a thunderous sound, creating a deep pit in the earth. Lu Run and Qin Yu were sent reeling back several feet. Roar! The phosphorus serpent king unleashed another furious roar, and beneath its head, a glimmer of crimson light flickered. The serpent's scales, visible to the naked eye, began to undergo a transformation, resembling dragon scales. Its aura surged uncontrollably. This is bad. It is about to complete its metamorphosis. Qin Yu's expression changed dramatically. Senior sister, there is something beneath that flickering bloodlight. I will hold it off. We must end this swiftly, Lu Ren declared, understanding the grave danger posed by a first-tier beast completing its transformation into a second-tier beast on par with the spirit stream realm. They might not only fail to slay it, but could also lose their lives in the process. Lu Ren charged once more, his body launching forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the Phosphorus Serpent King. Roar! The now empowered Phosphorus Serpent King, its gaping maw gathering water arrows, unleashed them like lightning towards Lu Ren. The quantity and force of the water arrows were incomparably greater than before. Lu Ren executed the spirit cat step to its utmost, narrowly evading the barrage of arrows, though each strike that came close sent painful droplets splattering against him. If only I could master the spirit cat step completely, I could evade even those droplets. Lu Ren gritted his teeth, acutely aware of his own inadequacy. Strike! Seizing the moment, Qin Yu leaped forward, confronting the Phosphorus Serpent King head-on, delivering a sudden thrust of her sword deep into its abdomen. Ack! The Serpent King emitted a cry of agony. Qin Yu withdrew her soft sword, only to witness a surge of intense crimson light erupting from the wound. As a palm-sized blood jade, resembling a flame, soared forth and fell to the ground. That was the blood jade of the Tuo Shi. A look of astonishment filled Qin Yu's beautiful eyes. With the loss of the blood jade, the Serpent King's aura plummeted, and it lost all combat capability. Seeing this, Lu Ren charged forward, unleashing a frenzy of punches with the fierce tiger fist upon the Serpent King and Appo's head. Boom! 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 After a barrage of strikes, the Serpent King's skull shattered, its massive body crashing to the earth with a resounding thud. The tremendous sound left Wang Teng and Zhang Sheng, who were spectating from a distance, in utter shock. Lu Ren, our esteemed junior, has actually defeated the Phosphorus Serpent King. However, Qin Yu's gaze was fixed upon the blood jade lying on the ground. She hurried over to retrieve it, turning to Lu Ren and saying, Lu Ren, this is the blood jade of the Tuo Shi. Your opportunity has arrived. Blood jade of the Tuo Shi? What is that? Lu Ren asked, his curiosity piqued. Before Qin Yu could elaborate, Wang Teng and Zhang Sheng approached, their faces equally filled with astonishment upon seeing the blood jade. It is indeed the blood jade of the Tuo Shi. No wonder the Phosphorus Serpent King could undergo such a transformation. Who would have thought that the Black Tiger Ridge would harbor such a treasure? Lu Ren, your once deemed inferior bloodline has finally found its worth. Chapter 17. The blood jade of Tuo Shi. Listening to their conversation, Lu Ren had already surmised the extraordinary nature of the blood jade of Tuo Shi and eagerly inquired, what exactly is this blood jade of Tuo Shi? Qin Yu replied, the blood jade of Tuo Shi serves as the key to enter the Tuo Shi cave. Only martial artists with bloodlines of the 4th rank or lower, holding the blood jade, can gain access to the cave and have the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi. With a face full of excitement, Qin Yu continued, Junior brother Lu Ren, if you refrain from breaking through to the Lingxi realm within these 3 months, you might very well obtain the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi, thereby compensating for your bloodline talent. Lu Ren, upon hearing this, expressed his confusion. But who exactly is the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi? Why do you say can compensate for my bloodline talent? Qin Yu smiled gently and explained, it is said that the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi was detected to possess a 2nd-rank bloodline talent in his youth, rendering it seemingly impossible for him to become a martial artist. Yet, he ultimately ascended to become one of the pinnacle martial emperors of the continent. Although the reason for his fall remains unknown, the fact that someone with a second-rank bloodline could attain such heights suggests he harbored secrets. Thus, if you could uncover this secret, perhaps you too could ascend to the rank of martial emperor. As they spoke, Qin Yu shared a wealth of knowledge regarding the Tuo Shi cave with Lu Ren. Upon hearing it all, Lu Ren finally grasped the situation. The Tuo Shi cave had existed in the kingdom of Jiangyun for a millennium, with no fewer than 100 individuals obtaining the blood jade each year. However, only martial artists of the Qi opening realm with bloodlines of the 4th rank or lower could enter the cave. Yet, throughout 1,000 years, no martial artist had successfully passed the trials to gain the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi. Interestingly, those who had advanced the furthest were often martial artists with 3rd-rank bloodlines. This implied that the more inferior the bloodline, the greater the advantage. As Lu Ren was a waste-grade bloodline, even more so than the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi, he naturally held a significant advantage. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Lu Ren too was filled with excitement, declaring, "It seems that 3 months from now, I must venture into the Tuo Shi cave to give it a try. If the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi can indeed alter my bloodline talent, then with the help of the nameless treasure tower, I will undoubtedly rise swiftly." Qin Yu handed the blood jade of Tuo Shi to Lu Ren and then turned her gaze toward the corpse of the Bailin Jiao Wang, saying, "Wang Tong, please clear the battlefield. We must return swiftly." Soon, after Wang Tong finished cleaning the battlefield and slung a large leather bag over his shoulder, the four departed from the Black Tiger Ridge. This journey had been fraught with adventure yet devoid of peril, yielding substantial rewards. In addition to the 100 Qi herbs and 41st tier beast cores collected by Qin Yu, there were also scales cores and a dragon horn obtained from the Bailin Jiao Wang. Upon returning to Black Tiger Town, the four arrived at a miscellaneous shop named Ling Baoxian, which purchased all spoils obtained from Black Tiger Ridge. "Shopkeeper, I wish to sell beast materials," Wang Ting announced as he approached the counter, placing the bag brimming with beast materials atop it. The shopkeeper, an elderly man, immediately recognized their identities and remarked, as expected of disciples from Qingyun sect, "It appears you have had quite the harvest." Wang Tung emptied the contents of the bag, and, as the shopkeeper sorted through the materials, he was utterly astonished upon seeing the dragon horn, scales, and cores from the Bailin Jiao Wang. "Is this truly the Bailin Jiao Wang? This is a 2nd-tier beast. How could 4 of you possibly have slain it? It's merely the Bailin Jiao Wang. Nothing to make a fuss over. Convert everything into copper coins for us," Wang Tung replied. After counting, the shopkeeper stated the total for these materials amounts to 480,000 copper coins. "Are you certain you wish to sell?" Wang Ting nodded. "Here are the 480,000 copper coins." The shopkeeper quickly produced 48 banknotes. Taking the notes, Wang Tung rubbed his still slightly swollen face and chuckled. "In total, that is 480,000. We shall divide it equally, each receiving 120,000. This slap certainly wasn't tea in vain." Lu Ren gazed at the banknotes in Wang Tung's hand, secretly astonished. Their expedition to Black Tiger Ridge had spanned approximately 7 days, with each person earning 120,000 copper coins. Such a sum was unimaginable in the past. On their way back, Lu Ren turned to Qin Yu and remarked, "Senior sister, since the blood jade of Tuo Shi is something we obtained together, consider this my debt of gratitude." A hint of displeasure crossed Qin Yu's exquisite face as she responded, "Junior brother, do we truly need to keep track of such things between us? Moreover, you saved me." "All right," Lu Ren nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Half a day later, the four returned to the sect. Qin Yu addressed Lu Ren, "Junior brother Lu Ren, let us undertake missions together again when the opportunity arises." With that, she gracefully departed. Wang Tung and Zhang Sheng bid farewell to Lu Ren before leaving as well. Lu Ren did not return to his dormitory immediately. Instead, he took the 120,000 copper coins he had just received to the dining hall to purchase 2,400 jin of spiritual rice. Once back at his courtyard, Lu Ren first washed himself and changed into clean clothes before entering his dormitory, locking the door behind him and stepping into the treasure tower space. "This spiritual rice is sufficient for me to cultivate for 33 years. I refuse to believe I cannot refine the spirit cat steps to perfection, Lu Ren declared, brimming with confidence. This journey had profoundly enlightened him to the inadequacies of his movement techniques. Mastering martial arts involving movement was the most challenging endeavor, requiring vast amounts of time for perfection. Consequently, many martial artists only cultivated their techniques to a high level before ceasing their arduous training. Yet, Lu Ren had ample time at his disposal. This rigorous training would undoubtedly allow him to perfect the spirit cat steps and also unlock the seventh spiritual aperture. 13 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, within the spatial realm of heaven and earth, Lu Ren moved with a lightness akin to that of a spirit cat, leaping through the void with incredible speed, leaving behind flickering afterimages that were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Coming to a halt, he took a deep breath, a smile gracing his face. I have perfected the spirit cat steps, and the spiritual aperture in my brain has opened. Finally, all 7 apertures are now activated, and the spiritual rice will sustain my training for another 20 years. In total, he had been within the Qingyun sect for less than 2 months and had already activated 7 spiritual apertures. Such a pace of cultivation was challenging even for some martial artists with 6th-rank bloodline talents. However, he did not intend to rush into the Lingxi realm just yet. With the Tuo Shi cave opening in 3 months, only those in the Qi opening realm could enter. Furthermore, he wished to attempt unlocking the 8th spiritual aperture. Lacking the innate talent of others, he feared being challenged by those of greater rank if he did not compensate for it through diligent effort. I should ask my master. She should know how to unlock the 8th spiritual aperture, Lu Ren thought, emerging from the treasure tower in damp, Oppo's space. Just as he prepared to leave his courtyard, he noticed Yun Qingyao, clad in training attire, flying toward him and landing at the courtyard entrance. Yun Qingyao, delicate and seemingly fragile, regarded Lu Ren with a gaze filled with grievance. She approached him, resembling a wronged maiden, and complained, Lu Ren, are you dissatisfied with me as your master? Chapter 0018. The transmission of swordsmanship. Lu Ren, with a perplexed expression, asked, Master, what do you mean by that? Yun Qingyao, increasingly agitated, chastised him. I made an exception to accept you as my disciple because I saw your genuine desire to cultivate martial arts. But what have you done? What have I done? Lu Ren remained utterly bewildered. Upon noticing his attitude, Yun Qingyao and Oppo's eyes sparkled like cold stars, radiating a palpable chill. Oh, I understand now. Master is upset because I sold your fire spirit sword? Lu Ren suddenly the code. The matter of selling my fire spirit sword is trivial. Have you diligently practiced? You borrowed 3 inferior martial techniques from the martial arts pavilion, yet returned them after merely a month. She continued, do you know that Tuo Shi, the ancient emperor, endured 3 years of arduous training to master an inferior technique? You have been bestowed with the blessings of immortals and opened your spiritual apertures. You should cherish this rare opportunity. Do you realize how many aspiring cultivators abandon their dreams simply because they cannot open their spiritual apertures? Not only have you failed to exert yourself in your training, but you also joined Qin Yu's group. Truly, you have disappointed me greatly. Listening to Yun Qingyao's scolding, a warm feeling surged within Lu Ren, his eyes moistening with emotion. It dawned on him that his master had been silently caring for him all along. Arriving in the Xianhuang continent, Lu Ren felt touched for the first time. After a long moment, Lu Ren took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and said, Master, I have been diligently cultivating. I've already opened 7 spiritual apertures. Yun Qingyao naturally did not believe his words. With a long sigh, she remarked, Lu Ren, perhaps I should not have taken you as my disciple. You possess a defective bloodline. Entering the martial world is a challenge for you. Come with me. I have something to discuss. With that, Yun Qingyao walked into the living room and casually took a seat. Lu Ren followed, bowing and pleading, Master, please do not expel me from the sect. You are my only family in this world. Yun Qingyao's heart softened, and she asked, Only I am your family? What about your parents? I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage. Oh, I grew up in a nursery. Lu Ren replied honestly. Seeing that Lu Ren did not appear to be lying, Yun Qingyao felt a flicker of sympathy for her disciple and said, Lu Run, I do not intend to expel you. Rather, I wish to inform you of something. Lu Run breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, What is it? In 7 days, the Royal Dao sect will bring 3 newly initiated talented disciples to our Qingyun sect for a friendly exchange. Among them is a genius with a 6th grade bloodline who has reportedly opened 7 spiritual apertures. In this exchange, we are bound to lose. Lu Run was puzzled by his master's implication. Yun Qingyao continued, Thus, the sect wishes for me to cultivate you. You are of defective bloodline, but if you can exchange even a blow or 2 with them, it would bring some honor to our Qingyun sect. Master, rest assured, I will surely defeat that genius with a 6th grade bloodline. Lu Run declared confidently. Yun Qingyao shook her head and said, Lu Run, cease your fanciful talk. With only 7 days left, I will impart my self-created swordsmanship to you. Grasp as much as you can. Swordsmanship? Lu Run's eyes brightened. The fierce tiger fist and 8 trigrams palm he practiced were merely close combat techniques. Mastering swordsmanship would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. Moreover, considering it was his master's original technique, its power would surely be formidable. Noticing Lu Run's interest in her swordsmanship, Yun Qingyao smiled and said, Indeed, this swordsmanship is derived from my observations of celestial phenomena. I have named it the Celestial Phenomenon Sword Technique. Currently, there are only 3 forms. Mastering them would be comparable to a fully developed superior martial technique. With that, Yun Qingyao retrieved the fire spirit sword and stepped into the courtyard. Lu Run, pay close attention, she commanded, wielding the fire spirit sword with a series of breathtaking movements, her voice resonating with an entrancing authority. Though Yun Qingyao had a slender and delicate frame, each strike was executed with remarkable precision and sharpness, as if capable of piercing through anything. First form of the Celestial Phenomenon Sword Technique, trace movement. With a powerful shout, she accelerated her movements, her actions becoming increasingly agile and unrestrained, as the sword light swept through the air like a serpent, scattering the fallen leaves around the courtyard. The enigmatic swordplay left no trace to follow. Beautiful. Lu Run was completely mesmerized. Yun Qingyao performed the first form several times, then proceeded to demonstrate the second form, unraveling, and the third form, thunder movement, repeatedly, concerned that Lu Run might not grasp it. After completing the demonstrations, she returned the sword to Lu Run and said, From today onward, I will be by your side for the next 7 days, living and training together. You shall not shirk from your responsibilities. She believed that with her close guidance, even if Lu Run's talent was lacking, he should be able to grasp the first form. If he could master the first form, he might even be able to open 2 spiritual apertures. With 3 apertures, he should be able to exchange a few blows with the disciple from the Royal Dao sect. Live together, Lu Run's imagination began to wander. Yun Qingyao's face flushed slightly, and she retorted, What are you thinking? I will sleep on the bed, and you will sleep on the floor. I sleep on the floor? Lu Run was taken aback. It was his room. How could the host be relegated to the floor? What if he caught a cold due to his weak cultivation? Enough. Begin your training now. Yun Qingyao moved aside to supervise Lu Run. However, as Lu Run grasped the fire spirit sword, he found himself at a loss. He had nearly forgotten the sword movements she had just demonstrated, let alone practicing them. Yun Qingyao crossed her arms and observed Lu Run standing still. Lu Run, why are you just standing there? Start your training. Lu Run forced a smile and replied, Master, I have almost forgotten the sword movements you just demonstrated. What? Yun Qingyao was astonished. Master, I have nearly forgotten them. Please demonstrate once more for me. Lu Run pleaded. Yun Qingyao took the fire spirit sword again and performed the first form of the Celestial Phenomenon Sword Technique, trace movement, slowly this time, executing it over 20 times. Lu Run watched intently, but his talent was indeed lacking. Though he could see the movements, he struggled to replicate them. Seeing Lu Run standing there in a daze, Yun Qingyao asked, Still can't do it? Lu Run shook his head, his expression bitter. Master, my talent is too poor. It seems I have underestimated the challenges posed by a defective bloodline. However, do not be discouraged, Lu Run. With diligent practice, you will surely succeed. Yun Qingyao moved behind Lu Run, grasping his wrists, saying, Lu Run, Remember the movements well." With that, she guided his arm, making him wield the fire spirit sword. Lu Ren felt the coolness of her hands, which warmed his heart as he focused intently, committing each movement of the celestial phenomenon's sword technique to memory. Thus, with Lu Ren in front and Yun Qingyao behind, the two moved in unison, as if they were one, sharing an intimacy akin to that of partners. Wielding the fire spirit sword. Just then, Xiao Huahua returned, witnessing this scene in disbelief, almost convinced her eyes were deceiving her. Hadn't the saintess been terribly disappointed in Lu Ren? Yet here she was, intimately imparting swordsmanship to him. Why did I come back? To witness this trio of betrayals from you both? Xiao Huahua turned away, intending to seek an elder to request a transfer to another courtyard, eager to distance herself from Lu Ren. Chapter 0019. 2 decades of hard training thus. Yun Xingyao began to impart her teachings to Lu Ren. At night, she would sleep in Lu Ren's bed, while he had to make do with a mat on the floor. At the crack of dawn, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, Yun Xingyao would rouse Lu Ren to practice. During mealtime, the two would head together to the dining hall in the entrance area, attracting the attention of their fellow disciples. "Why is the holy maiden always with Lu Ren?" they murmured. "I heard she is teaching him sword techniques, aiming to showcase them during the upcoming sparring session for new disciples. But Lu Ren has a waste bloodline. Even if he opens a spiritual aperture, how could he possibly master sword techniques?" Many new disciples found this hard to believe. "Lu Ren, did you hear that? They doubt your ability to cultivate," Yun Xingyao said seriously. "You must work hard." "Master, I will do my utmost." Lu Ren nodded earnestly. Lu Ren was determined not to be negligent. The celestial sword technique, after all, was a high-quality human tier sword technique. If he were to rely solely on his own cultivation, given his innate talent, it might take him an eternity to even grasp the basics. However, with Yun Xingyao's guidance, the threshold for cultivation would be significantly lowered. After 3 days of close instruction, Lu Ren finally learned to awkwardly execute the 3 forms of the celestial sword technique, though his movements were quite clumsy. Seeing this, Yun Xingyao felt a pang of guilt. She had anticipated that a waste bloodline would be ineffective, but she hadn't expected it to be this dismal. For someone with such abysmal talent, to persist in practicing martial arts for a month was already commendable. Had she been in his position, she might have given up long ago. Perhaps I should not pressure him to cultivate, with such poor talent. Even a figure like the ancient Emperor Toa, she would struggle to teach him. Yun Xingyao mused silently. Consequently, she decided to have Lu Ren abandon the celestial sword technique in favor of simpler foundational sword techniques: chop, stab, and thrust. She was confident that, with her 7th grade bloodline, even if Lu Ren's talent was poor, he would still be able to grasp the sword techniques she created. Yet, she underestimated the limitations of Lu Ren's waste bloodline. For now, he could only rely on a last-minute effort to practice the basic sword techniques. With the upcoming sparring session between the 2 major sects, their Qinyun sect had little hope of victory, relying solely on Lu Ren, the waste bloodline disciple, to regain a modicum of dignity. The prospect of a waste bloodline mastering the foundational sword techniques was still remarkable. After 4 days, under Yun Xingyao's watchful eyes, Lu Ren finally mastered the basic sword techniques, executing chops, stabs, and thrusts with considerable force. Lu Ren, the fire spirit sword is entrusted to you. Regardless of how your future cultivation unfolds, you will always be my disciple. Rest well today and tomorrow. Do your best to showcase your foundational sword skills. Yun Xingyao gently patted Lu Ren's shoulder before departing. As Lu Ren watched his master's retreating figure, a smile crept upon his lips. "Master, tomorrow, I shall make you proud." Since Yun Xingyao did not believe he had opened 7 spiritual apertures, he would wait for the sparring session to astonish everyone. Returning to his dormitory, Lu Ren dove into the nameless treasure tower. The spiritual rice within could sustain him for 20 years of cultivation. "My master cares for me so much, no matter what. I must defeat that disciple with a 6th grade bloodline tomorrow." Lu Ren's eyes glinted with determination as he clenched his fists. However, his opponent possessed a 6th grade bloodline, while he was burdened with a waste bloodline. Even if he perfected the 3 inferior human tier martial arts, he might still not stand a chance against his rival. He had witnessed the prowess of Qin Yu, a genius with a 6th-grade bloodline, and realized he was far from matching him. In 20 years, he must master the celestial sword technique. Grasping the fire spirit sword, Lu Ren resumed his practice of the foundational sword techniques, chop, stab, and thrust. For a whole year, he diligently practiced these basic techniques. Now, when Lu Ren wielded his sword, he exuded a powerful aura, each strike capable of unleashing astonishing force. With a swift motion, Lu Ren swung his sword at a massive boulder, slicing it in half as though it were mere tofu. Having refined the 4 basic sword techniques to perfection, he was ready to begin practicing the first form of the celestial sword technique, trace movement. Images of Yun Qinyao's instruction flooded Lu Ren's mind as he began to wield his long sword. Initially, his movements remained awkward and clumsy, but compared to before, his swordplay flowed much more smoothly, free from obstruction, akin to water finding its course. Thus, Lu Ren dedicated himself to arduous training. 7 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. The speed of his swordplay increased, and his movements became fluid. Suddenly, he swung his sword, and the blade danced like a serpent, piercing through a massive boulder and creating a hole. Standing still with his sword in hand, Lu Ren's face lit up with surprise. After 7 years, he had actually mastered the first form of the celestial sword technique. It was noteworthy that this technique rivaled high-quality human-tier martial arts, which, given his talent, he should not have been able to achieve. He had even prepared to spend 10 years on this endeavor. Perhaps it was due to his master's close tutelage. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ren continued to cultivate the second form, unbroken. With each swing of the sword, he transitioned from initial awkwardness to gradual mastery. 12 years passed. Lu Ren's sword light flowed like clouds in the sky, swiftly contracting and coalescing into a point, piercing through a boulder. The stone shattered explosively, scattering fragments everywhere. He had actually mastered the second form. Joy spread across Lu Ren's face. After 20 years of arduous training, he had successfully learned 2 forms of the celestial sword technique, far exceeding his expectations. Exiting the treasure tower, Lu Ren headed to the dining hall for dinner. Tomorrow, the Royal Dao sect would bring 3 new disciples to our Qinyan sect for a sparring exchange. It was said they had recruited a 6th-grade bloodline genius who had opened 7 spiritual apertures in just a month. Among our new disciples, only Yang Rong and Zhao Yi had strong talent, and they had only opened 6 spiritual apertures. This time, our Qinyan sect was bound to lose again. Many disciples' faces fell as they engaged in idle chatter. The development of a sect relies on geniuses to drive it forward. Over the past few years, no disciple from Qinyan sect had achieved first place in major competitions, resulting in families sending their members to the other 3 sections. In recent years, Qinyan sect had only recruited 1 6th-grade bloodline disciple, Qin Yu, while the other 3 major sects managed to recruit 1 or 2 6th-grade bloodline disciples almost every year. Lu Ren listened intently. After finishing his meal, just as he prepared to rise, a hand pressed him back down. Looking up, he saw a youth of around 17, his features sharp and severe, accompanied by a boy and a girl. Before Lu Ren could speak, the youth interrupted, saying, "I am Zhao Yi. You should remember me." Lu Ren nodded. "I know you, a genius with a 5th-grade bloodline. What do you want from me?" Zhao Yi scrutinized Lu Ren for a long moment before responding. "I merely wish to advise you to keep your distance from the Holy Maiden. If possible, sever your master-disciple relationship with her." Chapter 20. The exchange conference. Lu Ren was momentarily taken aback by the words he had just heard, then inquired with confusion, "Why should I sever my ties with my master?" Zhao Yi shook his head and replied with a smile, "Are you genuinely oblivious, or merely pretending? The saintess is the holy maiden of the Jiangyun kingdom, and the number of prodigies vying for her attention is countless. If you were a genius, perhaps it would be acceptable, but as someone with a discarded bloodline, clinging to the saintess offers you no advantages whatsoever. Do you wish to pursue my master as well?" Zhao Yi was momentarily speechless, responding, "Of course not. I am well aware of my own limitations." Although he held himself in high regard, he recognized the vast chasm between himself and Yun Qinyao, in terms of both status and strength. They belonged to entirely different realms. Among the younger generation of the Jianyun Kingdom, only 3 individuals were truly qualified to pursue Yun Qingyao. You do not pursue my master, and yet my affairs with her are not for you to meddle in. Furthermore, what am I discarded bloodline? I was the first to enter the sect and the first to open my spiritual orifices. Lu Ren scoffed. Zhao Yi opened his mouth. Realizing he was at a loss for words, this was not how he had envisioned the conversation going. He had thought Lu Ren would know when to retreat. Yet Lu Ren countered with his achievements in a way that caught him off guard. Were these accomplishments truly worthy of boasting? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yi replied with a stiff tone, Lu Ren, if it were not for the saintess taking you as her disciple, your discarded bloodline would have never granted you the qualification to enter the Qingyun sect, let alone stand beside me. Lu Ren involuntarily snil. Zhao Yi was simply stirring up trouble. They were not related, and what he chose to do was none of Zhao Yi's concern. Do you know why my grandmother lived to the age of 103? Lu Ren suddenly asked. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Because she never meddled in others' affairs. Lu Ren replied coldly. You. Zhao Yi struggled to contain his anger, were it not for his envy of Lu Ren's status. He would have already taught Lu Ren a lesson within the sect. Lu Ren chuckled. You should worry less about my matters with my master. Tomorrow is the disciple exchange competition. You should prepare well to compete for our sect's glory. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Ren turned and exited the dining hall. Zhao Yi's face flushed red with rage, his body trembling. In his view, Lu Ren was merely relying on Yun Qingyao's protection to act so brazenly. Without her taking him as a disciple, Lu Ren's discarded bloodline would have long vanished into obscurity, never to rise again. Senior brother Zhao, Lu Ren truly does not know what is good for him. You kindly reminded him, yet he does not appreciate it. A girl behind him exclaimed angrily. Zhao Yi snorted coldly. He is simply a dog relying on its master. Senior brother Zhao, this time at the exchange conference, it will be up to you to compete with that 6th grade bloodline genius, said another youth, expressing admiration for Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi declared with pride. I have not yet opened my spiritual orifices, yet I have traveled the world with my father. I have been to the silent ridge of Jianyun Kingdom and the Black Dragon Sea, witnessing my father slay the phosphorescent flood dragon. During the most perilous moments, we went 3 days and nights without food or water, all to ambush the blood-fawn wolf. What can that 6th grade bloodline genius compare to me? Although there's a disparity in our bloodlines, and I have yet to open an additional spiritual orifice, he is merely a sheltered flower, unable to demonstrate any real strength compared to someone who has taken lives and personally severed the horns of the phosphorescent flood dragon. Listening to Zhao Yi's words, both young men gazed at him in awe. Zhao Yi was indeed someone who had undergone true trials of life and death. It was not impossible for him to defeat the genius of the Imperial Dao sect. As the morning sun broke through the clouds and illuminated the entirety of the Qingyun sect, the disciples erupted in excitement. Although they had lost in previous years' exchanges, their curiosity was insatiable, eager to witness the prowess of the 6th grade bloodline genius from the Imperial Dao sect. At this moment, a massive platform had been erected in front of the martial hall, bustling with activity as throngs of people gathered around. Almost all the inner and outer disciples had come to this place to observe the capabilities of the newly initiated disciples. When Lu Ren, bearing the fire spirit sword, arrived at the plaza, it was already filled to the brim with people. Occasionally, the sound of rushing air echoed as figures descended from the sky like locusts. The lively atmosphere soared to great heights. It was astonishing how an exchange between newly initiated disciples could attract such a crowd. Lu Ren felt a surge of astonishment. This was a scene he had never witnessed before. Lu Ren, come here. Suddenly, the voice of Yun Qingyao rang out. Following the sound, Lu Ren gazed up to see Yun Qingyao seated high in the guest area, surrounded by a dozen elders. Among them stood 2 disciples, 1 male and 1 female, both of whom were the most gifted among the new initiates, Zhao Yi and Yang Rong. As Zhao Yi spotted Lu Ren approaching the steps, he sneered, So, the 3 wastes of the initiation has arrived. Yun Qingyao's voice turned stern. Zhao Yi, do not insult my disciple. Master, I'm not the one saying this. He joined the team of senior sister Chinyu alongside the other two wastes, and that is how the senior brothers referred to him as the three wastes. Zaha Yilafit. Master, if I am a waste, then so be it. I am indeed a discarded bloodline. Lu Ren remained unfazed. However, Yun Xinyao cast a cold glance at Zhao Yi and said, Zhao Yi, apologize to my disciple at once, or do not blame me for making you uncomfortable in public. Zhao Yi's expression darkened, and reluctantly, he addressed Lu Ren. Junior brother Lu Ren, I was in the wrong earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Huh, it is of no consequence. Lu Ren felt satisfaction at Zhao Yi's discomfort. With a master to protect him, it felt delightful. Lu Ren, go greet the elders. Yin Qingyao instructed. Yes. Lu Ren approached the elders, clasping his hands, and saying, Disciple Lu Ren pays his respects to the esteemed elders. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, and, upon noticing Lu Ren bearing the fire spirit sword, his murky eyes brightened. Lu Wielding, have you perhaps already mastered Elder Yun's celestial sword technique? Lu Ren nodded. Yes, Master has diligently taught me, and I have already mastered 2 forms. Ha ha, splendid. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Mastering 2 forms was already commendable. Yun Xinyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had not expected her disciple to exaggerate so much, when in truth, he had merely mastered the foundational sword techniques. However, at this point, it was no longer significant, as her disciple ascended the stage to challenge. That alone was a success. Before long, the crowd suddenly stirred as an elder from the Qingyun sect led an elderly man and 3 young individuals. The elder had golden hair and beard, flowing wildly like a lion. The 3 youths, around 17 years of age, were striking. The male was handsome, yet slender, carrying a long sword that exuded a sharp aura. To his left stood an intrepid young woman clad in black training attire, while to his right was a beautiful maiden in a green dress, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness. Elder Xia, it has been a year since we last met. I trust you have been well. The Grand Elder rose to greet him with a smile. Ha ha ha. Elder Xia laughed heartily. Elder Meng, I have heard that your Qingyun sect has taken in a disciple with a discarded bloodline. Do you truly believe he can rival my sect disciples in combat? Do you genuinely think you can cultivate him into something remarkable? Chapter 21. You are not worthy for me to draw my sword. Even an illustrious figure like the Emperor of Desolation would fade into obscurity if they inherited a lineage of mediocrity. I, Xie Kuang, am genuinely impressed that your Qingyun sect dares to accept disciples of such inferior bloodlines. As he spoke, he raised his thumb in admiration. The Grand Elder internally cursed, feeling insulted upon their arrival. Yet being the host, he could not afford to lose face and continued to greet them with a smile. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, there are no worthless bloodlines, only worthless individuals. I am eager to see just how capable this lad truly is. Xie Kuang chuckled, then gestured to the 3 individuals beside him, saying, Elder Meng, these 3 are the new disciples of my imperial sect this year. Chu Feiyong, Nalan Exine, and Li Jing. The 3 stepped forward in unison, bowing slightly, and in unison proclaimed, Disciples pay their respects to the Grand Elder of Qingyun sect. The Grand Elder scrutinized the trio, noting that their auras were formidable, particularly Li Jing, who despite being the weakest, emanated an energy that rivaled the strongest, Zhao Yi. Not only the Grand Elder, but the other elders as well wore grim expressions. Indeed, the Imperial sect has produced remarkable talents in recent years. The Grand Elder courteously remarked, then pointed to the trio of Lu Ren, saying, Elder Xie, these 3 disciples are Zhao Yi, Yang Rong, and Lu Ren, who will also be engaging in a spar with your 3 disciples. Xie Kuang merely glanced at them, a hint of disdain crossing his face before declaring, without further ado, let the sparring commence. Immediately, one elder leaped onto the arena, announcing loudly, the sparring exchange has officially begun. As per the usual rules, it will be one-on-one combat. If one side achieves 3 consecutive victories, they will be declared the winner. If not, the victors will engage in a second round of duels, and ultimately the last victor will be crowned the champion. Now, I invite both sides to send forth a disciple to the arena. Li Jing, you go first. Li Jing. donned in a green dress, leaped gracefully onto the stage, her gaze landing on Lu Run and his companions. She spoke coolly. I am Li Jing, a disciple of the Imperial sect, possessing a 5th-grade bloodline and 6 open spirit apertures. Who among you dares to face me? Lu Run, you step up. Yin Qingyao instructed. Li Jing appeared to be the weakest among them. Thus, Lu Ren might have a fair chance against her. All right. Lu Ren nodded and leaped forward, landing away from Li Jing. The crowd looked on with strange expressions. What was the sect planning? Were they truly allowing Lu Ren to spar? After all, Li Jing possessed a 5th-grade bloodline and 6 open spirit apertures. It seemed evident that the sect merely wished for Lu Ren to showcase his swordsmanship. Victory or defeat was of no consequence. Whispers spread through the gathered disciples. What do you mean victory or defeat is unimportant? Your perspective is limited. A voice rang out from the crowd. They turned to see Wang Tung, one of the so-called waste disciples. Wang Tung, what do you mean by that? Many of the senior disciples expressed their confusion. Wang Tung replied with a grin. Do you believe that Lu Ren can defeat Li Jing? What? Defeat Li Jing? Are you joking? He is even more worthless than you, having only opened 1 spirit aperture and failing in martial cultivation. How could he possibly defeat Li Jing? A disciple exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face, and those beside him nodded in agreement. With only 1 spirit aperture, Lu Ren could muster a strength of merely 1,000 pounds, while Li Jing, with 6, could unleash a formidable 6,000 pounds. The principle of overwhelming force prevails. Given such an absolute disparity in power, Lu Ren stood no chance, regardless of how skilled his martial techniques might be. Are you fools? This sparring exchange concerns the reputation of the sect. How could they send a disciple with only 1 open spirit aperture to fight? Wang Tung shook his head. I maintain that you all have narrow views. The sect allows Lu Ren to display his swordsmanship, but they are merely pretending. Wang Tung, are you truly so confident that Lu Ren can best Li Jing? One disciple inquired. Wang Tung crossed his arms and declared emphatically, why not wager on it? I will put down 100,000 copper coins, and you can each bet 100,000 as well. If Lu Ren wins, you take the 100,000. If Li Jing wins, you owe me 100,000. Brother Wang Tung is indeed a generous soul. I'll wager 50,000. Why are you betting so much? Don't you want us to have a share too? Each person can only bet a maximum of 10,000. Meanwhile, Qin Yu's gaze rested on Lu Ren. Her expression filled with anticipation. Only they knew how formidable Lu Ren truly was. A warrior with 6 open spirit apertures was certainly no match for him. At that moment, upon the arena, Lu Ren cupped his hands in greeting to Li Jing. I am Lu Ren, a disciple of Qin Yun's sect, possessing a lineage of mediocrity. Please enlighten me. Upon hearing these words, Li Jing's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that Lu Ren would be the first to take the stage. This was a disgrace for her. After all, she was among the elite of the new disciples in the Imperial sect, ranked within the top 3 in strength. Yet Qin Yun's sect chose to send a disciple of inferior bloodline to spar with her. Lu Ren, do you think I am the weakest among the 3? Which is why I am facing you. She continued, I've heard your master has taught you swordsmanship. Let me tell you, you want to even have a chance to draw your sword. Li Jing would not allow Lu Ren any opportunity to draw his sword, especially not as a disciple of inferior lineage with only 1 open spirit aperture who dared to challenge her. Lu Ren replied calmly, It was my master who instructed me to participate. As a disciple, I must naturally heed his words. Then let me show you the consequences of sparring with me. Li Jing's eyes blazed with fury, her petite form darting forward like a leopard, reaching Lu Ren's back in mere moments. Mountain pushing palm. With a strike as formidable as a mountain, she unleashed a terrifying force that compressed the air itself, slamming toward Lu Ren's back. Oh no! Yin Qingyao's expression shifted at the sight. Li Jing had executed the intermediate human-grade leopard steps and the superior human-grade mountain pushing palm, both perfected to a high degree. Not to mention Lu Ren. Even any warrior with 6 open spirit apertures would find it difficult to withstand such an onslaught. Li Jing cried, delivering a fierce palm strike. However, when her palm collided with Lu Ren's back, it unexpectedly passed through, transforming into a fleeting shadow that dissipated. What? Li Jing's expression changed dramatically as she beheld Lu Run, who was now agilely leaping around the arena like a spirit cat, and in the next moment, he stood before her. Fierce tiger fist. Lu Ren appeared before Li Jing, his punch striking like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey, aimed squarely at her face. Li Jing had no time to defend. She crossed her arms in front of her, bracing for the impact. With a resounding thud, Li Jing felt an overwhelming force surge through her body, sending her hurtling backward, a mouthful of blood escaping her lips as she crashed heavily to the ground outside the arena. Fixing his gaze upon her as he declared, "You are not worthy for me to draw my sword." Chapter 22. A shockwave across the arena in that moment. Silence enveloped the arena, lasting for several breaths before erupting into a cacophony of excitement. The disciple from their sect, deemed a worthless bloodline, had astonishingly defeated the prodigious disciple of the Royal Path sect, one of the 5th grade bloodlines. Moreover, he had showcased 2 perfected martial techniques. Ha! Lu Ren has triumphed. Hand over the money. Wang Tung's laughter rang out amidst the crowd. Wang Tung, do you know something we don't? A reluctant disciple handed a banknote to Wang Tung. Taking the note, Wang Tung replied with a grin, "I teamed up with him for a mission, so I'm well aware of Lu Ren's capabilities. He and senior sister Qin, you managed to slay the Bai Lin Jiao Wang together." The surrounding novice disciples were left in awe at Wang Tung and Appo's words. In the VIP section, Yun Qingyao's mind was a blank slate. She never anticipated Lu Ren's formidable prowess. Wasn't he her disciple a worthless bloodline? Wasn't he a mere failure in martial arts? The only open spiritual aperture was bestowed upon him by a celestial being. Had she not personally taught him the sword technique, she would never have believed he could amount to anything. Yet the Lu Ren standing on the stage was entirely different from the one she had known. This brat has been deceiving me all along. Just wait until I settle the score. Yun Qingyao muttered to herself, fuming. The Grand Elder and Appo's face lit up with uncontainable joy as he turned to Yun Qingyao, saying, "Elder Yun, you have truly outsmarted us old-timers. You have cultivated Lu Ren to such an impressive level. The completed spirit cat steps and tiger fist. How did you manage this? In just 2 months, he has mastered 2 inferior martial techniques. Do you possess some special training method?" Many elders inquired, their envy palpable. To them, Lu Ren's remarkable transformation was undoubtedly linked to Yun Qingyao. Regaining her composure, Yun Qingyao, with a stiff resolve, declared, "I certainly have my own training methods. Even a worthless bloodline can be cultivated." Xie Kuang's face darkened. The new disciple of their sect, Li Jing, ranked 3rd in strength, had been bested by a disciple of a worthless bloodline. If this news spread, what face would the Royal Path sect have left? Zhao Yi's expression was equally grim, having expected Lu Ren to be humiliated at this gathering. Little did he know Lu Ren had become so powerful, mastering 2 inferior martial techniques to perfection. Was this something a worthless bloodline could achieve? An elder promptly ascended the stage, announcing with a smile, in the first match, Lu Ren from the Qing Yun sect emerges victorious. Now, let us proceed to the second match. As Lu Ren descended from the platform and approached Yun Qingyao, the Grand Elder unabashedly praised, "Lu Ren, splendid work. You have brought glory to our Qing Yun sect. Once this exchange event concludes, there will be ample rewards." Lu Ren's performance had far exceeded expectations. Even if he were to lose the next 2 battles, it mattered not. "It is all thanks to my master's guidance. Any rewards should go to her," he humbly replied. Hearing Lu Ren's words, Yun Qingyao felt a mix of emotions, never having imagined that her disciple would bring her such honor. The second match featured Nalan Xian from the Royal Path sect against Yang Rong from the Qing Yun sect. As both stepped onto the platform, the officiating elder proclaimed, "Let the match commence." Whoosh! Almost simultaneously with the elder's departure, Nalan Xian's eyes glimmered. She seemed to almost press herself to the ground, lunging toward Yang Rong. However, her movements were not linear, but rather serpentine, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. The superior grade martial technique, serpent steps, had evidently reached consummation. Many disciples instantly recognized the technique Nalan Xian was employing. It was said that mastering the serpent steps required a solid foundation from a young age, rendering one's body as flexible as a snake. Truly, she was the pinnacle of new disciples from the Royal Path sect. It remained to be seen whether Yang Rong could withstand her onslaught. Lu Run, observing the serpent steps, felt a surge of apprehension. His spirit cat steps excelled in speed, while the serpent steps were elusive and unpredictable. If Yang Rong had not cultivated a countermeasure against the serpent steps, she would likely face defeat swiftly. As expected, Yang Rong struggled to cope with Naylan Exine's serpent steps. Though she had also trained in body techniques, her mastery was only at the minor completion stage. Naylan Exine attacked relentlessly, offering Yang Rong no opportunity to counter. Darting to the opposite side after each strike, Yang Rong was entirely on the defensive. After several exchanges, Yang Rong finally faltered, receiving a crushing blow to her chest from Naylan Exine, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. In an instant, she was sent sprawling to the ground, her face contorted in pain. How brutal! Lu Run winced as he distinctly heard the sound of ribs breaking. Naylan Exine could have easily restrained her strength, but chose to strike with such ferocity. A warrior must possess this ruthlessness. Mercy toward an enemy is cruelty toward oneself. Those who are soft-hearted cannot achieve greatness. Xia Kuang stated coldly. Soon, an elder rushed to assist Yang Rong. Amidst the clamor of the disciples, the third match finally commenced. This match was the most crucial of the exchange, pitting the two strongest against each other. The victor would almost assuredly claim victory in this gathering. Chu Feiyang stepped onto the platform, gazing at Zhao Yi, calmly stating, "You are no match for me. Concede." Zhao Yi smirked, retorting, "Though you possess one more spiritual aperture than I, it does not render you invincible. Today, I shall challenge you, overcoming 7 apertures with my 6. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi felt a flicker of unease at Chu Feiyang's composed demeanor, though the feeling quickly dissipated. The gap between 6 and 7 apertures was not insurmountable, as martial techniques and practical skills could bridge the divide. Today, Zhao Yi aimed to make a name for himself by defeating the Royal Path sect's 5th-grade bloodline genius. I, Zhao Yi of the Qingyan sect, possess a 5th-grade bloodline. I welcome your teachings, Zhao Yi declared. Chu Feiyang replied nonchalantly, I, Chu Feiyang of the Royal Path sect, possess a 6th-grade bloodline and am a disciple of the Ghost Sword. I welcome your teachings. What? He is a disciple of the Ghost Sword? Just like the Holy Maiden, he is a successor of the Ghost Sword King? Many inner disciples gasped in astonishment. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Lu Ren instinctively glanced at Yuan Qingyao. Noticing her expression had turned somewhat unnatural, Zhao Yi's resolve wavered, exclaiming, "You are a disciple of the Ghost Sword? Are you afraid?" Then with a swift step, he closed the 30-zhang gap in an instant, unleashing a flurry of punches that tore through the air, exuding scorching heat akin to 2 glowing iron blocks. Was that the superior grade martial technique, Fiery Fist? And had it been perfected? Faced with the overwhelming barrage of punches, Zhao Yi's expression shifted. He transformed his hands into claws, desperately clawing back, engaging in a fierce clash. Bang! 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 The sound of violent collisions reverberated, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. Yet Zhao Yi was forced to retreat, nearing the edge of the platform, perilously close to falling off. Iron Wolf Ghost Steps. Zhao Yi executed a subtle maneuver, his form akin to a wolf, regaining balance before lunging at Chu Feiyang like a ravenous predator. Chu Feiyang stood his ground, immovable. In the face of Zhao Yi's relentless assault, he parried each strike with fierce precision. After a series of exchanges, Zhao Yi was sent staggering back several steps. Regaining his footing, Zhao Yi sneered, "The Ghost Sword disciple is nothing extraordinary." Although he had one less spiritual aperture opened than Chu Feiyang, he could sense that Chu Feiyang's strength was not significantly superior to his own. In this battle, victory was assured. Chapter 23. The Divine Bloodline, the inheritor of the Ghost Sword, renowned throughout the kingdom of Zhongyun, is none other than Zhao Yi. The Holy Maiden was once the inheritor of the Ghost Sword herself. Those who ascend to this title are typically prodigies, blessed with exceptional talents and extraordinary comprehension. If Zhao Yi can vanquish the Ghost Sword inheritor today, his name will surely resound throughout the land. Chu Feiyong chuckled softly, shaking his head as he regarded Zhao Yi. You underestimate the ghost sword inheritor far too much. You have opened 7 spiritual orifices. If you truly possess the strength, you would have defeated me long ago. Zhao Yi scoffed. I've only exerted 30% of my power. Chu Feiyong shook his head in disbelief. What did you just say? Zhao Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Whoosh. Suddenly, Chu Feiyong's aura surged, doubling his speed as he dashed toward Zhao Yi, unleashing a flurry of perfected burning fire fists. Bang! 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 A barrage of searing fists rained down upon Zhao Yi. His face paled as he hastily employed a top-tier defensive martial art, the wolf-tooth fist. However, after withstanding a few strikes, he could bear it no longer and was sent sprawling back, collapsing at the edge of the onlooking crowd, unconscious. The disciples present were utterly astonished, especially those aware of Zhao Yi's capabilities and experiences, who were left in sheer disbelief. It was not that Zhao Yi was weak. Rather, Chu Feiyong was overwhelmingly strong. As the inheritor of the ghost sword, his talent and comprehension were undoubtedly formidable. It seemed that the new generation of disciples would face a grim future. They often undertook missions together, and should they encounter Chu Feiyong, their only option would be to flee. Chu Feiyong was destined to become a genius among the younger generation. In the third match, Chu Feiyong of the Huandao sect emerged victorious. The presiding elder was taken aback by Chu Feiyong's prowess, astonished to discover that he had concealed his strength at the onset, especially as the inheritor of the ghost sword, yet had not even unleashed his most powerful sword techniques. Meanwhile, the elders of Qingyun's sect were equally astonished, realizing that Chu Feiyong's displayed strength surpassed that of last year's Qinyu. Truly, the inheritor of the ghost sword. The Huandao sect inheritor of the ghost sword is poised to ascend to the ranks of top-tier sects, the Grand Elder proclaimed, forcing a smile as he clapped his hands. Xie Kuang replied, if the disciples of Qingyun's sect, blessed with a subpar bloodline, can indeed be nurtured to become the second Ta Shi ancient emperor, then they would not merely become a top-tier sect, but potentially rise to the pinnacle of sects within the Xianhuang continent. Now that the sparring sessions had concluded, Elder Xie suggested, let us have you stay in Qingyun sect for a few more days, so I may extend my hospitality. The Grand Elder agreed heartily indeed. However, Nalen Exine suddenly interjected, esteemed elders, the sparring has not concluded yet, has it? There remains a second round of exchanges. Lu Run is clearly no match for either of you. Continuing the sparring serves no purpose. The exchanges are meant to showcase strength, and all 6 of you have demonstrated yours. The Grand Elder retorted, taken aback by Nalen Exine's insistence on a second round. Although Lu Run was not weak, Nalen Exine's serpent steps were too formidable. Lu Run was simply no match for her, let alone for Chu Feiyong. Yet, Xie Kuang chimed in with a grin, Elder Meng. The sparring must yield a victor. Do you not trust your disciple? Why not allow him the chance to try? As the Grand Elder pondered, Lu Ren stepped forward, smiling. If you wish to continue, then let us proceed. Seeing Lu Ren's agreement, the Grand Elder nodded. Very well. You may rest for a brief moment to recover your strength. With that, he settled down, sipping tea. Lu Ren approached Yun Qinyao to take a moment's respite. Lu Ren, do you have confidence in defeating Nalen Xian? Yun Qinyao inquired tentatively, having found her disciple somewhat inscrutable since he revealed his strength. Lu Ren nodded. In truth, having opened 7 spiritual orifices, defeating her is not a challenge. I did not even exert my full strength in my previous match against Li Jing in this sparring exchange. His intent was to conquer all 3 members of the Huandao sect, naturally reserving some hidden capabilities. What did you say? Yun Qingyao pointed at Lu Run, her tone reproachful. Once this exchange concludes, you had better explain everything to me, or I shall make you regret it. The brief respite soon passed. Without needing the presiding elder's signal, Lu Ren and Nalen Xian ascended the stage from opposite sides, standing 10 meters apart in a standoff. Wielding. I never expected that a disciple of a subpar bloodline could cultivate the fierce tiger fist and the spirit cat step to perfection. You injured Li Jing, and I shall hold you accountable for that. Nalen Xian declared coldly. Lu Ren retorted, you harmed senior sister Yang Rong, If anyone should be seeking vengeance, it is I. I only fear you may lack the capability. With a sharp exhale, Nailin Xin lunged forward, her palm striking towards Lu Ren with incredible velocity. In the wake of her strike, a formidable wind surged forth. Fierce Tiger Fist. Lu Ren did not evade. Instead, he countered with a punch, choosing to meet her head-on. Boom! Their fists clashed, and both retreated 3 steps. Of course, Lu Ren had not unleashed his full power. He sought to gauge Nailin Xion's serpent steps. Had he unleashed his complete strength, he could have dispatched Nailin Xion with that single punch. Regaining her footing, Nailin Xion executed her serpent steps once more, darting like a snake around Lu Ren, relentlessly targeting his vital points. Her form was not only supple, her arms were equally flexible, her palms descending like a serpent's head, striking at Lu Ren with ferocity. Serpent Spirit 18 bites. Puff, 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 puff. Her fierce palm techniques resembled a snake's bites in the air, producing a hissing sound. Utterly fierce. Remarkably, she had cultivated the snake spirit 18 bites to 12 strikes, making her nearly invincible in close combat when paired with her serpent steps. With Lu Ren relying on the fierce tiger fist and spirit cat step, defeat appeared imminent. A flicker of concern crossed the faces of many elders. Lu Wei. Witnessing this, Yin Xingyao felt a similar worry. She feared not Lu Ren's defeat, but rather his injury. Even with 7 opened spiritual orifices, he held no significant advantage against such an opponent. Bagua Palm. Lu Ren wielded his hands, forming a circular motion akin to a grinding mill, absorbing and countering every strike that came like a snake's bite. His palms moved like the bagua, unwavering against the onslaught. This indicated that he had also perfected the bagua palm. The Grand Elder inhaled sharply. This meant Lu Ren had brought 3 low-tier martial arts to perfection within 2 months, an unfathomable feat in truth he had not practiced for 2 months. He had merely trained for 1 month to achieve mastery in these 3 martial arts. Elder Chiu from the martial arts pavilion was profoundly shocked. It dawned on him. Recalling Lu Ren's earlier claims, he had dismissed them then, but now it seemed Lu Ren had indeed mastered them, likely perfecting all 3. Achieving mastery of 3 low-tier martial arts in just 1 month. The measuring stone must have been erroneous. Lu Ren was far from a subpar bloodline. He was likely blessed with a divine bloodline. A divine bloodline. Qingyun sect shall rise to prominence. The elders of Qingyun sect in the VIP area erupted with ecstatic shouts. Chapter 24. The duel of sword techniques. At this moment, Nailin Xion's expression darkened. Her relentless assaults had been entirely thwarted by Lu Ren, inflicting not a scratch upon him. Great Serpent Slash. Nailin Xion furrowed her brow as the power of her 6 spiritual apertures erupted. Clenching her fists, her body resembled the head of a serpent, lunging towards Lu Ren with a lethal strike. At this juncture, Lu Ren felt acutely that his martial prowess was insufficient. Despite having perfected his techniques, their potency fell short of the superior human-grade techniques of higher mastery. My martial arts are still at a disadvantage, Lu Ren thought to himself, shaking his head inwardly. He then unleashed the full force of his 7 spiritual apertures, delivering a fierce blow with his perfected fierce tiger fist. Boom! Their fists collided with tremendous force, generating a deafening sound that shook the very arena. Swish! Both figures staggered back. Nailin Xion retreated several steps, while Lu Ren merely stepped back twice. Before Nailin Xion could regain her footing, Lu Ren lunged forward like a nimble cat, striking her with a punch that sent her soaring off the platform. Haha, splendid! The Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he applauded vigorously. Xie Kuang chuckled awkwardly, offering courteous words. Elder Meng, your Qingyun sect has indeed discovered a gem. However, to claim he possesses divine bloodline seems somewhat presumptuous, does it not? To cultivate 3 inferior human-grade techniques to perfection within a month is a feat even a genius with a 7th-grade bloodline cannot achieve. Is he not a divine bloodline? The Grand Elder chuckled. Oomph. Xie Kuang scoffed, retorting, then let my sect's 6th-grade bloodline contend with your divine bloodline, and see who prevails. Chu Feiyong had observed that Lu Ren had also opened 7 spiritual apertures. The punch that had defeated Nalan Xin was evidently imbued with remarkable strength. After his victory over Nalan Xin, Lu Ren directed his gaze towards Chu Feiyong, declaring, "Chu Feiyong, do you dare to fight?" This statement sent ripples of shock through the crowd. No one expected Lu Ren to challenge Chu Feiyong, the heir of the Ghost Sword. To become such an heir was no simple feat, transcending mere 6th-grade talent. Chu Feiyong was equally taken aback by Lu Ren's audacity to challenge him publicly. Responding with a smile, "Very well, rest for a moment." "Good." Lu Ren nodded and took a moment to recuperate on the platform. As a brief tea time passed, Chu Feiyong stepped forward to the center of the arena, standing 10 meters away from Lu Ren. Chu Feiyong scrutinized Lu Ren, remarking, "Your Qingyan sect is indeed cunning. Managing to open 7 spiritual apertures within 2 months and perfect 3 inferior human-grade techniques. Your bloodline must be at least 6th grade. I am merely a waste bloodline." Lu Ren replied, "Since you bear a long sword, draw it forth and let us see whose sword technique is superior." With that, Chu Feiyong unsheathed his long sword, a dazzling radiance emanating as the blade glimmered fiercely, enveloping Lu Ren. In response, Lu Ren drew his fire spirit sword from behind, executing basic sword techniques with a flurry of strikes, meeting Chu Feiyong's assault head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 swords collided violently, producing brilliant sparks that obscured their figures, illuminating the surroundings with bursts of fiery light. Their sword techniques clashed without the deployment of any advanced skills, merely the fundamentals, yet executed with such speed that a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. The onlooking disciples were secretly astonished. They had not anticipated such mastery of basic sword techniques at this level. How could they exhibit such skill, not befitting mere aperture realm practitioners? Even those in the spirit stream realm would struggle to showcase such swordsmanship. In the VIP section, the elders collectively gasped in astonishment. It was utterly inconceivable that both could wield basic sword techniques to such an extraordinary degree. Basic sword techniques are nothing more than slashes and thrusts. Only through rigorous practice could one achieve such mastery. Who would emerge victorious in this clash? The crowd's discussions had no bearing on the 2 combatants, who continued to engage with increasing ferocity. First form of the Ghost Sword technique, Iron Cut. Chu Feiyong was taken aback by Lu Ren's impressive swordplay, which successfully countered his relentless barrage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a spectacular strike. Lu Ren furrowed his brow as he vigorously twirled his fire spirit sword, concentrating its energy into a single point and retaliating. Second form of the Celestial Sword technique, Unscattered. Boom! The edge of the fire spirit sword clashed violently with the blade of Chu Feiyong's black iron sword. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out, forcing Chu Feiyong to stagger back several steps. First form of the Celestial Sword technique, Motion Trace. Lu Ren surged forward, his long sword darting like a serpent, aiming directly for Chu Feiyong's chest, piercing with uncanny precision. Second form of the Ghost Sword technique, Shadow Blade. Seizing a fleeting moment, Chu Feiyong wielded his black sword, unleashing a flurry of shadowy strikes in rapid succession. Is he truly capable of executing the Shadow Blade of the Ghost Sword technique? Yin Qingyao watched with furrowed brows, her expression grave. Though astounded by Lu Ren's mastery of the first 2 forms of the Celestial Sword technique, the situation was dire for him. In just a few exchanges, Lu Ren's enigmatic strike was thwarted, followed by a barrage of shadow strikes. Submit to defeat. Chu Feiyong's eyes burned with intensity as he thrust his long sword with increasing speed, shadows enveloping Lu Ren's head. Clang! 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 Lu Ren continued to parry, but he soon realized that Chu Feiyong and Oppo's strength was surpassing his own limits, causing his fire spirit's sword to be knocked away. Lu Ren found himself retreating several steps. "You have lost." Chu Feiyong leaped into the air, a multitude of sword shadows converging upon Lu Ren. This is the 3rd form of the Ghost Sword technique, Merging Sword. Chu Feiyong, as the heir of the Ghost Sword, was truly formidable, having mastered the Merging Sword at such a young age. It seemed that Lu Ren was on the verge of defeat. The crowd gasped in awe, and in an instant, A dark sword beam flickered as Chu Feiyong's black sword lunged toward Lu Ren. At this moment, Lu Ren was utterly defenseless, with no means of evasion other than to brace himself for the impact. Seeing no other option, Lu Ren gritted his teeth and drew forth the Tuo Shi Bloodjade, gripping it tightly and striking it against the incoming long sword. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Chu Feiyong's long sword was sent flying, causing him to stagger back, spitting a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of shock. In that moment of collision, he felt a strange force invade his body, leaving him in considerable discomfort and suffering significant internal injuries. That was the Tuo Shi Bloodjade. Chu Feiyong fixed his gaze on the Bloodjade in Lu Ren's hand, his expression one of astonishment. Chapter 25. Re-examining the bloodline. At this moment, in the VIP seats, numerous elders were intently gazing at the Bloodjade resting in Lu Ren's palm, recognizing it as the Tuo Shi Bloodjade. For many individuals with inferior bloodline talents, this Tuo Shi Bloodjade represented a beacon of hope for ascendancy. Acquiring the legacy of the ancient Tuo Shi Emperor could potentially transform one's bloodline aptitude, particularly among the prominent families of the Jianyun Kingdom. Substantial wealth was often expended to procure a single Tuo Shi Bloodjade for their descendants in the hopes of enhancing their bloodline talents. It could be said that each piece of Tuo Shi Bloodjade was exceedingly precious, with a price that could not be determined. To their astonishment, Lu Ren possessed such a treasure. You dare to use the Tuo Shi Bloodjade to counter me in your pursuit of victory? Chu Feiyong felt that Lu Ren had lost his senses. The Tuo Shi Bloodjade was invaluable, and if shattered, access to the Tuo Shi cave would be irrevocably denied. My aim is to win and bring glory to my master. What significance does the Tuo Shi Bloodjade hold? Lu Ren retorted coldly, pursuing him relentlessly as he unleashed the complete tiger fist, his fists raining down upon Chu Feiyong with ferocity. With a series of impacts, Chu Feiyong struggled to defend himself, yet the injuries he sustained intensified alarmingly. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the onslaught and fell from the platform, spitting out blood repeatedly. A moment of silence enveloped the square before it erupted into jubilant cheers. Lu Ren has triumphed. We, the Qingyun sect, have emerged victorious in this exchange. Laughter and excitement filled the air, as many disciples were overjoyed. Who could have anticipated that Lu Ren, thought to be the weakest, would vanquish the inheritor of the ghost sword? However, Chu Feiyong rose, his face contorted with indignation. I refuse to accept this. The battle was unfair. As the illustrious inheritor of the ghost sword, losing to one deemed a waste of bloodline left him with no face to remain in the Huangdao sect. Loss is loss. What is there to deem unfair? Lu Ren scoffed. I was harmed by the power of the Tuo Shi Bloodjade. You were never my match. Zhu Faidang Vito An Vili. Is there a rule against using the Tuo Shi Bloodjade during sparring? Winning is the ultimate truth. Lu Ren replied with a smile. You. Chu Feiyong was about to erupt further when Elder Xie Kuang intervened, leaving him to glare at Lu Ren with resentment. The presiding elder, having regained his composure from shock, announced with a smile, I hereby declare that the Qingyun sect is the victor of this exchange. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, with all disciples brimming with excitement. After 3 long years, their sect had finally achieved a victory in the new disciple exchange, and they had defeated none other than the ghost sword's heir. Elder Xie Kuang's expression was grim as he turned to the Grand Elder. Elder Ming, your sect's Lu Ren has cultivated 3 inferior martial techniques to perfection in just 2 months, even developing 2 sword techniques. Such talent. I cannot believe he possesses a waste bloodline. A waste bloodline could never accomplish this, even if Yun Xinyao had her ways. She could not cultivate a waste bloodline to such proficiency. If he were truly this powerful, the geniuses with 5th or 6th grade bloodlines might as well give up on cultivation altogether. Thus, he refused to accept that Lu Ren was indeed a waste bloodline, preferring to believe he might possess a divine grade bloodline. In his view, Lu Ren was likely of 7th or 8th grade bloodline, but certainly not divine grade. Naturally, Lu Ren could not be a waste bloodline. The initial test must have been erroneous. He was highly likely to possess a divine grade bloodline. The Grand Elder nodded, speaking with conviction. Then let us conduct another test. Elder Xie Kuang responded, quickly, fetch the true dragon compass. Yes. The two elders behind him promptly departed. At this moment, Lu Ren returned to Yun Qingyao's side, unable to suppress his curiosity. Master, what is the true dragon compass? The true dragon compass is the treasured artifact of our Qingyun sect. Beyond its formidable power against foes, it can accurately assess a martial artist's bloodline, Yun Qingyao explained. How precise is it? Lu Ren inquired further. Only he knew the extent of his own deficiencies. The more accurate the testing artifact, the more it would reveal his shortcomings. Previously, he had been assessed as having a first-grade bloodline during a small sect's evaluation, only to be categorized as a waste bloodline upon arriving at Qingyun sect. He feared that the true dragon compass would expose an even graver deficiency. The true dragon compass is sealed with 110 dragon souls. A first-grade bloodline would summon between 10 and 19 dragon souls, while a second-grade bloodline would summon between 20 and 29, and so forth. If one possessed a divine-grade bloodline, it would summon between 100 and 110 dragon souls. The greater the number of dragon souls, the stronger the bloodline. Yun Qingyao elucidated. Before long, the two elders returned, accompanied by another elder who appeared to be of considerable seniority. Even Grand Elder Meng Qian stood to bow respectfully to him. The elder's eyelids drooped. With a wave of his arm, a ring on his finger shimmered with light. Subsequently, a golden compass, 3 feet in diameter, floated in mid-air. The surface of the golden compass was intricately carved with over 100 majestic true dragons. Upon seeing the golden compass, the disciples erupted in waves of excitement. This is the true dragon compass, the treasure of our Qingyun sect. With the true dragon compass in place, no sect within the Eastern Xian domain dares to attack us. Pride adorned the faces of many disciples. Listening to the fervent discussions around him, Lu Ren asked, Master, is the true dragon compass truly that powerful? He was well aware that within the Eastern Xian domain, there were 72 nations, with countless sects, some boasting over 1,000. Yet, Qingyun sect was merely a second-rate sect, and among the second-rate sects, it was relatively weak. The Huangdao sect, Flame sect, and Iron Sword sect were among the stronger second-rate sects in the Jianyan kingdom. The criterion for determining whether a sect is first-rate is the presence of a celestial phenomenon realm expert within its ranks. Among the 4 major sects of the Jianyan kingdom, there were many experts in the Divine Sea realm, yet none in the celestial phenomenon realm. If a first-rate sect were to attack a second-rate sect, it would likely be unable to withstand the assault. The true dragon compass, once activated, can slay celestial phenomenon realm experts. Yun Qingyao stated nonchalantly. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Ren was taken aback. Was the true dragon compass not akin to a nuclear weapon? If Qingyun sect could cultivate a celestial phenomenon realm expert to refine the true dragon compass, they could ascend to the ranks of a first-rate sect. Lu Ren, if you truly possess a divine-grade bloodline, you will undoubtedly ascend to the celestial phenomenon realm. Go, let us conduct the test once more. Yun Qingyao encouraged. All right. Lu Ren nodded and approached the true dragon compass. The elder glanced at Lu Ren and instructed, place your palm on the true dragon compass and relax your entire being. Yes, elder. Lu Ren placed his palm upon the true dragon compass. At once, everyone held their breath. Particularly the Grand Elder and others, their hearts raced. If Lu Ren were indeed a divine-grade bloodline, Qingyun sect's ascension to first-rate status would be imminent. Conversely, Elder Xie Kuang from the Huangdao sect felt a tumult of conflicting emotions, hoping Lu Ren was a divine-grade bloodline, yet wishing he was not. Ideally, he would be of 7th or 8th grade bloodline, which they could still accept. Buzz! At that moment, the true dragon compass emitted a resounding hum. All eyes were fixed intently on the true dragon compass. Chapter 26. The Enlightened One. At this moment, the entire square was eerily silent, as if the heartbeat of every individual could be distinctly heard. All eyes were fixated upon the true dragon compass. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 9 breaths, 10 breaths. However, after 10 breaths had passed, the true dragon compass displayed no sign of response. What could be the matter? Even if I am inept, I should still be able to summon a dragon soul, right? Lu Ren wore a gloomy expression. It was not just him. Everyone present was filled with profound astonishment. The elderly man, with drooping eyelids, also looked perplexed. Even a defective bloodline should be able to summon a dragon's soul. Could it be that the true dragon compass was malfunctioning? The old man murmured to himself, and then said to Lu Run, "Step aside. Let me give it a try." "Yes." Lu Ren moved to the side. The old man pressed his withered palm against the true dragon compass. Suddenly, a resounding hum erupted from the compass, which then radiated a golden light. Subsequently, spectral golden dragons soared from the compass, spiraling through the air, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. 59 dragon souls, a 5th-grade bloodline. Why could Lu Ren not summon even a single dragon soul? The crowd gasped in shock. Even the Grand Elder and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. Once the dragon souls vanished, the old man stored away the true dragon compass, and in a hoarse voice stated, "Meng Qian, this boy possesses not merely a defective bloodline, but a bloodline that is even more deficient. Essentially, a bloodless bloodline." No bloodline? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. How can that be possible? Is there truly someone without a bloodline? If he lacks a bloodline, how could he, within a month, cultivate 3 inferior martial arts to perfection and even Master Elder Yun's self-created sword technique? If it were not for the true Dragon Compass's assessment, they would still be unwilling to believe that Lu Run had no bloodline. The old man pondered for a moment and speculated. The true Dragon Compass does not err. Lu Run indeed has a defective bloodline. The only explanation for his rapid mastery of so many martial techniques is that he is an enlightened one. An enlightened one? The elders were taken aback. So he is an enlightened one. Elder Xia let out a long sigh of relief and then smiled. Esteemed members of Qingyun's sect, I shall not linger here any longer. We take our leave. Why does Elder Xia not stay a few more days and allow us to extend our hospitality? The Grand Elder inquired courteously. Elder Xia had no intention of staying, for although Lu Run had been confirmed as having a defective bloodline, they had still lost the contest, which was a blow to their pride. We'll discuss it another time. I bid you farewell. Elder Xia clasped his hands and departed with Chu Feiyong, Nalan Xian, and Li Jing, leaving the Qingyun sect. After watching Elder Xia and the others depart, the Grand Elder announced loudly, "Now that the exchange competition has concluded, all disciples should return to their respective duties. Lu Run, Elder Yun, and esteemed elders, please follow me to the martial hall." Within the martial hall, more than a dozen elders gathered. Lu Ren stood at the center, while the other elders were seated along the sides. The Grand Elder looked at Lu Run and smiled, saying, "Lu Run, you have consecutively defeated 3 talented disciples from the Imperial Path sect, bringing glory to our Qingyun sect. On behalf of the sect, I hereby grant you the status of an outer disciple. Quick, thank the Grand Elder." Yun Qingyao prompted as she noticed Lu Run standing in a daze. Lu Ren hurriedly replied, "Grand Elder, all of this is due to my master's efforts. If you wish to reward anyone, it should be my master. Without my master, I would never have been able to defeat Chu Feiyong." The Grand Elder remarked, "You need not be overly modest. The sect will also reward Elder Yun." "Thank you, Elder." Lu Run bowed in gratitude. "Lu Ren, do you know the purpose of the 2 she blood jade in your possession?" The Grand Elder then inquired. Lu Ren nodded eagerly, saying, "Of course I know." The Grand Elder's expression grew serious as he stated, "You are an enlightened one, and you must seize this opportunity to enter the 2 she cave to enhance your bloodline. Otherwise, even with your status as an enlightened one, your defective bloodline will only hinder you." Lu Ren looked puzzled and asked, "Grand Elder, what exactly is an enlightened one?" Yun Qingyo explained, "Lu Ren, an enlightened one is an individual of exceptional comprehension, capable of mastering any martial technique in a remarkably short time due to their astounding perception." What is the difference between that and bloodline talent? Lu Ren continued to inquire. A warrior's aptitude is assessed through 2 aspects, bloodline talent and comprehension. Bloodline talent determines your lower limits, while comprehension defines your upper limits. Yun Xinyao elaborated, "Your high comprehension allows you to swiftly cultivate inferior martial techniques, but you're constrained by your bloodline talent, preventing you from mastering advanced martial arts." Lu Ren nodded, realization dawning upon him. No wonder the Grand Elder of the Imperial Path sect sighed in relief upon learning that I am an enlightened one. Yun Qingyao added. If you truly possessed a divine bloodline, even with average comprehension, it would merely be a matter of time before you cultivated to the celestial realm. However, with your defective bloodline, even as an enlightened one, it will be challenging to achieve any significant accomplishments. Even breaking through to the Yunshi realm will be problematic. I will certainly venture to the Tuo Shi cave, Lu Ren declared earnestly. Only he knew that he was not genuinely an enlightened one. He had merely cultivated for over 100 years, using an unnamed treasure to attain his current strength. Yet he understood that if his bloodline did not improve, no amount of hard work would lead to success. He had to explore the Tuo Shi cave, no matter what. Very well, during this time, prepare diligently. Come to the martial hall tomorrow, and Elder Zhu Tai will grant you an outer disciple token and attire. You may leave now, the Grand Elder concluded, gesturing for Lu Ren to withdraw. Yes, Lu Ren nodded and discreetly departed. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, Elder Xie led Chu Feiyong and the others away. Along the way, Chu Feiyong grew increasingly furious, shouting, "Damn it! If it weren't for that Tuo Shi ancient jade, I would never have lost." Elder Xie waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Chu Feiyong, do not blame yourself. He is an enlightened one, capable of mastering any inferior martial technique in a short span. Fortunately, he has a defective bloodline. Even if he were a third-grade bloodline warrior, his accomplishments would still be formidable." Chu Feiyong, with a sullen expression, remained unwilling to accept his defeat. As the heir of the Ghost Sword, if his master learned that he had lost to the disciple of a traitor from his own sect, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. "Audasi Sudenli Zimak, Chu Feidang. I have heard that your master has taken in a prodigy. Although he possesses a third-grade bloodline, his comprehension is extraordinary." Chu Feidang note that, saying, "My master took him in for the inheritance of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor. He has already surpassed his limits and opened 9 spiritual orifices. Once he enters the Tuo Shi cave, he will undoubtedly wreak havoc, unmatched by anyone. That Lu Ren possesses the Tuo Shi blood jade and will assuredly attempt to enter the Tuo Shi cave. We must not allow him to acquire the inheritance of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor." A glint of malice appeared on Elder Xie's face as he declared, "We must ensure that your junior disciple takes action to eliminate Lu Ren, so as to eliminate future threats. Rest assured, Elder, if Lu Ren dares to enter the Tuo Shi cave, he will only meet his demise." Chu Feidang Kunli Ziplit. Chapter 0027. The wager with the master. At this very moment, within the martial hall, a group of elders sat in silence, exchanging no words. However, Yun Qingyao's expression grew unusually frigid as she addressed the Grand Elder. Now that the news of Lu Ren being a person of divine enlightenment will surely spread across the major sects, how could you allow my disciple to venture into the ancient cave of Tuo Shi, setting aside the slim chance of Lu Ren obtaining the legacy of the ancient emperor? Do you truly believe that the disciples from various sects, along with the old-timers, would permit him to emerge alive? This was her first display of anger, her dissatisfaction evident regarding the sect's decision. The Grand Elder, taken aback by Yun Qingyao's ire, chuckled nervously and replied, "Elder Yun, Lu Ren is a person of divine enlightenment. If he can indeed elevate his bloodline's quality, his potential could become extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, Lu Ren himself wishes to give a try." "Give a try?" Yun Qingyao abruptly rose from her seat, striding to the entrance of the martial hall. Turning to face the assembly of elders, she coldly stated, "To you, Lu Ren is merely an outer disciple. His life or death bears no weight on your minds. You are only concerned with whether your sect can cultivate a genius. Yet, he is my disciple. Whether he is a genius or a waste, my only desire is for him to live well." With that, she left behind a group of elders with ashen faces. Within the entrance area of the Qingyun sect, as Lu Ren returned to his cultivation residence, Yun Qingyao followed closely behind. Upon seeing her, Lu Ren hurried to greet her, feeling a sense of calm. Previously, he had pondered how to explain his strength to Yun Qingyao should it be revealed. Now, with the elders believing him to be a person of divine enlightenment, no further explanations were necessary. Yun Qingyao led Lu Ren into the living room, her demeanor grave as she asked, "Lu Ren, As your master, will you heed my words? Indeed, Lu Ren nodded earnestly. You must not go to the Tuashi cave. Yun Qingyao urged. Why can't I go? Lu Ren inquired, puzzled. Yun Qingyao explained. You are a person of divine enlightenment. Not only the three major sects, but also others will not allow you to obtain the legacy of the ancient emperor. They will certainly ambush you within the cave. But master, only those at the Qi awakening stage can enter the Tuashi cave. With my strength, as long as I fully cultivate the celestial sword technique you taught me, no one should be my opponent, Lu Ren asserted. Yun Qingyao shook her head, saying, Lu Ren, you underestimate them far too greatly. They have made ample preparations to enter the Tuashi cave, and many have opened their 8th and 9th spiritual orifices. They even practice low-grade yellow-tier martial arts, and there are hidden masters who, for the sake of the ancient emperor's treasures, have trained successors to enter the Tuashi cave. How can you contend with them? Lu Ren understood that his master was worried for his safety, which was why she opposed his venture. Yet, he felt compelled to take the risk. Master, I must go to the Tuashi cave. I possess a waste bloodline. If I do not enhance my cultivation, I am doomed to mediocrity for life, Lu Ren declared resolutely. Seeing his determination, Yun Qingyao relented. Very well, you have 2.5 months. If you can successfully cultivate the thunder and storm techniques, I will permit you to go. To cultivate these 2 techniques is an agreement? That seems rather simple, Lu Ren exclaimed with delight. Simple? Yun Qingyao shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. The thunder and storm techniques were not something a waste bloodline could master. Even a person of divine enlightenment would struggle. A waste bloodline could only cultivate low-grade human-tier martial arts. Master, do you stand by your word? If I can cultivate the thunder and storm techniques, you will allow me to go to the Tuashi cave? Lu Ren asked. Of course. Yun Qingyao replied with a proud smile. Do you really believe I will fail? Lu Ren xielindit. You will surely fail, Yun Qingyao affirmed confidently. Then let us add a wager. If you lose, you will not interfere with my actions thereafter. What say you? Lu Ren proposed with a grin. Absolutely not. Yun Qingyao promptly rejected, recognizing that this reckless disciple needed some guidance to avoid causing her significant trouble. She did not wish to clean up after him. So, you are afraid of losing? Lu Ren seized. Who is afraid? A wager is a wager. Can a waste bloodline truly turn the tide? Yun Qingyao retorted with a haughty expression before turning to leave. Left standing in place, Lu Ren mused, with my unnamed treasure tower. As long as I have sufficient spiritual rice, I can master the thunder and storm techniques. I must find a way to earn some money. Just as he prepared to leave, a throng of new disciples approached, clearly there to congratulate him. Many female disciples expressed their admiration, hoping to form a partnership with him. After several hours of polite exchanges, he finally managed to send them all away, reflecting inwardly, this is strength. With power, the world will treat you gently. Without it, hostility abounds. Ha, junior brother Lu Ren, congratulations. Wang Tung laughed heartily as he entered the courtyard, thrusting 5 banknotes into Lu Ren's hands. Wang Tung, what is this for? Lu Ren asked, bewildered, wondering if he was receiving a congratulatory gift for his promotion to outer disciple. Junior brother Lu Ren, your recent sparring has earned me a fortune of 100,000 copper coins. I will share 50,000 with you. Wang Tung beamed. Lu Ren discreetly accepted the banknotes, then inquired, Brother Wang Tung, could you lend me a bit more? 50,000 copper coins were insufficient. Purchasing spiritual rice would only allow for approximately 13.5 years of cultivation, not enough to master the remaining techniques of the celestial sword. If you're truly in urgent need, I have plenty of spare change. Take this. Wang Tung promptly handed over another 150,000 in banknotes. Lu Ren, touched by this generosity, smiled, Brother Wang Tung, rest assured this is a loan. I will repay you as soon as I earn money. No rush. I have no need for it. Wang Tung waved dismissively as he took his leave. With 200,000 in hand, Lu Ren headed for the dining hall to purchase 4,000 pounds of spiritual rice. 4,000 pounds would afford him 54 years of cultivation. In his estimation, he could master the 2 techniques in less than 20 years. Master, I wonder what expression you will wear when I demonstrate these 2 techniques before you tomorrow? With that thought, Lu Ren entered the space of the unnamed treasure tower, and began an intense cultivation session. Chapter 0028 Outer Sect Disciple. Upon entering the nameless treasure tower, Lu Ren drew out the fire spirit sword and commenced his training. Although the time spent in training could be equated to money, Lu Ren was determined not to squander a single moment. Taking a deep breath, he began the monotonous and tedious practice: luck, stepping, and sword wielding. With unwavering resolve, he executed the first and second forms of the celestial sword technique: trace motion and dissipation. Following this, he focused on mastering the third form, thunder movement. Once perfected, this move would rival the upper-tier human-level sword techniques. After 7 arduous years of practice, Lu Ren finally grasped the third form, thunder movement. With this sword technique unleashed, it was akin to thunder itself, swift and powerful, boasting at least 3 times the strength compared to the second form, dissipation. Should Zhu Feiyang employ the ghost sword technique's melding sword, Lu Ren was confident that he could defeat him with thunder movement. However, he refrained from immediately pursuing the fourth form, instead dedicating time to thoroughly familiarize himself with this new sword technique. 3 months swiftly passed. Within the vast expanse of the celestial realm, a figure pointed his sword toward a colossal rock, and a thunderous brilliance erupted, dazzling in its magnificence. The seemingly indestructible rock cracked under the pressure of numerous fissures. Then, with a gentle exhale, Lu Ren caused the rock to crumble into countless fragments. Finally, he had mastered it. As the spiritual energy within his dantian depleted, Lu Ren felt the strain on his strength, yet he paid it no mind. Gazing contentedly at the debris below, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This sword technique was comparable to a fully realized upper-tier human-level sword skill. Without taking a moment's respite, he continued to practice the fourth form of the celestial sword technique, storm and rain. According to Yun Xingyao, the celestial sword technique was born from her observations of celestial phenomena, consisting of only 4 forms. If a 5th form were to be created, its power could reach that of a lower-tier yellow-level martial skill. Lu Ren, aware of his lack of talent and comprehension, relied solely on relentless training, hoping that his master would develop the 5th form to pass on to him. He doubted his ability to cultivate such an advanced sword technique on his own. The 4th form, storm and rain, unleashed a fury akin to its name, with an overwhelming force that was almost impossible to resist once executed. Lu Ren believed that once he mastered this move, he could defeat any warrior who had opened 7 spiritual orifices with a single strike, and even those with 8, provided they underestimated him. This sword technique was comparable to a perfected upper-tier human-level sword skill. One must ponder, how many warriors at the Qi opening stage could fully master an upper-tier human-level sword technique? In the blink of an eye, 10 years had elapsed. In the ethereal realm, a young man donned in training attire wielded the fire spirit sword, continuously swinging it, the sword light surging forth like a tempest, striking against a massive boulder. With a cacophony of sounds, the boulder was reduced to a sieve. With a sigh of relief, Lu Ren mused, "After 17 years of grueling practice, I've managed to master the other 2 sword techniques. If I were to encounter Zhu Feiyang again, I could easily defeat him." However, he reminded himself that Zhu Feiyang was merely a newly initiated disciple, insignificant in the grand scheme, as he would inevitably face even greater talents in the future. Lu Ren believed that through the nameless treasure tower and his years of arduous training, he could emerge as a genius. Yet, the Xianwang continent was not lacking in prodigies. Even his master was merely regarded as a top talent within the Jianyun kingdom. Although he had cultivated the sword techniques taught by his master, it was far from sufficient. His close combat skills and agility were inadequate, and even fully mastered lower-tier human-level martial skills could not compare to their upper-tier counterparts. He contemplated venturing into the Tuo Shi cave. The ancient Emperor Tuo Shi had ascended to power with a second-tier bloodline, undoubtedly harboring secrets. If his bloodline could not be improved, he feared he would never break through to the spirit stream realm. Even if he did, relying solely on lower-tier, human-level martial skills in combat was impractical. The recent exchange and sparring session had starkly highlighted the gap in martial skills. The following morning, Lu Ren made his way to the martial hall. Elder Zhu Tai, upon seeing Lu Ren approach, led him to a side hall of the martial hall. Select 5 sets of outer sect disciple robes according to your size. Elder Zhu instructed as he opened a cabinet filled with azure training robes. After trying on a set of azure robes and holding 4 additional sets, Lu Ren registered as an outer sect disciple before Elder Zhu Tai. The elder presented him with a token inscribed with his name, saying, "This is your identity token as an outer sect disciple. When you drop your blood upon it, it signifies your status within the Qingyun sect. This token contains a formation. Should the disciple perish, the formation will shatter, destroying the token. Therefore, only the bearer of the token can represent their identity, and it cannot be forged by others. From this day forth, you are an outer sect disciple of Qingyun sect." Elder Zhu declared. At last, Lu Ren had become an outer sect disciple. Excitement bubbled within him. The distinction between outer sect disciples and inner disciples was vast. Inner disciples were akin to temporary workers, always at risk of being expelled, whereas outer disciples were considered formal members. Even if their cultivation stagnated, they would not be cast out of the sect. Moreover, the status of outer disciples was highly esteemed, garnering respect wherever they went. "Lu Ren, come, I will take you to the outer sect," Elder Zhu said, leading Lu Ren toward the outer sect area. The outer sect was comprised solely of a single mountain, Tianzi Mountain, which spanned several miles and boasted numerous peaks. As they traversed the Iron Chain Bridge, Elder Zhu and Lu Ren reached the summit of Tianzi Mountain. Along the way, pavilions and grand structures stood tall, a stark contrast to the simplicity of the inner disciple area. Walking through the outer sect, Lu Ren felt as though he had entered a realm of paradise. During their journey, Lu Ren observed several strong senior disciples diligently practicing martial skills, nearly all of whom showcased upper-tier human-level techniques, with some even wielding lower-tier yellow-level martial skills. Soon, guided by Elder Zhu, Lu Ren arrived at a villa nestled halfway up Tianzi Mountain, where several separate training residences were constructed. "This air is remarkably refreshing. I feel invigorated just breathing it in," Lu Ren exclaimed in awe. Elder Zhu smiled, explaining, "This is no ordinary air. It is the essence of heaven and earth. Outer sect disciples who have ascended to the spirit stream realm can absorb this essence directly, sustaining their physical energy." "Ah, I see." Lu Ren nodded in understanding. Following Elder Zhu, he arrived at a training villa designated for outer disciples. The residence was at least twice the size of those for inner disciples, and each outer disciple enjoyed a private training villa, a privilege far beyond that of the inner disciples. "This is your training villa. Though you have become an outer disciple, you lack the strength of one. Focus on enhancing your abilities and strive to reach the spirit stream realm," Elder Zhu advised before departing. However, with a flawed bloodline, he feared he might never attain the spirit stream realm. Just as Elder Zhu left, Yun Qingyao entered, smiling. "Disciple, congratulations on becoming an outer disciple. You need not worry about being expelled from the sect. With me as your master, no one in the outer sect would dare to bully you." "Thank you, master." Lu Ren clasped his hands in gratitude, then inquired, "May I venture to the Tuashi cave, master?" Chapter 29. The master's astonishment. "When did I ever agree to this?" Yun Qingyao exclaimed. "I have stated that only after you have mastered the techniques of thunderous movement and stormy downpour will I permit you to venture into the Tuashi cave." "But master, I have already perfected both techniques," Lu Ren replied with a smile. "What did you say?" Yun Qingyao paused, then burst into laughter. "Disciple, it has only been a day, and you claim to have mastered those 2 moves? Even a person of divine enlightenment could not achieve such a feat. Master, watch closely." Lu Ren brandished the fire spirit sword, executing the techniques of thunderous movement and stormy downpour. "How is this possible?" Yun Qingyao gasped, her mouth agape. This was utterly inconceivable. Even if her disciple were a person of divine insight, it was implausible for him to master these 2 sword techniques in just 1 day. "Then, master, may I go to the Tuashi cave?" Lu Ren inquired. Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow, genuinely wanting to refuse, even though Lu Ren had mastered a technique. The journey to the Tuashi cave remained perilous. Many geniuses with 4th-grade bloodlines restricted their own advancement, toiling for decades, honing their skills to perfection, unlocking 8 or 9 spiritual apertures, and mastering low-tier, yellow-grade martial arts. Her disciple had only perfected a low-tier human-grade martial art, supplemented by the 4 sword techniques she had taught him. How could he hope to contend with them? Disciple, are you truly determined to go to the Tuashi cave? Yin Xingyao could not help but ask once more. Lu Ren nodded earnestly. Master, as long as I can transform my bloodline, I can become a true genius, and the outside world will no longer criticize you for taking on a waste. I am unconcerned with the opinions of the outside world. My only worry is for your safety. If you go to the Tuashi cave, the 3 major sects, and even some of their successors, will not let you off easily. Yun Qingyaoqi's deeply allure. In her eyes, her disciple was not exceptionally gifted, yet he possessed a tenacity reminiscent of her own. I just want to take a chance, Lu Ren declared. After a long moment of hesitation, Yin Xingyao sighed. Truth be told, if I were in your position, I would also wish to take a gamble. Very well. I shall not hinder you. I will accompany you to Wolingawen. Then, Yin Xingyao added during this time, I am working on creating the 5th form of the celestial sword technique. If I succeed, I will pass it on to you, elevating your prowess further. With that, Yin Xingyao left in a flurry of enthusiasm. Lu Ren watched her depart, a smile of happiness gracing his face. After spending this time together, he could not deny his feelings for Yin Xingyao, though he was acutely aware of the vast chasm between them, be it in status or strength. Despite being only 3 years her junior, she regarded him solely as her disciple. My current goal is to grow stronger. With this thought, Lu Ren's resolve to venture into the Tuashi cave solidified. No matter the cost, he was determined to face the challenge, even if it meant risking his life. After a day's rest, Lu Ren made his way to the Outer Sect's martial arts pavilion. Standing before the imposing 3-story building, he was taken aback. Just how many martial arts techniques could be housed within this Outer Sect pavilion? Surely, it was here that one might truly encounter formidable martial arts. Upon entering the pavilion, Lu Ren presented his identity token to the elder in charge, saying, Elder, I have come to select martial techniques. Outer Sect disciples had the privilege to borrow martial arts techniques at will, with the exception of yellow-grade techniques requiring contributions. This was a privilege exclusively for Outer Sect disciples. The elder glanced at Lu Ren's token, surprised. You are that Lu Ren? The one who has yet to summon even a dragon spirit, the one with the waste bloodline? Hearing this, Lu Ren felt speechless. It seemed his reputation as a waste had spread throughout the entire sect. Within the pavilion, there were no low-tier human-grade martial arts. The lowest available were mid-tier human-grade techniques. You might be making a fruitless trip. What? Lu Ren exclaimed, taken aback. The elder looked around cautiously and beckoned Lu Ren closer, whispering, however, I have privately kept a low-tier human-grade body refinement technique. If you're interested, I can sell it to you at a discount. Body refinement techniques? Lu Ren's eyes lit up. Elder, you, a pavilion elder, are selling techniques privately? Do not speak nonsense. This is a technique I obtained during my travel from a secret realm, not a sect manuscript. Initially, I intended to sell it to the talented, but they looked down on low-tier, human-grade techniques. The elder quickly clarified. Oh, elder, may I have a look? Lu Ren asked, intrigued. The elder retrieved a book from a shelf, dusted it off, and handed it to Lu Ren. The Chi Refinement Technique. Lu Ren read the title on the cover. Indeed, it was a low-tier, human-grade body refinement technique. The Chi Refinement Technique, a low-tier, human-grade technique passed down from 1,000 years ago, allows a practitioner to refine their body using their internal spiritual energy, ultimately achieving a glazed golden body. The elder snatched the book back, asking, so what do you say? A flat price of 500,000 copper coins. If you cannot pay now, I can extend credit. 500,000? Lu Ren's eyes widened. This elder was asking for an exorbitant price. A low-tier human-grade technique was worth merely 100,000 copper coins. Moreover, within the sect, disciples could borrow techniques, and few would choose to purchase low-tier human-grade martial arts. If you do not want it, that is fine. I shall not pressure you, the elder concluded, tucking the book back into his robe and closing his eyes to rest. He was confident that Lu Ren would ultimately buy it. This was a low-tier human-grade technique, and a rare body refinement technique at that. Lu Ren, with his waste bloodline, could only cultivate low-tier human-grade techniques. A spark ignited in Lu Ren's eyes as he suddenly smiled. Elder, is this technique truly as extraordinary as you claim? Passed down for 1,000 years? I wish to see if it is genuine. Do you think I would deceive you? The elder scoffed, secretly delighted that Lu Ren had taken the bait. You may only look for a quarter of an hour. The elder tossed the book to Lu Ren, who seated himself nearby, turning his back to the elder and scrutinizing the chi refinement technique. Meanwhile, the elder reclined in his chair, feeling quite pleased at the prospect of earning 500,000 copper coins. Lu Ren held the book, noticing that the elder had shifted his focus elsewhere. A sly smile crept across his lips. In the next moment, he vanished into the treasure tower space with the chi refinement technique in hand. Chapter 30. Stealthy learning. Lu Ren held the refining chi to strengthen the body manual and began to peruse its contents. This technique is divided into 4 tiers, and achieving mastery in all 4 leads to perfection. The first tier is nurturing chi and refining the body. The second is steel like bones. The third, rebirth from shattered iron. The fourth, glazed golden body. Upon reading the introduction to the manual, Lu Ren was utterly astonished. The reason this technique is classified as a low-grade human tier martial skill is not due to its lack of power, but rather because the first tier, nurturing chi and refining the body, is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. This difficulty does not stem from sheer challenge. Rather, it requires an immense investment of time to channel the spiritual energy within one's body, allowing it to circulate and refine repeatedly. Nurturing chi is akin to nurturing life. Without a decade of dedication, it is nearly impossible to master. A typical martial artist would not squander over 10 years of their life to cultivate a low-grade body-refining technique. However, should one manage to cultivate it to the glazed golden body, they would become invincible at that level, rendering even the most formidable techniques ineffective against them. In terms of genuine value, this technique is worth far more than 500,000. Lu Ren murmured to himself. Currently, if he were to cultivate normally, he could practice within the Nameless Tower for over 110 years. Thus, he decided to secretly learn this body-refining technique. Once he reached a foundational understanding, he could gradually refine it over time. Lu Ren began to study the manual and followed the prescribed methods for cultivation. He connected with the energies of 7 spiritual acupoints, letting them flow throughout his body, washing over him repeatedly. Each time he felt as though he was soaking in a hot spring, an exquisite sensation. However, the excessive consumption of spiritual rice was alarming, as it was 10 times the usual amount, far more than the cost of cultivating the explosive spirit technique. With each cleansing, viscous impurities seeped from his skin's pores. According to the manual, these impurities must be expelled to achieve the first tier of nurturing chi and refining the body. Lu Ren devoted 10 years, relying on the superior spiritual rice to replenish his energy, circulating it countless times within his body. At last, he reached the level of nurturing chi and refining the body. At that moment, Lu Ren felt his body had become slightly lighter, and he appeared leaner. Yet his skin had transformed into a smooth and resilient texture, impervious to blades. He leaped into the air, soaring a yard high. Although his body felt lighter, its strength had significantly increased. Lu Ren nodded in satisfaction. In terms of physical strength, an average practitioner at the spirit stream realm could not compare to him. With superior spiritual rice still allowing him to cultivate for over 20 years, he decided against further training, as the second tier, steel-like bones, was beyond his current capability. Stepping out of the Nameless Tower, only a second had passed in the outside world. Lu Ren returned the manual to the elder guarding the tower. The low-grade body-refining technique is a rare find. If you don't want it, I might sell it to someone else. The elder, eyes closed and shaking his head, replied. This martial skill is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. It is better suited for others. Lu Ren declined. The elder suddenly stood, incredulously fixing his gaze on Lu Ren, noticing something distinctly different about him, though he could not articulate what it was. Are you certain you do not wish for it? The elder inquired again. Lu Ren shook his head. Having secretly cultivated the technique to an introductory level, why would he waste money on it? How about I sell it to you for 400,000? Lu Ren merely shook his head. 300,000? Again, Lu Ren smiled and shook his head. 20,000. The elder grimaced, clearly pained. In his estimation, this manual was worth much more than that. Elder, perhaps you should reserve it for someone more fortunate. Lu Ren tjokuled, preparing to leave when the elder grasped his shoulder, momentarily immobilizing him as if all his strength had been shackled. Elder, what do you mean by this? Lu Ren frowned. Tell me why you do not want this body-refining technique. The elder insisted. You are a waste of bloodline. This technique is most suitable for your gradual cultivation. Lu Ren smiled. Elder, to be candid, several years ago, I received guidance from a wise master who imparted to me a body-refining technique. This very refining chi to strengthen the body. Impossible. The elder shook his head. This technique was obtained by me from a secret realm. It is a true martial skill passed down for millennia. No one but me has been able to cultivate it. Lu Ren extended his arm, revealing skin as resilient as silk, glimmering softly, nurturing chi and refining the body. The elder was momentarily struck dumb, his eyes wide with astonishment, rendered speechless. This technique's first tier requires immense time investment. Mastering it means that the subsequent 3 tiers can be cultivated easily with increased proficiency. Now, this Lu Ren, merely 16 or 17 years old, had already reached nurturing chi and refining the body. His future accomplishments are undoubtedly limitless. Is he truly a waste or a genius? Elder. Lu Ren's words interrupted the elder's thoughts. The elder coughed lightly, chuckling awkwardly. Lu Ren, may I inquire how long it took you to achieve the level of nurturing chi and refining the body? Just a few months, Lu Ren replied. He could hardly admit to spending 10 years. After all, he had only opened his first acupoint 3 or 4 months prior. Only a few months? How is that possible? The elder gaped, his eyes nearly bulging. Yet, considering the timeline, Lu Ren had not opened his acupoints for long. Could it be that his divine comprehension allowed for such rapid progress? Yet that seemed illogical. Nurturing chi and refining the body requires extensive time to control the spiritual energy circulating throughout the body. Haste makes waste, and moving too quickly hinders the nurturing effect. Those with lower bloodline talent possess more bodily impurities, thus requiring even more time. How could one reach the level of nurturing chi and refining the body in mere months? Elder, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ignoring the elder's astonishment, Lu Ren turned to depart. The nameless tower has proven invaluable at critical moments. On his way back, Lu Ren mused quietly. Upon returning to his secluded residence, he wielded the fire spirit sword, unleashing his sword techniques. With his enhanced physique, the power of his swordsmanship surged significantly. Now that he had achieved the level of nurturing chi and refining the body, his strength had greatly improved. Combined with the energies from 7 acupoints, he could easily defeat a practitioner who had opened 8. Lu Ren was filled with elation. This newfound power instilled him with confidence for his journey to the Tuo Shi Cave. Only those at the acupoint opening realm could enter, and even against an 8 acupoint practitioner, Lu Ren felt undaunted. If disciples from the 3 major sects dared to trouble him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them one by one. In the following days, Lu Ren indulged in rest and sustenance, unconcerned about wasting a few days after years of diligent practice in the tower. As the days swiftly passed, 7 days had elapsed. Atop a towering peak within the inner sect of the Qingyun sect, Yin Qingyao, clad in training robes, wielded a long sword, executing her moves with astonishing precision. Delicate yet fierce, each strike of Yin Qingyao's sword was extraordinarily sharp. Wind sweeps the clouds. With a resonant shout, she whipped her sword, unleashing a tempest that collided with a mountain, shattering it into fragments. Yin Qingyao sheathed her sword, nodding slightly as she remarked at last, I have successfully devised the 5th technique. If my disciple can master this move, their strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. With this thought, she turned and made her way towards Tianzi Mountain. Upon reaching the mountainside, Yin Qingyao gazed at the Lu Ren villa, silently contemplating, surely my disciple is diligently training. Given their determination to venture to the Tuo Shi Cave, they must be striving to enhance their abilities to their utmost potential. With this in mind, a faint smile graced Yin Qingyao's lips. Chapter 31. An early awakening as Yun Qingyao stepped into the courtyard. She was met with an unexpected sight. There was no trace of Lu Ren diligently practicing his martial arts. Approaching the door, she was startled to hear the unmistakable sound of snoring from within. Instantly, her expression darkened. It was the afternoon, a typical mealtime for ordinary folk. Yet this young man was still lost in slumber. How ungrateful! I have been tirelessly striving to create the fifth form of the celestial sword technique, and here you are, sound asleep. Fuming, Yun Qingyao initially considered turning back, but then recalled that Lu Ren was soon to embark on his journey to the Tuashi cave. Thus, she pushed open the door. Upon entering, she found Lu Ren sprawled on the bed, and in her anger, she rushed over and pinched his ear. Ouch! Lu Ren yelped. Jolting awake from his dream, instinctively unleashing all his strength in a defensive move. Startled, Yun Qingyao waved her hand, releasing a torrent of golden true qi that wove together into a net. Boom! Lu Ren's palm struck the true qi net with such force that it shattered into fragments, causing Yun Qingyao to stagger back several steps. How could this be? Her delicate face displayed disbelief. The net she had casually formed should have been impenetrable to any warrior with 8 spirit apertures. Opening his eyes, Lu Ren finally realized the gravity of the situation as he saw his master before him. Yun Qingyao's face was stern. Disciple, what just transpired? What do you mean? Lu Ren replied, confused. You have only opened 7 spirit apertures, yet your power just now was far beyond that. Was it merely an illusion? A look of doubt crossed her features. Master, why have you come to find me? Lu Ren inquired. Regaining her composure, Yun Qingyao declared, I have just devised the 5th sword of the celestial sword technique and wish to impart it to you. Lu Ren's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, you have finally created the 5th sword? Please teach me. Nodding, Yun Qingyao demonstrated the 5th sword, wind sweeping clouds in the courtyard. The technique flowed like the wind, sweeping away all the fallen leaves on the ground. Observing the spectacle, Lu Ren couldn't help but marvel at the disparity in talent. This sword was sufficient to reach the entry level of the low-grade yellow tier. If he attempted to cultivate it, he suspected it would take a lifetime to master. While Yun Qingyao had created it effortlessly. Disciple, come here. Your bloodline talent is lacking, so I must teach you directly. Afterward, your own comprehension will determine your progress. Yun Qingyao instructed. Lu Ren nodded and retrieved his fire spirit sword. As Yun Qingyao positioned herself behind him, grasping his wrist to guide him in the technique. She was taken aback by the resilience of his skin, which felt as tough as silk. Disciple, have you tempered your body? Yun Qingyao gazed at Lu Ren in astonishment, realizing she could no longer see through her apprentice. Only by expelling all impurities from the body could one reach the level Lu Ren had attained. Even the most gifted warriors needed to reach the spirit stream realm and consume various rare treasures to cleanse themselves completely. Yet her so-called useless disciple was merely at the aperture opening stage. If not for the true dragon compass confirming Lu Ren's bloodline, she might have doubted its authenticity. How could 8 effective bloodline expel impurities? No wonder his earlier strength far surpassed that of an average warrior with 7 spirit apertures. He had indeed tempered his body. Master, I found a body-tempering technique in a martial arts pavilion and practiced it a bit. Lu Ren replied dismissively. Yun Qingyao chose not to delve deeper. Many aspects of Lu Ren were beyond explanation, defying the norms of martial cultivation. She began to teach him the sword technique, repeating the movements until she witnessed his clumsy execution, reaffirming her belief that Lu Ren was truly a waste. Disciple, practice at your own pace, she said, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Lu Ren felt a disturbance emanating from the Tuashi blood jade and quickly retrieved it. At that moment, the jade was radiating a frenzied bloodlight. Master, what's happening? Lu Ren exclaimed in surprise. Disciple, we must hurry to Wielding. The Tuashi cave has opened prematurely. Yun Qingyao's expression changed, and she grabbed Lu Ren to depart. Meanwhile, within the borders of Jianyun Kingdom, numerous warriors holding Tuashi blood jades sensed the change and expressed astonishment. How could the Tuashi cave open early? I have visited the Tuashi cave 4 times, and each time it opened precisely on schedule. Something must be amiss. We must investigate. This time, no matter what, I will pass the assessment and inherit the legacy of the ancient Tuo Shi Emperor. Excitedly, many warriors rushed towards the direction of Wulingyuan. This area was renowned in Jiangyun Kingdom, featuring the Wuling mountain range, famed for the Tuo Shi Cave nestled deep within. The cave opened every 3 years and remained closed otherwise. Over time, Wulingyuan had become a necessary stop for wandering martial artists wishing to pay homage to the ancient Tuo Shi Emperor, the unparalleled figure who had ascended to power with a second-grade bloodline. Lu Run followed Yun Qingyao to the foot of the mountain, where she whistled. A moment later, a colossal cloud lark soared from the distance and landed gracefully before her. This creature was a third-tier beast, its strength comparable to a Cloud River realm warrior, with a majestic size akin to that of a lion and striking azure feathers. Yun Qingyao leapt onto the back of the lark, instructing disciple, "Sit behind me. We must hasten to Wulingyuan." "Of course." Lu Run complied, taking his place behind her. "Shaoli, let us proceed to Wulingyuan." Yun Qingyao patted the lark's head. With a sharp cry, the lark flapped its wings and soared into the sky. As expected of a third-tier beast, its speed was astonishing, racing through the clouds like lightning. The fierce winds whipped against Lu Ren's face, leaving it feeling somewhat stinging. Were it not for his body tempering, he could not have endured such high-speed flight. Soon, the ride stabilized, and noticing Yun Qingyao was not focused on him, Lu Ren entered the nameless treasure tower, dedicating 20 years to diligently cultivating the fifth form of the celestial sword technique. The wind-sweeping clouds technique was truly formidable, rivaling low-grade yellow-tier martial skills. Sighing inwardly, he cast his gaze toward the horizon. Wulingyuan lay in the southwestern part of Jiangyun Kingdom, centered around a sprawling mountain range known as Wuling Mountain. Within this range was a broad canyon, its steep cliffs towering over 100 feet high. Before long, Yun Qingyao and Lu Run, mounted on the cloud lark, entered a valley deep within Wuling Mountain. Lu Ren surveyed the area, noticing a diverse gathering of individuals, some his age, others middle-aged, and even elderly folk in their 60s or 70s. Nearly every age group was represented. Moreover, the older the individual, the more formidable their aura appeared. As Yun Qingyao descended with Lu Run from the lark, all eyes turned towards them. The saintess has arrived. The person beside her must be that legendary waste bloodline, right? It must be him. I heard he also possesses a Tuo Shi blood jade. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Chapter 0032. The Dusha Cave Disciple. When the Dusha Cave opens, be exceedingly cautious of the elder participants. They have suppressed their realms, shattered their limits, and opened numerous spiritual apertures, with some even unlocking as many as 9, all in pursuit of the Dusha ancient emperor's legacy. Yun Qingyao cautioned. Lu Ren nodded, his gaze shifting forward to behold a towering crimson stone door embedded within the mountain wall. The gaps of the door flickered with blinding light, as though infused with an immensely potent energy. Above the door, a grand plaque bore the inscription Dusha Cave in bold characters. Without a doubt, the magnificent cavern before him was indeed the Dusha Cave. Ha! Yun Qingyao, I have heard you have taken in a worthless disciple. I wonder if the rumor holds any truth? Just as Lu Ren approached to inspect, a boisterous laughter echoed from a distance. A slender young man clad in black, with a pitch-black ancient sword slung across his back, advanced toward them with an air of extraordinary grace and an imposing presence. Following closely behind was another youth in black, equally carrying a dark ancient sword. It was Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan, someone exclaimed in surprise. Gu Yifan, one of the 3 heroes of Jiangyun Kingdom, possessed a 7th-grade bloodline and immense cultivation, being the most favored disciple of the Ghost Sword King and a core member of the royal Dao immortal sect, holding a position of great prestige. The youth trailing behind him was undoubtedly Tang Hao, a prodigy nurtured by the Ghost Sword King, who had unlocked 9 spiritual apertures. What are you? Lu Ren retorted with a cold smile. What did you say? Gu Yifan's expression darkened with fury, completely taken aback that a mere waste who hadn't even reached the spiritual creek realm dared to confront him. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from him, a torrent of true chi surging forth, crashing toward Lu Ren. Lu Ren's expression changed drastically as he struggled to breathe under the force. Just as he prepared to evade, he saw Yun Qingyao step in front of him, her delicate hands sweeping forth, shattering the wave of true chi. Gu Yifan, do you dare to harm my disciple? Yun Qingyao's voice was as cold as ice, a more powerful aura emanating from her, pushing Gu Yifan back several steps. At that moment, she appeared as a celestial goddess. Junior sister, I did not expect you to have advanced to the 7th tier of the divine sea realm. Gu Yifan's expression grew grave. Both he and Yun Qingyao were inheritors of the Ghost Sword, both possessing 7th grade bloodlines. After Yun Qingyao left the Ghost Sword sect to become an elder of the Qingyun sect, Gu Yifan believed he would surpass her in strength, only to find that she had grown remarkably powerful. Do not call me junior sister. I am no longer an inheritor of the Ghost Sword, Yun Qingyao declared coldly. Leaving the Ghost Sword sect was the most foolish choice of your life. Now I have mastered the 10th sword of the Ghost Sword technique. Let us see how you can stop me. Gu Yifan sneered derisively. Then let me experience the 10th sword. Yun Qingyao's body suddenly ascended into the air, her entire being enveloped in swirling energy, her white garments billowing as powerful sword chi manifested around her, exuding an air of dominance that defied the heavens. She seemed poised to pierce the very sky. In that instant, Lu Ren felt as though his master was a sharp, unsheathed sword, standing tall and ready to pierce the heavens. Such formidable sword intent. You have actually cultivated sword intent. Gu Yifan's expression soured as he sensed an overwhelming sword pressure emanating from Yun Qingyao, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Ghost sword, Gu Yifan bellowed, and the ghost sword behind him surged forth, soaring through the air before darting directly toward Yun Qingyao. As it flew, a ghostly apparition emerged, opening its mouth wide, as if to devour her. However, just as the ghost sword neared Yun Qingyao, it found itself unable to advance, as though obstructed by an invisible force. Purple Thunder Dragon Sword. With a flourish of her hands, Yun Qingyao conjured a shimmering purple sword, shaped like a dragon, that swept through the air, emanating a thunderous roar and crackling with power, striking directly toward Gu Yifan. Bang! 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 Gu Yifan had not anticipated such ferocity in Yun Qingyao's assault. He hastily retrieved his ghost sword, desperately defending himself. Yet, after barely blocking the 7th strike, his sword was sent flying, and he staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, having sustained injury. The dragon-shaped thunder sword hovered above Gu Yifan's head before returning to Yun Qingyao, dissipating slowly. Gu Yifan, how dare you think to harm my disciple? Were it not for the lingering ties of our sect, I would have already slain you. Yun Qingyao spoke with an indifferent expression. You. Gu Yifan's face was a mask of fury. As one of the 3 heroes of Jiangyun Kingdom, being publicly humiliated by Yun Qingyao was unbearable. Even Tang Hao's expression was grim, astonished at the formidable presence of this saintess from Jiangyun Kingdom. He had thought that Gu Yifan's presence would at least temper Yun Qingyao. Yet the outcome was that Gu Yifan had been easily bested by her. Truly, the saintess was remarkable. When she did not strike, she was inconspicuous, yet when she did, she made an astonishing impact. At just over 20 years of age, her sword intent was incredibly potent, an extraordinary prodigy. The onlookers were all left in awe of Yun Qingyao's prowess. This was the true strength of my master. With every gesture, she commanded the heavens, and the might of a divine sea realm expert was indeed terrifying. No, it was my master who was overwhelmingly fearsome. As Lu Ren witnessed the unfolding scene, he was profoundly impacted by Yun Qingyao's aura in battle, realizing that surpassing her in a short time would be no easy feat, junior sister. I concede. I am no match for you. However, your worthless disciple shall not leave the Dusha cave alive today. Gu Yifan said, clutching his chest coldly. Tang Hao emerged from behind Gu Yifan, his icy gaze fixed on Lu Ren. Lu Ren, if you have any courage, do not enter the Dusha cave. Here, your master protects you. Inside, I wonder who will shield you. If you dare to enter, I will kill you. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyao's brow furrowed slightly. She was well aware of Tang Hao, also an inheritor of the Ghost Sword, who had broken limits at a young age to unlock 9 spiritual apertures. Very well. I await your challenge, Lu Ren replied, nodding without a hint of fear. As time passed, more and more middle-aged elders began to arrive, including several elders from the 4 major sects, such as the Grand Elder of the Royal Dao sect, Xie Kuang, and the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect, Meng Xian. The Dusha Cave only opened once every 3 years, and they too were eager to see if anyone could pass the trials and obtain the legacy of the Dusha Ancient Emperor. Although in past years, no one had succeeded in acquiring the Dusha Ancient Emperor's inheritance, this year was different. With a Ghost Sword inheritor who had unlocked 9 spiritual apertures and a Saintess disciple with a flawed bloodline, they were all keenly anticipating who would triumph in the trials. Chapter 33. The 8 Gates Assessment. At this moment, the 4 major sects and several lesser sects had gathered over 50 young disciples. These disciples possessed bloodlines of the 3rd or 4th rank, and the ability to unlock 8 spiritual orifices was a rarity. The majority were seasoned warriors over 30, each having unlocked at least 9 spiritual orifices, showcasing formidable strength. Among them, Lu Ren stood out as the only one brave enough to enter the Tuo Shi Cave with only 7 unlocked orifices. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as the massive stone door of the cave began to open, releasing blinding rays of light that obscured what lay within. A deep, gravelly voice resonated from the depths of the Tuo Shi Cave. Those who possess the Tuo Shi Blood Jade and are at the Qi opening stage with bloodlines below the 4th rank may enter the cave to undergo the assessment. Success in the assessment grants access to the legacy of my master. Before the voice could finish, many warriors rushed through the stone door. Master, I'm going in too. Lu Ren called out to Yun Qingyao, and with a swift motion, he dashed inside. As he entered the cave, a wave of dizziness engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a different realm. It appeared to be a Bagua altar with 8 directions corresponding to 8 gates. Each gate bore an inscription: Qian, Kuan, Zhun, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui. Puzzled by the sight, Lu Ren wondered aloud, what do these mean? What luck I have, Zhao Kuan. I've been transported to the same Bagua altar as you. A middle-aged figure suddenly appeared before Lu Ren, bursting into laughter upon recognizing him. The entrance to the Tuo Shi Cave randomly teleported participants to the Bagua altar, and with 200 to 300 entrants. Encountering Lu Ren was indeed fortuitous. Oh, are you referring to the luck of being able to kill me? Lu Ren queried. Of course. Diao Kun Diaklet. If I eliminate you, I shall have 1 less competitor. Moreover, how dare you provoke Tang Hao? It's utterly laughable. Are you certain you can kill me? Lu Ren frowned. Lu Ren, I have trained for over 30 years, breaking through my limits to unlock 8 spiritual orifices, unleashing a force of 8,000 pounds. I perfected a low-grade yellow-tier sword technique. Killing you will be as easy as pie. As he spoke, he drew a golden ringed saber from his storage bag, pointing it at Lu Ren. Now, tell me, do you have any final words? With a calm expression, Lu Ren asked, what do these 8 gates signify? Since death is imminent, I shall enlighten you. Zhao Kuan sheathed his saber, seemingly in no hurry to end Lu Ren's life. He gestured towards the 8 gates, explaining, each gate presents an assessment. Passing leads to another altar. Fail, and you will be expelled from the cave. Conquer all 8 assessments, and you will face the ultimate trial, completing which grants you the legacy of the ancient emperor of Tuo Shi. However, he was cut off. Swish! Lu Ren suddenly lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air like a spirit snake, too swift for Zhao Kuan to evade. Thud! Lu Ren's fire spirit sword pierced Zhao Kuan's heart, blood spraying forth. Staring in terror, Zhao Kuan gasped. You lack martial ethics? Why would I discuss martial ethics when you intend to kill me? Lu Ren sneered, thrusting his sword again. Thud! Zhao Kuan spat more blood, collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. After slaying Zhao Kuan, Lu Ren began to search his body and discovered a pitch-black ring on his finger, emanating faint spiritual energy. A storage ring? Lu Ren exclaimed with delight. Though his unnamed treasure tower could also store items, it was a closely guarded secret. This ring would allow him to conveniently store his fire spirit sword and other possessions. Upon exploration, he found the ring contained numerous items: 500,000 copper coins, 10 low-grade human tier martial arts manuals, 3 mid-grade human tier manuals, and 1 high-grade human tier manual. Among them was an ancient-looking tome, which upon closer inspection revealed the title, Explosive Spirit Technique. Astounded, Lu Ren recognized it as a rare martial arts secret technique of low-grade human tier. Secret techniques, distinct from martial arts, were exceedingly rare and could significantly enhance one's combat capabilities. Some prodigies could even challenge opponents of higher ranks with powerful secret techniques. However, mastering secret techniques required immense effort and time. Fortunately, this particular one was at the most basic level, making it attainable for Lu Ren with diligent practice. As he examined the explosive spirit technique, he became increasingly astonished. This technique can gather the spiritual energy within the orifices to unleash power exceeding twice one's own strength. The more orifices unlocked, the greater the might. This technique was perfectly suited for his cultivation. Continuing his search, Lu Ren spotted several luminous white stones in a corner, radiating a faint glow, and his eyes widened. Could these be low-grade spirit stones? It was said that low-grade spirit stones contained rich spiritual energy and, once refined, would accelerate cultivation by tenfold compared to absorbing natural spiritual energy. One low-grade spirit stone could save an ordinary warrior a month of arduous training. Yet, as Lu Ren had yet to advance to the spirit stream realm, he could not utilize the low-grade spirit stones just yet. Despite not being in the spirit stream realm, I possess plenty of resources. Lu Ren smiled, storing all the resources in his unnamed treasure tower. If I acquire enough spirit rice, I could cultivate this explosive spirit technique. Then, even against Tang Hao, I would have sufficient confidence to defeat him. Contemplating further, he turned his gaze to the 13 low-grade spirit stones. Consuming spirit rice merely allowed him to absorb its spiritual energy to replenish his orifices. The spiritual energy within the low-grade spirit stones was pure. Would it provide the same effect? With this thought, Lu Ren used his fire spirit sword to chip off a corner of one spirit stone, roughly the size of a thumb, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy coursing through him, enveloping his entire being. His 7 spiritual orifices greedily absorbed the energy until they reached saturation. Ecstatic, Lu Ren realized that the spirit stones indeed replenished his internal energy. In fact, he could forego spirit rice altogether. Just a fingernail-sized piece of spirit stone would suffice for several days of consumption. While ordinary people would perish from hunger, warriors would similarly wither without spiritual energy. How long could these spirit stones sustain me? Lu Ren mused. If any warriors in the spirit stream realm were to discover Lu Ren using low-grade spirit stones as sustenance, they would surely be infuriated. Such was the wastefulness. It should be noted that low-grade spirit stones were quite valuable, often costing no less than 200,000 copper coins each. Generally, disciples in the Lingxi realm can only earn contributions to exchange within the sect, thereby enhancing their cultivation speed. The thought of using these resources for sustenance is beyond their imagination. However, Lu Ren does not dwell on such trivialities. Resources can be regained, and it is the elevation of his strength that instills in him the confidence to pass the test of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi. Chapter 34. The Secret Art of Explosive Spirit. Commencing the cultivation of the Explosive Spirit secret art, Lu Ren closed his eyes and began his practice. He quickly familiarized himself with the intricacies of the technique before delving into the cultivation. Within his body, the energies from 2 spiritual orifices converged, forming a swirling vortex that trembled violently. Soon, however, the 2 vortices dissipated entirely. Undeterred, Lu Ren continued to experiment. The fusion of spiritual energies from the orifices, if unsuccessful, would lead to their dispersion, leaving him in a state of hunger that necessitated the consumption of spiritual stones. The energy consumption for this secret art was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled, confident that his 13 low-grade spiritual stones would suffice for mastering the explosive spirit secret art. As time passed, Lu Ren grew increasingly adept at coalescing the energies from the two spiritual orifices into a vortex. By the 5th year, he had successfully condensed a massive vortex within him, showing no signs of collapse. A powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the vortex, surging throughout his entire being. With a muffled groan, Lu Ren experienced an astonishing force, far exceeding 4,000 pounds of might. The fusion of just two spiritual orifices had unleashed such immense power. Sweat adorned Lu Ren's brow, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The energies from the two orifices had finally merged successfully. Next, he endeavored to integrate a third spiritual orifice. Initially, Lu Ren believed that the final stages of merging energies would prove increasingly challenging. However, he discovered that the fusion of the third orifice was remarkably smooth. Within a mere 5 years, Lu Ren succeeded in merging the third orifice. Emboldened by his progress, Lu Ren pushed forward, uniting the energies from all 5 spiritual orifices. At that moment, a colossal vortex whirled rapidly within him, its size comparable to that of a clenched fist. With a fierce shout, Lu Ren unleashed the energies from the vortex into his right fist, delivering a devastating blow. The sound of shattering air echoed as a terrifying force erupted forth, creating waves of pressure. His punch possessed a power of at least 10,000 pounds. Lu Ren was utterly astounded. Such force could rival a martial artist with 10 opened orifices. Coupled with his own strength, any opponent with 10 opened orifices would surely be no match for him. Regrettably, he had exhausted all his spiritual stones. If only he had a few more low-grade stones, perhaps he could integrate a 6th orifice. Lu Ren mused. Emerging from the nameless treasure tower, he surveyed the 8 portals before him and selected a concoct. As Lu Ren stepped through the concoct, a brilliant light enveloped him, and the void shifted, instantly transporting him to another realm. Before him lay a vast ocean, with towering waves crashing in every direction. Are each of these portals a test? Lu Ren mused, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Suddenly, the sea roared and monstrous waves surged toward him. When the colossal wave struck, Lu Ren felt an overwhelming force press against him, though it caused him no harm. Had I not cultivated my breathing and body refinement, I would surely struggle against this impact, Lu Ren thought, allowing the waves to wash over him. In that moment, he realized he remained within the 8 trigrams altar, surrounded by 8 portals, 7 of which shimmered with radiant light. Without a doubt, entering the remaining 7 portals would grant him passage to the next trial. Harnessing the power of his 7 spiritual orifices, Lu Ren charged headlong into the oncoming tsunami, ultimately reaching the portal and diving through. Boom! Lu Ren found himself once again within an altar, surrounded by blazing flames that burned with extraordinary intensity. Suddenly, from the roaring inferno emerged towering magma giants, their crimson eyes locking onto Lu Ren as they charged toward him. However, these magma giants were not particularly formidable, possessing at most 7 opened orifices. For an average martial artist in the orifice-opening realm, overcoming this challenge would be nearly impossible. Engage! Lu Ren's gaze sharpened. His battle spirit ignited as he wielded the fire spirit sword and surged forward. With a swift thrust toward one of the flame giants, he cleaved it apart effortlessly. At that moment, Lu Ren, like an unparalleled swordsman, executed the celestial sword technique with flawless precision. No matter how many flame giants emerged, they could not approach him. With a swift motion, Lu Ren reached the altar and oppose his edge and unleashed a tempestuous storm, scattering the flames before charging into another portal. The next realm was a thunderous world, where bolts of lightning rained from the sky, capable of inflicting mortal wounds with a single strike. Utilizing his agile and robust physique, coupled with his perfected spirit cat steps, Lu Ren navigated the perilous trial and entered the next portal. The 8 trigrams portals each concealed a new world, and every trial was nearly insurmountable for ordinary orifice-opening martial artists. Many young warriors, having opened 8 orifices, found themselves gravely injured and subsequently ejected from the Tuashi cave. Yet, Lu Ren's pace through the trials was remarkably swift. The 4th portal, the Gen Gate, led him into a mountainous realm, where colossal peaks descended from the heavens. threatening to crush him. With his unparalleled strength, Lu Ren shattered the descending mountains with ease. The fifth portal, the Sun Gate, presented a tempestuous world where gusts of wind sliced through the air like blades. Fortunately, Lu Ren's formidable physique and mastery of body refinement allowed him to pass through effortlessly. As he burst through the sixth portal, he entered the Kuan Gate. At this point, Lu Ren was unaware that his every move was being closely observed by spectators outside. He had now stepped into the Qian Gate. In an instant, he felt himself transported to an ethereal realm, surrounded by a blanket of white mist. With all 8 portals vanished, suddenly, beams of red light converged, transforming into colossal ferocious beasts. These beasts resembled lions, with dragon-like bodies and fierce, fiery eyes. There were 8 of them in total. The aura they exuded was comparable to his own. At that moment, a soft voice resonated, declaring, "The Qian Gate trial requires you to endure for the duration of an incense stick. If you remain standing after this time, you will successfully pass the trial and be transported to the Tuo Shi Plaza to face the ultimate challenge." The Qian Gate trial had been activated 1,300 times, with only 30 successful completions, making it the most arduous of the 8 trials. The voice was deep and resonant, reminiscent of the sound that accompanied the cave's opening. The most difficult trial of the 8? Lu Ren pondered, just as the ferocious beasts began to stir. Their eyes blazed like fire as they roared and charged toward him. Chapter 0035. The Gate of Qi. These Tuo Shi fire beasts possessed strength comparable to my own, yet their ferocity was unmatched. Lu Ren fixated intently on the 8 Tuo Shi fire beasts, wary of any lapse in concentration. Suddenly, one of the beasts lunged forward, brandishing its razor-sharp claws. Lu Ren unsheathed his sword and struck at the approaching creature. Bang! The Tuo Shi fire beast was cleaved in two by Lu Ren's blade, exploding into 2 fiery orbs of crimson. Lu Ren swiftly dispatched 2 more beasts, each bursting into flames upon defeat. Their power was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Just as Lu Ren prepared to eliminate the remaining beasts, the 6 fiery remnants astonishingly transformed into 6 additional Tuo Shi fire beasts. Having already vanquished 3, he now faced a total of 13. How could they multiply with each kill? Furrowing his brow, Lu Ren decided to adopt a defensive stance, realizing that while these beasts were comparable in strength to him, he could rely on his mastery of the celestial sword technique and his perfected cat steps to endure until the incense burned out. He continuously fended off the 13 Tuo Shi fire beasts, sustaining no injuries whatsoever. He could withstand not just 1 incense stick, but even 2 or 3. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the Tuo Shi fire beast spontaneously split into 2, rapidly multiplying to 26. What on earth was happening? Lu Ren frowned, observing the oncoming beasts, and his eyes gleamed with determination. It seemed that regardless of whether he chose to slay them, they would inevitably divide after a certain period. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate them all before they could split again. With a hum, Lu Ren brandished the fire spirit sword, unleashing the full force of his 7 spiritual apertures. The sword cut through the air, creating a tempest of sword shadows that rained down upon the 26 Tuo Shi fire beasts. Puff, 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 puff. The myriad sword shadows pierced through the beasts in an instant. Subsequently, their forms erupted like fireworks, transforming into swirling embers. Just as Lu Ren believed he had passed the trial, he discovered that the flames coalesced, forming a Tuo Shi giant beast, its size 10-fold that of the previous creatures. The Tuo Shi giant exuded an overwhelming aura, far surpassing Lu Ren's own strength. Roar! The Tuo Shi giant unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw, akin to a rain of fire, descending upon Lu Ren. He deftly evaded the fiery deluge, employing his agile cat steps, which rivaled the finest martial arts techniques. The Tuo Shi giant, seemingly endowed with intelligence, became utterly frenzied, charging at Lu Ren. Faced with such ferocity, Lu Ren repeatedly employed the celestial sword technique to defend himself. But after a few exchanges, the fire spirit sword was knocked from his grasp. Ha ha ha! Lu Ren was on the verge of collapse. The Tuo Shi giant's prowess was a level above his own, and without higher-tier martial skills, he had no hope of overcoming this challenge. Gu Yifan laughed heartily. This was the stark disparity of bloodline talent. His inferior bloodline, aside from his swordsmanship, boxing techniques, agility, and defensive arts, was all of the lowest quality. Even if perfected, it could not withstand the onslaught of the Tuo Shi giant. Xie Kuang sneered. The eliminated warriors shook their heads in disbelief. Typically, mastering a low-tier martial art to perfection would suffice to endure for the duration of an incense stick. Yet Lu Run, with his inferior bloodline, could not cultivate advanced techniques, rendering him incapable of passing the trial. Elder Meng Qian's expression soured. Lu Ren's martial techniques were indeed too rudimentary to withstand the Tuo Shi giant's assault. My disciple, I believe in you. Yin Qingyao watched Lu Run intently, her fists clenched in an effort to quell her anxiety. Boom! The Tuo Shi giant's claws struck with such force that they created powerful gusts of wind. Unable to evade any longer, Lu Run resolved to confront the beast head-on. He stood firm, placing his palms in a bagua formation, and met the Tuo Shi giant's strikes directly. Boom! That palm, akin to a mountain, sent Lu Run flying. Uffed. He spat blood, staggering back several steps before regaining his footing. This power is nothing extraordinary. Bring it on. Lu Run bellowed, igniting a fiery battle spirit within him. Since evasion was no longer an option, he would fight back. From their earlier clash, he had gained confidence in his ability to withstand the Tuo Shi giant's attacks. His body had reached a level of conditioning sufficient to endure such power. Had it been in the past, he would have surely remained incapacitated. Boom! Boom! Lu Ren withstood several successive strikes from the Tuo Shi giant using his bagua palms. After enduring a barrage of blows, the giant's form began to collapse, dissipating into fiery fragments. Had he truly withstood the Tuo Shi giant's ferocious assault? Onlookers were left astounded. No one had anticipated that Lu Run would abandon evasion in favor of direct confrontation. Was his body made of iron? How could a mere chi-opening realm warrior possess such terrifying resilience? Ha ha, Elder Yun. Our perspectives have truly been narrow. Your judgment in choosing disciples is remarkably astute. Elder Meng Qian laughed heartily upon witnessing Lu Ren's success in enduring for the duration of an incense stick. Yin Qingyao smiled, concealing her embarrassment. This was hardly a matter of keen judgment. It was sheer happenstance that she had taken on this disciple. Who could have foreseen that this so-called inferior bloodline would prove so formidable? With 8 trials completed, only the ultimate trial remained. Should Lu Ren succeed, he might even alter his bloodline. Elder Meng Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ultimate trial? No one has succeeded in that for years. It is beyond his capabilities. Xie Kuang remarked coldly. What is that fellow doing instead of participating in the ultimate trial? Gu Yifan observed with surprise at the unfolding scene. Chapter 0036. Hunter and prey. At this moment, Lu Ren had successfully passed the 8 trials and was transported into the depths of the cave. Inside the cave lay a vast plaza, surrounded by towering Huabiao pillars. Above the plaza loomed a massive crimson portal, currently in an open state. Entering this portal would lead one to the ultimate trial. However, Lu Ren had no intention of stepping inside. For many years, no one had succeeded in passing the ultimate trial. He, a flawed bloodline, had no right to expect to succeed where others had failed. Even during the Qianmen trial, he had only managed to endure for a brief moment due to a slight advantage in his physique. Thus, he resolved to further enhance his strength before attempting the ultimate trial. Murder, he believed, was the most effective means to increase his power. Nevertheless, he would not initiate violence. He adhered to the principle of if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should anyone dare to conspire against him, he would not hesitate to strike them down. With this thought, Lu Ren concealed himself behind one of the Huabiao pillars, shrouding his figure while entering the nameless tower to rest for a day and recover from his injuries. Outside the cave of Tuo Shi, Gu Yifan was astonished. Why had Lu Ren chosen not to participate in the ultimate trial? After all, he had been the first to complete the 8 trials. This was an opportune moment, as only one individual could undertake the ultimate trial. If he delayed, he risked being overtaken by others who might also complete the 8 trials, placing him in jeopardy. Xie Kuang sneered. Lu Ren must be hiding there to recuperate after enduring the fierce assault of the Tuo she beast. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, another figure appeared on the Tuo she plaza, a white-haired elder clad in gray robes, around 50 years of age, with a conspicuous scar on his forehead. It was Huang Qi, who had surprisingly completed the 8 trials even before Su Fu. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Among the most competitive individuals within the Tuo Shi cave, aside from the ghost sword heir Tang Hao, were Huang Qi and Su Fu, both of whom had opened 9 spiritual apertures. However, Su Fu was significantly younger and possessed a superior bloodline talent. He was of the 4th grade bloodline, while Huang Qi was merely of the 3rd grade. Thus, they had expected Huang Qi to be the first to complete the 8 trials, except for Lu Ren, who was an unexpected variable. If Huang Qi discovered Lu Ren, it would spell doom for him. Gu Yifan smirked. At this moment, Lu Ren, hidden behind the Huabiao, also spotted Huang Qi, yet he chose not to reveal himself. A seasoned hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Thus, Lu Ren intentionally shifted his position, creating a slight noise. Who goes there? Huang Qi, believing he was the first to complete the 8 trials as the portal remained open, was momentarily lost in joy until the sound jolted him back to reality. He approached and spotted Lu Ren hiding behind the Huabiao. Initially taken aback, he soon wore a look of elation, exclaiming, "It's you, the flawed bloodline. I never expected you would complete the 8 trials before me." Lu Ren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and feigned a look of terror, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend?" "Naturally, to kill you. The ultimate trial can only be undertaken by one," Huang Qi replied coldly. Lu Ren gritted his teeth and countered, "If I weren't injured, you would hardly stand a chance against me. Clearly, you sustained severe injuries during the 8 trials. No wonder you haven't attempted the ultimate trial. Heaven is indeed aiding me," Huang Qi declared, his hands clasped behind his back, grinning. "I will eliminate you first, then proceed to the ultimate trial." With that, he launched an attack, unleashing a torrent of power from within, and struck at Lu Ren with a fierce blow. Dragon Capture Hand. As his palm descended, it seemed to shimmer with the illusion of dragon claws. Lu Ren instantly sensed the formidable force behind the strike. Each finger was robust and powerful. Its might eclipsed his own tiger fist by a considerable margin. However, Lu Ren remained motionless. Just as the palm was about to connect, he suddenly activated his explosive spirit technique, merging the energies from 5 spiritual apertures to form a swirling vortex, and then retaliated with a punch. Fierce Tiger Fist. Huang Qi, witnessing Lu Ren's counter, wore a contemptuous smile. With Lu Ren's inferior strength and the use of the common Tiger Fist, how could he possibly contend with him? Boom! The clash of fist and palm unleashed an astonishing force that surged through Huang Qi's body. Huang Qi screamed, sent flying backward, and upon hitting the ground, realized his right arm was utterly shattered, rendering him immobile. With just a single punch, he was defeated. How is this possible? Huang Qi's expression shifted from arrogance to shock. "You have only opened 7 spiritual apertures, while I have 9, and my dragon capture hand is perfected. How could you defeat me? You talk too much." Lu Ren sneered, delivering a lethal blow that ended Huang Qi's life. He then dragged Huang Qi's body behind Huabiao and began to search him. After a considerable time, his gaze fell upon Huang Qi's thumb ring, which he removed. Infusing it with his spiritual energy, he commenced the appraisal of his spoils. This fellow, having been the second to complete the 8 trials, must possess considerable wealth. Lu Ren murmured to himself, "Copper coins, 500,000. Low-grade human martial techniques, 20 volumes. Medium-grade human martial techniques, 5 volumes. Low-grade yellow martial techniques, 1 volume. Low-grade spirit stones, 20 pieces. Additionally, there were several common healing elixirs. I can attempt to merge my 6th spiritual aperture now," Lu Ren thought, entering the tower's space. With 21 low-grade spirit stones at his disposal, he could endure rigorous training for 42 years. Lu Ren sat cross-legged and began to merge the energy of his 6th spiritual aperture. After 20 years of concentrated effort, he successfully merged the energy of the 6th aperture. With a single punch, Lu Ren could now unleash nearly 12,000 pounds of force, an extraordinary power typically possessed only by warriors who had opened 12 spiritual apertures. With over 20 years remaining, Lu Ren abandoned the idea of merging a 7th spiritual aperture. He then dedicated himself to mastering martial techniques. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills does not weigh one down. Lu Ren randomly selected 3 low-grade human martial techniques from the tower: Finger of the Sword, Mountain Shaking Fist, and 7 Wounds Palm. Each technique held its unique strengths, and Lu Ren believed that once he could apply them in combat, they would undoubtedly surpass the effectiveness of the Tiger Fist. He spent a full 20 years honing these 3 low-grade human martial techniques to perfection. Upon emerging from the tower's space, only a second had passed in the outside world. Lu Ren remained concealed behind the Huabiao, continuing to bide his time. After the duration of an incense stick, a youth bearing a long, dark sword appeared, grinning as he noted the portal had not yet closed. "It seems I am the first to complete the 8 trials." Tang Hao. Lu Ren's heart stirred, preparing to employ his previous strategy to eliminate this Tang Hao. Suddenly, a multitude of figures appeared, almost simultaneously transported to the center of the Tuo Shi Plaza. Lu Ren estimated there were at least 30 or 40 individuals. This is the Tuo Shi Plaza. It is said that entering here allows one to participate in the ultimate trial. We were still undergoing the 8 trials. How do we end up here? What's going on? The newly arrived warriors were utterly bewildered. Tang Hao, witnessing this scene, also concealed himself, prepared to seize the opportunity. Like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lurks behind, he remained in the shadows, intent on eliminating Huang Qi and Su Fu, ensuring that none would dare contest him. Naturally, his primary target remained Lu Ren, and when Lu Ren eventually emerged, he would strike with lethal precision, determined to kill him. Chapter 0037. The Great Battle with Tang Hao. It must be that the energy of the Tuo Shi Cave is insufficient to sustain the operation of the cave's formation. One person speculated. Instantly, a frenzied look appeared on everyone's faces, for this implied that the ultimate assessment's formation might also be on the verge of collapse. If they could rush into the luminous portal, they might directly inherit the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi. Charge! The legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi is mine. All of you, step aside. It belongs to me. Many martial artists, upon seeing the portal open, their eyes gleaming with fervor, surged toward it. However, just as they advanced a few steps, a blade of light swept through, blocking their path. The crowd's faces changed dramatically. It was Su Fu. He too had arrived. An elderly man gazed fearfully at the middle-aged figure wielding a blade. Su Fu was unanimously recognized as the strongest practitioner among them, a Qi-opening realm warrior who had successfully completed the 8 assessments for several consecutive years. Ha ha! The heavens favor me. It appears the Tuo Shi Cave's energy is waning. Perhaps this is my opportunity. Su Fu laughed heartily, charging directly toward the portal. We must not allow him to enter. Many individuals unleashed their power, also rushing toward the portal. Among them, a young man clad in silver even formed a group, flanked by several elders who sought to clear a path for him. "Stop, Su Fu!" the young man shouted. Immediately, the nearby elders rushed to intercept Su Fu, attempting to pave the way for the youth. "Get lost!" Dominating blade slash. Seeing someone attempt to obstruct him, Su Fu snorted coldly, gripping his long knife and striking fiercely. The overwhelming blade light cleaved several warriors in two, forcing the remaining dozens back. Boom! He leaped before the luminous portal, his great blade still radiating a tyrannical gleam. It was the yellow rank lower grade blade technique, dominating blade slash, and Su Fu had actually perfected it. We should refrain from contesting with him. If he fails the ultimate assessment, we might still have a chance. Many martial artists began to waver. A practitioner of the 4th grade bloodline had mastered the yellow rank lower grade blade technique to perfection, rendering him nearly invincible at their level. At the same time, several warriors surged forward, positioning themselves beside Su Fu. "Su Fu, remember our agreement. If you acquire the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi, share a portion with us. I will hold them off. You go in." Several warriors drew their swords, shielding Su Fu. But at that moment, Tang Hao, concealed in the shadows, burst forth. his sword thrusting fiercely towards Su Fu's head. What? Su Fu's expression shifted as he raised his blade in defense. The sword's edge struck Su Fu's blade, sending him flying. Tang Hao, you have already shown yourself. Su Fu, after being propelled back, finally regained his composure, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had originally been confident about this expedition to the Tuashi cave, with only Huang Qi as a potential threat. Who could have anticipated Tang Hao's strength? I've been here all along, Tang Hao declared with an air of pride. Then why didn't TU directly participate in the ultimate assessment? Su Fu asked, perplexed. I stated that I would not allow Lu Run, that waste, to leave the Tuashi cave alive. However, it seems that waste has failed to pass the 8 assessments. Disappointment flickered across Tang Hao's face as he turned to Su Fu and his companions. You need not obstruct me. Even if all of you combine forces, you would not be my match. As he spoke, the energy from all 10 of his spirit apertures erupted simultaneously, akin to an invisible wave crashing forth, causing many of the surrounding young warriors to instinctively pale. What? Tang Hao has opened 10 spirit apertures? It was just reported that he opened 9, and now he has already unlocked the 10th? Truly terrifying. He is indeed of the 3rd grade bloodline, and at merely around 16 years of age. How formidable will he be upon reaching the spirit stream realm? Everyone was astonished by Tang Hao's cultivation. They were all aware that the Ghost Sword King had devoted immense effort to nurture this 3rd grade bloodline Tang Hao, solely for the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. The Ghost Sword King had even boldly proclaimed that this time, with the Tuashi cave's opening, Tang Hao would undoubtedly acquire the ancient Emperor's legacy. It appeared that such words were not mere boast. With 10 spirit apertures, even if Huang Qi and Su Fu joined forces, they would be far from a match for Tang Hao. Su Fu, will you still make a move? Tang Hao inquired coldly, retracting his energy. Su Fu, gritting his teeth in unwillingness, was silent. If Tang Hao had merely opened 9 spirit apertures, he and his friends might have stood a chance. Now, however, their hopes seemed exceedingly dim. Seeing no one speak, Tang Hao smirked slightly and turned toward the luminous portal. Just then, a corpse came hurtling from a distance, crashing towards Su Fu and Tang Hao. Is it Huang Qi? What happened? Tang Hao's expression changed drastically as he recognized Huang Qi's corpse. He swiftly slashed his sword, cleaving the body in two, blood splattering everywhere. In the instant Huang Qi's body split apart, a figure surged forth, wielding a sword aimed at Tang Hao. What? Tang Hao's expression shifted again as he swung his sword once more. Clang! The two blades clashed violently, unexpectedly forcing Tang Hao back several steps. It was Lu Run. He had appeared. Lu Ren had not anticipated such a turn of events. He had intended to slay Tang Hao before proceeding with the ultimate assessment. Yet, he had not foreseen that everyone would be teleported in. Lu Ren, it's you. You killed Huang Qi? Tang Hao's face darkened, realizing that Lu Ren was likely the first to pass the assessment. Indeed. Did you not claim you would kill me within the cave? Do you dare to fight me to the death? Lu Ren asked. What did you say? Tang Hao was taken aback, assuming he had misheard, as did the other warriors. They knew that Tang Hao had opened 10 spirit apertures, while Lu Ren, with his inferior bloodline, had only opened 7. What would he possibly use to contend against Tang Hao? Dare you or not? Lu Ren sneered coldly. With so many witnesses present, even if he were to kill Tang Hao, there would be no recourse for Gu Yifan after they exited. All right, Tang Hao laughed heartily, then addressed the surrounding warriors. Today, I shall engage in a life and death battle with Lu Ren. If any of you dare to seize the opportunity to enter the luminous portal, do not blame me for being merciless. Upon hearing this, Su Fu and the others instinctively took several steps back. Kill! A cold glint flickered in Tang Hao's eyes as he drew forth his black sword, striking down toward Lu Ren. The ghost sword technique, iron cutting style. This strike was notably more powerful than when Chu Feiyang executed it. Clearly, although Tang Hao possessed a 3rd grade bloodline, his comprehension was exceptional. Iron cutting style? Merely that. Lu Ren replied nonchalantly. He grasped the air, drawing forth the fire spirit sword, which shot out like a flash of lightning, instantly piercing through Tang Hao's assault. Clang! The pitch-black ghost sword vibrated violently, and Tang Hao was sent flying as if struck by lightning, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that his initial strike would be repelled by Lu Ren. Chapter 0038. Still vulnerable to attack, receive my sword. Lu Ren's gaze was piercing as he summoned the explosive spirit technique, merging the energies of 5 spirit apertures. The fire spirit sword swung wildly, its sword shadows resembling a torrential storm, racing through the void with unparalleled speed, aiming directly at Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly raised his ghost sword to counter with a shadow blade. Bang! 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 The sword shadows of both parties clashed incessantly. Yet Tang Hao could only feel an unimaginable force surging towards him. His body was struck as if by lightning, and the ghost sword slipped from his grasp. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his breath becoming weak and labored. How could your strength be so formidable? Tang Hao's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had opened 10 spirit apertures, making him a top genius among martial artists in the aperture opening realm, unmatched by his peers. Yet, from their earlier confrontation, he clearly sensed that Lu Ren and Appo's power far surpassed his own. Only someone with 10 spirit apertures could possess such strength. A waste of bloodline. How could you break the limits and open more than 7 spirit apertures? Is that all you've got? Lu Ren shook his head, mocking. I am the so-called waste mentioned by your master. Yet I have utterly crushed you, this so-called genius. Lu Ren's words struck Tang Hao like a heavy hammer, draining the color from his face and causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. You dare to insult me? I will fight you to the death. Tang Hao and Appo's eyes burned with fury. He pointed fiercely at 10 parts of his body. Bang! 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 Those 10 points erupted into gory holes, and, simultaneously, his aura began to surge wildly. He is actually self-destructing his own spirit apertures? Su Fu was astounded. This was an incredibly powerful secret technique, allowing the self-detonation of spirit apertures to gain a fleeting surge of strength. Although self-destructing the apertures wouldn't lead to death, completely ruining all 10 would sever his foundation, making it exceedingly difficult to reopen them. It was clear that Tang Hao was willing to risk it all against Lu Ren. Lu, I never expected you to be this powerful, but today you shall die. Tang Hao's expression turned manic as the ghost sword erupted with a frenzied sword shadow, leaving no room for evasion. From a distance, the sword shadows appeared as if a sword god was dancing madly, enveloping Lu Ren entirely. Presently, Tang Hao held nothing back, unleashing the 5th sword of the ghost sword technique to its fullest. Whoosh! Lu Ren leapt with the agility of a spirit cat, effortlessly dodging Tang Hao and Appo's strike. Now that he had cultivated to the level of refining chi and body, not only had his physique grown stronger, but he had also become lighter, his speed significantly enhanced. Futile! You cannot withstand my power. Dan Hao Zhao. Self-destructing his spirit apertures was still insufficient to deter Lu Ren. Lu Ren's expression remained calm. I will not be defeated by a waste of bloodline, absolutely not. Kill! Tang Hao shouted, his face twisting into a grotesque snarl. As he spoke, he became even more frenzied, his long sword swinging continuously, unleashing terrifying sword shadows that raged towards Lu Ren. It is true that I am a waste of bloodline, but this waste possesses enough strength to annihilate you, the inheritor of the ghost sword. Lu Ren replied with a cold chuckle. The spiritual energy from his 6 apertures coalesced into a vortex, erupting with such intensity that his aura surpassed Tang Hao's. Then, he swung his sword violently towards Tang Hao, unleashing a tempest that engulfed the heavens, accompanied by a deafening roar, sweeping through like a tornado. Crack! The raging sword light was instantly shattered beneath the storm, utterly powerless to withstand it. The tempest crashed violently against Tang Hao's chest. Boom! Tang Hao's chest was torn open with horrific wounds, his clothing shredded into tatters as blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, sending him hurtling away. What? The onlookers were left speechless, stunned by the sight. Tang Hao had employed a secret technique, self-destructing his 10 spirit apertures to launch a ferocious attack against Lu Ren. Yet he was still defeated. With a single sword strike, akin to a storm, Lu Run obliterated all of Tang Hao's assaults and brought him to his knees. Outside the cave, the entire valley fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Lu Run, unable to comprehend that he had easily bested Tang Hao in a one-on-one duel. This genius, nurtured by the Ghost Sword King and claiming he would obtain the ancient emperor's legacy, had been vanquished by a waste of bloodline. Damn it! Gu Yifan's face turned ashen. With Tang Hao's defeat, it was likely that Lu Run would not spare him, and all of his master's plans spanning years would come to naught. How could this waste be so powerful? Xie Kuang was equally shaken by Lu Ren's strength. He had assumed this waste of bloodline would show no improvement. Yet he had just defeated Tang Hao, who had opened 10 spirit apertures, while exhibiting various powerful martial techniques. Those who possess divine insight are terrifying. If Lu Run were to alter his bloodline, the implications were unimaginable. Nevertheless, the most astonished was Yun Qingyao. The technique she had taught Lu Run, the Gale Devastation, he had not only mastered but executed with such finesse that he surpassed her own skill. You little rascal, how many secrets are you hiding from your master? Yun Qingyao resolved to interrogate her disciple thoroughly upon her return. How is this possible? Tang Hao's face was ashen, his hair disheveled. Looking utterly disheveled as he muttered in disbelief, still unable to fathom how he had been defeated by a waste of bloodline. He had endured countless hardships to open 10 spirit apertures at the age of 16. Yet Lu Run, merely a waste of bloodline who had just entered the Qingyun sect a few months ago, how could he possibly be so strong? Tang Hao, the outcome is clear. Prepare to perish. Lu Ren flickered forward, arriving before Tang Hao, swinging his sword down upon him. Tang Hao swung his sword in defense. But a tremendous force surged into him, sending him flying back to the ground, violently coughing up blood. As Lu Ren approached step by step, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, and he roared, "Whoever can fend off Lu Run and kill him, I shall offer a high-grade spiritual weapon and grant entrance into the Ghost Sword sect, along with the secrets of the Ghost Sword technique." At his words, the entire arena fell into a sudden silence. Then, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted within the cave, as numerous gazes locked onto Lu Run, each imbued with a chilling desire to kill. In that moment, the entire cave grew frigid, as if winter had descended, with murderous intent surging like a storm. Chapter 0039. Let us all join forces in this moment. Lu Ren felt an icy chill wash over him as the warriors fixed their gaze upon him, as if he had fallen into an abyss of frost. A single utterance from Tang Hao ignited a fierce animosity towards Lu Ren among many present. Most of the warriors gathered were elderly, in their 40s or 50s. Their potential long since waned, and they stood no chance of being admitted into the 4 great sections. However, if they could join the Ghost Sword sect and receive guidance from the Ghost Sword King, mastering the Ghost Sword technique, they would undoubtedly command respect within the kingdom of Jiangyun. At this moment, the hearts of many aging warriors burned with fervor. Although Lu Ren was formidable, the sheer number of them banding together to eliminate him would make it a trivial matter. Seeing hesitation linger among the crowd, Tang Hao spoke again. My senior brother, Gu Yifan, is the foremost core member of the Royal Dao sect. Whoever can slay Lu Run may be granted the exceptional opportunity to become an outer disciple of the Royal Dao sect. This proposition sent the assembled warriors into a frenzy. They had nearly sacrificed their futures for the inheritance of the ancient emperor, and now they were presented with the chance to join the Ghost Sword sect and become disciples of the Royal Dao sect. This opportunity was one they were unwilling to let slip away. Many younger warriors glanced at Lu Ren with pity for facing such a formidable array of seasoned warriors, all of whom had devoted decades to their training and had even mastered low-tier yellow-grade martial techniques. Lu Ren's demise seemed inevitable. Lu Ren's expression turned frosty. Tang Hao, having been defeated by him, was inciting everyone to seek his death. In that instant, he had become the common enemy of all. Lu Ren, you may have bested me, but you shall still perish. Tang Hao bellowed, his eyes gleaming with malice. With a light chuckle, Lu Ren's gaze swept across the assembly, sharp and unwavering. If you wish to kill me, then come to me all at once. I am ready to engage. should you perish at my hands. Do not blame me for my mercilessness." His words were laced with arrogance, a direct challenge to all present. In a world where strength reigned supreme, weakness would only embolden one's adversaries. It was only through the display of power that fear could be instilled. A gray-haired, one-armed man, incensed by Lu Ren's words, charged forward, his sword slicing through the air like a silver hook. Lu Ren once again fused the energies from 6 spiritual orifices, crafting a colossal vortex of power that surged to its zenith. His body arched like a bow, his palm shot forth like an arrow, and in an instant, he struck fiercely at the gray-haired man. With a sickening thud, the warrior fell to the ground before he could even unleash his strike. Moments later, a series of explosive sounds erupted from within him, his body reduced to a gruesome mess. Had he truly dispatched a one-armed swordsman who had opened 9 spiritual orifices with a single blow? The 7 Injuries Palm, a low-tier human-grade technique, was typically modest in power. Yet when mastered, it could unleash 7 formidable forces with a single strike. Enough talk, let's strike together and end him. Many warriors, now enraged, rallied. The most fervent among them was Su Fu, who charged at Lu Ren with his great sword, declaring, "4th slash of the dominant blade, 13 layers of the dominant blade." A torrent of sword light surged forth, overwhelming Lu Ren in a relentless wave. "Oomph." Lu Ren scoffed, channeling the vortex power to its maximum, employing the spirit cat step to deftly evade the onslaught. Once more, the 7 Injuries Palm was unleashed upon Su Fu, an absolute display of power. Although it appeared as a singular strike, it was, in fact, the manifestation of 7, akin to 7 phantoms. Su Fu, witnessing this, retaliated with a fist imbued with golden energy, a manifestation of the low-tier human-grade Great Power Diamond Fist. The clash between the Great Power Diamond Fist and the 7 Injuries Palm sent shockwaves rippling through the air, causing several lower-tier warriors nearby to stagger back, unable to withstand the impact. Su Fu spat a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball. "Kill Lu Ren." Su Fu's companions, witnessing his plight, unleashed a flurry of martial techniques in a desperate attempt to overwhelm Lu Ren. Others, taking advantage of the chaos, joined in the assault. Mountain Quelling Fist, Sore Point, Bagua Palm, Fierce Tiger Fist, 7 Injuries Fist. Lu Ren stood resolutely, unperturbed, as he executed various perfected techniques to deflect the myriad of attacks. His ability to remain composed stemmed from the fusion of 6 vortexes, granting him a staggering 12,000 pounds of power, coupled with the strength of his physique. In the face of such overwhelming force, he could counter any assault, even while employing low-tier human-grade techniques. He refrained from utilizing the celestial sword technique, opting instead to refine his mastery of various martial arts through practical application. The cacophony of collisions echoed around him as dozens of warriors in close proximity were sent reeling. "You think you can kill me? Let all of you perish." Lu Ren's cold laughter rang out as he forsook martial techniques, instead charging forth with the sheer might of his cultivated body. Screams of anguish filled the air as numerous warriors were sent flying. Lu Ren then surged towards Su Fu, delivering a piercing finger strike directly into his chest. Su Fu's horrified cries echoed as he beheld a gaping hole in his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stammered, "You, how many spiritual orifices have you opened?" His gaze trembled. A mixture of fear and astonishment etched upon his features. He could scarcely comprehend Lu Ren's extraordinary prowess. Such strength could not possibly belong to a mere warrior of the spiritual orifice realm. Tang Hao, too, was engulfed by despair, unable to fathom how Lu Ren had single-handedly vanquished so many skilled warriors. Had he really been a mere product of a flawed bloodline? With a resounding strike, Lu Ren sent Su Fu's body crashing into another warrior, instantly killing him. The sight of this left the onlookers trembling with fear, paralyzed into inaction. "Su Fu is dead. We must retreat. This fellow is truly a monster. We must leave at once, lest we meet the same fate." Many warriors, stripped of their fighting spirit, hastily chose to flee, some even seeking to escape the ancient emperor's cave. "Those of you who dared to strike at me, None shall escape. Remain here. Lu Ren brandished the fire spirit sword, mercilessly pursuing the fleeing warriors. A piercing scream echoed from the western side of the ancient Emperor's Plaza as one warrior fell victim to Lu Ren's blade, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, 3 warriors in the southern direction were struck down, their lives extinguished. All those who had dared to attack Lu Ren were met with their demise, leaving a gruesome aura saturating the entire plaza. Those who had abstained from aggression were paralyzed by fear, frozen in place, terrified that a moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to their own slaughter. However, Lu Ren did not pursue them. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Tang Hao, striding purposefully towards him, declaring, "Tang Hao, who else do you intend to summon for my demise?" Chapter 40. The Ultimate Assessment. Lu Ren, no, please don't kill me. Tang Hao knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. Lu Ren's expression remained indifferent as he swung his sword. Tang Hao's pupils constricted, and he bellowed, "No." Swish! The cold glint vanished as a blade severed his throat. Bang! Tang Hao's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close even in death. Outside the Tuashi cave, the Grand Elder Meng Qian was utterly astounded by Lu Ren's strength, rendered speechless. This disciple of the Qingyun sect, with his seemingly worthless bloodline, truly possessed remarkable power, both in strength and talent. Such prowess was astonishing. Damn it! Gu Yifan's expression turned icy, increasingly aware of Lu Ren's terrifying capabilities. They had previously believed Lu Ren was merely hiding behind the Huabiao to recuperate, perhaps waiting to ambush Tang Hao. Now, Lu Ren had not only slain Tang Hao, but also single-handedly challenged the majority of the Enlightenment Realm warriors. His display of several inferior human-tier martial techniques left them deeply shaken. Lu Ren's performance had surpassed all expectations for many years. No one had been able to slaughter so many Enlightenment Realm warriors with such strength. Damn it, if Lu Ren is this powerful, he might actually pass the ultimate assessment. Xie Kuang and Appo's face was grim, filled with fury and resentment. Ha ha, Elder Yun. If Lu Ren truly passes the ultimate assessment and inherits the Tuashi ancient emperor and Appo's legacy, transforming his bloodline, our Qingyun sect will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the top sects. The Grand Elder was ecstatic. Yin Qingyao sighed faintly. Lu Ren's current performance is indeed extraordinary, but it is limited to the Enlightenment realm. If he cannot change his bloodline, he will never reach the level of true power. The higher the bloodline talent, the more superior martial techniques one can cultivate, and the faster one can progress. No, he absolutely must not inherit the Tuashi ancient emperor's legacy. Gu Yifan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Boom! In a moment of heated impulse, his internal energy erupted, charging directly towards a cave. He could not allow Lu Ren to inherit the Tuashi ancient emperor's legacy. With his 7th layer of the divine sea realm cultivation, he aimed to forcibly break into the cave while its energy was still insufficient. Crack! Just then, beams of radiant light surged from the cave, transforming into fiery projectiles that incessantly bombarded him. Boom! The flame struck Gu Yifan, instantly sending him flying. Puffed! Gu Yifan fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. His eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. You dare to brazenly invade the Tuashi cave? You truly have no fear of death. The Grand Elder Meng Qian scoffed disdainfully. Xie Kuang hurried over to help Gu Yifan up, saying, Gu Yifan, do not act impulsively. Lu Ren may not be able to inherit the Tuashi ancient emperor's legacy, and even if he does, it may not change his bloodline. We should wait for his emergence. Rashly storming the Tuashi cave would yield nothing but losses. Damn it! Gu Yifan ground his teeth. Lu Ren had killed his 2 junior brothers. If Lu Ren were to inherit the Tuashi ancient emperor's legacy, how could he ever explain this to his master? At this moment, Lu Ren had slain over 30 warriors, including the powerful Huang Qi, Su Fu, and Tang Hao, resembling a god of death, thoroughly intimidating the remaining onlookers. Lu Ren commanded a warrior to help him tally his spoils. Ultimately, Lu Ren collected 500,000 copper coins. Over 50 inferior human tier martial techniques, some of which were duplicates, and 10 or more superior human tier martial techniques, along with 2 inferior yellow tier techniques. He also found a spiritual herb, though Lu Ren was unaware of its specific properties. However, he was somewhat disappointed to have only acquired 20 inferior spirit stones, but he recognized that spirit stones were consumables, and 20 was already quite a significant amount, sufficient for him to cultivate in a nameless pagoda for 40 years. At this moment, the Tuashi square was deserted. Save for Lu Ren, all others had fled the Tuashi cave. Lu Ren sat cross-legged, entering the space of the pagoda. 40 years. Will I be able to merge all 7 spiritual apertures? Lu Ren pondered silently, uncertain of the assessments that lay ahead. He could only strive to elevate his strength to its zenith. Lu Ren sat in meditation, closing his eyes to continue his cultivation. He gathered the spiritual energy from 6 apertures to form a massive cyclone, then infused the energy from the 7th aperture into the cyclone. However, as soon as it integrated, the cyclone trembled slightly and shattered. Continue. Lu Ren attempted repeatedly. Time gradually passed. Another year went by. At this point, Lu Ren's expression grew solemn, revealing a look of anguish. The integration of the 7th aperture's energy had reached a critical juncture. As the energy re-entered the cyclone, it oscillated violently but did not collapse again. A powerful surge filled his entire being. He trembled involuntarily, his flesh and bones experiencing a tearing pain. Lu Ren realized that merging the 7th aperture was testing his physical limits. Having come this far, he had to succeed. With fierce determination, his eyes filled with unwavering combat spirit, he resolved to integrate the 7th aperture. He would not falter in the ultimate assessment. After enduring for a day, the cyclone finally merged successfully. Now, the cyclone formed from the 7 spiritual apertures had grown to the size of a fist, spinning rapidly with an overwhelming aura. My strength has now reached 14,000 pounds. It's time to undertake the ultimate assessment. Lu Ren stood and stepped into the light gate. The blinding brilliance obscured Lu Ren's vision. When he could see again, he found himself within a grand palace, opulent and magnificent, yet utterly empty. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated. "Young man, who would have thought you so youthful, yet able to arrive here?" The voice stirred Lu Ren and Appo's vigilance, and he gripped the fire spirit's sword firmly in hand. Perhaps this was the ultimate assessment. There is no need for you to be nervous. Your performance on the Tuashi square has already absolved you from further assessment. As the voice faded, a phantom figure materialized before Lu Ren. The figure, clad in coarse garments, towered tall, with thick brows and large eyes that sparkled with a fiery light, exuding a mysterious aura. No assessment required? Lu Ren was slightly taken aback, but remained cautious, suspecting that this scene might itself be a test. If he failed, all his efforts would be in vain. Indeed, the man in coarse attire waved his hand, and light coalesced before Lu Ren, revealing a table adorned with 10 manuals. Some of these manuals shimmered with radiance, appearing extraordinarily remarkable at first glance. "You have done well, young man. The 8 trials I set forth are fraught with danger, and yet you managed to pass them merely through your cultivation of inferior human tier martial arts. Here are 10 techniques. You may choose one that suits you, but remember, you may select only one." The man in coarse attire spoke calmly. Hearing this, Lu Ren directed his gaze to the 10 manuals before him. Now that he had entered the Tuashi cave, it was time to cultivate a technique and ascend to the spiritual stream realm. Chapter 41. The ancient Emperor Tuashi. You may select a martial art technique to cultivate, but proceed according to your abilities. Listening to the words of the man in the coarse robe, Lu Ren surveyed the 10 martial art manuals before him. There was a low-grade yellow rank technique, the Barbarian Bull technique, which, once mastered, could unleash the formidable true chi of the Barbarian Bull. There are also low-grade Xian rank techniques, such as the Heavenly Fire technique, capable of generating the true chi of Heavenly Fire. Among them were also several manuals of Xian and Earth ranks, as well as a superior Heavenly rank technique, the Great Sun Divine Art. When fully cultivated, this technique could condense 9 blazing suns, incinerating all in their path. The Great Sun Divine Art. Lu Ren trembled with excitement. A superior heavenly rank technique is the pinnacle of martial arts in the Xianhuang continent. Mastering it would likely allow one to dominate practitioners of the same level. However, Lu Ren shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. As someone with a defective bloodline, he knew that mastering even a low-grade yellow rank technique was beyond his reach. With this thought, he picked up the Barbarian Bull technique manual. Yet, as he grasped the manual, the other 9 manuals exploded like fireworks, generating an astonishing force that sent him flying. The manual in his hand shattered into pieces. What just happened? Lu Ren's face was filled with astonishment. The man in the coarse robe chuckled. You are quite remarkable. Among the 10 manuals, several are of the heavenly rank, and yet you chose a low-grade yellow rank technique. Do you not realize that had you selected any other technique, you would have failed the ultimate assessment? Lu Ren was taken aback, realizing that everything happening next was likely part of an evaluation. Yet he had not anticipated that choosing a manual would be the so-called ultimate assessment. Senior, why would I fail the assessment for selecting another technique? Lu Ren could not help but inquire. Only those with a bloodline talent of 4th rank or lower may enter this emperor's abode. Cultivating a low-grade yellow rank technique is already the limit. If one cannot recognize their own talent and covets other techniques, naturally, they will fail the assessment. The man in the coarse robe explained. Senior, could it be that you are the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi? Lu Ren asked. Indeed, I am Tuo Shi. The man replied slowly, a hint of pride gracing his expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren was taken aback. He had expected the ancient emperor to be an old man, yet he appeared as a middle-aged figure. This very person was Tuo Shi, who had not perished. You need not be overly surprised. I have long since passed. What you see now is merely a remnant of my soul. I left behind this abode and set up a trial to find a martial artist with low bloodline talent worthy of inheriting my legacy. Tuo Shi explained. Lu Ren furrowed his brow slightly, curious. Senior Tuo Shi, if you seek a successor, why not choose someone with strong talent? Why limit yourself to those below the 4th rank? Lu Ren was filled with many questions. Although Tuo Shi had a 2nd rank bloodline, surely he would not want his successor to be someone with such low talent? On the path of martial arts, talent is important, but a resolute heart for strength is even more crucial. If a martial artist with a bloodline talent below the 4th rank can pass my trial, their determination towards martial arts must be sufficiently steadfast. As for bloodline, I possess ways to enhance it, Tuo Shi stated calmly. He had encountered too many extraordinarily gifted individuals who, relying solely on their talents, lacked a steadfast heart for martial arts and ultimately failed to become powerful martial emperors. Lu Ren was astonished. Senior, do you truly possess methods to enhance bloodlines? You seem to be aware that I have such methods. Tuo Shi replied slowly. Senior Tuo Shi, with your 2nd rank bloodline, you ascended to the highest realm of martial emperors. Many speculate you possess the means to alter bloodlines. Lu Ren noted. He had the nameless treasure tower. If he could enhance his bloodline talent, he would be able to cultivate yellow rank martial skills, Xian rank martial skills, and even earth and heavenly rank martial skills. In my time, I reached the divine sea realm with a 2nd rank bloodline, which was already my limit. Later, I encountered fortuitous events and gradually elevated my bloodline to the divine rank, ultimately stepping into the realm of martial emperors. What is your name? Tuo Shi inquired. Senior, I am called Lu Ren. Lu Ren responded. Lu Ren, tell me, why did you only choose the low-grade yellow rank technique earlier? Tuo Shi suddenly asked. My bloodline talent is too low. I cannot cultivate any of these 10 techniques. Choosing the Barbarian Bull technique might offer a chance of success. Lu Ren replied with a wry smile. Too low? Can you truly be lower than I? In my time, I labored for over a decade to master a low-grade yellow rank technique with my 2nd rank bloodline. However, before Tuo Shi could finish, astonishment spread across his face. You, Tuo Shi stammered, struggling to speak. After a long pause, he finally said, You are even more lacking than I? He had initially thought Lu Ren's bloodline talent would at least be at the 4th rank, but he sensed that Lu Ren's talent was inferior to his own. Senior, to be honest, I possess a defective bloodline. Lu Ren spoke slowly. You have a defective bloodline? Tuo Shi was taken aback. Fear etched across his face. A defective bloodline truly exists in the Xianhuang continent. Could the legends of 100,000 years ago be true? Senior, what legends from 100,000 years ago? Reincarnation possible. Tuashi coughed a few times to regain his composure and said, a defective bloodline. This is splendid. Truly splendid. Senior, how can it be splendid that I possess a defective bloodline? Do you not realize the effort I have expended to reach such strength? Lu Ren shook his head. Without the nameless treasure tower, he would have had no opportunity to become a martial artist. Naturally, this treasure was his greatest secret, one he could not reveal. Bloodlines are, in essence, a unique force hidden within the human body. The higher the bloodline talent, the stronger this force, allowing martial artists to cultivate martial techniques more swiftly and to break through to higher realms. However, 100,000 years ago, martial artists did not possess this unique power. They were commonly referred to as ancient martial artists, unbound by bloodlines, allowing everyone to cultivate. They could become powerful martial emperors and even transcend the limits of martial emperors to ascend to higher realms. Do you know why? Tuashi explained. Lu Ren shook his head, indicating his confusion. Bloodlines are both a boon and a constraint for martial artists. You, however, are free from this constraint. You now have two paths to choose from. The first is to follow the path I once tread, using secret techniques to enhance your bloodline. However, if you succeed, you will no longer be an ancient martial artist and will lose your qualification to transcend the limits of martial emperors. Tuashi spoke slowly. And the second path? Lu Ren inquired. The second path is to walk the ancient martial artist way of cultivation. This path will be exceedingly arduous. Even I do not know if you can persevere on this journey, for ancient martial artists have nearly vanished from the Xianhuang continent 100,000 years ago. If you succeed, you will undoubtedly surpass martial emperors. Tuashi concluded, looking at Lu Ren with anticipation for his decision. Chapter 42. Two paths. There are two paths before me. One is the well-trodden road of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, and the other is the ancient martial path taken by warriors from 100,000 years ago. The first path, barring any unforeseen circumstances, promises the attainment of power equal to that of Tuashi. The second, however, is fraught with uncertainty and a high probability of failure. Yet should one succeed, their strength would surpass that of the martial emperor, shattering the limits of imperial realms. As Lu Ren contemplated this, he raised his gaze to Tuashi and earnestly declared, Senior Tuashi, I am willing to attempt the second path. His desire for rapid growth stemmed from a longing to protect his master and even pursue her with confidence. Are you truly willing to embark on the second path? It is a journey that no one has traversed before. Should it lead to a dead end, there will be no turning back, and you may even face death. Tuashi inquired gravely. That ancient road from 100,000 years ago would require Lu Ren to navigate alone. I am willing. He nodded solemnly. Excellent, Lu Ren. You possess a rare bloodline, a prodigious ancient warrior. Your current strength, despite never having cultivated ancient techniques, speaks volumes of your unwavering dedication to martial arts. If you can indeed transcend the imperial limits, you will dominate the entire Xianhuang continent. Tuashi smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting immense pride and anticipation. With a resonating hum, Tuashi's form began to wane, as if resolving some inner turmoil. Lu Ren, it was within a secret realm that I first learned of the existence of ancient warriors and acquired a tome of ancient techniques. Only those of ancient bloodlines can cultivate from it, requiring one to infuse their essence into the text. You may have the opportunity to cultivate new ancient techniques in the future. With a wave of his hand, a tome, exuding the luster of jade, floated before Lu Ren. This key will unlock my hidden treasury, containing all my relics from my lifetime, methods to enhance your bloodline, and a staggering secret that concerns the fate of the entire Xianhuang continent. You shall be its guardian. As he finished speaking, another key flew into Lu Ren's hands. This one resembling a phoenix, crimson as blazing fire. The path of the ancient warrior is fraught with challenges. Do not relent. You must break the rules of your bloodline. I hope that in this world, everyone may rise like dragons. Tuashi cast a meaningful glance at Lu Ren before his form became increasingly ethereal, ultimately vanishing from sight. Clutching the key, Lu Ren surmised its significance and promptly stored it within his treasure tower. However, he remained perplexed about the true nature of the bloodline rules. He dismissed the thought, focusing instead on his immediate goal of gaining strength and seeking Tuo Shi's hidden treasures. In this world, everyone should ascend like dragons. Lu Ren felt a stirring within him, indignation for those of lesser bloodlines. Why should one's destiny be so predetermined, relegating some to a lower status? Only those of noble blood deemed worthy of cultivation and higher martial techniques. Those of inferior bloodlines were condemned to mediocrity, mere prey for the powerful. I shall shatter the shackles of bloodline. Lu Ren clenched his fists, determined to make a mark in this world with the nameless treasure tower he brought with him. He grasped the jade tome and began his study. Ancient techniques, methods once practiced by warriors of old. Yet, why had they vanished after 100,000 years? He refocused on the tome, which bore no pages, merely resembling a book while radiating brilliant golden light. The cover bore 5 gilded characters: Dragon, Elephant, Prajna Art. Lu Ren was momentarily taken aback, recognizing it as a high-tier ancient technique. Though of significant caliber, he believed that with strength and opportunity, he could aspire to even greater techniques. His expression brightened as he pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the tome. In an instant, the jade tome shattered, transforming into streams of golden light that surged into Lu Ren's mind. He felt an overwhelming influx of information. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Art channels spiritual energy through 18 spiritual apertures, coalescing into a stream that takes the form of a dragon and elephant, allowing one to cultivate dragon and elephant true energy, granting power to shift mountains and fill seas. Lu Ren inhaled deeply, sensing the formidable nature of this ancient technique. 18 apertures? To cultivate this art, one must unlock all 18? His brow furrowed at the daunting prospect. It is known that most warriors can only unlock 10 apertures, and it is already a monumental feat to exceed that. The challenge multiplies with each additional aperture. This ancient technique requires the unlocking of 18? How can I even begin to practice this? Lu Ren felt tears of frustration welling up, as he currently had no notion of how to surpass the limits and unlock an 8th aperture. However, he reminded himself, I have ample time. Perhaps it is not impossible to attain all 18. With renewed determination, he felt a spark of hope. If he could master this technique, he would enter the realm of spiritual streams. So, I am indeed an ancient warrior. Lu Ren smiled lightly, taking a step forward, the ephemeral glow surrounding him dissipating as he reappeared in the Tuo Shi Plaza. At that moment, the plaza lay in ruins, the grand pillars shattered. Lu Ren paid little heed, preparing to depart, when suddenly, whoosh, 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 a flurry of silver needles, as fine as hair, shot forth from a distance, raining down upon him like a tempest. Simultaneously, a sword beam, akin to a venomous snake, descended, aimed at his vital point. The coordination of the hidden weapons and swordplay was seamless. An ambush? Lu Ren's expression shifted as he realized others lurked within the cave. The assailant was evidently formidable. A warrior of the spiritual stream realm. Boom! Instantly, the spiritual energy from his 7 apertures surged, merging into a powerful force that repelled the silver needles. In a flash, he evaded the descending sword strike with an extraordinary maneuver. Lu Ren struck with lightning speed, channeling his energy into his palm, unleashing a series of 7 overlapping palm strikes, creating a gale that surged toward the shadowy figure above. The assailant, clad in black and wielding a dark sword, bore a look of astonishment, evidently unprepared for Lu Ren's agility. With a fierce palm strike, Lu Ren aimed once more at the black-clad youth. Is this person truly that powerful? The black-clad youth faced Lu Ren's assault without flinching, his sword carving a streak of darkness toward Lu Ren's neck. Decisive and ruthless, he cared not for his own safety, choosing the direct path of life or death, intent on slaying Lu Ren regardless of the outcome. He had lain in wait within the Tuo Shi Plaza, ready to strike the moment Lu Ren emerged, regardless of whether Lu Ren had acquired the legacy of Tuo Shi. Chapter 0043. Departure from the cave. Lu Run did not anticipate the ferocity of his opponent's attack. The 7 Injuries palm changed its offensive stance and struck fiercely against the opponent's blade, sending the long sword flying aside. The man in black, witnessing this, swung his sword once more, aiming for Lu Ren's head. Gripping the fire spirit sword, Lu Ren countered with a strike of his own. Clang! The 2 swords collided, producing a resonant clang, after which Lu Ren's fire spirit sword shattered into 2 pieces, propelling him backward several paces. You are also a descendant of the Ghost Sword? It seems you have reached the 5th grade bloodline. How did you gain entry to the Tuashi cave? Lu Ren glared at the man in black, his face contorted with rage. These descendants of the Ghost Sword were utterly relentless. Indeed, my master, the Ghost Sword King, has taken in 8 disciples. Zhu Feiyong and Tang Hao rank 7th and 8th, respectively, while I am ranked 6th, named Zhang Quan. You have only opened 7 spirit apertures, yet possess such formidable power. It appears you have already obtained the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tua Shi. Hand over the key to the Tua Shi secret store, and I may spare your life. The man chuckled coldly, his pitch-black sword gleaming with murderous intent. Boom! A vast and terrifying aura erupted around him, pressing down on Lu Ren. 11 spirit apertures. Lu Ren's expression shifted. He had not expected this opponent to have opened 11 spirit apertures, more fearsome than Tang Hao. What key to the Tua Shi secret store? Lu Ren was secretly alarmed, surprised that his adversary was aware of the key. Lu Ren, there is no need for pretense. The key is undoubtedly in your possession. I advise you not to provoke me, for killing you would be easier than crushing an ant. Zhang Quan declared with a chilling glare. As he spoke, he observed Lu Ren's reaction, apprehensive that Lu Ren might attempt to escape. Should Lu Ren flee the cave, with the protection of Yun Qingyao and Meng Qian, it would be impossible to eliminate him. I can give you the key, but I wish to know how you entered this cave, Lu Ren inquired. Hearing this, Zhang Quan remained on high alert, responding, I consumed a special pill that suppressed my bloodline to the 4th grade level. It appears your master has made considerable preparations for the key to the Tua Shi secret store. However, if you desire the key, you must earn it through strength. Lu Ren smiled faintly. Seeing Lu Ren's fearless demeanor, Zhang Quan surmised that Lu Ren must have acquired substantial legacies from the ancient Emperor Tua Shi. Although he had not yet entered the spirit stream realm, he likely had improved his bloodline, possibly elevating it to the 7th or even 8th grade, or perhaps even stronger. Otherwise, how could a warrior with only 7 open spirit apertures possess such strength? If he could eliminate Lu Ren, he would not only obtain the key, but also fulfill his master's mission, perhaps even acquiring some profound martial arts secrets from Lu Ren. With this thought, a murderous glint flashed across Zhang Quan's face as he struck without hesitation. Kill! A powerful aura erupted from him, and the ghost sword in his hand trembled violently, resembling a silver serpent dancing wildly, its blade flashing like lightning as it darted around Lu Ren. The ghost sword technique, Ghost Flash Sword. Such a formidable sword technique. This strike must reach the upper tier of the yellow grade. Facing the onslaught, Lu Ren remained utterly still. Yet, as the lightning-like sword lights lunged towards him, a tempest erupted. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ren continuously swung the broken fire spirit sword, clashing with the sword lights. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed, deafening in their intensity. The cyclone within Lu Ren's body spun rapidly before erupting with astonishing momentum, radiating from him. The fragmented sword in Lu Ren's grasp collided fiercely with Zhang Quan's blade, each strike growing stronger and swifter. What? Zhang Quan felt an indescribable force crashing against the black sword in his grip, causing his body to tremble violently, his blood surging, and his palms cracking. Clang! The black sword flew from Zhang Quan's hand. Lu Ren's broken sword shattered into several pieces once more. Having sent Zhang Quan's long sword flying, Lu Ren wasted no time and struck Zhang Quan's chest with a powerful palm, launching him away. Zhang Quan crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth. Zhang Quan, it seems you lack the ability to take the key from me, Lu Ren coldly remarked, his eyes filled with an icy, murderous intent. He had not anticipated that the Ghost Sword King would arrange for 2 disciples, had he not practiced the explosive spirit secret technique and fused 7 spirit apertures. He might have been killed by Zhang Quan. A 5th-grade bloodline paired with 10 open spirit apertures could easily sweep through any warrior at the aperture opening level. How are you so powerful when you have only opened 7 spirit apertures? Had their bloodline truly improved? Zhang Quan was utterly astonished. He, who prided himself on unparalleled talent with a 5th-grade bloodline, had been defeated by Lu Run, a warrior with only 7 open spirit apertures. Lu Ren must have enhanced his bloodline. Lu Ren advanced mercilessly, delivering another palm strike at Zhang Quan. "No, please don't kill me," Zhang Quan screamed. But Lu Ren showed no mercy. His palm struck Zhang Quan's chest with tremendous force. Boom! Zhang Quan was propelled through the air, arcing like a projectile before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Lu Ren approached, confirming Zhang Quan's demise, and began to search his body, only to find no storage rings or similar items. He then turned his attention to the pitch-black long sword beside Zhang Quan and Appo's corpse. The sword, 3 feet long and as thin as a cicada's wing, was entirely black, with the characters 7 kills engraved on the blade. Capable of severing the fire spirit sword, it was likely a mid-level spiritual weapon, if not a high-level one. Lu Ren stowed the long sword into his storage ring and also collected the shattered pieces of the fire spirit sword. Having resolved everything, Lu Ren turned and walked toward the cave entrance. Boom! Outside, the Tuashi cave suddenly trembled. A brilliant flame soared into the sky. In an instant, the array surrounding the cave lost its original radiance, gradually dissipating, revealing the ancient cave. The martial artists waiting outside the cave trembled, their eyes reflecting utter shock. What is happening? Did Lu Ren successfully obtain the legacy of the ancient emperor, Tuashi? Gu Yifan and Xie Kuang wore expressions of uncertainty. Meng Xian and Yun Qingyao were equally astonished. Previously, had Lu Ren failed the ultimate test, he would have been teleported out directly. Yet now he still had not emerged, and the array outside the cave had vanished. Moreover, the outer barrier had already disappeared while Lu Ren was undergoing the ultimate test, leaving them unaware of the events within the cave. They could only wait for Lu Ren's return. Chapter 0044. The resolute Yun Qingyao, it appears that Lu Ren has indeed acquired the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. It is likely that the fellow obtained this inheritance due to the insufficiency of energy within the cave. One cannot help but wonder how many treasures he has seized from the ancient Emperor Tuashi. Many were engaged in fervent discussions, a mixture of envy and jealousy palpable in the air. Who could have anticipated that a mere scion of a discarded bloodline would ultimately attain the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuashi? Did Lu Ren truly obtain the legacy? Meng Qian fixed his gaze intently on the entrance of the cave, anticipation etched across his features. While acquiring the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuashi is significant, the crux lies in whether it can enhance his bloodline talent. As the crowd held its breath in anticipation, a figure gradually emerged from the cave. It was Lu Ren. Meng Qian gasped, his laughter erupting uncontrollably. Ha ha! Lu Ren has emerged from the cave. He must have acquired the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuashi and improved his bloodline talent. Our Qingyan sect has produced a true dragon. Upon hearing Meng Qian's words, the expressions of Xie Kuang and several other elders from different sects soured drastically. In the past, those martial artists who failed assessments were always teleported out. Only Lu Ren had walked out. Damn it! If that fellow truly enhanced his bloodline, coupled with his innate understanding, who in the future could surpass Lu Ren? A murderous intent enveloped Gu Yifan's eyes, filled with resentment and seething rage. He had initially believed that his junior brother Tang would inherit the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, only to find that Lu Ren had slain him and taken the legacy for himself. Fear coursed through him, a fear stemming from the wrath of his master, the Ghost Sword King. Meng Qian approached directly, yet Lu Ren seemed oblivious, striding towards Yun Qingyao instead. Master, you have gone too far. Yun Qingyao chided with a smile. She did not inquire whether Lu Ren had succeeded in enhancing his bloodline. To her, the fact that her disciple had returned safely was sufficient. What do you mean by too far? Lure sind bewildet. You killed so many within the cave at such a young age. Your bloodlust is excessive. Yun Qingyao responded. Master, you already know about what transpired in the cave? Luren exclaimed in surprise. We witnessed your passage through the 8 gate assessments and the events that unfolded at the Tua Shi Plaza with clarity, Yun Qingyao stated. They sought to kill me. I, Lu Run, act according to my principles. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall exact vengeance, regardless of distance. Lu Ren replied coldly. Lu Ren, you dare to kill my junior brother? You are courting death. Suddenly, Gu Yifan leapt forward, his hand reaching out to seize Lu Ren. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. None had anticipated that Gu Yifan would dare to confront Lu Ren publicly, clearly agitated. However, before Gu Yifan's hand could reach Lu Ren, whoosh, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. A chilling scream echoed, reminiscent of a wailing specter. The crowd witnessed as one of Gu Yifan's fingers was severed, blood gushing forth. His face contorted in agony. He clutched the stump of his finger with his left hand. Gu Yifan, you dare to ambush my disciple? Were it not for your status as the first core disciple of the Emperor's Path sect, I would have slain you on the spot. Yun Qingyao's voice turned icy. Gu Yifan gritted his teeth, glaring at Yun Qingyao with malice. Yun Qingyao, Lu Ren has killed Tang Hao, the heir of my Ghost Sword sect. You must provide me with an explanation. Am I not your match? Do you not fear your master? Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow slightly. In the cave, life and death are dictated by fate. Who could be blamed? But he killed the heir of the Ghost Sword sect, my master's most favored disciple. Gu Yifan retorted coldly. Lu Ren's slaying of Tang Hao will not be overlooked by the Ghost Sword King. In Jiangyin country, few dare to offend the Ghost Sword sect. Many began to murmur among themselves. My battle with Tang Hao in the Tua Shi cave was a fight to the death. Tang Hao consented to it. And others can bear witness. Lu Ren turned towards the martial artists who had been teleported from the cave. These individuals had witnessed Lu Ren and Appo's decisive actions and were both astonished and fearful, unwilling to lie, and thus recounted the truth of the life and death struggle. Since it was a mutual fight to the death, if he was outmatched, is it wrong for me to slay him? Moreover, he had publicly declared his intent to kill me outside the cave. You all heard that. Lu Ren stood unflinchingly before Gu Yifan's intimidation. What a ruthless lad. You have not only slain Tang Hao, but also butchered over 30 innocent lives. Even the Qingyun sect cannot harbor a disciple as brutal as you. Xia Kuang bellowed, his anger palpable. Lu Ren retorted coldly. What fault is it of mine that Tang Hao could not defeat me and even incited others to join in his attempt to kill me? You, Xia Kuang seethed, nearly spitting blood from his fury. Yin Qingyao stepped forward, her tone icy. Elder Xia, you have heard my disciple's words. Moreover, the life and death matters within the cave are beyond your jurisdiction. The disciples of the 4 great sects were predominantly scions of various families, harboring numerous private grievances. Thus, outside the sects, as long as no indiscriminate killings occurred, the 4 great sects typically turn a blind eye to such matters. However, the fact remains that my junior brother died at his hands. If this matter is dismissed lightly, what will become of the Ghost Sword sect's dignity? Gu Yifan asserted coldly. The Ghost Sword sect is not merely a sect. It is a lineage, renowned throughout Jiangyin country due to the Ghost Sword King's presence. All are aware that the heirs of the Ghost Sword sect are prodigies. Gu Yifan, being one of the most outstanding disciples of the Ghost Sword sect, naturally sought to uphold its honor. And yet what of it? My disciple is equally a prodigy of the Qingyun sect and my apprentice. Gu Yifan, you lack the authority to punish my disciple. Yun Qingyao's stance was resolute. Only one can discipline my disciple, and that is I. Others possess no such right. Not even the Grand Elder of the Emperor and Appo's path sect. Subsequently, Yun Qingyao and Appo's presence surged, enveloping the entire arena, causing even some elders to struggle for breath. Whoever dares to harm my disciple shall answer to me. With that declaration, the faces of Xia Kuang and Gu Yifan turned grim. Although Xia Kuang was the Grand Elder of the Emperor's Path sect, his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Divine Sea, yet he felt inadequate to surpass Yun Qingyao. Furthermore, As the holy maiden of Jiangyun country, her status alone instilled a sense of caution in him. Even the leaders of the four great sects would not dare to offend the holy maiden of Jiangyun country. Chapter 0045, A Gamblehoof. I will not let this matter rest. Gu Yifan snorted coldly, falling silent thereafter. At that moment, Elder Meng Qian approached Lu Run with a smile and said, Lu Run, congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of the Tuo, Shi ancient emperor. May I inquire which grade of bloodline you currently possess? I am still a waste-grade bloodline. Lu Run replied candidly. You are still a waste-grade bloodline? Meng Qian gazed at Lu Run in disbelief. How could this be? You have received the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's inheritance. How can you still be a waste-grade bloodline? Lu Ren insin shultneli remorques. The Tuo Shi ancient emperor did not bestow any fortune upon me. I remain a waste-grade bloodline. Is this true? Meng Qian questioned again, unable to accept the answer. Lu Ren nodded. A waste-grade bloodline is a waste-grade bloodline. Surely, you must have received a treasured item from the Tuo Shi ancient emperor? Meng Qian inquired, his voice laced with hope. The Tuo Shi ancient emperor was a formidable warrior at the martial emperor level, undoubtedly possessing numerous treasures. If they could acquire even a fraction of them, their Qingyun sect would swiftly rise to prominence. The Tuo Shi ancient emperor did not give me anything. Lu Ren shook his head. In that instant, Meng Qian appeared to plummet from paradise to despair, his expression one of utter desolation. I refuse to believe that the Tuo Shi ancient emperor granted him nothing. A hint of unusual emotion flickered in Gu Yifan's eyes. What do you mean by that? Gu Yifan? Lu Ren retorted coldly. If I say I received nothing, then I received nothing. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a gem. If you had obtained a treasured item, would you dare to announce it? Surely, you would keep it hidden. Gu Yifan's voice deepened. Unless you are willing to reveal everything within your storage ring for us to inspect. Gu Yifan, you are being unreasonable. Yun Qingyao's expression turned icy as she spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. The storage ring is a private matter for anyone. How could one allow others to inspect it so casually? Naturally, she also harbored doubts about Lu Run receiving nothing unless he had not obtained the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's inheritance. However, if he had indeed received treasures, he would surely not disclose them to others. Upon hearing Yun Qingyao's words, Gu Yifan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. How could this waste-grade bloodline Lu Ren command such regard from Yun Qingyao? Xie Kuang and several elders from other sects also wore skeptical expressions. If Lu Run had indeed acquired a treasured item and presented it to the Qingyun sect, it would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to their respective sections. Elder Yun, soon the entire Jiangyun kingdom will know that Lu Run has received the Tuo Shi ancient emperor and Appo's inheritance. If he truly possesses a precious treasure, it would not bode well for him. Xie Kuang remarked with a glimmer in his eyes and a faint smile. Even if my disciple truly possesses a precious treasure, it belongs to him. Whoever dares to seize it shall find themselves at odds with me. Yun Qingyao maintained her cold demeanor. While the crowd debated, Lu Ren suddenly interjected. I'm willing to allow you to inspect my storage ring, but if I possess no treasured items, Gu Yifan must bow to me 3 times. He had nothing of value. The treasures of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor were hidden within the Tuo Shi secret vault. Rather than miss this opportunity to prove his innocence, he sought to demonstrate that he had not acquired any treasures, lest he attract fatal repercussions. What? 3 bows? Gu Yifan glared at Lu Run in fury. As a core disciple of the esteemed Royal Dao sect and one of the 3 prodigies of Jiangyun Kingdom, he could never bow to a waste-grade bloodline. If he were to bow, he would surely face ridicule from the other prodigies. Since you all doubt my possession of a treasured item, yet are unwilling to wager with me, why should I submit to your inspection? Lu Ren gazed at Gu Yifan, a mocking smile on his lips. For Gu Yifan, a genius, to bow to him would be a greater humiliation than death itself. Very well, we accept your wager. Before Gu Yifan could respond, Xie Kuang readily agreed. Elder Xie, what are you saying? Gu Yifan exclaimed in shock, not anticipating Xie Kuang's swift agreement. What if Lu Ren truly did not possess the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's treasures? He would not be the one kneeling. Gu Yifan, The Tuashi ancient emperor was a martial emperor-level powerhouse. How could he have possessed no treasures? Even if he lacked them, he must have carried formidable skill manuals. Xie Kuang asserted confidently. How could a martial emperor not have treasures? Even a mere profound-level skill would be considered a treasure. Gu Yifan gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine. I accept. Lu Ren smiled, retrieving his storage bag and handing it to Xie Kuang. Xie Kuang took the storage bag, channeling his true energy into it as he began to probe its contents. 1 million copper coins, over 70 low-grade martial techniques, more than 20 mid-grade martial techniques, 3 low-grade yellow techniques, and a spirit herb. Aside from these, there is merely a single long sword as a weapon. There are no other valuable items. Impossible. This cannot be. Xie Kuang shook his head frantically, disbelief etched across his face. The wealth Lu Ren possessed was clearly obtained by slaying those in the Enlightenment realm. Beyond that, there were no other riches. What nonsense! Is there really nothing? Gu Yifan snatched the storage bag from Xie Kuang and Appo's hands, frantically searching through its contents. Yet, he arrived at the same conclusion. Only ordinary resources could be found, and not a single treasured item. Impossible. Gu Yifan roared, searching once more, meticulously examining every corner of the space, yet still uncovering no valuable treasures, not even a decent manual. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar weapon. It was a 7-kill sword belonging to his 6th disciple, Zhang Quan. This ghostly sword had been crafted at great expense by his disciple and was a high-level spiritual weapon. Why was this weapon in Lu Ren's possession? Realizing this, he drew the sword and confronted Lu Ren, demanding, Lu Ren, why is my 6th disciple's 7-kill sword in your possession? If you do not provide an explanation, you shall not leave today. Oh, this sword is called the 7-kill sword? I had just exited the light gate when a man in black ambushed me, attempting to seize my opportunity. I ended up killing him. Was he also a disciple of the ghost sword? Lu Ren final astonishment. What did you say? My disciple ambushed you, and you killed him? Gu Yifan was incredulous. He knew Zhang Quan and Appo's strength all too well. He had opened 11 spirit apertures and was a 5th-grade bloodline prodigy, exceptionally skilled in assassination, often aiding his master in completing assassination tasks. Yet, Lu Ren claimed to have killed Zhang Quan in an instant. Zhang Quan was 4 spirit apertures stronger than Lu Ren. How could he have been slain so easily? This Lu Ren must have acquired the Tuashi ancient emperor's inheritance. My disciple actually killed Zhang Quan? Yun Xingyao's beautiful eyes fixated on Lu Ren, her heart equally astonished. As a former disciple of the ghost sword, she was well aware of Zhang Quan's capabilities. He had once assassinated warriors at the Spirit Stream realm, and now he'd been slain by Lu Ren. Chapter 46. The Phantom Sword King Gu Yifan. Return my weapon, and you have failed to uncover any treasures. Should you not fulfill your promise? Lu Ren and Appo's voice was calm and detached as he gazed at Gu Yifan. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Gu Yifan, their faces reflecting a myriad of fascinating expressions. Gu Yifan was one of the 3 prodigies of Jiangyun Kingdom, the foremost core disciple of the Royal Path sect. A peerless genius with a 7th-grade bloodline. If he were to bow to Lu Ren, a mere failure of a bloodline, he would surely be ridiculed by the geniuses of the 4 major sections. Gu Yifan's complexion turned ashen as he glared at Lu Ren. Then, in a moment of humiliation, he knelt before him, bowing his head 3 times. Rising, he cast the 7-kill sword and the ring at Lu Ren's feet, declaring, Lu Ren, you remain a failure of a bloodline, destined to never step into the spirit stream realm. You may possess the ability to follow your master forever. With a forced smile, he suppressed the murderous intent within and departed. Xie Kuang, seeing that Lu Ren possessed no treasures, allowed a sigh of relief and followed suit. Without a transformation of his bloodline, Lu Ren could never enter the spirit stream realm. A failure of a bloodline is akin to a worm, destined to crawl on the ground, unable to tread the path of martial arts. The elders from other sects also took their leave. The expedition to the Tuashi cave was unexpected for all. No one anticipated that Lu Ren would ultimately inherit the legacy of the ancient emperor. However, Lu Ren had not transformed his bloodline, nor acquired treasures from the ancient emperor, leading them to speculate that he must have gained certain opportunities. Yet, they cared little for this. a failure of a bloodline, even if bestowed with opportunities, would lack the capability to seize them, rendering any aspirations of entering the spirit stream realm futile. Such a disciple would eventually fade into obscurity. Disciple, let us return, Yun Qingyao called out to the cloud sparrow. The two ascended upon its back, soaring towards the Qingyun sect. Along the way, Yun Qingyao suddenly spoke, Disciple, with your bloodline unaltered, the elder will surely inform the sect of your circumstances. They may not regard you with much importance. Although I am your master, I cannot assist you significantly. If you wish to establish yourself within the sect, it must be through your own efforts. Master, I understand, Lu Ren replied with a nod. He remained a failure of a bloodline. Theoretically, the further one advanced in cultivation, the more limited one's potential became. What none knew, however, was that he had acquired ancient techniques, the dragon-elephant prajna skill, and once he opened 18 spiritual orifices, he could step into the spirit stream realm. The cloud sparrow darted swiftly, weaving through the clouds. In Jianyun Kingdom, atop a misty mountain peak. Master, this time I have failed in my duties, Lu Ren. That waste has killed your two disciples. I implore you to punish me. Gu Yifan knelt before an elderly figure, his handsome visage marred by terror, his voice trembling. The old man, clad in a black robe and seated in a wheelchair, lacked legs and faced the sea of clouds, his back turned to Gu Yifan. Though merely a silhouette, the aura emanating from him instilled fear, causing Gu Yifan to tremble in trepidation. Suddenly, the old man flicked his finger, unleashing a sword aura that severed Gu Yifan's left arm. He screamed, watching in horror as his arm flew away, blood gushing forth. Clutching the wound tightly, the searing pain drained the color from his face, his lips turning pale, veins bulging on his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. Yet, he dared not voice any complaint, his animosity toward Lu Ren intensifying. Had it not been for Lu Ren, he would not only have escaped punishment, but would have also received rewards. Wielding, you shall pay for this. I will ensure you suffer. Gu Yifan's heart screamed, blaming Lu Ren for all his misfortunes. The old man flicked his finger again, sending a pill into Gu Yifan's mouth, stating blandly, this pill will swiftly heal your wounds. Severing your arm is your punishment for hindering my plans. Remember this well. Now, tell me precisely what transpired. Upon consuming the pill, Gu Yifan marveled as his severed arm ceased bleeding and the pain vanished. He immediately felt grateful toward his master. Master, it happened as follows. He recounted the events in detail, concluding that Lu Ren must have gained an opportunity from the ancient emperor to possess the strength to slay Zhang Quan. Nevertheless, he was a failure of a bloodline, forever incapable of entering the spirit stream realm, thus posing no threat. How could he possibly kill Lao Lu? Gu Yifan murmured, lowering his gaze. Gu Yifan, you should be aware of my expectations for you. Aside from the eldest, you are the most exceptional. Once I step back, the position of Phantom Sword King shall be yours. Severing your arm today serves not only as a punishment, but also as a warning. The Phantom Sword King slowly turned his wheelchair, his murky yet profound eyes fixed on Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan, filled with excitement, envisioned himself as the new Phantom Sword King, casting aside any resentment toward his master's actions, now only feeling reverence. Master, I shall regard this severed arm as a warning. Very well, you may leave. The Phantom Sword King replied. Master, will this matter simply be overlooked? Lu Ren has slain your two disciples. Shall we let it go unpunished? Gu Yifan questioned, perplexed. Given your master's nature, he would typically dispatch someone to eliminate Lu Ren, the Phantom Sword King stated. However, Lu Ren is Yun Qingyao's disciple, and it is unwise for me to openly oppose her, considering her standing within Jianyun Kingdom. But we cannot simply remain passive, can we? Gu Yifan pressed. Lu Ren is merely a waste of a bloodline, destined for mediocrity. I will instruct Chu Feiyang to find an opportunity to eliminate him. The Phantom Sword King, like a sharp sword, glided through the sea of clouds, vanishing from Gu Yifan's sight in an instant. Simultaneously, the news of Lu Ren acquiring the ancient emperor's legacy spread throughout Jianyun Kingdom. Everyone learned that Lu Ren had not transformed his bloodline and remained a failure, solidifying his reputation as a waste. Moreover, having offended the Phantom Sword sect. Even with the protection of the Saintess Yun Qingyao, his future appeared bleak. Chapter 0047. Officially taking a disciple, Yun Qingyao, riding her cloud lark, brought Lu Ren to the entrance of the secluded courtyard, preparing to take her leave. Suddenly, Lu Ren spoke up, inquiring, "Master, I have now opened 7 spirit apertures, yet there remain many mysteries I wish to understand. I hope you can enlighten me." Yun Qingyao paused for a moment, then walked into the hall alone and took a seat. With a serious demeanor, she said, "Disciple, do you truly wish to continue your cultivation?" Although Lu Ren had opened 7 spirit apertures, he could never step into the spirit stream realm, and even practicing the most basic techniques would not allow him to break through to that level. Lu Ren nodded affirmatively, stating, "Master, I am determined to pursue my cultivation. Though I still possess a defective bloodline, I believe even a flawed lineage can yield a formidable warrior. Please, pour me a cup of tea." "Very well," Yun Qingyao replied. Lu Ren poured a cup of cool tea and presented it before her. "Kneel," she commanded. Lu Ren complied, kneeling down. "Disciple, to be frank, I initially accepted you as my disciple merely to fulfill a sect obligation, not out of genuine desire. Today, however, I officially take you as my disciple," Yun Qingyao declared. A warmth spread through Lu Ren's heart as he offered the tea, saying earnestly, "Master, please enjoy this tea." Yun Qingyao took the cup, taking a symbolic sip, and smiled slightly. "Good. From this day forth, you shall be my true disciple, my only disciple. Rise and ask me what you wish to know." In that moment, Lu Ren understood that Yun Qingyao regarded him as a true disciple. He stood up and asked, "Master, is it possible to enhance one and oppose as comprehension?" Yun Qingyao looked at him with a puzzled expression, saying, "Disciple, you are already a person of divine insight in martial arts. Why pose such a question?" "I am merely curious." Lu Ren smiled. "Indeed, comprehension can be improved. In martial arts, alchemy, and talisman crafting, one can enhance their understanding through rigorous practice. Mastery comes with experience, yet without innate bloodline talent, comprehension alone is futile. For instance, even if you, with your defective bloodline, manage to cultivate a low-tier human technique in a short time, you would never be able to master higher-level techniques." Yun Qingyao gently shook her head. As expected, Lu Ren nodded to himself in agreement. "Do you have any further questions?" Yun Qingyao inquired. "Since my bloodline is defective and I cannot cultivate advanced techniques, why can I practice the swordsmanship you teach me?" Lu Ren asked. Yun Qingyao fell into contemplation before shaking her head, saying, "That I am not entirely certain about. However, the fact that you can practice my sword techniques is a good thing. When I create the 6th sword technique, I will continue to pass it on to you. With the celestial sword technique, you may yet find a place within the outer sect of the Qingyan sect." Lu Ren stood by, deep in thought. Then his face lit up with astonishment. Could it be that Master is also an ancient martial artist? Regaining his composure, Lu Ren continued, "Master, how can I break through my limits and open the 8th spirit aperture?" Yun Qingyao replied, "You must gradually perceive the location of your 8th spirit aperture. Then, through the use of the 100 aperture herb, with its medicinal power and the spiritual energy stored in your 7 apertures, slowly excavate it. This may sound simple, yet it is exceedingly difficult to accomplish. And what of the 9th spirit aperture?" Lu Ren pressed on. "Each subsequent aperture must be sensed by oneself, and the difficulty will increase. Additionally, do not waste time on the aperture realm. Generally, achieving the 8th spirit aperture and stepping into the spirit stream realm by the ages of 16 or 17 is already a sign of genius," Yun Qingyao explained nonchalantly. "Many martial artists who cannot enter the spirit stream realm may take 30 to 40 years to open their 9th or 10th apertures, but it would be of no significance." "Master, how many spirit apertures have you opened?" Lu Ren asked curiously. 11, Yun Qingyao stated. "Now, ponder this at your leisure. By the way, do not leave the sect for a while. Given that you killed Tang Hao, the Ghost Sword sect is likely to target you." "Understood." Lu Ren nodded. "Disciple, in your cultivation, act according to your capabilities. Do not fear mediocrity. With me as your master, you may remain mediocre for as long as you wish." With that, Yun Qingyao sighed inwardly and and turned to leave. Lu Ren stood firm, contemplating. I possess the nameless treasure tower. As long as I can find enough 100 aperture herbs, I can open 18 spirit apertures and then cultivate the dragon elephant prajna technique, breaking through to the spirit stream realm. Watching Yun Qingyao depart, Lu Ren entered the courtyard, sitting cross-legged and attempting to sense the location of his 8th spirit aperture. However, after a long while, he sensed nothing. I have 1 million copper coins, and several mid-tier and high-tier human techniques, even some low-tier yellow techniques. I could sell them to exchange for some low-tier spirit stones. Lu Ren resolved, making his way toward the contribution hall. The contribution hall of the outer sect is a grand establishment, reaching heights of 3 to 4 zhang. Upon entering, Lu Ren found the main hall rather desolate, but he did not venture deeper. Instead, he approached one side of the contribution hall. Here, there is a side hall dedicated to the trading of resources, albeit only common ones. To acquire rare resources, one would need to exchange contribution points. Elder, what can I obtain in exchange for these items? Lu Ren presented all his unnecessary resources. You wish to sell a low-tier yellow technique? The elder was taken aback by Lu Ren's words. Low-tier yellow techniques, even in the outer sect, could only be borrowed with contribution points. Yet here stood a disciple wishing to sell one. Indeed, I wish to sell it. Lu Ren affirmed. He, a wielder of a defective bloodline, could barely cultivate even mid-tier human techniques. Spending excessive time on arduous training would be unwise. Selling it for spirit stones would serve him better. Disciple, I advise you to reconsider. While low-tier yellow techniques may not be rare, if you can cultivate them, they will enhance your strength. The elder cautioned, then asked, have you already mastered that technique? Lu Ren shook his head, laughing bitterly. Elder, with my talent, mastering a low-tier yellow technique is beyond me. The elder appeared puzzled. Most outer sect disciples possessed 4th-grade bloodlines, making it relatively easy to cultivate yellow techniques. Are you Lu Ren? The elder blurted out. Lu Ren nodded. I have heard you obtained the legacy of the Tua, Shi ancient emperor, yet you still possess a defective bloodline. Your future cultivation will likely be exceedingly arduous. Breaking through to the spirit stream realm will feel akin to climbing to the heavens. The elder sighed deeply before beginning to assess Lu Ren's resources. In total, all his techniques could be exchanged for 20 low-tier spirit stones. Lu Ren then spent 1 million copper coins to acquire 5 low-tier spirit stones, totaling 25. At this point, spirit rice no longer sufficed to replenish his spiritual energy. Using spirit stones was the optimal choice. You intend to sell this 100 aperture herb as well? The elder was astonished, holding a lantern-shaped spiritual herb. This is also the 100 aperture herb? Lu Ren stared at the herb in shock. How could this 100 aperture herb differ from what senior sister Qin you harvested last time? To break through my limits and open the 8th spirit aperture. This is precisely what I need. Chapter 0048. Unlocking the 8th spiritual aperture, he had previously encountered the 100 aperture herb, which was a verdant green, resembling a lantern. However, the spirit herb before him shone like a radiant pearl, resplendent in gold. This was the king of the 100 aperture herbs, boasting medicinal properties twice as potent as the ordinary variety. 50 low-grade spirit stones, how about it? The elder inquired. I shall not sell it. Lu Ren shook his head. He had ample time, yet he lacked the 100 aperture herb to unlock his 8th spiritual aperture. Moreover, this was the king herb. Not selling? The elder was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Lu Ren understood the true value of the king herb? Not selling. Lu Ren reiterated, reclaiming the 100 aperture herb. How about this? I shall add an additional 50 low-grade spirit stones. You possess a waste bloodline. Even the king herb is of no use to you. The elder extended a finger and chuckled. This king herb could yield him a handsome profit, and he was reluctant to let it go. Regardless, I cannot step into the spiritual stream realm, so I wish to attempt unlocking the 8th spiritual aperture. Lu Ren stored the herb away and swiftly returned to his secluded training abode. Upon returning, Lu Ren entered the treasure tower space to commence his arduous cultivation. This time, he prepared 25 spirit stones, sufficient for 50 years of training. He intended to utilize this time to break through his limits, unlock the 8th spiritual aperture, and then employ the explosive spirit secret technique to integrate it into the cyclone. Breaking through limits and unlocking the 8th spiritual aperture was exceedingly challenging. The lower one's bloodline talent, the longer the time required. Many geniuses with 5th or even 6th grade bloodlines had no intention of unlocking the 8th spiritual aperture, as it consumed too much time. Spending a year might be bearable, but 2 or 3 years to unlock the 8th would be deemed unworthy of the effort. In the path of cultivation, every moment counted. Within 2 or 3 years, many contemporaries had already entered the Cloud River realm, further honing their formidable martial techniques. Yet Lu Ren was different. He possessed an abundance of time. To unlock the 8th spiritual aperture, one must perceive its precise location, which varied for each martial artist. Lu Ren settled into a meditative position, beginning to discern the location of his 8th spiritual aperture. This process proved to be the most arduous. Once he grasped it, consuming the 100 aperture herb would guarantee success. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. Throughout this decade, Lu Ren keenly sensed every cell and fiber of his being, yet the location of the 8th spiritual aperture remained elusive. Nonetheless, he remained patient, having cultivated a calm demeanor through years of rigorous training. At last, in the 30th year, Lu Ren sensed a point at a specific location on his right shoulder blade. This point seemed to resonate with a unique energy, drawing upon the other 7 spiritual apertures within him. Overjoyed, Lu Ren crushed the king of the 100 aperture herbs and swallowed it whole. The herb's juice was somewhat bitter, prompting him to furrow his brow. Yet he consumed it all. After a moment's reflection, Lu Ren closed his eyes and focused intently. Initially, there appeared to be no change, but soon a surge of warmth enveloped him, akin to a peculiar force. This warmth accumulated in his abdomen, attempting to channel itself toward the 8th spiritual aperture's location. Suddenly, an intense heat flooded in. Lu Ren's expression brightened. He had finally broken through his limits and unlocked the 8th spiritual aperture. After 30 years of diligent cultivation, he had achieved this milestone. Elated, he then spent the next 20 years mastering the explosive spirit secret technique, integrating the spiritual energy of the 8th aperture into the cyclone. At this moment, his spiritual energy surged, enabling him to exert a force of 16,000 pounds. Emerging from the nameless treasure tower, Lu Ren reveled in his newfound strength within his abode, exhilarated. "Splendid," he exclaimed. "I require low-grade spirit stones. Sufficient quantities to unlock 18 spiritual apertures shall no longer be a dream." In the days that followed, Lu Ren lived as an outer sect disciple, occasionally attending the elders' lectures, which focused on the cloud stream realm. This only intensified his yearning to break into the spiritual stream realm. "Disciples, do you have any questions?" the elder inquired, addressing the dozens of outer sect disciples seated in the square. "Elder," Lu Ren rose, cupping his hands in respect. "How many spiritual apertures can a martial artist unlock?" The elder was momentarily stumped by Lu Ren's query, but soon smiled. "As far as I know, Elder Yun has unlocked 11 apertures, making him the strongest in our Jianyan kingdom. However, I once read in an ancient text that the limit for martial artists is 18 spiritual apertures. 18 apertures. Is it truly possible for someone to unlock 18? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the gathered disciples. The Holy Maiden has only unlocked 11. The difficulty increases exponentially with each additional aperture, unless one refrains from breaking into the spiritual stream realm for their entire life. Many outer sect disciples began to discuss among themselves. Even if one were to abstain from breaking through, unlocking 18 apertures would be nearly impossible. A martial artist's lifespan is finite, and within 100 years, achieving 18 apertures remains a distant fantasy. The elder chuckled lightly before soaring into the sky. Suddenly, a resounding bell echoed from the peak of Tianzi Mountain, reverberating for miles. The bell rang 4 times, announcing the release of numerous tasks. "Let's hurry." The disciples, who had just been attending the lecture, swiftly made their way to another peak of Tianzi Mountain. Tasks? Lu Ren's brow furrowed with interest, and he joined the throng, eager to seize opportunities to earn spirit stones. At this moment, A multitude of disciples from all directions converged upon the contribution hall. Upon entering the depths of the hall, Lu Run was struck by its vastness. Towering green pillars stood erect, so robust that it would take 4 or 5 individuals to encircle one. The pillars were adorned with carvings of exotic beasts, and upon them hung numerous parchments. A multitude of outer sect disciples gathered around the pillars, engaging in animated discussions. Lu Run, you have become an outer sect disciple? A woman approached from outside the hall, her face lighting up in surprise upon recognizing a familiar figure. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Run turned to see Qinyu, the top-ranking genius among the inner disciples. Qinyu, you two have joined the outer sect? Lu Run exclaimed, astonished. Qinyu, clad in a green cloud robe, exuded an air of confidence. After unlocking my 8th spiritual aperture, I ascended to the spiritual stream realm, becoming an outer sect disciple immediately. Being of 6th grade bloodline, Qinyu's prowess was unquestionable, and she did not need to undergo the outer sect examination. Lu Run smiled and replied, I triumphed over a disciple from the Royal Dao sect during the recent exchange competition, prompting the sect to grant me the status of an outer disciple as an exception. Ah, I see. You became an outer disciple without entering the spiritual stream realm. Truly unprecedented, Qinyu remarked with a slight smile. However, Lu Run, as merely a practitioner of the aperture realm, seeking outer sect tasks may be a perilous venture. Most outer sect tasks require at least the strength of a first-level spiritual stream realm practitioner. Even those with 10 or 11 apertures would not stand a chance against a first-level spiritual stream practitioner. To pursue outer sect tasks is essentially courting death. Chapter 0049. Accepting a task, I was merely curious, so I came to take a look. Lu Run smiled. Qinyu replied, that's good. However, the outer sect contribution hall occasionally releases bounty tasks. If you come across a suitable one, you may also take it on. Were bounty tasks? Lu Run inquired, intrigued. The tasks released by the outer sect contribution hall fall into 2 categories. The first type is issued by the sect. Upon completion, one can earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources within our sect. The second type consists of bounty tasks commissioned to our sect by various family powers. Upon completion, a handsome reward is granted. Upon hearing the words handsome reward, Lu Run's eyes sparkled. He lacked nothing but money. Let me see if there are any suitable bounty tasks, Lu Run declared, wandering around the contribution hall. On the right pillar of the contribution hall, a plethora of bounty task notices hung prominently. Lu Run's gaze swept over them, discovering that these tasks either involved escorting missions or eliminating bandits, both of which were exceedingly perilous. For someone of his current capabilities, they were insurmountable, requiring at least a 2nd-level spirit stream cultivator to undertake. However, one particular task piqued his interest. Task objective: eliminate the notorious thief Niel Yoxiang. Background: this individual has been committing heinous acts in Linjiang City, violating the daughters of reputable families and brutally murdering them afterward. His crimes are unforgivable. Target's trail: Niel Yoxiang is likely targeting Wan Sulan, the daughter of Wan Sanqian, the owner of the Wan Chimmy Trading Company, who has hired 2 spirit stream cultivators to protect her closely. Target's strength: a cultivator of the opening Qi realm who has activated 10 spirit apertures. Bounty amount: 20 low-grade spiritual stones. Task difficulty: 5 stars. The 4 major sects have attempted multiple ambushes against Niel Yoxiang, but have failed, allowing him to escape time and again. Amidst Zuelon, Lu Run's heart stirred. He had not expected that Niel Yoxiang had set his sights on the very first benefactor he encountered upon arriving in this world. 2 years prior, when he had traversed this realm and found himself destitute in Linjiang City, it was Wan Sulan who took pity on him, not only sheltering him, but also introducing him to work at her family's tavern. Subsequently, Lu Run departed Linjiang City in pursuit of martial arts. Having become an outer sect disciple of the Qinyan sect, he had long wished to express his gratitude to Wan Sulan, yet he never anticipated that she would find herself in such peril. Seeing Lu Run fixated on the notice for Niel Yoxiang, Qinyu approached, astonished. Lu Run, are you truly considering accepting this task? I find it somewhat intriguing. Lu Run nodded slightly. This Niel Yoxiang is merely a cultivator of the opening Qi realm. Why have the outer sect disciples of the four major sects been unable to eliminate him? It should be exceedingly easy for a spirit stream cultivator to dispatch an opening Qi cultivator. Qinyu explained, Niel Yoxiang is exceptionally cautious. He avoids appearing when strong cultivators are lying in ambush, and he has mastered a superior human-grade lightness skill, the cloud crane step, which allows him to move like a white crane soaring through the clouds. Even if his whereabouts are discovered, he can vanish without a trace. This fellow, capable of activating 10 spirit apertures, is indeed quite a genius. Yet he chose the path of a notorious thief. Wielding the Mox, Qinyu continued. Niel Yoxiang was once a disciple of the Lihua sect. It is said that he acquired a dark technique that requires him to collect Yin energy to break through his limits and forcibly activate 10 spirit apertures. Now, as he frequently commits crimes in Linjiang City, he likely seeks to activate his 11th spirit aperture. At this, Lu Ren's heart raced with excitement. If Niel Yoxiang truly intended to activate his 11th spirit aperture, he might very well possess the 100 aperture grass. With this thought in mind, Lu Ren, under the astonished gazes of numerous outer sect disciples, boldly tore down the task notice. Someone has actually taken on the task to eliminate Niel Yoxiang. Who is he? How can he be so confident? Isn't he the one with the wasted bloodline, Lu Ren? How did he become an outer sect disciple? I heard he received the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tua Shi, yet he gained nothing of worth. The crowd began to stir. Qinyu, witnessing Lu Ren tear down the task notice, was equally astonished. Lu Ren, are you really planning to accept this task? With your current strength, you cannot possibly defeat Niel Yoxiang. Lu Ren smiled. Sometimes, killing does not necessarily rely on sheer strength. Then you take care, she replied. I must also attend to my own tasks. Be careful. Lu Ren pocketed the task notice and departed the contribution hall, making his way toward the mountain gate. Linjiang City is a small town situated in the northern part of Jiangyun Kingdom. The vicinity of this town is surrounded by several large and small towns, where merchants from these towns frequently travel to Linjiang City for trade, resulting in a bustling flow of people. However, the majority are common folk, and spirit stream cultivators are considered superior beings in Linjiang City. At the city gate of Linjiang City, a young man clad in a Qingyun robe slowed his horse's pace, gazing at the imposing city gate with a sense of nostalgia. Linjiang City, I have returned. This young man was none other than Lu Ren, who had traveled tirelessly for 7 days to finally reach Linjiang City. Miss Zulan, I wonder how you would react if you knew that the destitute boy you once sheltered has now become an outer sect disciple of the Qingyun sect. Lu Ren chuckled as he dismounted from his steed, leading it into Linjiang City. As he looked at the shops, taverns, and inns lining the streets, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, he lacked the leisure to meander through the streets. After entrusting his steed to an inn for care, he arrived at the entrance of a mansion. This was the Wan residence. Presently, the Wan residence was heavily guarded by attendants, all of whom were cultivators of the opening Qi realm. Upon Lu Ren's arrival at the gate, one of the attendants immediately recognized his status as an outer sect disciple of the Qingyun sect, and a look of reverence crossed his face. It is an outer sect disciple of the Qingyun sect. May I inquire what brings you to our Wan residence? One of the attendants asked. I have accepted the task to eliminate Niel Yoxiang, to assist your Wan residents in dealing with him. Lu Ren replied, displaying his identity token to alleviate any doubts. The attendant gazed at the token in Lu Ren's hand with even greater respect and personally escorted him into the Wan residence, where he awaited in a side hall. Before long, a troubled young woman in a green dress approached. Upon seeing Lu Ren in his Qingyun robe, her expression turned blank, and after a long pause, she stammered. Lu Wei. Lu Ren stood and smiled warmly. Miss Zulan, it has been a long time. You actually became a cultivator and an outer sect disciple of the Qingyun sect? Wan Zulan exclaimed in delight, struggling to reconcile the destitute boy from years past with the esteemed outer sect disciple standing before her. She could hardly fathom that an outer sect disciple of the Qingyun sect, a paragon among men, could be associated with someone of her modest background. Chapter 50. Depart if it were not for Mist taking me back then. Where would there still be a disciple of the Qingyun sect? Lu Ren chuckled. Lu Ren, do not say that. It was merely out of pity that I took you in. Even without me, there would have been others to assist you. Wan Suilon replied. Her cheeks flushed. After reminiscing for a while, Lu Ren shifted the topic and inquired, Miss Suilon, has Niel Yoxiang made any appearances recently? Wan Suilon sighed deeply. My father has hired 2 powerful warriors who have opened 10 spiritual orifices to protect me day and night. Niel Yoxiang dares not show himself. Yet these 2 warriors have become increasingly greedy. Initially, they charged 1 low-grade spirit stone per day, but now it has risen to 2. They have done nothing. Yet they have already earned over 100 low-grade spirit stones from my father in just a few days. Although my Wan family runs a rice business, 100 low-grade spirit stones is still a considerable sum for us. If this continues, my family will surely go bankrupt. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. Miss Suilon, as long as Niel Yoxiang lives, your family shall never find peace. This slow consumption is not a solution. Dismiss those 2, and I shall protect you. Very well. Wan Suilon nodded decisively, choosing to trust Lu Ren without hesitation. Inside a pavilion of the Wan residence, 2 middle-aged men indulged in fine wine and delicacies. Ah, Gulme, to drink. Wan Sanchuan is indeed generous for his daughter, to offer 2 low-grade spirit stones as a daily fee. Tomorrow we shall demand 4 low-grade spirit stones per day. They drank and conversed, completely absorbed in their revelry. Bang! Overhearing their conversation, Wan Suilon angrily pushed open the door and stood at the entrance, fuming. You 2 are nothing but opportunists. Leave at once. I do not require your protection. The 2 men were taken aback by her sudden appearance, but showed no signs of fear, continuing to savor their feast. One burly man put down his chopsticks and laughed heartily. Little girl, we are indeed taking advantage of the situation. Without our deterrence, you would have long been abducted by Niel Yoxiang. You want us to leave? Let your father come instead. Another robust man slowly rose, his voice frigid. You 2 can leave now. From this day forth, I shall protect Miss Suilon. Lu Ren, clad in a Qingyun robe, entered the room. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the 2 men became furious. Who dares to compete with us for business? The burly man bellowed. Though they were not disciples of a sect, they lived on the edge of danger and knew that challenging them was tantamount to courting death. However, when they turned to face Lu Ren in his Qingyun robe, their anger shifted to fear. It is a disciple of the Qingyun sect. The 4 great sect's disciples, especially those from the outer sect, held esteemed status, and ordinary people dared not provoke them. Yet, the burly man frowned and remarked, I have dealt with many disciples of the Qingyun sect. Outer sect disciples must be at the spiritual stream stage. If I am not mistaken, you are merely a practitioner at the opening orifice stage, are you not? The aura of a practitioner at the opening orifice stage is entirely different from that of a spiritual stream practitioner. What? An opening orifice practitioner? How bold you are to impersonate a disciple of the Qingyun sect. The other sturdy man seethed with rage. It was common knowledge that outer sect disciples of the 4 great sects must be at the spiritual stream stage, and this man, being only at the opening orifice stage, could not possibly be a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Impersonating a disciple of the Qingyun sect was a grave crime. If they could capture this impostor and deliver him to the Qingyun sect, they would undoubtedly be rewarded. Lu Ren revealed his identity token and stated, I have no time to waste with you. Depart at once. My protection of Miss Suilon is sufficient. One of the men stared at the token in Lu Ren's hand, then sneered. You think a mere iron token can fool us? How dare you impersonate a disciple of the Qingyun sect? I will kill you first. Whoosh. He struck at Lu Ren with a palm. An opening orifice practitioner could never be a disciple of the Qingyun sect. After killing Lu Ren, he might even be able to claim a reward from the Qingyun sect. Lu Ren's gaze turned cold, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he stood motionless, watching the man's hand. The burly man's face twisted into a cruel expression. Ha! This fool claims to be a disciple of the Qingyun sect. He must be terrified. His companion laughed as well. However, in that instant, a flash of sword light erupted, slicing through the air with chilling precision. Puffed. Blood sprayed forth, followed by a wretched scream. My hand. The burly man staggered back. One of his hands severed by Lu Ren's sword strike. How is this possible? His companion trembled with fear. His brother had been at the opening orifice stage for over 30 years, having opened 10 orifices, and was a dominant force among opening orifice practitioners. Yet, he had been so easily disarmed by this young man. What terrifying strength! Who exactly are you? The burly man shrieked in agony. I've already said, I am a disciple of the Qinyan sect. If you do not wish to die, return all the low-grade spirit stones you extorted from the Wan family. Lu Ren commanded coldly. You truly are a disciple of the Qinyan sect. The two men were taken aback. Then their expressions shifted to realization. A practitioner at the opening orifice stage possessing such strength was undoubtedly a prodigy. The other man, his face pale with fear, stepped forward hesitantly and stammered, this young hero. We have only 50 low-grade spirit stones left. We will return them all. He produced 50 low-grade spirit stones and, in a panic, picked up his brother's severed hand before hastily fleeing the Wan residence. Meanwhile, Wan Tsuilan stood to the side, her face ashen, having never witnessed such a bloody scene in her life. Miss Tsuilan, here are the spirit stones. From today forth, I shall protect you without a moment's respite. Lu Ren returned the 50 low-grade spirit stones to Wan Tsuilan. She nodded in astonishment, her mind still reeling from the events. In the days that followed, Lu Ren remained by Tsuilan's side, acting as her personal guardian. Niel Yoxiang did not make an appearance. A month later, Niel Yoxiang still had not shown himself. During this month, the people of Linjiang City learned that the disciple of the Qinyan sect protecting Wan Tsuilan was the destitute youth she had taken in 2 years prior. The entire Linjiang City buzzed with excitement. Miss Tsuilan truly has an eye for talent. She has struck gold with that disciple of the Qinyan sect. Now that Niel Yoxiang was aware that Miss Tsuilan was the benefactor of the disciple of the Qinyan sect, he would likely abandon his plans. Opposing a disciple of the Qinyan sect could only lead to dire consequences. In every corner of Linjiang City, whispers spread. At the Wan residence, Miss Tsuilan, a month has passed, and Niel Yoxiang has not made a move. He has most likely given up. There is no time to waste. I shall return to the sect. Wan Tsuilan inclined her head slightly and replied, Young Master Lu has shown me kindness. Allow me to escort you out of the city personally. Then I am most grateful. Lu Ren smiled. Immediately, Wan Tsuilan ordered preparations for a carriage and personally escorted Lu Ren out of Linjiang City. As they drew near the city limits, Wan Tsuilan pulled back the curtain and remarked, Young Master Lu, we have left the city. May we meet again. Yet Lu Ren turned back and said, Miss Tsuilan, would you kindly remove your skirt for me? Chapter 51. The Soul Capturing Incense, Wan Tsuilan's face flushed crimson as she shyly remarked, Young Master Lu, if you desire my garments, I shall gift you a set. Lu Ren chuckled, Miss Tsuilan, you misunderstand. Niel Yoxiang has yet to reveal himself. How could I dare to depart? I suspect he is concealed within your residence. As long as I remain, he will not dare to show himself. If I feign leaving and don your attire to masquerade as you, he will undoubtedly make an appearance. Young Master Lu, is this not too perilous? Wan Tsuilan expressed her disapproval, concerned for Lu Ren's safety. Fear not. Hasten to remove your garments. Lu Ren urged. Very well. Soon, the sound of rustling clothing filled the air. A green dress was presented to Lu Ren. Young Master Lu, here's the dress, came her bashful voice. After donning the dress, Lu Ren continued, Miss Tsuilan, do assist me with my hairstyle. Certainly. Wan Tsuilan removed her hairpin, allowing her flowing tresses to cascade down, partially concealing her blushing visage. In short order, she styled Lu Ren's hair. Lu Ren turned to her with a smile. Miss Tsuilan, how do I appear in this guise? Puffed. Wan Tsuilan burst into laughter. Young Master Lu, cross-dressing is indeed a source of shame. Yet your willingness to adapt for the sake of vanquishing the flower thief is commendable. However, your appearance is simply too amusing. Lu Ren wore an expression of helplessness. Knowing Wan Tsuilan to be a person of great poise, her laughter indicated the absurdity of his disguise. Alas, for the sake of his mission, Lu Ren found himself making his debut in female attire. He sighed inwardly, recognizing the significance of this task. which promised ample rewards and the opportunity to alleviate his benefactor's concerns. Before long, the carriage turned back towards the Wan residence. Upon disembarking, Lu Ren covered his face in tears as he rushed into his chamber. Alas, the young lady is ensnared. Many, though noting Lu Ren's unremarkable appearance, recognized him as a disciple of the Qingyun sect, aware that their worlds were vastly different. In the following days, Lu Ren secluded himself within his room, intermittent sobs echoing within, reverting to a normal sleeping pattern by night. On the third day of masquerading as Wan Sulan, night fell. Lu Ren fell into a deep slumber, only to be suddenly overtaken by weakness, feeling utterly incapacitated. "Oh no, I have been poisoned," Lu Ren lamented silently, recognizing it as the work of Niel Yoxiang. Moments later, a shadow burst into his chamber, swiftly enveloping him in a dark cloth before carrying him away. "Not good. Niel Yoxiang has abducted our young lady." One of the guards, witnessing the figure emerge from Wan Sulan and Appo's chamber, shouted. In an instant, numerous guards converged. With agile strides, the shadow leaped onto the wall, tearing off the veil to reveal an exceptionally handsome face, none other than the infamous flower thief, Niel Yoxiang. "Ha ha ha. There is no flower I cannot claim, regardless of whose benefactor she may be." Niel Yoxiang laughed maniacally, leaping across rooftops with extraordinary grace, vanishing in mere moments. "This girl is surprisingly delicate. She feels somewhat heavy. Ni li uxiang pausit, entering an opulent kultia erde." Having set his sights on Wan Sulan for months, he was eager to indulge himself and absorb her essence to aid in unlocking the 11th spiritual aperture. Inside the courtyard, a maid approached, bowing respectfully. "Welcome back, young master. Guard the perimeter. Should any disturbance arise, notify me immediately." Niel Yoxiang commanded as he carried Wan Sulan into a room. Just as he carelessly tossed Wan Sulan onto the bed, the door was suddenly smashed apart by a blinding sword light. Frowning, Niel Yoxiang beheld his personal maid entering, wielding a long sword. "You managed to uncover my lair and disguise yourself as my maid? Who are you?" He sensed a formidable aura emanating from her, unmistakably the presence of a Lingxi realm warrior, not one of his previous maids. The maid tore off her facial disguise, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage. Niel Yoxiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he licked his lips. "Zhang Zixuan, an outer disciple of the Li Hua sect." The maid's expression was haughty as she declared, "After months of investigation, I located your residence, disguised myself as your maid. Will you take your own life, or shall I strike you down?" "The Li Hua sect, you say?" Niel Yoxiang narrowed his eyes. "Over these months, countless outer disciples have sought me out, yet here I stand. Do you know why?" Zhang Zixuan frowned, remaining silent. Niel Yoxiang smirked. "It is because I, Niel Yoxiang, excel in the art of poison. My toxins are colorless and odorless. From the moment you stepped into this room, you were already poisoned. Do not attempt to intimidate me." Zhang Zixuan retorted coldly. However, as soon as her words fell, she felt her strength wane, her complexion growing pale. Niel Yoxiang laughed. "I participated in 3 outer disciple assessments without success. Today, I shall indulge in the delights of an outer sex beauty, and this night will be one of sleepless revelry. After I have enjoyed you, I shall then turn my attention to the young lady Wan Sulan." His laughter echoed with exuberance. "You vile scoundrel, seeking your end." Zhang Zixuan's face flushed with indignation, her innocence unaccustomed to such lewdness. With grace, she thrust her sword, conjuring myriad sword shadows that struck toward Niel Yoxiang's chest with blinding speed. Niel Yoxiang sidestepped, shattering the sword shadows with a single palm, deflecting her sword. Swiftly, he clawed at her delicate neck. Zhang Zixuan raised her sword in defense. Bang! Their forces collided, sending both stumbling back. "You may be a first-realm Lingxi warrior, but having succumbed to my soul capturing incense, your strength is diminished to a mere fraction. You shall wait 3 days for the effects to wane. By then, I will have grown weary of you. You lecher!" Zhang Zixuan cried out, her sword sweeping through the air, aiming to strike Niel Yoxiang. The brilliant sword light transformed into a starry blaze, hurtling toward him with ferocity. Crack! Niel Yoxiang produced a folding fan, wielding it with lethal precision, effortlessly dispelling the starry light. Sweet girl, the more you exert your inner strength, the more the poison will spread. I advise you to surrender. If you cannot resist, you might as well enjoy the experience. Nielukshang teased. Chapter 52. The marvelous use of the pagoda, curse it. Even if I perish today, I shall take you down with me. Zhang Zishuan's voice rang out, fierce and resolute, as her longsword danced in the air, conjuring brilliant streaks of starlight. 7-star sword slash. 9 flicks of the cloud fan. Niel Yoxiang was undeterred, skillfully wielding a folding fan, engaging Zhang Zishuan in a battle of equal prowess. Though Zhang Zishuan was weakened by the soul-controlling fragrance, her formidable foundation as a first-tier Lingxi realm warrior far surpassed Niel Yoxiang, who had merely opened 10 spiritual orifices, allowing her to maintain a dominant position. The clash of shadows and the whistling of sword energy created a symphony of chaos as they fought relentlessly, transitioning from the confines of the room to the open courtyard, exchanging blows in rapid succession. However, the effects of the soul-controlling fragrance began to take their toll on Zhang Zishuan, who, after prolonged combat, found herself gradually succumbing to the disadvantage. Lying helplessly on the bed, Luren observed the unfolding scene with growing apprehension. It dawned on him that Zhang Zishuan, a member of the Lihua sect, was likely entangled in this bounty mission. With the debilitating fragrance coursing through her, she would not last beyond the burning of a single incense stick. If she were to be sullied, he would be next in line. What to do? Furrowing his brow, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. The effects of the soul-controlling fragrance last approximately 3 days and nights. If I remain in the pagoda for that duration, I shall be free of its poison. Having spent a century within the pagoda, only a fleeting second would pass in the outside world. With this thought, Luren cast aside all distractions, emptying his mind. He found himself in a sanctuary of absolute safety, perfectly poised to enter the enigmatic space of the pagoda. Moments later, he arrived in the realm of Tianyuan. After 3 days and nights elapsed, Luren gradually regained his senses and was able to move. Starved for 3 days, he felt weak, his 8 spiritual orifices depleted of energy. After absorbing the essence from a low-grade spirit stone to restore his strength, he finally emerged from the pagoda, fully rejuvenated. Yet, he was acutely aware of the need for caution. Niel Yoxiang had unlocked 10 spiritual orifices and practiced lightness skills. A moment's miscalculation could allow him to escape. He needed to bide his time and strike at the opportune moment to eliminate Niel Yoxiang. At that moment, Zhang Zishuan was struggling valiantly against Niel Yoxiang's relentless assault, but ultimately could not withstand the pressure. She was sent flying, crashing to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. The toxicity of the soul-controlling fragrance surged within her, spreading rapidly throughout her body, leaving her feeling as if her strength were leaking away like air from a punctured balloon. As Niel Yoxiang approached, a sinister grin on his face, Zhang Zishuan's complexion paled. Do not come any closer. Huh, little girl, you have delivered yourself right into my hands. How could I possibly refuse? Niel Yoxiang laughed derisively, advancing toward her, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her graceful form, before lifting her effortlessly and carrying her toward the room. Zhang Zishuan struggled in vain, her strength utterly depleted, her face a mask of despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she recalled her initial confidence in accepting this mission, a quest to prove her worth, which had now spiraled into a nightmare. Today, I shall unleash my dual blades. Niel Yoxiang carelessly tossed Zhang Zishuan beside Luren, then yanked the black cloth from Luren's body. The next instant, his smile froze in shock. You were that disciple from Qingyan sect? Indeed. Luren managed a strained smile. You wouldn't have any interest in me, would you? Perhaps you could consider letting me go? Niel Yoxiang's expression turned cold. So you never left, seeking to impersonate Wang Qulin to eliminate me. Yet, you never anticipated that you too would fall victim to the soul-controlling fragrance, did you? Luren chuckled softly. Release me, and I shall capture Wang Qulin for you, delivering her to your doorstep. What say you? Release you? Niel Yoxiang sneered. You thwart my plans, preventing me from executing my dual blades. Prepara tudi. With that, he lunged forward, intent on choking the life from Lu Ren. However, just as he prepared to strike, a piercing sword light flashed, darting toward his chest with lightning speed. What? Niel Liuxiang was taken aback, barely managing to retreat, but he was still too late. A deep gash opened on his chest, blood gushing forth. How is this possible? You are clearly under the influence of my soul-controlling fragrance. Niel Liuxiang clutched his wound. Disbelief etched across his face. The soul-controlling fragrance was a poison that even Lingxi realm warriors could not withstand unless they consumed the antidote. Moreover, it was a concoction he had personally brewed. No one else could possess the antidote. How had this man managed to counteract it? Holding the 7-kill sword, Lu Ren advanced. His voice icy. What can the mere soul-controlling fragrance do to me? Suddenly, Niel Liuxiang burst into laughter, clutching his chest and licking his blood-stained fingers. You have only opened 7 spiritual orifices. Even if you wound me, what does it matter? I have 10 orifices unlocked, and killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Now that you are injured, continuing this fight would only bring you harm. I advise you to retreat while you still can. Lu Ren smiled faintly. Even injured, I possess the means to end your life. Niel Liuxiang let out a menacing laugh, wielding his fan with reckless abandon, unleashing powerful wind blades toward Lu Ren. In response, Lu Ren's sword swept out in a tempestuous flurry, shattering the wind blades effortlessly. Then, with a piercing gaze, he shifted his attack, thrusting his sword with the swiftness of lightning, striking Niel Liuxiang's right arm. With a sickening sound, Niel Liuxiang's arm, which had clutched the fan, was severed as if struck by divine thunder, blood gushing forth from the wound. Ah! Niel Liuxiang screamed in agony, staring at Lu Ren in disbelief. He had never anticipated Lu Ren's swordsmanship to be this formidable. Without hesitation, he snatched up his severed arm and fled toward the exit. Yet, Lu Ren moved like a wraith, leaping to block the doorway, his sword becoming a blur as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Tempestuous fury. This was the 4th stance of the Tianxiang sword technique, its power rivaling that of a perfected human-tier superior sword technique. Seeking death, Niel Liuxiang's rage boiled over, his left hand gripping the fan as he swung it with all his might, its brilliance shining, sharper than a blade, meeting Lu Ren's onslaught. Cloud Fanblade. Niel Liuxiang unleashed all his power, the fan spinning wildly in an attempt to deflect Lu Ren's strikes. Yet after a few exchanges, it was sent careening away by Lu Ren's sword, sending Niel Liuxiang tumbling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, his face a mask of terror. Chapter 0053. The slaying of Niel Liuxiang. In a swift motion, Lu Ren darted forward, his long sword resembling a sinuous serpent, its trajectory unpredictable as it lunged towards Niel Liuxiang. Niel Liuxiang hastily retrieved his folding fan and swung it with fervor, intending to block Lu Ren's strike, only to find himself striking nothing but air. The 7 kills sword once again left a wound upon Niel Liuxiang's chest. You insolent brat, today I shall surely kill you. Niel Liuxiang sided. The loss of blood rendering him weak, compelling him to eliminate Lu Ren post-haste. He could scarcely believe that this disciple of the Qingyun sect, who had only unlocked 8 spiritual apertures, possessed such formidable strength. Even if you Waren and Oppos, T injured, you would still be no match for me. Lu Ren and Oppos, S expression remained indifferent. Against Niel Liuxiang, he had not even resorted to utilizing the secret technique of exploding spirit. Arrogant fool, so many warriors of the spirit stream realm have failed to vanquish me, and you think you can? Niel Liuxiang laughed in fury, unleashing a barrage of sharp blades from his fan that surged wildly towards Lu Ren. Unmoved, Lu Ren wielded the 7 kills sword with fervor, parrying the onslaught. Clang! 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 The weapons clashed repeatedly in midair. Niel Liuxiang's fan techniques were nearly perfected, executed with astonishing speed. A practitioner lacking in foundational swordsmanship would surely fall prey to the blades upon his fan. But who was Lu Ren? Having trained in foundational swordsmanship for over a decade, he was adept at slashing and thrusting. Unless his opponent surpassed him in strength, he believed he would not be bested by anyone in a contest of foundational swordplay. As dozens of exchanges unfolded, Niel Yoxiang grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that his fan techniques could not suppress Lu Run, while his own injuries continued to worsen. Gritting his teeth, Niel Yoxiang activated a mechanism on his fan, causing all the blades to fly towards Lu Run. Simultaneously, he pivoted and fled the room at a rapid pace. Thinking to escape, Lu Ren scoffed, his form darting like a spirit cat, evading all the blades with ease. Swiftly, he closed the distance to Niel Yoxiang's back and swung his sword with ferocity. With a sickening thud, Niel Yoxiang's head fell to the ground. Lu Ren approached the corpse, gazing down at Niel Yoxiang. Indeed, he had been a formidable opponent. Despite being severely injured and losing an arm, he had managed to resist for so long. Had they engaged directly, Lu Ren was uncertain he could have slain him. After dispatching Niel Yoxiang, Lu Ren began to search the body. As a fugitive sought by the 4 major sects, and possessing the ability to unlock 10 spiritual apertures, he must have amassed considerable wealth. However, after thoroughly examining Niel Yoxiang, Lu Ren found only a few vials of antidotes and poisons. Is that truly all he possesses? Lu Ren mused to himself. Moments later, his eyes brightened as he discovered a storage pouch on Niel Yoxiang's person, which he promptly secured to his waist. Lu Ren picked up a black cloth from the bed and wrapped Niel Yoxiang's severed head within it. Channeling a trace of spiritual energy from his right hand into the storage pouch, sealing the head within a storage ring. Having completed these tasks, Lu Ren picked up a vial of medicine and approached Zhang Zixuan. Her eyes widened with trepidation as she regarded him warily. What do you intend to do? As a disciple of the Qin Yun sect, how can you engage in such despicable acts? Lu Ren poured a few pills from the vial into his palm and extended them towards Zhang Zixuan. This should be an antidote for the soul, capturing incense. Take it. Zhang Zixuan gasped, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. After a moment, she mustered her strength but still could not raise her hand. Her face tinged with awkwardness as she weakly implored, I can't muster any strength. Could you place it in my mouth? Upon hearing this, Lu Ren placed the pills directly into Zhang Zixuan's mouth. She swallowed the antidote, biting her lip in apology. Thank you for saving me today. I do not yet know your name, but I shall certainly thank you at the Qin Yun sect in the future. There's no need for that. If it weren't for your delay, I might not have had the opportunity to act, Lu Ren replied dismissively, standing guard at the door. I will leave once the poison has dissipated. With that, he paid no further heed to Zhang Zixuan, instead penetrating the storage pouch with a sliver of his spiritual energy. A faint hum resonated as Lu Ren perceived the space within the pouch. It measured approximately 1 cubic zhang, and in one corner, it was alarmingly filled with women and oppos, as lingerie. This Niel Yoxiang is truly perverse. Lu Ren cursed inwardly. In another corner, however, lay a stack of currency notes. Upon counting, he found around 100,000 copper coins. Such a sum could procure a low-grade spirit weapon. Indeed, should he invest it entirely in inferior spirit stones, it would sustain his cultivation for a decade. Given that spiritual rice no longer sufficed for his training, he could only utilize inferior spirit stones. Undoubtedly, Niel Yoxiang had some wealth. Aside from the coins, there were also 50 inferior spirit stones. Moreover, on a small shelf in the corner, Lu Ren discovered 5 spirit herbs. Remarkably, they were 100 aperture grass. It seems my assumptions were correct. This fellow truly possessed 100 aperture grass. Lu Ren felt a surge of delight, and then noticed 2 tomes on the shelf. One was a sinister cult technique titled Collecting Power. It was evident that Niel Yoxiang had unlocked his 8th spiritual aperture in a brief period due to this dark art. If such a technique fell into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it would be difficult to resist its allure. Lu Ren shook his head. Even a genius like Qin Yu took nearly a year to unlock his 8th spiritual aperture, while Niel Yoxiang, a practitioner of merely a 4th-grade bloodline, had managed to unlock 10 spiritual apertures at such a young age. This was undoubtedly the result of the collecting power. Contemplating this, Lu Ren took the tome and tore it apart. The other tome contained Niel Yoxiang's martial masterpiece, Heavenly Shadow Fan Technique, a high-grade human-level skill comprising 4 forms. Upon inspection, Lu Ren noted that Niel Yoxiang had only mastered 3 forms. Should he achieve mastery of the 4th, Lu Ren suspected that killing him would become considerably more challenging. Now that he had acquired the 100 aperture grass and 50 inferior spirit stones, he could potentially unlock even more spiritual apertures. However, possessing 500 aperture grasses and 50 spirit stones would still fall short of unlocking 5 additional apertures. After assessing his spoils, Lu Ren turned to find Zhang Zixuan still lying on the bed, her eyes clouded. "What sort of medicine did you feed me? Why do I feel so hot?" She gasped, breathless, as a lascivious aura permeated the room. Chapter 0054. You cannot escape me. What I administer to her could not possibly be that substance, could it? Observing Zhang Zixuan's expression, Lu Ren approached her, delivering a swift strike that rendered her unconscious. He then rummaged through several medicine vials, diligently confirming the antidote before extracting a few pills and placing them into Zhang Zixuan's mouth. Thus, it was only the following day that Zhang Zixuan awoke from her slumber. "You've awakened." Lu Ren greeted her. Zhang Zixuan glanced at her attire, relieved to find no signs of disarray. Recalling the events of the previous night, she felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment and reproached. "You actually fed me that sort of medicine?" With a helpless expression, Lu Ren replied, "I believed it to be an antidote." "How could you say that?" Zhang Zixuan pouted. "Let us consider today as if it never occurred, understood? Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude. Might I know your name? I shall certainly repay you in the future. Are you offering yourself in return?" "Lorraine Cislightly." "You." Zhang Zixuan and Apos. S face flushed crimson once more at a loss for words. "Ha ha, you will surely come to know me in due time. Farewell." Lu Ren laughed heartily and exited the room. "Now that you have slain Niel Yoxiang, I advise you to tread carefully." Zhang Zixuan suddenly called after him. Lu Ren turned, looking at her inquiringly. "What do you mean by that?" For months, the task of eliminating Niel Yoxiang had eluded everyone, with many prodigies from the 4 major sects eyeing the challenge. Whoever succeeded would gain immense fame within the sects. You, a mere Enlightenment realm martial artist, killing Niel Yoxiang? Few would believe such a feat. Listening to Zhang Zixuan's words, Lu Ren chuckled coldly. Do they intend to snatch Niel Yoxiang's head as proof? That head could indeed fulfill the task and yield a considerable amount of low-grade spirit stones. That is not certain, Zhang Zixuan replied. Thank you for the warning. Lu Ren smiled, leaping away and vanishing from her sight in mere moments. Zhang Zixuan remained rooted to the spot, experiencing her first rejection from a man. At the Flame Fire sect, she was always the center of attention. However, this man, who had saved her life, treated her with indifference, even refusing to disclose his name. As long as you are a disciple of the Qingyan sect, I will surely uncover your identity. You cannot evade me, Zhang Zixuan declared, a sly smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, the Wan family was in utter chaos. Wan Sanxian, the corpulent patriarch, paced anxiously within his estate. His daughter had been abducted for an entire night. The dreadful fate that awaited her was all too apparent. Master, the young lady has returned with young Master Lu. Suddenly, a steward rushed in with the news. Wan Sanxian dashed outside to see Lu Ren walking alongside Wan Solon. My daughter, are you unharmed? He exclaimed, rushing to inspect her. Wan Solon smiled reassuringly. Father, I am fine. It was young Master Lu who was taken. Wan Sanxian's face filled with confusion. Wan Solon then recounted the entire series of events. Upon hearing her story, Wan Sanxian turned to Lu Ren, asking, Young Master Lu, what became of Niel Yoxiang? With a wave of his hand, Lu Ren produced Niel Yoxiang's severed head. The lifeless visage, eyes wide with terror, bore a gruesome sight, blood covering his once handsome features. Many servants and maids gasped at the sight of Niel Yoxiang's head. Niel Yoxiang, Wan Sanxian exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Young Master Lu, I am at a loss for how to repay you. Should you require anything in the future, simply send word to Wan Qimi. I would go through fire and water for you. Before Wan Sanxian could kneel in gratitude, Lu Ren stepped forward, assisting him back to his feet. Uncle Wan, you overstate. It is our duty as disciples to vanquish evil. Besides, Miss Zuolan saved my life. With Niel Yoxiang dead, you need not fear any longer. Young Master Lu, You have alleviated my concerns, and I must repay you. While I may not be a man of great wealth, I can offer some financial assistance. Juan Sanchian insisted. Uncle, let us dispense with the notion of repayment. Completing this task has already earned me 20 spirit stones. Lu politely declined. Young Master Lu, had it not been for your intervention, those two martial artists would have surely stripped my family of its assets. You cannot refuse my gratitude. Otherwise, I would feel remorse. Juan Sanchian pressed. Uncle, I possess some ill-gotten gains. Could you assist me in disposing of them in exchange for low-grade spirit stones? Lu Ren proposed, understanding Lu Run and Oppo's S implication. Juan Sanchian nodded. Young Master Lu, I grasp your intent. You may entrust the items to me, and I shall handle them all. That would be most helpful. Lu Ren replied. However, I may require some time to contact nearby merchants. You should remain in the Wan estate for a few days, allowing Miss Zuelan to extend her hospitality. Juan Sanchian suggested. Agreed. Lu Ren nodded, handing over items from Niel Yoxiang, retaining only the spirit stones and certain herbs for himself. In the ensuing days, Lu Ren resided within the Wan estate. Meanwhile, news of his slaying of Niel Yoxiang spread like wildfire throughout Linjiang City. Almost every tavern and inn buzzed with discussions about the event. That Lu Ren, a mere outer disciple of the Qingyun sect and only an Enlightenment realm martial artist, managed to kill Niel Yoxiang. How could that be? Patrons debated incredulously. Niel Yoxiang had opened 10 spirit apertures and practiced the cloud crane technique. Not even a spirit stream realm martial artist could defeat him. How did he achieve such a feat? In a particular tavern, two youths overheard the chatter, frowning at the news. We arrived too late. Niel Yoxiang was actually slain by that waste of a bloodline, remarked one youth, none other than the inheritor of the ghost sword, Chu Feiyang. The other youth, slightly older yet possessing an imposing aura, had already reached the 4th level of the spirit stream realm, having broken through to the 1st level of the spirit stream realm half a month prior. Chu Feiyang intended to claim the bounty for killing the flower thief, Niel Yoxiang. However, upon arriving in Linjiang City, he learned of Lu Ren's accomplishment. This Lu Ren truly fears nothing. He has offended your ghost sword sect, yet dares to show himself. The other youth shook his head in disbelief. Nalen, how could Lu Ren possibly kill Niel Yoxiang? Chu Feiyang questioned, his expression one of incredulity. Given his talent, the only way for him to slay Niel Yoxiang would be to open the 10th spirit aperture. It's only been a little over a month. How could he possibly achieve such mastery, especially being a waste of a bloodline? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Nalen's eyes as he declared, regardless of how he killed Niel Yoxiang, now that he has come to Linjiang City, he shall not return alive to the Qingyun sect. Brother Nalen, Lu Ren has killed my fellow disciples. Senior Brother Gu has issued a death order for me to find an opportunity to kill him. If we succeed this time, Senior Brother Gu will surely favor you. Chu Feiyang added. Nalen nodded in agreement. Gu Yifan, the foremost core disciple of the Royal Dao sect and inheritor of the Ghost Sword, held significant influence. Gaining his favor would undoubtedly lead to a meteoric rise. Chapter 55. A single sword to slay you in the blink of an eye. 7 days had passed. Juan Sanchian had managed to dispose of all of Niel Yoxiang's resources for Lu Ren, and combined with the bounty, he presented Lu Ren with 200 low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, Juan Sanchian hosted a grand banquet at the Wan residence to bid farewell to Lu Ren. After indulging in food and drink, Lu Ren decided to rest for a day before returning to Qingyun Gate. Upon returning to his room, Lu Ren entered the treasure tower space to commence his arduous cultivation. This time, he possessed sufficient low-grade spirit stones to practice for 600 years. He planned to use this time to open his spiritual apertures and subsequently merge them all together. Having already opened the 8th aperture, Lu Ren was now quite adept at the process. He then began to sense the location of the 9th aperture. After expending 35 years, he successfully opened the 9th aperture. Another 40 years passed before he opened the 10th, and then 45 years to open the 11th. 50 years were spent on the 12th, and finally, 70 years to unlock the 13th. With 5 spirit aperture herb plants and 270 years of diligent practice, he shattered his limits and opened 5 more apertures. Now, he He had successfully opened 13 apertures. Lu Ren smiled broadly. Even his master, Yin Qingyao, had only managed to open 11 apertures. Now, he had surpassed her by reaching the 13th. Without employing his explosive spirit technique, he could unleash a tremendous force of 13,000 pounds with a single punch. If he had more spirit aperture herbs, he could open even more apertures. Exhaling a deep breath, Lu Ren then spent over 300 years merging the energy from the 13 apertures. At this moment, the power from all 13 apertures erupted, capable of producing nearly 30,000 pounds of force, far beyond the strength of a first-level Lingxi realm warrior, who typically only possessed around 20,000 pounds of strength. The explosive spirit technique was indeed formidable. Lu Ren felt a slight shock. Emerging from the nameless treasure tower, Lu Ren fell into a restful sleep. The next day, Wan Sanxian and Wan Suolan personally escorted Lu Ren to the outer gate of Linjiang City. Young Master Lu, do come visit Linjiang City whenever you have a chance, Wan Sanxian said with a smile. Young Master, remember me. Wan Suolan blushed, handing her hairpin to Lu Ren before turning and dashing back into the city. Holding the hairpin, Lu Ren chuckled helplessly, storing it away before mounting his swift windbreaker horse and heading towards Xingyan Gate. The windbreaker horse was remarkably fast, capable of covering 1,000 miles in a day. In just an hour, Lu Ren found himself deep within a forest. Suddenly, furrowing his brow, Lu Ren came to an abrupt halt, spotting dozens of black-clad figures emerging on the path ahead. These individuals wielded blood-red blades, their faces obscured by black cloth, revealing only their cold, piercing eyes, emanating a chilling aura of murder. The oppressive killing intent swept over him, startling the windbreaker horse, which reared up and bolted away. Surround him, the leader of the black-clad figures bellowed. In an instant, Lu Ren was encircled by the group. You dare to intercept the disciple of Xingyan Gate? Lu Ren squinted as he scrutinized the black-clad figures. They were all martial artists at the aperture opening realm, likely possessing 7 open apertures. The leader, however, radiated a potent aura of energy that surpassed even Niel Yoxiang, having at least 10 apertures opened, though still not at the Lingxi level. Disciples of Xingyan Gate? We have slain many from the 4 major sects, so I ask you this. Did you kill Niel Yoxiang? The leader queried coldly. The Blood Knife Villa? Lu Ren frowned. Niel Yoxiang was one of your own? I only ask you this. Did you kill Niel Yoxiang? The leader repeated. And if I did, what of it? If not, what then? Lu Ren replied with a smile. If you did, surrender the Yin gathering technique, and I shall spare your life. If not, then you shall die. The leader of the Blood Knife Villa declared coldly. You seek the Yin gathering technique? Do you wish to cultivate it and open more apertures? Lu Ren was slightly taken aback. One of the women beside the leader said, Our leader believes that by cultivating the Yin gathering technique, he can immediately break through his limits and open the 12th aperture, catching up to the records of Saintess Yun Qingyao, and perhaps even open the 13th aperture in the future. Is that so? The Yin gathering technique is in my possession. Come and take it if you can. Lu Ren replied with indifference. Attack. Turn him into minced meat. The leader of the Blood Knife Villa commanded. Kill. The black-clad figures roared, unleashing their fierce energy as they charged at Lu Ren with their blood-red blades drawn. Just in time to practice my skills. Lu Ren sneered, drawing the 7-kill sword from his storage ring and swinging it fiercely. The blade's radiance illuminated the air as he struck at the encroaching black-clad figures. Boom! With 13 apertures opened, Lu Ren's might was formidable. A single swing of his sword sent 3 of the Blood Knife Villa's bandits staggering back, spitting blood. However, these seasoned brigands were unfazed and surged forward. Lu Ren wielded the 7-kill sword, its light crashing down like a torrential storm. The bandits found it nearly impossible to withstand his assault. In an instant, 4 or 5 of them fell to their demise. Meanwhile, Chu Feiyong and Nalan Fei, who were hiding at a distance, were taken aback by the unfolding scene. They had intended to secretly follow Lu Ren and strike at the opportune moment to kill him. But the Blood Knife Villa's appearance had thwarted their plans. They had assumed the Blood Knife Villa would easily dispatch Lu Ren, sparing them the trouble. But Lu Ren's displayed strength had completely astonished them. Nalan, This Lu Ren's swordplay is unexpectedly powerful, and the strength he exhibits far exceeds that of someone with merely 7 apertures opened. Chu Feiyang exclaimed in surprise. Nalan Fei chuckled lightly. The leader of the Blood Knife Villa has opened 11 apertures. To kill Lu Ren should be a trivial task. Curse it. The leader of the Blood Knife Villa was incensed upon witnessing his subordinates falling. A young warrior at the aperture opening realm possessed such tremendous strength. If Lu Ren continued his rampage, all his men would be slaughtered. My lord, allow me to take care of him, the leader's wife declared, leaping forward with a blood-colored dagger in hand, moving with incredible speed towards Lu Ren's neck. The dagger was coated with venom, should it pierce. Even a warrior at the Lingxi realm would meet their demise. Boom! Lu Ren casually swung his sword, the blade crashing against the dagger with a tremendous explosion. The leader's wife was sent reeling backwards, astonished. This fellow's swordplay is astonishingly swift, she thought, her eyes widening in shock. Lu Ren, they say you are of a worthless bloodline. How can you possess such strength? Just because they say I am of a worthless bloodline. Do you truly believe I am weak? You dare to encircle me, and I shall annihilate you all. Lu Ren's patience had worn thin. He intended to unleash his full power and eradicate the bandits of the Blood Knife Villa. However, the leader of the Blood Knife Villa chuckled ominously. You think you can kill us all? Such arrogance. My Blood Knife Villa has roamed the Linjiang region for over 30 years, and the number of sect disciples who have perished at my hands is incalculable. With my 11 apertures opened, killing you is as easy as pie. Is that so? Lu Ren scoffed disdainfully, extending a single finger. To slay you, I need but a single sword. Chapter 0056. Astonishing power what? The leader of Blood Knife Village sneered as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. I am eager to see how you intend to slay me with a single sword. He gripped the blood knife on his back with ferocity, and 11 spirit apertures within him erupted, exuding a formidable aura. Although he possessed a third-grade bloodline and mediocre talent, he had painstakingly cultivated for over 30 years, mastering several superior martial techniques to perfection and fortifying his body to iron-like resilience. Particularly, his mastery of blood knife slash had reached an extraordinary level, capable of overwhelming disciples who had opened 7 spirit apertures. Now, this so-called waste of a disciple from the Qingyan sect, who was rumored in the outside world to be a failure, audaciously claimed he could slay him with a single sword, an utterly absurd notion. Blood Knife Frenzy Slash. The leader of Blood Knife Village bellowed, unleashing a crimson blade of light that surged towards Lu Ren. The terrifying blade illuminated the entire forest in a blood-red hue. Thunderous roar. Lu Ren's 13 spirit apertures erupted simultaneously. An endless tide of spiritual energy surged forth, and his sword, akin to a raging tempest, fiercely pierced through the crimson blade light. Boom! The thunderous sword shattered all, piercing through the blood-red radiance, sending the leader's blood knife flying. The powerful strike continued, impaling the leader of Blood Knife Village right through the chest. Spurt! The leader coughed up blood, his eyes filled with terror, trembling as he uttered this. Is impossible. Just as his words fell, his skin erupted with cracks, blood seeping through, and he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, the leader was consumed by profound regret. He had previously considered that Lu Ren, capable of slaying Niel Yoxiang, must possess some formidable means. Yet, upon further reflection, how could a waste of a bloodline, without having ascended to the spirit stream realm and merely a boy of 16 or 17, possibly rival him, who had devoted over 30 years to his cultivation? He never anticipated that he would be slain by Lu Ren with a single sword. How could this be? The mountain bandits were left dumbfounded, halted in their tracks, incredulously witnessing the scene. Even from afar, Chu Feiyang and Nalan Xin were rendered speechless. This so-called waste bloodline, Lu Ren, had actually slain the leader of the mountain bandits, who had opened 11 spirit apertures. This individual likely had unlocked 12 spirit apertures. Nalan Fei's gaze darkened ominously. How could a waste bloodline, in such a short span, open 12 spirit apertures? Chu Feiyang's expression reflected astonishment. The opening of spirit apertures was intrinsically linked to one and Appo's bloodline talent. It was akin to some individuals possessing innate strength, effortlessly lifting a 1,000-pound cauldron, while others, frail from birth, could possess high comprehension yet remain incapable of such feats. A waste bloodline could hardly open an 8th spirit aperture, let alone a 12th. It must be connected to his acquisition of the Tuatha, ancient emperor's legacy. He surely possessed treasures left behind by the ancient emperor. Treasures that you all failed to discover. Nalan Fei's countenance remained composed as he fixated on Lu Run, biding his time for a lethal strike. This Lu Run had obtained the Tuatha, ancient emperor's legacy. If he could eliminate Lu Run, the inheritance would rightfully belong to him. At this moment, Lu Run's expression remained indifferent. He felt no surprise at having slain the leader of Blood Knife Village with a single sword. With 13 spirit apertures opened, while the leader had only 11, a disparity of 2,000 pounds in strength existed. Moreover, the thunderous sword technique was a formidable offensive swordplay. Should he fail to slay the leader with a single strike, then the opening of his 13 spirit apertures would have been in vain. King! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed. The leader's wife, in utter despair, shouted, "You kill my husband, I will fight you to the death." With a fierce cry, she brandished a poisoned dagger, akin to a frenzied spirit, relentlessly charging at Lu Run. A tempest. Lu Ren snorted coldly as the 7 kills sword danced in his hands. Sword shadows akin to a torrential storm, piercing towards the leader's wife. PFFT, 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 PFFT. Before she could approach Lu Run, she was riddled with blood holes, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The leader was dead. His wife was dead. We must flee. All the mountain bandits of Blood Knife Village, witnessing the demise of their leader and his wife, lost their resolve to fight, scattering in all directions like leaves in a storm. Lu Run did not pursue, but instead turned his gaze upon the slain leader of Blood Knife Village, knowing that as the village chief, he must possess some wealth. Just as he was about to collect the storage ring from the leader's body, he sensed a terrifying gust of wind sweeping in from behind. A sharp beam of sword light flashed towards him. Lu Ren's countenance shifted dramatically as he swiftly rolled to the side. The sword light struck where he had just stood, carving a deep gash into the muddy ground. The corpse of the leader was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy figure clad in black surged forward, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows aimed at Lu Ren. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ren reacted swiftly, wielding the 7 kills sword to fend off the strikes. However, with each block, an overwhelming force crashed upon him, making it nearly impossible to withstand. After a few exchanges, Lu Ren was sent flying, crashing into a large tree and spitting out blood. This was a warrior of the spirit stream realm. Lu Ren was inwardly astonished, fixing his gaze on the opponent. "You dare to kill our leader. You seek death." The masked figure rasped ominously, twisting at the feet, bringing the long sword down upon Lu Ren's head. A dense sword light, accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, descended like a mountain of iron. Even before the sword arrived, the resonance of its might was palpable. Clang! Lu Ren unleashed the power of his 13 spirit apertures, blocking the strike with his sword. Puffed! A surge of immense force struck him, causing Lu Ren to spew blood. Yet, he dared not retreat a single step, resolutely using the 7 kills sword to hold off the enemy's blade. If he faltered, that long sword would undoubtedly claim his life. Lu Ren stared coldly at the masked figure, stating, "Chu Feiyong, if you wish to kill me, why do you hide your identity?" The recent strikes had unmistakably been the shadow sword and iron cutting sword from the ghostly blade technique, and the only one who bore a grudge against him and could wield such techniques was Chu Feiyong. Upon having his identity exposed, Chu Feiyong revealed no surprise. Rather, an expression of profound shock crossed his face. "How many spirit apertures have you opened? Though I have yet to use my full strength. Even if you have opened 12 spirit apertures, it is impossible for you to withstand." Initially, he believed that a direct assault would instantly eliminate Lu Ren. However, after several attempts, he found himself unable to slay Lu Ren, and even after employing the iron cutting sword, though he had severely injured Lu Ren, he still failed to deliver the final blow. There was no way 12 spirit apertures could withstand the full might of his iron cutting sword. Could it be that Lu Ren had opened 13 spirit apertures? Chapter 57. A perilous predicament. How many spiritual apertures have you opened? Do you think I care? Lu Ren's gaze was as frigid as ice as he fixed his stare on Chu Feiyang. Chu Feiyang, if you dare to kill me, do you not fear my master? With a mocking smile, Chu Feiyang replied, You are not slain by me, but by the Bloodknife clan. Are you so certain you can kill me? If you fail, you should be aware of the consequences. Lu Ren inquired. Chu Feiyang chuckled lightly. Lu Ren, I know you have received the fortune of the ancient Emperor Taoshi, which allowed you to open so many spiritual apertures. However, I have already ascended to the spirit stream realm. Before a martial artist of this level, you stand no chance. As he spoke, his internal energy erupted. In his eyes, Lu Ren was already a dead man, especially with the presence of the 4th-level spirit stream realm warrior, Nalan Fei, by his side. Yet, Nalan Fei deemed it beneath him to engage with a mere aperture-opening realm warrior. Is that so? Let us see. Lu Ren smiled, channeling the energy from his 13 apertures into a colossal vortex. Allow me to personally send you to your demise. With a thunderous crash, Chu Feiyang lunged forward like a cannonball, his sword thrusting towards Lu Ren's throat with the swiftness of lightning. Ghost Flash Sword. Seeing this, Lu Ren activated his 7-kill sword, clashing with Chu Feiyang's blade. The impact reverberated through the air, and while Lu Ren remained steadfast, Chu Feiyang was forced back 3 steps. How is this possible? An expression of disbelief crossed Chu Feiyang's face. He had unleashed the full force of his spirit stream realm power, yet he was repelled by Lu Ren's single strike. This was simply inconceivable. The spirit stream realm is not as formidable as it appears. A hint of mockery played on Lu Ren's lips. Now, employing the secret technique of exploding spirit, he fused the energies of 13 apertures, rendering him capable of mercilessly dispatching a 1st-level spirit stream warrior. You must have gained the fortune of the ancient Emperor Taoshi. Chu Feiyang roared, his murderous intent intensifying as he unleashed the full extent of his 1st-level spirit stream realm energy. Chu Feiyang charged at Lu Ren, his sword crashing down relentlessly. Tempest. Lu Ren swung his sword wildly, creating a torrent of sword light that surged towards Chu Feiyang. Clang! The resounding clash of blades echoed, sparks flying as Lu Ren navigated around the incoming strikes, retaliating with a powerful palm strike. He paid no heed to the sword energy erupting from Chu Feiyang's blade. With a tempestuous cyclone of energy swirling within him, Lu Ren unleashed the secret technique of exploding spirit to its utmost potential, combining it with his physical strength, rendering him virtually invincible. Chu Feiyang's complexion paled dramatically as he could only muster a counter with his other hand. But in his haste, he could only channel half of his energy. How could he withstand Lu Ren? Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, sending Chu Feiyang reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. His face ashen. Swish! Lu Ren, utilizing the agile spirit cat steps, covered 7 zhang in a single stride, appearing before Chu Feiyang and striking down towards his head. Nalan, save me! Chu Feiyang bellowed. Whoosh! A sword energy swept in from a distance, crashing towards Lu Ren's chest. Another expert? Lu Ren and Oppos. S expression shifted dramatically as he raised his sword to defend himself. Clang! The sword energy collided with Lu Ren and Oppos' 7-kill sword, the immense force penetrating his body, propelling him backward. I never expected an aperture-opening realm warrior to possess such formidable strength. It seems the ancient Emperor Taoshi has granted you considerable fortune. Nalan Fei emerged, resembling a divine being, gazing down upon the fallen Lu Ren. Nalan, kill him quickly. Chu Feiyang imlot. Rest assured, he cannot escape from my 5-finger mountain. Nalan Fei, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to Lu Ren and demanded, Tell me, what has the ancient Emperor Taoshi granted you to bestow you with such power? However, a sudden look of joy illuminated Lu Ren's face as he shouted toward the direction. Master, you have arrived. Nalan Fei's expression shifted, and, as he turned to look, he found no sign of anyone, realizing he had been deceived. When he turned back, Lu Ren had already fled. Seeing Lu Ren escape, Chu Feiyong, dragging his injured body, rushed forward to block Lu Ren's path, delivering a powerful palm strike. "Get lost!" Lu Ren roared, raising his hand to unleash the fierce tiger fist. Boom! Their hands collided midair, producing a tremendous roar. Rumble! A terrifying force erupted, sending Chu Feiyong flying away, blood gushing from his mouth. Lu Ren similarly coughed up blood, but dared not linger, continuing his flight. His injuries were not inflicted by Chu Feiyong, but rather from the earlier attack by Nalan Fei. Now, the cumulative damage had worsened his condition. Nalan, Lu Ren is gravely wounded and at the end of his rope. Chu Feiyong clutched his chest. Nalan Fei gripped his sword, pursuing rapidly. Within the dense forest, Lu Ren, drenched in blood, fled desperately. Nalan Fei was likely not merely a second-level spirit stream warrior. He may have even reached the third or fourth level. Such a disparity in power was insurmountable for an aperture-opening realm warrior. "Lu Ren, you shall not escape my grasp." Nalan Fei bellowed, his steps light and swift, as if he were treading upon clouds. This was an advanced human-grade lightness technique. The Cloud Ladder. As Lu Ren observed Nalan Fei closing the distance, his expression turned grave. He needed to shake off his pursuer, secure a safe haven, and enter the pagoda space to enhance his strength once more for a chance at a reversal. With this in mind, Lu Ren quickened his pace, constantly changing directions in his flight, making it difficult for Nalan Fei to utilize his lightness skills effectively. After a brief moment, Lu Ren halted, finding himself with no escape routes to either side, facing a mirror lake no more than several dozen zhang wide. "Lu Ren, I see where you intend to flee." Nalan Fei sneered, slowly advancing, his murderous intent intensifying. This defective bloodline warrior Lu Ren surely harbored many secrets of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi and must be eliminated. His sword transformed into a multitude of sword shadows, crashing towards Lu Ren once more. Clang! Lu Ren's expression darkened as he swung his sword desperately in defense, retreating until he could no longer withstand the onslaught. He was pierced by 5 of Nalan Fei's strikes and fell into the mirror lake. The blood from Lu Ren stained the lake a crimson hue. Nalan Fei, sword in hand, approached the lakeshore but did not leap into the water to continue the pursuit. He lacked swimming skills, and moreover, the lake was not vast. Even if Lu Ren attempted to escape from the water, Nalan Fei could reach him in an instant. "Nalan, where's Lu Ren?" Chu Feiyong, having arrived, looked exceedingly pale from his previous battle with Lu Ren. Nalan Fei gazed at the mirror lake ahead, stating, "He has fallen into the lake. I'll go take a look." Chu Feiyong attempted to leap in, but was stopped by Nalan Fei. With his grievous injuries and having been struck 5 times, he cannot survive. We need only wait for his body to surface. Nalan Fei replied calmly. A severely wounded individual who has fallen into the water is already at the end of their road, with no possibility of escape. Yet Lu Ren, submerged in the mirror lake, saw Nalan Fei and Chu Feiyong standing on the shore, showing no intent to enter the water. And Kuden and Appos, T helped but feel a surge of secret delight. Chapter 0058. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, they must believe I have perished in the water. Lu Ren held his breath, reassured that Nalan Fei and his companion did not pursue him further. He then cleared his mind and entered the space of the treasure pagoda. Within this sanctuary, a century could pass while only a second elapsed in the outside world. Not merely a second, but even 10 or 20 seconds would not drown him. The crucial aspect was that he needed to be in an environment of absolute safety. With a soft sound, Lu Ren entered the pagoda space, unable to suppress another spurt of fresh blood. His injuries were grievous, both internal and external. Without timely treatment, he would surely succumb to excessive blood loss. Fortunately, the ring of the Blood Knife Gang's leader contained medicinal elixirs for healing. After consuming them and bandaging his wounds, he managed to staunch the bleeding. Lu Ren rested for an entire month, during which his injuries healed, leaving only faint scars from the sword wounds. Moreover, the leader's ring held a wealth of treasures, including over 300 low-grade spirit stones and 5 plants of 100 aperture grass. These 5 plants were precisely what he needed to open 18 spirit apertures. reaching the limit necessary to practice the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill and advance to the Spirit Stream realm. Nalan Fai, Ju Faidang. Just wait until I close my door for a moment and cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. None of you shall survive. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Ren's eyes. Had it not been for the nameless pagoda, he would have surely met his demise. Now, with 300 low-grade spirit stones at his disposal, he could practice diligently for 600 years. He would continue to open the apertures. Lu Ren sat cross-legged, beginning to sense the locations of his spirit apertures. At that moment, he discovered that the further he progressed, the more challenging it became to sense their positions. Nevertheless, he could not afford to dwell on such difficulties. He had to continue opening the apertures. If he failed to open all 18 and could not cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, he faced two fates, either being killed by Nalan Fei or starving to death within the pagoda space. Regardless of how difficult it was to open these 18 spirit apertures, he would force himself to succeed. Finally, after expending over 500 years of effort, Lu Ren successfully opened the last 5 spirit apertures. The 18 apertures were distributed throughout his body, like stars scattered across the night sky. At last, he had opened all 18 apertures and could cultivate the ancient technique, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. A flicker of excitement crossed his face as he began his practice. For a martial artist at the aperture opening stage, advancing to the spirit stream realm required the cultivation of a technique that absorbed the spirit energy of heaven and earth, connecting 7 spirit apertures to 4 meridians, ultimately converging into a stream in the dantian area of the abdomen. The spirit energy within would undergo transformation into true qi stored within this stream, thus marking one as a practitioner of the spirit stream realm. However, to practice the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, it was necessary to connect all 18 spirit apertures, creating meridians akin to those within the legendary beast, the Dragon Elephant. Moreover, the ancient technique inherently possessed 9 forms of Dragon Elephant martial arts. This ancient manuscript was indeed formidable, but mastering it was no simple task. Cultivating ancient techniques did not rely on bloodline talent, but rather on comprehension. His own understanding was merely average. Fortunately, with the nameless pagoda, he could devote himself to arduous training. Nonetheless, this was a high-grade, profound technique, inherently of a superior level. The disparity between low-grade human techniques and high-grade profound techniques was immense. Lu Ren took out the remaining spirit stones and, harnessing their spirit energy, began to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Buzz! Lu Ren slightly closed his eyes and, following the guidance of the ancient technique, absorbed the spirit energy from the low-grade spirit stones and commenced connecting the spirit apertures. I can channel the spirit energy within the apertures, converging it in the dantian to condense a vortex, yet I have never attempted to connect the apertures. Lu Ren began to follow the path outlined in the ancient technique to connect the apertures. To put simply, connecting the apertures was akin to forming a line that allowed true qi to flow freely. However, with 18 spirit apertures, he could not connect them haphazardly. Any mistake would prevent him from cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. In fact, even 100,000 years ago, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was considered a rare and precious technique, with an exceedingly high degree of difficulty. As Lu Ren absorbed the spirit energy from stones, he propelled it from the spirit aperture in his lower abdomen, driving it directly towards the aperture at his heart. Crack! With a single connection, a crisp sound echoed. A fissure appeared in the heart aperture. Lu Ren could not help but groan. The pain of connecting the apertures felt as though it came from the depths of his soul, an excruciating agony. Over these past months of training, he had endured at least several hundred years of hardship, yet this pain was nearly unbearable. Lu Ren's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down his face. And this was merely the first meridian he had connected. There were still 35 more to go. Charge! Lu Ren gritted his teeth, enduring the torment as he absorbed the spirit energy from the stones, relentlessly connecting the apertures. Second, third, fourth, 35th. Lu Ren lost track of time, the pain overwhelming him to the point of forgetting the passage of time. Only one more to go. A brilliant light flickered in Lu Ren's eyes as he summoned the spirit energy, completing the final connection of the meridian. At that moment, the 36 nascent meridians within Lu Ren's body converged, filled with spirit energy, resembling intertwining beams of light. Vaguely, they appeared as a dragon elephant. With the body of a dragon and the tail of an elephant, its legs like dragon claws, its tusks and head resembling that of a dragon. As if it were treading upon the void, with the sun and moon above, gazing imperiously at the heavens. At this moment, the spirit apertures within Lu Ren's body were interconnected, forming the embryonic shape of the meridians, which had transformed into the form of the dragon elephant. Lu Ren could faintly sense a powerful aura surging within him. However, he did not immediately begin practicing the dragon elephant prajna skill. Instead, he continued to absorb the spirit energy from the low-grade spirit stones, circulating it through his 18 spirit apertures, solidifying the 36 meridians he had just connected. With each cycle, the 36 meridians gradually took shape, becoming increasingly formidable. Subsequently, Lu Ren began to cultivate the dragon elephant prajna skill according to the information in his mind. This practice was akin to imbuing the memories of cultivation into his consciousness, with virtually no obstacles in his way. Moreover, being a martial artist of inferior bloodline, an ancient warrior practicing ancient techniques, he was unhindered by bloodline talent, as if a fish returning to water. However, Lu Ren's understanding was quite poor. He toiled for a decade before finally mastering the technique. Boom! Within the spatial realm of the round sky and square earth, centered around Lu Ren's body, the surrounding low-grade spirit stones transformed into an immense surge of spirit energy, rushing towards him like rivers converging into the sea. Most of this spirit energy entered through his mouth and nose, with a portion permeating through his pores into the spirit apertures. The overwhelming spirit energy enveloped Lu Ren entirely within a sphere of spiritual essence. Had others witnessed this scene, they would have been astounded. Such an absorption of spirit energy was terrifying, surpassing the effectiveness of any ordinary low-grade human technique by at least 100-fold. Of course, Lu Ren was unaware of the ferocity of his spirit energy absorption. At this moment, vast quantities of spirit energy flowed through his meridians, ultimately transforming into golden true chi, stored within the dantian, and finally converging into a stream. The spirit stream was formed. Chapter 0059. The majesty of the dragon elephant Lu Ren was elated, as a stream of energy coalesced within him, signifying his formal entry into the spiritual stream realm. However, the immense spiritual energy continued to surge into Lu Ren's body, transforming into an unending flow of true energy under the operation of the dragon elephant prajna technique, accumulating within that stream, which expanded tenfold in an instant, reaching its limit. It appeared that this stream could no longer contain such an abundance of true energy, indicating a potential breakthrough to the second level of the spiritual stream realm. Lu Ren was astonished. He had heard many teachings from the elders in his sect regarding the spiritual stream realm. Generally, when a martial artist successfully cultivates true energy, they can gather a stream within their body, representing the first level of the spiritual stream realm. By continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from heaven and earth, they can refine more true energy and condense a second stream, thus attaining the second level. However, it was typically expected that a genius with a fourth-grade bloodline would require arduous training for 10 days or even half a month to achieve this. To his surprise, after merely practicing the dragon elephant prajna technique, he was on the verge of breaking through to the second level in a single effort. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, Lu Ren followed the technique's guidance to channel the vast true energy into the first stream. As the dragon elephant prajna technique exerted its influence, the true energy within the stream began to boil like water, with countless golden true energies becoming wildly agitated. Boom! In the next moment, the entire stream split into two, forming two streams. Notably, the second stream was evidently larger than the first, yet the true energy within continued to surge fervently. It seemed that the second level of the spiritual stream realm was not the limit. Lu Ren's heart raced with joy, nearly bursting forth from his chest. Could it be that he was to condense a third stream? He found it hard to believe that after successfully cultivating the technique, he could directly push toward the third level of the spiritual stream realm. It was known that even those with 6th or 7th grade bloodlines would require at least a month of relentless refinement of spirit stones to achieve 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Boom! In the midst of Lu Ren's exhilaration, the second stream reached saturation, giving rise to a third stream. At this moment, the convergence of the 3 streams within him finally stabilized the true energy within Lu Ren. Clenching his fists, he directed the flow of true energy throughout his body. Filling himself with boundless strength, he continued to unleash his fists as golden true energy coursed through him, resembling an ancient dragon elephant, exuding an overwhelming aura. Although the dragon elephant prajna technique was classified as a high-grade profound technique, it was undeniably more formidable than many current earth-grade techniques. He was now far more powerful than those at the Enlightenment realm. The ancient technique of the high-grade profound level was truly remarkable. Feeling the 3 streams within him, Lu Ren's confidence in his future path of cultivation surged. Furthermore, the dragon elephant prajna technique encompassed 9 formidable ancient martial skills, the weakest of which, the dragon elephant fist, was already at the level of a high-grade yellow technique. With his current comprehension, cultivating it would not be an easy task. However, comprehension can be enhanced. As long as he continuously practices various low-grade human techniques, he can gradually elevate his understanding and eventually master the techniques. Unlike now, where, even with high comprehension, those with 3rd-grade bloodline talent could never cultivate yellow-grade techniques due to their bloodline limitations. Now that he had successfully cultivated the technique, he could seek revenge. Lu Ren smiled slightly and emerged from the space of the nameless treasure tower. This time of seclusion had only elapsed 6 seconds in the outside world. In this brief interval, not only had Lu Ren healed from his injuries, but he had also opened 18 spiritual apertures and cultivated the ancient technique, the dragon elephant prajna technique, propelling himself to the 3rd level of the spiritual stream realm. Boom! Lu Ren leaped from the mirror lake, landing on the shore. Both Nalan Fei and Chu Feiyang were taken aback by this scene. They sensed the abundant aura emanating from Lu Ren, devoid of any signs of weakness, and the 5 or 6 wounds on his body no longer bled. It felt as though he had jumped into water, and his injuries had miraculously healed. What did this mean? Was the mirror lake not ordinary water, but rather a spring of life? Both were wide-eyed with astonishment. Clearly, Lu Ren had been gravely injured and plunged into the lake. Death should have awaited him. Nalan Fei, you failed to kill me. Now it's my turn to slay you, Lu Ren declared coldly. Could it be that by merely jumping into a lake he believed he could kill me? Nalan Fei charged at Lu Ren once more. Heavenly Fire Sword Technique. Nalan Fei struck again with his sword, the blade gleaming fiercely, akin to a cascade of flames descending, enveloping Lu Ren's head. This strike would be challenging for even a typical 4th-level spiritual stream realm warrior to withstand. Such a formidable sword technique. This strike likely reached the level of a high-grade yellow technique. However, Lu Ren remained unmoved in the face of the assault. Just as the fiery sword lights were about to strike him, suddenly, Lu Ren's true energy erupted forth, manifesting a colossal ancient dragon elephant around him, exuding an air of majesty that enveloped his form. The fiery sword lights crashed against the surface of the ancient dragon elephant, shattering upon impact. What? Nalan Fei's eyes widened in terror. What kind of terrifying true energy is this, capable of taking form? He, Nalan Fei, was also a top genius at the Royal Path sect, with a 5th-grade bloodline and mastery of the high-grade yellow technique, the Heavenly Fire Art. Yet, the aura emanating from Lu Ren was evidently stronger than his. Nalan, that guy's also broken through the spiritual stream realm and directly to the 3rd level. Chu Feiyang exclaimed in fear. This Lu Ren, who had been severely wounded by them, had not only healed after jumping into a lake, but had also advanced to the 3rd level of the spiritual stream realm. The true energy he displayed was even more terrifying than that of a 4th-level spiritual stream warrior. This was utterly horrifying. 7 injuries palm. Lu Ren countered Nalan Fei's attack, channeling all his true energy into his right palm and striking at Nayland Fei. Nayland Fei's expression shifted. He sensed an irresistible, lethal threat emanating from the palm strike. Without hesitation, he raised his sword to defend. Boom! Lu Ren's palm collided with the sword, bending the blade into a massive arc. And it was suddenly knocked from Nayland Fei and Appo's grip. Crack! Lu Ren and Appo's S7 injuries palm continued unabated, striking Nayland Fei and Appo's chest, shattering numerous ribs, causing him to spew blood and fly backward. Chapter 60. Completing the task, reverberating through the four great sects die. Lu Ren declared mercilessly, stepping forward as his true energy erupted, akin to a dragon or an elephant trampling down, drawing his sword to cleave at Nayland Fei. Clang! Nayland Fei's long sword attempted to parry, but was sent flying instead. Lu Ren, with a single strike, sent Nayland Fei's sword soaring away and followed up with another thrust. Whoosh! The blade glimmered, slicing across Nayland Fei's throat, unleashing a spray of crimson. Cough! Nayland Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to utter a word, but found himself utterly voiceless. Thud! His body collapsed heavily to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. He could scarcely comprehend that he, a fifth-grade bloodline prodigy at the fourth level of the spirit stream realm, had fallen to someone deemed inferior. Beside him, Chu Feiyong stood frozen, a mix of shock and trepidation clouding his features. Lu Ren had indeed slain Nayland Fei, a genius of the fifth-grade bloodline. Just a moment prior, Lu Ren had been pursued, facing near certain demise. Now, he was not only healed, but had also unleashed a secret technique to turn the tide against Nayland Fei. The rapidity of these events left Chu Feiyong reeling. As Lu Ren advanced toward him, Chu Feiyong exclaimed in horror, "Lu Ren, what do you intend to do? I am a genius of the Imperial Path sect. Should you dare to kill me, the sect will not let you off. And my senior brother Gu Yifan will certainly seek retribution." After uttering this threat, Chu Feiyong dared not linger and fled in panic. Lu Ren showed no mercy, leaping in front of Chu Feiyong and swung his sword. Puffed. Chu Feiyong felt a sudden sweetness in his throat and collapsed, his gaze fixed on Lu Ren as he gasped, "You are ruthless?" With a cold stare, Lu Ren watched as Chu Feiyong breathed his last before slowly approaching to search their bodies. Soon, he discovered 2 storage bags, which he promptly stowed away. Despite Chu Feiyong's status as the first talent of the Imperial Path sect, his death would surely stir a great commotion, yet Lu Ren remained unconcerned. For no one knew he was the perpetrator. 7 days later, Lu Ren returned to the Qinyan sect. Upon entering, he made his way directly to the contribution hall. The atmosphere there was starkly different from the usual hustle and bustle. It was unusually quiet. Clearly, these days were not designated for task assignments, resulting in a severe shortage of available missions. However, several outer disciples were present, and when they spotted Lu Ren approaching with a black cloth bag, their gazes turned toward him. "Isn't that Lu Ren? I heard he accepted the mission to eliminate Niel Yoxiang. Could it be that he carries her head? How could that be? He and Appo's merely at the Aperture Realm. It's impossible for him to have slain Niel Yoxiang." Whispers circulated among the disciples. Lu Ren approached the counter of the contribution hall and presented the task reward notice, stating, "Elder, I am here to submit a completed mission." The elder scrutinized the notice regarding Niel Yoxiang's elimination and inquired, "You truly killed Niel Yoxiang?" Lu Ren produced her severed head, and the elder, comparing it with a portrait, exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, it is her head. Huh. I never expected that this 5-star difficulty mission would be accomplished by a disciple of the Qinyan sect." As this news spread, the outer disciples around wore expressions of disbelief. So many warriors of the spirit stream realm had failed to kill Niel Yoxiang. How had this seemingly inferior Lu Ren succeeded? "Elder, may I now submit my task?" Lu Ren asked. The elder nodded. "Of course, the bounty is not contingent on contributions. Here is the reward of 20 spirit stones." The elder handed Lu Ren the 20 spirit stones. Many disciples were not envious of his wealth, but rather impressed by the reputation he had garnered by completing such a daunting task. Undoubtedly, after Lu Ren's achievement, his name would soon resonate through the 4 great sections. Before long, news of Lu Ren and Appo's slaying of Niel Yoxiang reached the four great sects of the Jianyan kingdom. Who exactly is Lu Ren? How could he have killed Niel Yoxiang? He is the disciple of the saintess Yun Qingyao, a so-called inferior bloodline, who managed to defeat Chu Feiyang during the disciple exchange meeting. How could someone with an inferior bloodline, forever barred from ascending the spirit stream realm, have accomplished such a feat? Had he perhaps unlocked 11 apertures? The four sects were abuzz with discussions regarding Lu Ren. In the city of Luoan, the Chu family gathered. Family head Chu Hong and numerous elders convened, the atmosphere thick with tension, their expressions grave. I have gathered intelligence suggesting that Chu Feiyang was most likely killed by Lu Ren. Chu Hong's gaze was profound, filled with an inexhaustible killing intent. And if he was indeed slain by Lu Ren, what then? He is the disciple of Yun Qingyao. We are powerless against him, lamented an elder of the Chu family. One must pay for the blood they spill. Yet he is merely an inferior bloodline. Another elder responded, Indeed, if Lu Ren has genuinely altered his bloodline aptitude and possesses divine insight, killing him would invite the wrath of the Qinyan sect. But he remains an inferior bloodline. The Qinyan sect would not regard him highly. What harm could come from his death? Another elder coldly asserted, Our family has labored for years to cultivate a singular talent. We were on the brink of becoming the foremost family in Luoan City. This grudge must be avenged, an elder declared darkly. Even if we seek revenge, it cannot be overt. After all, his master is a saintess. I will invest heavily to enlist the assistance of a Yanwang temple. Those marked by them seldom escape unscathed. Chu Hong stated, his eyes icy, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 61. All-stunned Lu Ren took the spirit stone and proceeded to the entrance area, intending to offer some to Wang Tong. After inquiring, he discovered that Wang Tong had already been expelled from the Qinyan sect and returned home to inherit his family business. It seemed he would have to find another opportunity to repay him. Shaking his head, Lu Ren was about to return to the outer sect when a sudden, thunderous voice called out from behind. Lu Ren, I challenge you. The commanding shout echoed from the mountainside, reverberating through the area, startling the inner disciples who rushed out to witness the commotion. Even Xiao Huahua emerged to see what was happening. As Lu Ren turned around, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure. It was Zhao Yi, a newly admitted disciple. Zhao Yi fixed his intense stare on Lu Ren and declared, Now that you are an outer disciple, you wouldn't dare to refuse the challenge of an inner disciple, would you? On that day, he had been knocked unconscious by Chu Feiyang, and upon waking, learned that Lu Ren had defeated Chu Feiyang, bringing honor to the Qinyan sect, and was exceptionally promoted to an outer disciple by the elders. He found it hard to accept that he, the top inner disciple, had been surpassed by someone without a noble bloodline. Lu Ren regarded Zhao Yi with indifference. Zhao Yi, did you not claim that I, with my inferior bloodline, was unworthy to be your master's disciple? Indeed, Zhao Yi nodded, pride radiating from him. Though you possess a divine comprehension, your bloodline is still inferior. You are currently at a low level of cultivation and cannot perceive the gap that your bloodline brings. Once you elevate your cultivation, you will understand that an inferior bloodline will never hold its ground. His words elicited agreement from the surrounding inner disciples. In martial arts cultivation, bloodline was always of utmost importance. But you, at this moment, lack the qualification to battle me. Lu Ren shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. What did you say? Zhao, he was momentarily taken aback, then sneered. Lu Ren, you have opened 7 spiritual apertures, but I now also. However, before he could finish, he sensed an astonishing aura emanating from Lu Ren. With a powerful movement of his leg, the roar of a dragon echoed, and suddenly, the ground trembled violently, leaving a massive crater beneath Lu Ren's feet. Everyone present was left in a state of shock. What kind of power was this? Not even a practitioner at the first level of the spirit stream realm could unleash such terrifying strength. Xiao Huahua was particularly dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for Lu Ren's immense power. Was he truly of an inferior bloodline? How could he possibly pursue him now? Zhao Yi and Oppose. His expression turned grim, his heart shaken, unable to fathom Lu Ren and Oppose's newfound strength. You have actually stepped into the spirit stream realm. He exclaimed in disbelief. What? Lu Run has entered the spirit stream realm? How is this possible? Isn't an inferior bloodline incapable of reaching the spirit stream realm? Many of the inner disciples were equally astonished. Several of them had participated in the entrance examination alongside Lu Ren and were still at the aperture opening stage, while Lu Ren had already advanced to the spirit stream realm. Zhao Yi, do I now qualify to be my master's disciple? Lu Ren asked coldly. Zhao Yi's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth. Lu Ren, you have no understanding of the significance of the saintess in the Jianyan kingdom. You will inevitably attract great trouble due to your status as a disciple of the saintess. Lu Ren paid no heed to Zhao Yi's warning and simply turned to leave. Upon returning to the outer sect's courtyard, he intended to rest for a while before commencing his cultivation. However, just as he entered the courtyard, Yin Qingyao flew in from a distance. Today, Yin Qingyao wore a fitted moon-white training outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her cheeks, enhancing the translucence of her skin, while her stunning features radiated a captivating glow. Lu Ren was utterly mesmerized, standing there in a state of stupor. Yet, Yin Qingyao approached him, her tone tinged with reproach. Lu Ren, extend your hand. Chapter 62. A swift ascension to the fourth level of the spirit stream realm. Lu Ren regained his senses and extended his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Yin Qingyao brandished a ruler and struck Lu Ren's palm 3 times. The fiery pain radiating from his hand made Lu Ren feel aggrieved. Master, why do you hit me? He protested. Yin Qingyao glared at Lu Ren, admonishing, Disciple, if you dare to undertake tasks beyond your capabilities again, it will not merely be 3 strikes. Lu Ren realized her concern and felt warmth in his heart. Ah, so Master is worried about my safety. However, you are unaware that I have already completed the task. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to how you achieved it. Yin Qingyao huffed. Lu Ren's expression froze. Could it be that Master knew about his cross-dressing? I have already conducted an investigation. The only reason you were able to complete the task was due to Zhang Zixuan and Appo's assistance. Without her help, how could you have defeated Niel Yoxiang? Yin Qingyao scolded. A wave of warmth surged through Lu Ren's heart once more. He was touched by his master's concern and her investigation into his whereabouts. Master, it is true that Zhang Zixuan assisted me, but I truly killed Niel Yoxiang on my own. Lu Ren insisted. Even so, it was Zhang Zixuan who helped you. Consider this a warning. Do not let it happen again. Yin Qingyao replied. With a smile, Lu Ren gently pushed Yin Qingyao into the room and began to massage her shoulders. Having just completed her martial training, Yin Qingyao found immense comfort in Lu Ren's ministrations, her face reflecting pure enjoyment. This disciple is certainly worth my investment. Suddenly, Yin Qingyao was startled, rising abruptly. Placing her palm against Lu Ren's abdomen, she sensed the pulsations of 3 streams of true energy. Disciple, have you entered the spirit stream realm? And at the 3rd level? Yin Qingyao gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. This was truly astonishing. Her disciple, who possessed a defective bloodline, should have struggled to reach even the spirit stream realm under normal circumstances. Yet now, he had directly advanced to the 3rd level. Regaining her composure, she inquired, Disciple, how did you accomplish this? Lu Ren explained, Master, I obtained some of the powers from the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi. By refining his energy, I was able to break through. Indeed, it appears you have encountered some fortuitous circumstances related to the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi. However, given your defective bloodline, such fortune is quite impressive. Yin Qingyao nodded, not delving deeper into the matter. Typically, refining energy for advancement comes with significant drawbacks, such as difficulty in further progressing to the Cloud River realm, with true energy being exceedingly unstable, let alone the Divine Sea realm. Nevertheless, for Lu Ren, whose bloodline was already flawed, the associated drawbacks were negligible. Disciple, continue your cultivation diligently. If resources are scarce, undertake tasks to earn contribution points, but do not take unnecessary risks like last time. Understood. Lu Ren nodded. By the way, regarding the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi, refrain from mentioning it to others. Understood? Yin Qingyao advised before departing. Watching Yin Qingyao leave, Lu Ren sat in the courtyard and began to circulate the dragon-elephant prajna technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As he performed the technique, the spiritual energy surged toward him, flooding into his body. A vast amount of this energy coursed through his meridians, transforming into dragon-elephant true energy, ultimately flowing into the third spirit stream. Only by saturating the third spirit stream could he split it and ascend to the fourth level of the spirit stream realm. In that moment, Lu Ren finally grasped the difference between an inner disciple and an outer disciple. It was the disparity in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the training courtyard for inner disciples, there was simply no spiritual energy to be found. Now that Lu Ren had ascended to the spirit stream realm, he had achieved the ability to fast, no longer needing to consume spiritual rice. He merely had to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, after 3 days of continuous cultivation, the third spirit stream had only seen marginal growth. To reach the same saturation as the first and second streams seemed an arduous task, and thus, he concluded that relying on spiritual stones was far more practical. Lu Ren contemplated the situation. Having killed the heir of the Ghost Sword sect, he knew they would not let him off easily, nor would Gu Yifan. Therefore, he needed to rapidly enhance his strength. Entering the Nameless Treasure Tower, Lu Ren began to assess the resources from Nalan Fei and Chu Feiyang. Chu Feiyang had only a few 100,000 copper coins, while Nalan Fei surprisingly possessed 20 low-grade spiritual stones. Lu Ren retrieved all 40 spiritual stones and began to absorb them one by one. The immense spiritual energy poured into him, transforming into true energy, condensing within the third spirit stream. As he absorbed and refined the last stone, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Lu Ren's body, enveloping the entire space around him. Within him, the third spirit stream split, giving birth to the fourth. Lu Ren reigned in his aura and opened his eyes, a smile dancing in his gaze. The fourth level of the spirit stream realm. These low-grade spiritual stones are indeed marvelous. With enough of them, I can ascend a realm in the blink of an eye. Emerging from the Nameless Treasure Tower, Lu Ren opened his eyes wide. For the outside world, his aura had undergone a dramatic transformation in mere seconds, soaring from the third level of the spirit stream realm to the fourth. If others were to learn that Lu Ren had achieved such a breakthrough in just a second, their eyes would surely bulge in astonishment. After all, absorbing low-grade spiritual stones and condensing true energy within the body takes time. Without at least 10 days to half a month, it would be difficult to elevate a realm. The time required for absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is even greater. Lu Ren's cultivation speed, given his defective bloodline, was undeniably terrifying. If only he had more low-grade spiritual stones. However, having just ascended, he needed to solidify his realm through martial techniques and actual combat. Just as he stood up, he heard a knocking sound from the courtyard. Shortly after, a melodious voice called out, "Is junior brother Lu Ren there?" Rising, Lu Ren opened the courtyard door to find a girl of exquisite beauty, clad in outer disciple garb, her face adorned with a charming smile. "Who are you?" Lu Ren inquired with curiosity. With crescent moon eyes, the girl replied, "I am Lan Shi. You may call me senior sister Lan Shi. What brings you here?" Lu Ren asked. Puzzled, Lan Shi took Lu Ren's arm and led him into the courtyard, closing the door behind them. Blushing, she shyly confessed, "Junior brother Lu Ren. Senior sister is not afraid of you laughing at me. Recently, my mother has been pressuring me to marry, urging me to find a partner in the Qingyan sect. Yet, my bloodline talent is mediocre, and I have only reached the 5th level of the spirit stream realm in 2 years as an outer disciple. None of the senior brothers take an interest in me. I believe you and I are the most compatible. Though you possess a defective bloodline with limited potential, at least you are a disciple of the Saintess. I will not disdain you. What do you think?" Chapter 0063. Assassination. Senior sister Lan Shi, I am already devoted to someone. You should seek someone else. Lu Ren casually found a reason to refuse. He had long wished to curse. Am I a discarded bloodline, consuming your family's rice? Upon hearing Lu Ren's rejection, Lan Shi was taken aback. Lu Ren, as a discarded bloodline, there is not a single woman who would gaze upon you. The exceptional female disciples within the sect only have eyes for those with 5th or 6th grade bloodlines. Senior sister, please leave. I still need to cultivate. Lu Ren gestured for her to depart, losing patience with the conversation. Lan Qi's expression suddenly darkened, and she shouted, Lu Ren, do not be ungrateful. As a discarded bloodline, if not for your fortunate acquisition of the Tuo, Shi ancient emperor's legacy, how could you have become a warrior of the Lingxi realm? I'm showing you mercy, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Watch how I deal with you. With a swift motion, Lan Qi produced a long sword from her hand, its blade glistening with venom, resembling a deadly serpent as it lunged towards Lu Ren's chest. Seeking death, Lu Ren frowned, his feet pounding the ground with force, causing the earth to tremble. A surge of powerful dragon elephant true qi erupted, exuding an overwhelming dominance. He flipped his palm and drew the Ghost Slayer sword from his storage ring, striking it to block Lan Qi's attack. Immediately after, Lu Ren's left fist launched forward. Mountain-shaking fist, Lan Qi was slightly startled. She had not anticipated Lu Ren to block her strike. She retaliated with her other hand, slapping outwards. Bang! The collision of fist and palm reverberated. While Lu Ren remained steadfast, Lan Qi was sent flying, spitting blood, her complexion paling. A vigorous and domineering force permeated her body, leaving her in considerable discomfort. Aren't you at the 3rd level of the Lingxi realm? How have you already reached the 4th level? This is bad. The intelligence was incorrect. Lan Qi's expression shifted dramatically, sensing the imminent danger. She leaped onto the courtyard wall, her figure darting away like a swallow, vanishing from Lu Ren's sight. Such speed, Lu Ren was secretly astonished. He immediately jumped onto the wall, spotting Lan Qi fleeing down a mountain path. At that moment, he saw a female figure approaching, and it was none other than Senior Sister Qinyu. He could not help but shout, Senior Sister Qinyu, stop her. Upon learning of Lu Ren's return to the sect, Qinyu had intended to seek him out. Hearing his call, her expression changed, and she promptly drew her long sword, launching it towards Lan Qi with the precision of a flower in bloom. Is this the drunken flower technique? You are Qinyu of the Qin family? Lan Qi raised her sword to parry, but was forced back several steps. Her face contorted with displeasure. If it were not for Lu Ren's earlier injury, Qinyu would not have been able to halt her. At that moment, Lu Ren charged forward, his long sword striking out like a bolt of lightning towards Lan Qi's back. Lan Qi turned around, swinging her sword to defend, but was repelled once more. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Senior Sister Qinyu, keep her from escaping. I will handle her. Lu Ren advanced step by step toward Lan Qi. Arrogant. Do you think you stand a chance against me? Fury flickered in Lan Qi's eyes. How dare a discarded bloodline challenge her to a one-on-one duel? She retrieved a pill and swallowed it, stabilizing her internal injuries. The true qi of the 5th level of the Lingxi realm surged within her, and with her sword swirling, a vast array of sword energy coalesced into a blade of a yard in length, descending upon Lu Ren like a tangible force. Though her talent was mediocre, possessing only a 4th grade bloodline, she had diligently practiced her sword technique and had a profound understanding of it. This strike, a lower yellow grade sword technique. The 10,000 sword technique had been perfected to the point where it could merge thousands of sword energies into one, unleashing an explosive force that even a 5th level Lingxi realm warrior would find challenging to withstand. Lu Ren remained unfazed, wielding the 7-kill sword and charging at Lan Qi. Waves of sword energy erupted forth, intertwining into a tempest that bore down upon her. Wind sweeping the clouds. This was the 5th form of the celestial sword technique. Its might comparable to lower yellow-grade sword techniques. Now that Lu Ren had entered the Lingxi realm, he could infuse true qi into his strikes, amplifying the sword energy further. Boom! As Lan Qi's 10,000 sword technique collided with the storm of sword energy, it shattered instantly. The tempest surged forward with unrelenting speed, reaching Lan Qi in the blink of an eye. Not good. Lan Qi's face drained of color as she unleashed her sword towards the storm, resulting in a tremendous explosion. However, instead of retreating, she pressed forward, charging through the explosive sword energy towards Lu Ren, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes upon him. Lu Ren desperately activated the Bagua palm to defend. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. With each strike he blocked, Lu Ren felt his strength waning, his figure continually pushed back. While he could contend with Lan Shi's swordplay, the disparity in close combat techniques was too great. Indeed, a discarded bloodline can only resort to inferior techniques like the Bagua Palm. Lan Shi smirked coldly. At the instant she repelled Lu Ren, she produced a dagger, thrusting it towards his chest. Dragon Elephant's Might. Lu Ren Mod. Channeling 4 streams of Lingxi within himself, unleashing true qi that transformed into the form of a dragon elephant, enveloping his body. The dagger struck his exterior, failing to pierce his true qi defense. What kind of true qi is this? Lan Shi's face revealed an expression of sheer terror. She felt as though she stood before not a mere man, but an ancient, ferocious beast. Boom! Lu Ren's fist slammed into Lan Shi's abdomen. Puff! Lan Shi crumpled to the ground, akin to a heap of mud, groaning in agony. Just as Lu Ren prepared to rush forward, he saw Lan Shi lifting her head, clutching a talisman, which she hurled at him. As the talisman flew, the runes upon it seemed to awaken, pulsating with violet light, transforming into a raging violet thunderbolt resembling a thunder dragon, hurtling towards Lu Ren. Not good. It's a second-tier, 5-pattern thunder dragon talisman. Lu Ren, be careful. Qin Yu's delicate features shifted in alarm. Yet, as her warning fell, the thunder dragon struck Lu Ren, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of lightning. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying thunder enveloped Lu Ren's entire being. Waste. Anyone I wish to kill cannot survive. Lan Shi lay on the ground, laughing maniacally. This was a second-tier, 5-pattern thunder dragon talisman. Once activated, it could effortlessly slay a 5th-level Lingxi realm warrior. Though the intelligence had been erroneous, she had still accomplished her mission by eliminating Lu Ren. Is that so? Then, a cold voice emerged from the thunderous explosion, and a robust arm reached out, seizing her by the neck and lifting her effortlessly. How is this possible? Lan Shi stared at Lu Ren, her face a mask of disbelief. At that moment, Lu Ren's outer sect disciple robes had been reduced to tatters, his skin marred with scorch marks, yet he appeared unharmed, not suffering any fatal injuries. This was a second-tier, 5-pattern thunder dragon talisman. Not only had it failed to kill Lu Ren, but it had not even inflicted serious harm upon him. Lu Ren tightened his grip around Lan Shi's neck, his voice icy as he demanded, "Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why do you seek to kill me?" Chapter 64. The Hall of Yama Lu Ren. You will soon discover who I am, for others will come to seek your demise. Ha ha ha. Lan Shi laughed heartily, and then, as if biting into something within her mouth, blood began to flow from the corners of her lips, her head tilting, lifeless. Lu Ren discarded Lan Shi's body, clapping his hands, his expression grave. Who could possibly want him dead? Beside him, Qin Yu stood in shock. The rumors claimed that Lu Ren had inherited the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tua Shi, cultivating his techniques to reach the 3rd level of the spirit stream realm. Yet, the power Lu Ren had just displayed seemed to surpass even the 4th level, and he had just slain a 5th-level spirit stream warrior. Even the second-tier, 5-pattern thunder dragon talisman had failed to inflict significant harm on him. The true energy he exhibited sent shivers down her spine. After a moment, Qin Yu regained her composure and asked in astonishment, "Lu Ren, what on earth is happening?" "That senior sister attempted to take my life. I suspect she was instructed by someone else." Lu Ren's gaze was icy. The poison on the sword was a clear indication of an assassination attempt. He had no enmity with anyone in the Qinyan sect. Qin Yu turned her attention to Lan Shi, examining her closely but finding no clues. Then, upon closer inspection, she noticed a tattoo of the character Yama on Lan Shi and Appo's chest, exclaiming in surprise, "The Hall of Yama. She is an assassin from the Hall of Yama." Continuing her search, Qin Yu discovered a palm-sized notice hidden in Lan Shi's clothing. One side bore the name Yama, while the other side read, "The Yama has decreed, eliminate Lu Ren, an outer sect disciple of the Qinyan sect, at the 3rd level of the spirit stream realm." The Yama notice indicated a decree from the Hall of Yama. It seems someone has hired assassins from the Hall to kill you. Qin Yu was utterly shocked. "What is the Hall of Yama?" Lu Ren inquired. Qin Yu replied angrily, The Hall of Yama is an assassin organization in the Jianyun Kingdom, notorious for their ruthless deeds. They accept any assassination contract. As long as the payment is sufficient, they would dare to kill even those of the Divine Sea realm. However, they have become exceedingly arrogant, daring to place assassins within the Qingyun sect. Why haven't the four major sects eradicated the Hall of Yama? Lu Ren was deeply curious. If it were possible to eliminate them, the four major sects would have done so long ago. No one knows who leads the Hall of Yama or where their headquarters is located. All we know is that their assassins bear a distinctive tattoo of the character Yama. Holding the Yama notice, Qin continued. Typically, after assassins from the Hall of Yama complete their tasks, they affix the Yama notice to the victim's head. Once they accept a contract, they are marked with the Yama notice. Could it be the Ghost Sword sect? Lu Ren pondered silently. Qin advised, Lu Ren, you should inform your master about this matter. The infiltration of an assassin from the Hall of Yama into the Qingyun sect is no trivial issue. Lu Ren nodded, then clasped his hands together and said, Sister Qinyu, had it not been for you, I might not have survived this encounter with the assassin from the Hall of Yama. Also, it seems you've advanced to the 4th level of the spirit stream realm. He sensed that Qinyu's aura was comparable to his own, indicating they were indeed at the same level. In just 3 months since becoming an outer sect disciple, Qinyu had remarkably progressed to the 4th level of the spirit stream realm. Such a cultivation speed was astonishing. With a 6th grade bloodline, it was truly formidable. Qinyu nodded slightly and explained, with my talent and ample supply of low-grade spirit stones, breaking through is not particularly challenging. Yet, you managed to slay an assassin from the Hall of Yama at the 5th level of the spirit stream realm. Lu Ren chuckled, shrugging helplessly. It was merely luck, nothing more. By the way, Lu Ren, I came to see you today because I have a favor to ask. Qinyu shifted her tone. Sister Qinyu, please feel free to speak your mind. Lu Ren replied with a gentle smile. Hearing Lu Ren's invitation, Qinyu straightforwardly stated, Since you insist, I will be candid. I hail from the Qin family of Luoan City, the foremost family in the region. My father arranged a marriage for me with the young master of the 2nd family, the Wu family, and the date of the engagement is fast approaching. You would want me to pretend to be your partner, would you? Lu Ren speculated, waving his hands in refusal. I cannot do that. If your father finds out, I fear he might strike me down. Just listen, Qinyu continued. The young master Wu Yonghao is notorious for harassing respectable women and is a well-known scoundrel in Luoan City. My father has attempted to annul the engagement several times, but the head of the Wu family has consistently refused. Qinyu's eyes burned with anger as she spoke. Thus, my father thinks I should find someone to impersonate my partner. This way, the Qin family would have a legitimate reason to reject the Wu family. But you need not seek me for this, Lu Ren said, feeling a sense of helplessness. He was unwilling to wade into such muddy waters. I have few friends in the Qingyun sect. I initially intended to ask Wang Tong, but that fellow is utterly useless, and the Wu family would not believe him. While you possess a flawed bloodline, your strength is remarkable enough to silence the Wu family's gossip. Qinyu had another reason for approaching Lu Ren. Though she kept it to herself, Lu Ren was a disciple of Yun Qinyao, which gave him an influential identity that would deter the Wu family. Moreover, having witnessed Lu Ren's capabilities, she felt increasingly assured. Although Lu Ren had a flawed bloodline, his power was formidable among his peers. Only those with 6th grade bloodlines might stand a chance against him. However, before Lu Ren could ponder further, Qinyu extended 2 delicate fingers and said, 20 low-grade spirit stones. 20 low-grade spirit stones? Lu Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected Qinyu to be so generous. 20 low-grade spirit stones were worth 400,000 copper coins. The Qin family must be quite affluent. No wonder Qinyu cultivated so swiftly. These are my terms. Will you accept? Qinyu smiled lightly at Lu Ren's astonished expression. Of course, why not? It requires no effort on my part. Lu Ren cheerfully agreed. Then it's settled. Qinyu snapped her fingers and added, By the way, I will return in a few days. We'll head to the Qin family together. All right. Lu Ren nodded in affirmation. Also, regarding the assassination attempt by the Hall of Yama, you should inform your master promptly. With your master's influence, perhaps he can intimidate the Hall of Yama. After saying this, Qingyu turned and left. Lu Run gazed at Lan Shi's corpse and immediately relayed the incident to Yun Qingyao. Upon learning that the Hall of Yama had placed a Yama notice on Lu Run and that their assassin had disguised herself as an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, Yun Qingyao was furious. The wrath of the Saintess was not something any ordinary person could withstand. Having finally taken on an apprentice, only for that apprentice to nearly be killed, was intolerable for anyone. The following day, the entire Qingyun sect commenced an investigation into the identities of its disciples. Anyone bearing the Yama tattoo would be executed on the spot. Indeed, 3 assassins were discovered among the outer and inner sects and were promptly slain by the elders of the Qingyun sect. The 3 major sects, Lihua sect, Iron Sword sect, and Imperial Dao sect, upon learning of the infiltration of the Hall of Yama into the Qingyun sect, also began their own investigations, uncovering several assassins. They could hardly fathom the audacity of the Hall of Yama to infiltrate their sections. The failed assassination attempt on Lu Run had indirectly resulted in the Hall of Yama losing over a dozen assassins, inflicting significant losses upon them. Chapter 65. The Dragon Elephant Shocking Palm. My apprentice, all the spies planted by the King of Hell in our sect have been eliminated. You need not worry any longer. Yun Qingyao declared. Master, could it be that Gu Yifan orchestrated this? Lu Ren inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Yun Qingyao furrowed her brows and replied, Gu Yifan is not so foolish as to hire someone kill you. If I am not mistaken, it is highly likely that the Chu family is behind this. The Chu family? Chu Feiyang? Lu Ren exclaimed in astonishment. Did you kill Chu Feiyang? Yun Qingyao questioned him. Lu Ren nodded, revealing no secrets. The Chu family took great pains to nurture a genius, now the heir of the Ghost Sword. Had you not slain him, he would have surely stepped into the Divine Sea realm within 5 years. With his death at your hands, the Chu family will undoubtedly seek revenge. However, after this incident, they should exercise some restraint. Yun Qingyao continued, her expression still tense. Just as Lu Run was about to speak, a chill swept across Yun Qingyao's face. If the Chu family fails to heed this warning and continues to employ assassins from the King of Hell to hunt you down, then the Chu family will cease to exist. Hearing her words sent a shiver down Lu Ren's spine, yet a warm current surged within him. Yun Qingyao was genuinely furious. Lu Ren had been forced into taking lives, and now enemies were knocking at their door, even hiring assassins to hunt him. Had it not been for her status, she would have long sought an explanation from the Chu family. Did they truly believe that Yun Qingyao was an easy target? After a brief conversation with Lu Ren, Yun Qingyao advised him to remain vigilant before she departed. Currently, my bloodline is deemed inferior. If it weren't for my master, this assassination attempt by the King of Hell's assassins would hardly have caused a stir. Lu Ren mused silently. Nonetheless, he resolved to elevate his strength swiftly. He could not remain under his master's protection indefinitely. As for the Chu family, once he had gained sufficient power, he would ensure their annihilation. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lu Ren's eyes. Had he not attained the 4th level of the Spirit Stream realm, he would have been unable to withstand the surprise attack from the assassins of the King of Hell. After Yun Qingyao left, Lu Ren settled into a meditative posture, reflecting on the battle he had just endured and realized that his close-quarters combat skills were still lacking. Although Lan Shi was at the 5th level of the Spirit Stream realm, her aura was formidable, and her palm techniques far surpassed his own mountain-settling fist. In their clash, he had gained no advantage. Moreover, the Thunder Dragon Talisman was indeed powerful. If only he had spirit stones, otherwise, he could have cultivated the first technique of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art, the Dragon Elephant Shocking Palm. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ren's eyes widened. He could now absorb the natural spiritual energy of the universe, which meant he could cultivate martial techniques without depleting spirit stones. By exhausting his true energy within the nameless pagoda, he only needed to absorb the spiritual energy of the world outside. The free spiritual energy of the universe was too good to pass up. After spending over 3 days in the nameless pagoda practicing martial arts, he could replenish his true energy in just a quarter of an hour by absorbing the natural spiritual energy outside. This meant that for every day he spent absorbing the universe's spiritual energy, he could practice within the nameless pagoda for an entire year. even without spirit stones. He could still cultivate the first technique of the dragon elephant prajna art, the dragon elephant shocking palm. Images of the dragon elephant shocking palm filled Lu Ren's mind. This palm technique, a lower-grade ancient martial skill, could rival higher-grade techniques once perfected. Cultivating ancient martial skills did not require any innate bloodline talents. At this moment, Lu Ren spread his legs, adopting a horse stance, channeling his true energy through his legs to stabilize his form. He then began to move his hands, continuously striking out with his palms. As Lu Ren executed the palm technique, he felt as though he were an ancient dragon elephant. With each strike, his muscles tensed, merging with his true energy, unleashing an astonishing force. This technique must be paired with dragon elephant true energy. Without it, even if taught to others, they would never be able to master it. The dragon elephant shocking palm. Lu Ren grounded himself in a horse stance, gathering true energy before rapidly executing a palm strike. However, in the initial stages of his training, while he summoned his internal true energy to deliver the palm strike, he could not generate the expected power, barely achieving the strength of a normal strike. After all, this was a lower-grade, ancient martial skill, and for someone of Lu Ren's comprehension to master it in a short time was no simple feat. Thus, Lu Ren practiced repeatedly until he had exhausted his true energy before emerging from the nameless pagoda to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe, converting it into a continuous flow of true energy. After 5 years of cultivation within the nameless pagoda, Lu Ren finally grasped the dragon elephant shocking palm to a beginner's level, yet he still had a way to go before achieving a small success. During his 5 years of training in the nameless pagoda, he had only absorbed 5 days' worth of spiritual energy from the outside world, even without the aid of spirit stones. Managing to reach the beginner level of the dragon elephant shocking palm in just 5 days was an astonishing feat. Even his master, Yin Qingyao, a genius with a 7th-grade bloodline, could not achieve such mastery in a mere 5 days with a lower-grade ancient martial technique. Let me see just how powerful this palm strike is with my current strength. Lu Ren emerged from the nameless pagoda, absorbed some of the natural energies of the world to replenish his true energy, and made his way to the center of the courtyard, facing a stone tablet. This tablet was no ordinary stone. It was forged from indestructible diamond dragon rock, designed to measure a martial artist's strength. The dragon elephant shocking palm. Lu Ren stepped forward in a rhythmic manner, charging forward with a series of strides, channeling true energy from his lower body, and finally directing it into his right palm, unleashing a powerful strike. Though merely a single palm technique, it summoned the strength of his entire body and true energy, resulting in an explosive force. Boom! His palm struck the towering stone tablet, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Lu Ren then beheld a deep palm imprint etched into the surface of the stone, measuring at least 2 inches deep. Remarkable. Previously, he had been able to leave only a 1-inch deep imprint with all his strength. This strike had doubled that depth, and he had only just begun his practice. Just then, Lu Ren heard a knock at the door. He exhaled softly, retracting his aura, and walked over to open the courtyard door. Junior brother Lu Ren. The visitor was none other than Qinyu. Senior sister Qinyu, please come in. Lu Ren smiled as he welcomed her into the courtyard. As Qinyu entered, her gaze swept across the courtyard and landed on the stone tablet, where she noticed the 2-inch deep palm imprint, her expression revealing her astonishment. Junior brother Lu Ren, did you create that palm imprint? Qinyu asked, utterly amazed. Each outer sect disciple's courtyard had one of these stone tablets, and she often used it to gauge her own strength. Just having cultivated a middle-grade yellow martial skill to perfection, she hadn't been able to create such a deep imprint. Chapter 66. Pretending to be a couple upon hearing this, Lu Ren nodded, revealing no secrets. Your strength is on par with mine. Have you perhaps cultivated a mid-grade yellow-tier martial art? Aren't you of a wasted bloodline? Qinyu questioned, perplexed. I have inherited the legacy of the ancient emperor and received his martial teachings. I have merely begun my training, Lu Ren replied with a subtle smile. At this revelation, even Qinyu, with her extensive knowledge, found it hard to believe that one could wield such power at the mere entry level of training. Could it possibly be a low-grade, mysterious martial art? However, What Qin Yu did not realize was that although Lu Rin's realm was indeed the same as hers, he practiced the high-grade ancient art, the dragon elephant prajna technique, which rendered him nearly invincible among those of equal standing. Only a genius capable of cultivating earth-tier techniques might rival Lu Rin's strength. You have truly encountered a remarkable opportunity, junior brother, Qin Yu exclaimed with a hint of admiration. She continued, I have just received word from my father that the Wu family is intensifying their pressure on the Qin family. We must return at once. My father is preparing our engagement banquet. Engagement? Lu Rin was taken aback. Is there a problem? It is merely an engagement. When the time is right, we can dissolve the betrothal. Qin Yu responded, seemingly unfazed. She was indifferent to matters of romance, focused solely on her training, aspiring to chase after the footsteps of the saintess, Yun Qingyao. Thus, she preferred to resolve these troublesome matters in the most straightforward manner possible. Very well, Lu Rin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. If even Qin Yu cared little for her reputation, he, as a man, had no reason to be overly sentimental. Immediately, Qin Yu led Lu Rin away from the Qingyun sect. Along the journey, Lu Rin gleaned a comprehensive understanding of Luin City from Qin Yu's explanations. Luin City, situated in the southwestern region of Jiangyan country, is one of the most prosperous cities among the top 10 in the nation, having produced numerous formidable experts of the Sea of God's realm, including one of the 7 great masters of Jiangyan country. Given that the Qin family is the foremost family in Luin City, the strength of the Qin family can be easily imagined. Thus, the two conversed while traveling in a horse-drawn carriage, making their way towards Luin City. In the discussion hall of the Chu family in Luin City, the family head, Chu Hong, received alarming news. Patriarch, we have just learned that the assassins from the Hall of the King of Hell failed in their mission. Furthermore, those they had infiltrated into the Qingyun sect have all been eliminated due to this failure. An elder reported, his expression grim. What happened? The assassins of the Hall of the King of Hell have never failed. A decree from the King of Hell guarantees death. How could they not even kill a waste? Chu Hong's face was a mask of fury. They had paid a staggering 10 million copper coins to enlist the Hall of the King of Hell, nearly depleting half their resources, only to face such a dismal outcome. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared mysteriously at the entrance of the discussion hall. Who goes there? Chu Hong and the assembled elders gasped, their attention fixed on the figure. The black-clad figure revealed only a pair of piercing hawk-like eyes, exuding an aura of sharpness. The ability to infiltrate the Chu family and reach the discussion hall indicated extraordinary skill. Patriarch Chu, this failure is a disgrace to our Hall of the King of Hell. However, rest assured, a decree once issued cannot be revoked. The figure stated coolly, surely the failure of your assassination has alarmed the saintess. She wouldn't suspect us, would she? Chu Hong replied, dread evident in his voice. If the assassination had succeeded, it would have been one matter. But now the failure meant that the saintess might trace it back to him. As long as you deny it, she will not suspect you. However, your erroneous information and false reporting of the target's realm led to our failure, and you must compensate us with an additional 5 million copper coins. The figure declared. What? 5 million copper coins? Chu Hong's complexion darkened. Once an assassin from the Hall of the King of Hell fails, they are compelled to take their own life to maintain secrecy, effectively covering the losses incurred. 5 million is no insignificant sum for the Chu family. Yet, Chu Hong saw no path of retreat. Gritting his teeth, he nodded, very well, I will send the money to the usual place. Excellent. We will arrange another assassination. Await our good news. Our Hall of the King of Hell prides itself on its reputation. Once paid, our decrees will never be revoked. Anticipate our favorable tidings. The figure dissolved into shadows, vanishing from sight within moments. May the assassins of the Hall of the King of Hell succeed in killing Lu Rin. Chu Hong's expression was dark and brooding. The Chu family had already invested 15 million copper coins into this endeavor to eliminate Lu Rin. One of the elders spoke up. Patriarch, rest easy. I assure you that the Hall of the King of Hell will surely eliminate Lu Rin this time. How can you be so certain? Chu Hong in Guit. The failure of the assassination was likely due to erroneous intelligence, and considering their losses of several assassins. The Hall of the King of Hell will not let Lu Ren escape, the elder analyzed. Chu Hong nodded, his expression turning malevolent. Lu Wei, you have slain my son and shattered the backbone of the Chu family. I shall ensure you pay dearly for your actions. Meanwhile, Lu Ren, accompanying Qin Yu, had entered Luan City. True to its reputation as a grand city of Jianyun country, Luan City bustled with activity. The streets were alive with the flow of people, each radiating a potent aura, seemingly all at the spirit stream realm. This was indeed a grand city. Lu Wei mulled inwardly. Today happens to be the day of our gathering in Luan City. The Wanbao Pavilion will be particularly lively. We might discover some valuable cultivation resources. Would you care to join me for a look? Qin Yu turned to Lu Ren, inquiring. Certainly, Lu Wei nodded. Every city holds gatherings akin to bustling marketplaces, and the atmosphere during these occasions is always vibrant. Lu Ren was eager to explore the trading houses for rare materials to enhance his physical conditioning so that he could advance to the second level of the strengthening breath technique, achieving a body of iron and steel. Had it not been for his formidable dragon elephant true chi and the level of his cultivation, he would have been gravely injured or even killed by the lightning dragon talisman during his recent battle with Lan Shi. Shortly, they traversed the bustling streets and entered Wanbao Pavilion. Contrary to a mere pavilion, Wanbao Pavilion was a vast trading market encompassing numerous sectors, including alchemy, talismans, spiritual artifacts, rare materials, auctions, and combat markets. It could be said that Wanbao Pavilion was a realm for warriors. Moreover, within Wanbao Pavilion, copper coins held little value. They only recognized low-grade spiritual stones. Thus, one must exchange copper coins at large banks for low-grade spiritual stones before venturing to the pavilion. As Lu Ren gazed at the opulent structures of Wanbao Pavilion, he was quietly astonished. Junior brother, do you wish to purchase anything? Qin Yu inquired. Let's browse first. Lu Ren replied. Qin Yu nodded slightly, her cheeks flushing as she took the initiative to grasp Lu Ren's hand, startled by the sudden chill emanating from her touch. Lu Ren exclaimed, Sister, what are you doing? Qin Yu felt her face heat up. This was her first time taking the initiative to hold a man's hand. There are many who know me in Linen City. Since we are pretending to be a couple, we must play our roles convincingly. Otherwise, the Wu family may not be convinced. Qin Yu said, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Chapter 67. The rogue of the Wu family Lu Ren turned to look at Qin Yu, whose skin was as fair as snow. A hint of blush adorned her otherwise aloof face, revealing a captivating charm. Lu Ren had not anticipated that his proud senior sister would possess such an intriguing side. However, Qin Yu's expression quickly returned to normal as she said, Lu Ren, do not overthink this. We are merely pretending to be a couple, nothing more. With that, the two of them strolled hand in hand through the talisman market of Wanbao Pavilion. The market was lined with shops on either side, filled with an array of talismans. The sounds of bustling pedestrians and the clamor of vendors filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Ren found himself increasingly intrigued by the talismans, examining one at a stall. Isn't this a disciple of the Qingyan sect? Should I purchase a talisman? It could be invaluable in a critical moment, perhaps even saving my life. A vendor, noticing Lu Ren and Qin Yu, immediately brightened and approached them with enthusiasm. Lu Ren picked up a talisman, palm-sized, made of yellow paper adorned with intricate purple symbols. This is the Thunder Dragon talisman, isn't it? How much does it cost? He inquired. 10 low-grade spirit stones. The vendor replied with a smile. 10 low-grade spirit stones? Lu Ren put the Thunder Dragon talisman back in its place, slightly taken aback. The vendor continued. What is the matter? Are you two not considering purchasing one? No, thank you. Lu Ren waved his hand and continued to wander, exclaiming, These talismans are truly expensive. I can only imagine the profits the talisman masters must be making. 10 low-grade spirit stones equate to 200,000 copper coins. The thought of the assassins from the Underworld Palace spending that amount to kill him sent a shiver down his spine. Typically, talisman masters are not particularly remarkable, as the cost of crafting talismans is substantial. However, if one could become a skilled talisman master, the rewards could be quite lucrative and their status would be elevated. Nonetheless, such talented masters are exceedingly rare, Qin Yu remarked. Sister Qinyu, does your Qin family have any formidable talisman masters? Lu Ren inquired. Qinyu nodded. Our Qin family has a third-tier talisman master who can craft third-tier 7-pattern talismans. Why? Are you considering becoming a talisman master? I have a bit of interest. Lu Ren smiled. Lu Ren, I advise you to abandon that idea. You have a mediocre bloodline, and having just entered the spiritual stream realm, you should dedicate your time to cultivation. The path of talismans requires even more time and has a higher threshold compared to martial arts. Qinyu cautioned. In her youth, she too had been fascinated by talismans and sought the teachings of Master Lu from her family. However, she soon realized the endeavor was excessively time-consuming, more than she had anticipated. It took Master Lu nearly 50 years of practice to achieve third-tier talisman mastery, effectively dedicating a significant portion of his life to it. I'm merely curious. Lu Ren responded. Should he possess any aptitude for talismans, it might be worth exploring. If successful, crafting powerful talismans could yield a substantial amount of low-grade spirit stones, which in turn could provide ample time for cultivation. Eventually, money would breed more wealth. Very well, when we return to the Qin residence, I will introduce you to Master Lu. Qinyu affirmed with a nod, as they walked hand in hand, conversing amiably like intimate companions. Their attire as outer disciples of the Qinyan sect drew considerable attention from passers-by. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qinyu? Why is she holding hands with another man? Isn't Qinyu betrothed to the infamous rogue, Wu Yonghao of the Wu family? The Qin family surely does not wish for her to marry him. I heard Qinyu made a companion in the Qinyan sect, and if I'm not mistaken, it must be that young man. That fellow looks rather ordinary. How could he possibly match up to the esteemed Qinyu? She is the most beautiful woman in Luoan City, a genius of the 6th grade bloodline. As the crowd murmured, their gazes fell upon Lu Ren, who appeared as an unremarkable passerby, his attire as an outer disciple failing to distinguish him from the rest. Thus, Lu Ren followed Qinyu from the talisman market to the medicinal herb market and then to the market for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The latter was the largest market in Wanbao Pavilion, encompassing a vast array of cultivation resources. One could not only purchase resources but also trade goods, exchanging one's own heavenly materials and treasures for what was needed. Heavenly spirit grass. Consuming this grass can enhance your martial arts training speed for an hour. Don't miss it. Ghost Eye Leaf. Consuming this grass sharpens vision, allowing one to see up to 100 meters. The sound of vendors' calls echoed all around. Lu Ren's attention was soon captured by a fiery-looking spirit herb. This is the fire blaze grass. Consuming it floods the body with medicinal power, igniting like a raging fire and refining the physique. This herb is essential for my pursuit of a robust body. I just need one more black iron grass. Once I acquire both, I will achieve an indomitable physique, impervious to blades and incapable of being harmed by ordinary weapons. Sister Qinyu, could you assist me in purchasing that spirit herb and add it to the tab? Lu Ren pointed at the fire blaze grass. Qinyu nodded slightly and inquired of the vendor, how much for this fire blaze grass? Ah, it's the eldest daughter of the Qin family. I'll give you a discount. It's originally priced at 5 low-grade spirit stones, but I'll sell it to you for 4. The vendor replied with a slight smile. Thank you very much. Qinyu produced 4 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the vendor. Upon receiving the stones, the vendor presented the fire blaze grass to Lu Ren, his expression revealing a hint of envy. You pretty boy, dare to snatch women from me? Are you seeking death? Just as Lu Ren accepted the fire blaze grass, an irate voice rang out from a distance. The crowd's gaze shifted toward the source of the voice, where a tall, striking young man with dark circles under his eyes approached, flanked by several subordinates, their faces filled with anticipation. It appeared that a spectacle was about to unfold. Wu Yonghao, the rogue of the Wu family, had arrived. Everyone in Luoan City was aware of the betrothal between Qinyu and Wu Yonghao. Now in plain sight, she not only held Lu Ren's hand, but also spent her own spirit stones to buy him a spirit herb. Was this not a slap in Wu Yonghao's face? Wu Yonghao, having learned of the situation, rushed here only to see the scene unfold before him, igniting his fury. Qinyu, I am not your man. If you dare speak such nonsense again, don't blame me for being ungracious. Qinyu's expression turned cold as she admonished him. She had anticipated Wu Yonghao would cause trouble, yet she preferred to confront him now rather than at the engagement banquet. Tomorrow is the engagement banquet. If you had brought a genius, Wu Yonghao could bear it, but what is this? An ordinary-looking fellow at the 4th level of the spiritual stream realm. Wu Yonghao declared icily. He dismissed Lu Run entirely, believing Qin Yu had found a talented disciple from the inner sect, only to discover he was someone inferior to himself. How could he endure such humiliation? I may be nothing extraordinary, but I am certainly superior to you, second-generation heir, Lu Ren retorted with a cold smile. And what of it? I am a second-generation heir. Do you have a problem with that? I was born fortunate. While you remain at the starting line, Wu Yonghao sneered, unabashedly flaunting his privileged status. Chapter 68. A single strike defeats the overwhelming pressure exerted by Wu Yonghao was vividly apparent. Many onlookers, though uncomfortable with his words, could not help but concede that Wu Yonghao spoke a truth. He indeed had a powerful father, the head of the second family in Luoan City. This singular identity alone was enough to render a lifetime of effort insufficient to surpass him. However, Lu Ren merely smiled and scoffed. I'm Lu Run, disciple of the saintess Yun Qingyao. Where are you exactly? What? Upon hearing this, incredulity washed over the faces of everyone present. They never anticipated that Qin Yu's companion was Lu Run, the so-called discarded bloodline who had only entered the spirit stream realm due to the fortuitous encounter with the ancient emperor Tuo Shi. Yet, this so-called discarded bloodline had an extraordinary master, the saintess of Jiangyun Kingdom, whose status was unparalleled. Not to mention the Wu family. Even the Qin family could not compare to a saintess. You are Lu Ren? Wu Yonghao's gaze blazed with fury. Indeed, Lu Ren nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. You may have been fortunate in your birth, but I too have enjoyed my share of luck by becoming the disciple of the saintess. Since agreeing to Qin Yu, he had anticipated some trouble. If this Wu Yonghao sought conflict, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. In this world, sheer strength was the ultimate truth. So, you are the one who relied on your master, the saintess, to murder Zhu Feiyang? I had a close friendship with Zhu Feiyang, and today, I shall avenge him, Wu Yonghao declared coldly. Wu Yonghao, you better not meddle in the feud between me and Zhu Feiyang. If you dare to act, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. Qin Yu retorted, her face as cold as ice. This Lu Ren is merely a waste, and you protect him so fiercely? He is nothing but a discarded bloodline who stumbled into the spirit stream realm. Wu Yonghao shot a disdainful glance at Lu Ren. Lu Weiying, do you dare to fight me now? Wu Yonghao, if you wish to fight, then come. Qin Yu interposed herself in front of Lu Ren, her anger palpable. Though Wu Yonghao was a second-generation heir, his innate talent was not to be underestimated. He possessed a 5th-grade bloodline and had been nurtured in a favorable environment since childhood. Moreover, the martial skills he practiced were formidable. In truth, Lu Ren might not be able to overcome Wu Yonghao in a direct confrontation. Yet, Wu Yonghao disregarded Qin Yu's warning, fixating on Lu Ren. Lu Ren, do you dare fight me? If you refuse today, I will challenge you at tomorrow's betrothal feast. If you win today, I will refrain from causing trouble at the feast. But if you lose, you must admit that you are unworthy of your heir. Your threats are of no concern to me, Lu Ren retorted with a cold laugh. After a moment's contemplation, he added, however, if you wish to battle, I will accept. If I win, I demand 100 low-grade spirit stones. 100 low-grade spirit stones? Wu Yonghao's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Lu Ren would make such a bold demand. Even the surrounding crowd was astonished that Lu Ren dared to ask for such a sum. 100 low-grade spirit stones equated to 20 million. Even Wu Yonghao might struggle to produce that much. Moreover, where did Lu Ren derive his confidence to challenge Wu Yonghao? Though not a disciple of one of the 4 major sects, Wu Yonghao had trained in several smaller sects and had reached the 5th level of the spirit stream realm at merely 24 years of age, mastering various advanced martial techniques. 100 low-grade spirit stones? What of it? Let us proceed to the betting arena, Wu Yonghao declared coldly. I believe that will not be necessary. The fight will be over swiftly, Lu Ren replied with a smile. During the journey, Lu Ren, seated in the carriage, had already perfected the dragon elephant tremor palm, its power surpassing that of its initial form. Defeating a 5th-level spirit stream warrior would be effortless. Arrogant, Wu Yonghao bellowed as his 5th-level spirit stream aura erupted. In an instant, the crowd instinctively parted. Boom! Wu Yonghao lunged forward, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Lu Ren's face. Roar! This punch resonated like a mighty elephant's roar, and behind him, a colossal phantom of an elephant materialized, exuding an overwhelming presence. Elephant Sky Fist. This was a mid-tier yellow-grade martial art, known for its formidable strength, capable of shattering a small mountain. It was the Wu family's ancestral technique, and it was said that upon mastering it, one could manifest a divine elephant. To think Wu Yonghao had actually perfected this technique. How could Lu Ren, a mere 4th-level spirit stream warrior with a discarded bloodline, possibly withstand such a punch? Gasps of disbelief echoed among the onlookers. Although Wu Yonghao was renowned as a notorious scion in Luoan City, no one questioned his prowess. He was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse among the younger generation. Divine elephant's might. Lu Ren maintained his composure, bending slightly as the ground beneath him cracked. The divine elephant's true energy surged from his feet, merging with his physical strength to form a colossal palm print that struck out fiercely. Roar! The sound of the dragon elephant's roar reverberated as Lu Ren's imposing palm print, imbued with the power to obliterate all, hurtled toward Wu Yonghao. Boom! Lu Ren's palm print collided violently with Wu Yonghao's punch, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent the surrounding spectators staggering back several steps, their blood surging. Goods from the stalls on either side were sent tumbling by the force of the impact. Bang! Then, before all eyes, the divine elephant phantom formed from true energy shattered, and Lu Ren's palm print struck Wu Yonghao with a devastating force. Wu Yonghao emitted a pained scream, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Crashing into a stall, his chest caved in, several ribs undoubtedly broken, and disbelief contorted his features. How is this possible? Everyone present was rendered speechless. Wu Yonghao, a 5th-level spirit stream warrior wielding a mid-tier, yellow-grade martial skill, had been defeated by Lu Ren in a single blow. How could this be? You, the discarded bloodline, wield such formidable martial arts? Wu Yonghao, resembling a crazed rabbit, was filled with disbelief. B Chapter 0069. The symbolic treasure manual Qin was taken aback. Lu Ren's recent strike appeared even more formidable than the one he had delivered against the stone tablet. Even she lacked confidence regarding the forthcoming events. That strike was overwhelmingly powerful. At that moment, several guards from the Wu family rushed forward to assist Wu Yonghao. Lu Ren let out a cold chuckle and extended his hand, saying, Wu Yonghao, I shall not demand the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones from you. Instead, just hand over 200 low-grade spirit stones. Wu Yonghao was so furious that he nearly spat blood. 200 low-grade spirit stones were no insignificant amount, and he didn't possess such a sum. He never anticipated that he would lose to Lu Ren, who was of an inferior realm. Hearing Wu Yonghao's words, Lu Ren stepped forward, mocking, what is this? The young master of the 2nd family in Luoan City is trying to back out? Everyone present heard me say I would not take 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is already quite magnanimous. Could it be true? Is the young master of the Wu family truly attempting to evade his debts? However, 200 low-grade spirit stones were still not something that could be casually produced by the young master of the Wu family, prompting many to jeer at the spectacle. Wu Yonghao's face turned crimson with anger as he retorted, a mere 200 low-grade spirit stones? Who says I cannot produce them? He immediately rummaged through his storage ring, only to discover he had a mere 160 low-grade spirit stones. He tossed the bag containing 160 low-grade spirit stones to Lu Ren, declaring, Here are 160. The remaining 40 will be given to you in a few days. That will suffice. Lu Ren nodded in agreement, having no objections. He believed Wu Yonghao would not dare to default on the remaining 40 low-grade spirit stones. However, Qin Yu stepped forward, her voice cool, stating, Wu Yonghao, debts must be settled today. There is no reason to defer until another day. What will you do if you do not repay? How could I? The esteemed young master of the Wu family. Default on your 40 low-grade spirit stones? Wu Yonghao replied, popping a healing pill into his mouth to staunch the blood flowing from his chest. To prevent you from shirking your debt, pledge something valuable as collateral. Qin Yu suggested indifferently. Wu Yonghao scoffed, retrieving a book from his person and tossing it to Qin Yu, stating, "This is the symbolic treasure manual, which I acquired from a secret realm. It contains numerous methods for crafting third-tier symbols. Consider it a pledge. I will redeem it at the engagement banquet tomorrow." With that, he left in a huff, supported by his subordinates. Qin Yu casually flipped through the symbolic treasure manual before handing it to Lu Run, saying, "Lu Run, if Wu Yonghao returns your money tomorrow, you may return this symbolic treasure manual to him." Understood. Lu Run nodded slightly, storing it away. His spirits lifted. 200 low-grade spirit stones represented immense wealth for him. The two strolled for a while longer before departing from the Wanbao Pavilion and heading toward the Qin residence. The Qin family estate was situated in the heart of Luoan City, sprawling across several acres, with heavy guards stationed around it. Upon arriving at the gates, the guards immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Welcome back, miss. Lu Run, let us enter," Qin Yu said, leading Lu Run inside the Qin estate. Upon entry, she took Lu Ren to meet her father, Qin Guan. Lu Ren had anticipated Qin Guan to be a stern middle-aged man, but was pleasantly surprised to find him a handsome gentleman with a genial smile, exuding warmth. "Lu Ren, Yu has mentioned you before. You need not worry about the engagement banquet tomorrow. The Wu family will not cause further trouble," Qin Guan assured. Understood. Lu Ren nodded. "Father, Lu Ren is interested in symbol crafting. I wish for him to apprentice under Master Lu." Qin Yu suddenly interjected. Qin Guan's eyes lit up as he responded, "Lu Run, despite your inferior bloodline, there might be potential in symbol crafting. Come, let Master Lu assess your aptitude." Before long, Qin Guan led Lu Run and Qin Yu to a grand pavilion. Inside, a venerable elder with thinning white hair sat with his eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. As they approached, the elder slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a calm tone. "Patriarch, what brings you here?" "Master Lu, this is Lu Run, a disciple of the Holy Maiden, possessing an inferior bloodline. He wishes to apprentice under you to learn the art of symbol crafting," Qin Guan said respectfully. "Hoinsing and Lueing." Master Lu glanced at Lu Run and remarked, "He possesses an inferior bloodline. It is unlikely he has any talent for symbol crafting. Master Lu, I humbly request your guidance." Lueing bowed politely. Master Lu, with a languid demeanor, replied, "To become a symbol master, one must examine their hands. Your hands do not possess the characteristics of a symbol master. Rather, they are contrary to them. In other words, your talent for symbol crafting is akin to your martial prowess. Negligible." This revelation left Qin Guan visibly embarrassed, as he had not expected such a low evaluation from Master Lu. "Patriarch, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," Master Lu declared, rising and sweeping his sleeve, exiting the pavilion like a gust of wind. Qin Guan turned apologetically to Lu Run, saying, "There will likely be some trouble at tomorrow's engagement banquet, and Master Lu will be engaged in a fierce battle concerning the interests and reputation of the Qin family. I fear he will not be in the mood for idle chatter. Let us discuss further after the banquet." "Uncle Qin, I initially sought your assistance. Perhaps I truly lack talent in symbol crafting," Lu Ren replied with a wry smile. "Not everyone is as fortunate as to have a master like Yin Qingyao. For an ordinary person, being told of their lack of talent and still being accepted as a disciple would tarnish their reputation. Talent cannot be forced." And with daylight still remaining, Qin Guan said, "Take Yuer and explore the estate." A faint smile appeared on Qin Guan's face as he departed. "Junior brother Lu Run, would you like to explore?" Qin Yu inquired. Lu Ren shook his head, saying, "Senior sister, I have just acquired some spirit stones from Wu Yonghao. I intend to cultivate for a while." "Very well." Qin Yu nodded and arranged for Lu Run to have a separate courtyard before leaving. She was not in the mood to wander. She realized that if she did not strive harder, Lu Ren might surpass her. Upon arriving at the separate courtyard, Lu Ren found it suffused with spiritual energy, though it was still inferior to that of the Qingyan sect. With 160 low-grade spirit stones, I can swiftly break through to the 5th level of the spiritual stream realm. Lu Lei mused. He then entered his room, clearing his mind and entering the nameless treasure tower, placing the 160 low-grade spirit stones before him. As he circulated the dragon elephant prajna technique, the stones around him emanated rich spiritual energy, gradually merging into his body. In just over 10 days, Lu Ren refined and absorbed 50 low-grade spirit stones, finally breaking through to the 5th level of the spiritual stream realm, where 5 streams of true energy now course through his dantian. It took 50 low-grade spirit stones to ascend to the 5th level. The number required to reach the 6th and 7th levels will likely be even greater. Lu Ren slowly opened his eyes, effortlessly circulating his technique. The dragon elephant true energy within him surged forth, its intensity significantly greater than before. If he were to face Wu Yonghao again, a single punch would suffice to defeat him. With the remaining 110 inferior spirit stones, Lu Ren did not intend to continue his ascension in realm, for his rapid advancement had rendered his foundation unstable. It was imperative for him to engage in practical combat to solidify his strength. Subsequently, Lu Ren produced a tome entitled The Comprehensive Guide to Talismans and began to peruse it with great diligence. Within its pages, he discovered the methods for crafting talismans ranging from the 1st to the 4th tier. The more he read, the more intrigued he became. It became clear that the art of talisman crafting required a specialized talisman brush to draw upon the energy contained within demon cores, allowing one to inscribe runes upon talisman paper, thereby producing the desired talismans. The most challenging aspect of this craft lay in the precise execution of the runes. They must flow seamlessly and be completed in one continuous motion. Given the intricate and varied nature of the runes, any lack of control could easily lead to failure. According to the guide, innate talent in the realm of talismans was secondary, even somewhat inconsequential. Relentless practice was of utmost importance. Through diligent effort, one could achieve mastery, compensating for any lack of natural aptitude. Indeed, every skilled talisman master was invariably an elder, often well into their 70s or 80s. With 110 inferior spirit stones at his disposal, Lu Ren resolved to remain here for at least a century before the betrothal banquet tomorrow. He was determined that, given 100 years, he would undoubtedly become a formidable talisman master. Confidence radiated from Lu Ren's countenance as he set forth on his arduous journey of study. Chapter 70. The Betrothal Feast. Lu Ren retrieved a common brush and a bowl of clear water, commencing his practice on a sheet of white paper. This was the simplest and most direct method to hone his skills in the art of talisman crafting. By utilizing the clear water to sketch the runes, he aimed to complete the drawing before the water fully permeated the paper. However, the complexity of the runes demanded that each design be executed within a short span of time. Otherwise, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Typically, for an individual to ascend to the rank of a first-tier talisman master, 5 to 10 years of rigorous training was essential. To achieve the status of a second-tier master, one would require no less than 20 years of arduous practice, while 30 years were necessary to attain the 3rd tier. Thus, Lu Ren persevered, practicing repeatedly, evolving from a novice to a proficient artist capable of flawlessly sketching 1st-tier runes, then 2nd-tier, and ultimately 3rd-tier runes. Eventually, he mastered all the talismans in the Talisman Compendium. Over a span of more than 100 years, through monotonous repetition, Lu Ren transformed from an utter novice into a quasi-3rd-tier talisman master. The designation quasi was due to the fact that he had yet to successfully forge a talisman. After completing his training, Lu Ren collapsed on his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Lu Ren. Suddenly, the voice of Qin Yu pierced through his dreams, rousing him awake. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Qin Yu standing before him. At that moment, she wore a light touch of makeup that enhanced her natural beauty, her eyes resembling shimmering autumn waters, captivating all who gazed upon her. "Senior sister, you look truly stunning." Lu Ren could not help but exclaim in admiration. "Cease your frivolous talk." Qin Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot an admonishing glance at Lu Ren. "We must hurry to the main hall. Many guests have already arrived." "All right," Lu Ren nodded, changing into a fresh set of garments before accompanying Qin Yu to the Grand Hall. Upon their arrival at the Qin residence, it was already adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. The servants bustled about in their new attire, attending to various tasks. An array of exquisite dishes and fine wines was laid out on tables. Outside, guests arrived in succession, bearing gifts to present to the Qin family. As the foremost family in Luoan City, the Qin clan not only attracted the attention of local families, but also garnered respect from those in neighboring towns. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Qin Guan instructed them to welcome the guests at the entrance. The head of the Zhou family from Luoan City has arrived with his son. The head of the Li family from Luoan City has come with his daughter. As the announcements continued, Qin Yu engaged in pleasantries with the arriving guests. The Wang family from Tianwu City has arrived. Lu Ren's eyes brightened at the mention of Wang Teng's name. Wang Teng is here too? Qin Yu chuckled. In such a lively gathering, it would be impossible for Wang Teng to miss it. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh echoed through the hall, and Wang Teng swaggered towards them. Pointing at Lu Ren. Lu Ren, you've truly outdone yourself. Even senior sister Qin Yu is smitten. Consider the copper coins you owe me settled as a wedding gift. Qin Yu shot a glare at Wang Teng, causing his expression to change as he hid behind Lu Ren. Senior sister Qin Yu, I am now the foremost heir of the Wang family. Grant me some respect. Find a place to sit quietly. Qin Yu replied coldly. Wang Teng, sensing her displeasure, promptly moved aside, waiting for his steward before casually choosing a seat. As time passed, more guests arrived, accompanied by their younger generation, exchanging pleasantries with Qin Yu and Lu Ren before taking their seats. The head of the Wu family, Wu Fan, has come to offer his congratulations. With the announcement, several guests displayed expressions of intrigue. The events that transpired at the Wanbao Pavilion the day before had spread like wildfire throughout Luoan City. Everyone was aware that Qin Yu's fiancé, rumored to be of inferior bloodline, had defeated Wu Yonghao with a single strike. Wu Fan, a towering figure with a rugged visage, donned a dark green robe, exuding an aura of strength. Wu Yonghao, bandaged across his chest, yet appearing in good spirits, had evidently healed considerably. As they approached Qin Yu and Lu Ren, Wu Fan fixed a cold gaze on Lu Ren. Do not think that your ascent equates to belonging in the Qin family. You are not worthy. Apologies for causing concern to the head of the Wu family. Lu Ren replied with polite formality. Wu Yonghao produced 40 low-grade spirit stones, stating, Lu Ren, return the talisman compendium to me. Lu Ren accepted the 40 stones and handed over the compendium. However, the moment several guests recognized the book in Wu Yonghao's possession, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Is that not the talisman compendium? A coveted tome sought by all talisman masters, containing numerous powerful runes. Remarkably, the Wu family possesses the talisman compendium. Such a treasure could attract a formidable talisman master to their ranks. It was said that any rune crafted from the compendium could fetch a high price. Many martial artists who dabbled in talisman crafting gazed at it with fervent eyes. Among them, an elderly figure in white robes, whose gaze burned with desire, was none other than Xiao Chongren, the esteemed talisman master of Luoan City and a steward of the Wanbao Pavilion, who yearned to possess the compendium. Noticing the shift in the crowd's demeanor, especially the change in Master Qiu's expression, Wu Fan smirked. Yonghao, you did well to think of using the compendium as collateral yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for a reason to present it today. Not only is this a betrothal feast, but there is also a talisman competition occurring, drawing many talisman masters. With pride, Wu Yonghao declared, Father, I am adaptable and did not falter at a critical moment. Indeed. Wu Fan affectionately patted his son's head before they took their seats. However, Wu Yonghao grimaced, feeling a twinge of pain in his chest, and muttered through gritted teeth. But I will not let Lu Ren off easily, nor will I allow that Qin Yu to escape my grasp. Wu Fan chuckled, fear not. Today's talisman competition will undoubtedly see Lu Shi defeated. Once the Qin family loses that opportunity, how will they compete with our Wu family in the future? Chapter 71. Brazen boldness. Lu Shi's talismanic skills are indeed formidable. Within the city of Luoan, only Master Qiu Chongren can rival him, Wu Yonghao remarked. Wu Fan chuckled, responding, while Lu Shi's talismanic arts are impressive, the Su family cannot possibly be outdone. They will surely enlist a talisman master to defeat Lu Shi. At that point, I may even leverage the talisman treasure guide to win over the Su family. Wu Yonghao grinned, his gaze turning to Qin Yu with a glint of greed, already envisioning the scenario of her laid bare upon his bed. Master Chu Hong of the Chu family has arrived. With this announcement, a middle-aged man approached, greeting Qin Yu and Lu Run with casual pleasantries before taking a seat at a nearby table. However, as he glanced at Lu Run, a flicker of coldness crossed his features. He had just learned that Lu Run, the very man who had slain his son, was betrothed to Qin Yu. Yet, for him, this was not entirely unfavorable. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lu Run had offended the Wu family, who would undoubtedly seek retribution. Moreover, with Lu Ren's whereabouts now exposed, the assassin from the Hall of Yama would likely be on the move again. Half an hour later, all guests had gathered. Qin Guan hastily made his way from the estate's entrance, smiling as he proclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I am grateful to all of you for traveling such a distance to attend my daughter's betrothal banquet. Allow me to raise a toast to everyone." Qin Guan accepted a cup of wine from the steward and drank to honor the assembly. All the guests raised their cups in unison and drank heartily. "Qin Guan, I have heard that your daughter's fiancé is a disciple of the holy maiden Yun Qingyao. Why did the holy maiden not attend? Could it be that she looks down upon your Qin family?" Zhu Hong Suden Li In Dezet. Qin Guan smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Lu Run, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Recently, I was attacked by assassins from the Hall of Yama. My master was enraged and is currently investigating the matter. He mentioned that should he discover who commissioned the hit, they would not escape unscathed. Hence, he was unable to attend." Upon hearing this, Chu Hong's face paled, realizing the implication that Yun Qingyao and Lu Run were aware of his family's involvement. In an instant, the wine cup in his hand fell to the floor. Panic etched upon his features. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. If he simply denied it, Yun Qingyao would possess no evidence. "Ah, I see." Chu Hong forced a smile, concealing his inner turmoil. He then produced a wooden box, stating, "This is a second-tier spirit cultivation pill, which can strengthen one's foundation and refine their true energy. As today is your betrothal banquet, I present it as a gift of congratulations." The second-tier spirit cultivation pill was not particularly rare, but given that the Chu family was a minor clan, they could not offer anything of greater value. Qin Guan gestured for the steward to accept it. Subsequently, each family presented their gifts, which were mostly common resources valued at a few low-grade spirit stones, while only those closely aligned with the Qin family offered more precious items. This is a 7-colored lotus seed I found in Silent Ridge. Consuming it can help eliminate impurities from the body and aid in body refinement. I originally intended to give it to you at our betrothal, so let it serve as a congratulatory gift today." Wu Yonghao stated with a slight smile, appearing very magnanimous. "A 7-colored lotus seed? TSK. Such a rare body-refining elixir, indeed valuable, and he offers it so casually. The Wu family is not lacking in funds, and Wu Yonghao's generous gift clearly aims to flaunt his wealth to Lu Run." Whispers filled the air. "Wu Yonghao, your gift is too extravagant." Qin Yu frowned, still aware of the boundaries in the relationship between the Qin and Wu families, which had not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Although you are betrothed, you are not yet married, are you? I may have lost to Lu Run yesterday, but he merely relies on the inheritance he received from the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi. Such inheritances will eventually be digested, and he will revert to being a waste." Wu Yonghao smiled, asserting, "Thus, your future husband shall still be me." At Wu Yonghao's words, the crowd erupted in murmurs. It appeared that he was not yet willing to relinquish his hopes. Since it is the Wu family's goodwill, you should accept it." Qin Guan laughed. Immediately, the steward stepped forward to collect the 7-colored lotus seed. Wu Yonghao's smile widened, for he believed that gifting Qin Yu was of no consequence, as she would inevitably become his woman. He then turned his gaze toward Lu Run, feigning curiosity, and asked, "Lu Run, today is the ceremony for your betrothal to Yuer. Do you have any gift prepared for her?" In his estimation, Lu Ren could hardly produce anything of worth. The fire-blaze grass from yesterday was merely worth 5 low-grade spirit stones and had been purchased with Qin Yu's money. What could Lu Ren possibly offer? Qin Yu's brow furrowed with anxiety, fearing Lu Run would be embarrassed. She understood his background, despite having the Holy Maiden as his master. He hailed from humble origins and could not possibly present a suitable gift. "Yu will soon be my wife. Whatever I give her is merely a matter between us. If I were to gift her something, it would seem overly formal." Lu Ren replied with a calm smile. "What did you just say?" Wu Yonghao's anger flared, nearly provoking him to shout in outrage. He had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. "What I choose to gift you is none of your concern. This is a private matter between husband and wife, and it is not your place to intrude." Lu Ren sneered. "Lu Ren, you worthless fool. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Yue?" Wu Yonghao trembled with rage, ready to confront Lu Ren if not for Wu Fan's intervention. "Enough of this nonsense," Wu Fan reprimanded, then raised his wine cup, awkwardly smiling. "My son is lacking in decorum. I apologize on his behalf." With that, he downed his drink in one go. "Master, the Su family has arrived." Just then, an elderly servant rushed in, flustered. A grave expression crossed Qin Guan's face. The anticipated moment had finally arrived. All present felt a tremor of apprehension. The Su family from Tianwu City was the foremost clan there, far surpassing the Qin family in strength. Everyone understood that the Su family had come for the coveted spot that had emerged from the Songming secret realm. This position would ultimately be contested between the Qin and Su families. Initially, the Su family planned to have the younger generations compete for the spot, but Su Sanjia, the Su family's heir, was significantly stronger than Qin Yu. Naturally, Qin Guan opposed this. Ultimately, both sides agreed to send their respective talisman masters to compete in the art of talisman making. The victor would claim the coveted position. The Songming secret realm opens once every 5 years, with each family entitled to a single spot. Within it lie not only numerous beasts, but also countless treasures of heaven and earth. Securing an additional position means acquiring more resources. I have heard that your Qin family has taken in a son-in-law of inferior bloodline. Today, I am eager to witness this so-called inferior bloodline for myself. A voice of disdain echoed from afar. Chapter 72. The Contest of Talismans. As the words fell, a tall and handsome young man in a purple and white robe approached, accompanied by several others. His piercing gaze and haughty demeanor exuded an aura that made the average person feel inadequate. It was Su Sanjia, the young master of the Su family. Judging by Su Sanjia's tone, he seemed to harbor no intention of offering congratulations. Whispers spread among the crowd. In the kingdom of Jiangyun, the 10 major cities varied greatly in overall strength, with some even categorized as the lower, middle, and upper 3 cities, alongside the imperial city. Tianwu City and Luoan City lay in the southwest of Jiangyun, where Luoan City was merely categorized as one of the lower 3 cities, while Tianwu City ranked among the middle 3. The Su family was the foremost family in Tianwu City. The arrival of the Su family was a cause for secret delight in Wu Fan. Qin Guan also approached with a welcoming smile, politely saying, "Is young Master Su? Please, take your seat." "No need for that." Su Sanjiao waved his hand dismissively and said coolly, "I have no time to participate in your engagement banquet, especially one for someone with a worthless bloodline." His disdain for Lu Ren was not merely due to Qin Yu's engagement to him. He considered himself exceptional and deemed ordinary women unworthy of his attention. In his eyes, only a saintess was deserving of him. However, the fact that the saintess took Lu Ren, whom he regarded as a failure, as her disciple greatly displeased him. Enough talk. Let the contest of talismans begin. A young man in a gray robe stepped forward slowly. His expression was stern, and he wore a dark gold long robe adorned with 3 golden patterns at the collar, emanating an air of nobility. When the gazes of all the talisman masters fell upon him, astonishment flickered in their eyes. Could he be Huang Qiu? The Su family has actually recruited Huang Qiu. It was rumored that Huang Qiu was a natural 6-fingered genius and, at merely 28 years of age, had already attained the rank of a 3rd-tier talisman master. It was said that the Talisman Emperor intended to take him as a disciple. Once he became the Talisman Emperor's successor, he would likely soon ascend to the rank of a 4th-tier talisman master. Upon hearing the discussions among the talisman masters, many were taken aback. The young man before them was indeed Huang Qiu, a prodigy in the realm of talisman crafting. Qin Guan's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that the Su family would recruit Huang Qiu. He turned his gaze towards the seated Lu Shi and remarked, "Master Lu, it's up to you now." Lu Shi stood up nonchalantly and responded, "He is merely a young upstart. In a true contest of talisman crafting, success relies not on talent, but on decades of accumulated experience." Huang Qiu smiled slightly. "Let us not delay any further. Let the contest commence." Su Sanjia stood to the side, a faint smile playing on his lips, for no one understood better than he the extent of Huang Qiu's prowess in talisman crafting. Soon, Qin Guan instructed his servants to bring forth a massive table, placing 2 tables a distance of 10 feet apart in the square before the hall. Many talisman masters stepped forward to watch, thrilled to witness a duel between third-tier talisman masters, feeling immensely honored by the opportunity. Uncertainty lingered as to who would emerge victorious in the duel between Lu Shi and Huang Qiu. Lu Shi had practiced talisman crafting for nearly 40 years, his experience profound. Yet Huang Qiu's talent was exceptional, suggesting that innate ability might indeed triumph over hard work. "Who do you think will win, Qiu Lao?" someone inquired of Qiu Changren. As an esteemed talisman master of the Wanbao Pavilion, he held the most authority in this matter. "I have never seen Huang Qiu craft a talisman, so I cannot make any rash judgments." Qiu Changren stroked his graying beard. "Huang Qiu is merely a rising star. Defeating a seasoned talisman master is no simple feat." Huang Qiu and Lu Shi stood side by side at the table, facing each other. "According to the rules, we will each craft our most proficient 3 talismans, with a time limit of 1 incense stick per talisman. The first to win 2 out of 3 rounds shall be declared the victor. Is that acceptable?" Huang Qiu inquired. "Absolutely." Lu Shi nodded affirmatively. "Prepare to be thoroughly defeated by my first talisman." Huang Qiu scoffed, casting a glance at Lu Shi before verdant. Sharp-tipped brush floated before him. The brush shimmered with a faint radiance, particularly the tip, which undulated in the air as if in harmony with the rhythms of the universe. "Is that the Fuyo brush?" a talisman master exclaimed in disbelief. The brush Huang Qiu produced was not an ordinary talisman brush, but one of the 10 renowned brushes of Jiangyun, crafted from the feathers of the divine Daping bird. It was said that wielding this brush not only increased the success rate of crafting talismans, but also enhanced their potency. No one expected Huang Qiu to possess such a talisman brush. The Fuyo brush. No wonder he could become a 3rd-tier talisman master at such a young age. It seems Lu Shi is in peril. Qiu Changran, the honorary talisman master of Wanbao Pavilion, was also taken aback, his expression filled with astonishment. He too possessed one of the 10 renowned brushes, yet his was inferior in rank to the Fuyo brush. The other talisman masters gazed at the Fuyo brush with fervent admiration. Huang Qiu had already gained the upper hand in momentum simply by revealing the brush. "This is troublesome." Qin Guan shook his head. Seeing his father's solemn expression, Qin Yu furrowed her brows. Well aware of her father's desire to secure another spot for the journey to the Songming secret realm. However, with Huang Qiu unveiling the Fuyo brush, it seemed Lu Shi's chances of victory were slim. Lu Shi remained unfazed upon witnessing Huang Qiu's Fuyo brush. "It is merely a talisman brush," he declared. "I will demonstrate to you that in the face of absolute strength, a single Fuyo brush cannot determine the outcome." Having spoken, Lu Shi produced a standard talisman brush, then took out a monster core and crushed it, releasing a surge of purple energy that spread like ripples. He dipped the tip of his talisman brush into the energy, as if inking it, and began to sketch on a piece of yellow talisman paper. Huang Qiu also commenced his sketching, his movements flowing like water, his 6 fingers deftly wielding the Fuyo brush as if he and the brush were one. This level of skill left the talisman masters in attendance in awe. Lu Ren observed both parties and shook his head. Although he had not crafted a talisman in earnest, 60 years of arduous practice had honed his own exceptional talisman techniques, and he felt that Huang Qiu was far from his equal. In contrast, Lu Shi's movements were more methodical and restrained. The crafting of talismans must be executed in one continuous stroke, with no pauses. Otherwise, failure was inevitable. Yet, before the incense stick had burned halfway, Huang Qiu withdrew his brush, declaring, "The 3rd-tier Lion Fire talisman has been successfully crafted." "What?" Lu Shi's expression changed dramatically as his talisman brush trembled in his hand. The half-finished talisman he had sketched erupted with explosive energy, injuring his arm and causing blood to flow freely. His talisman brush was flung from his grasp, crashing to the ground. He could hardly believe that Huang Qiu had successfully crafted the third-tier, 9-pattern lion fire talisman in less than half the allotted time. This unforeseen turn of events shattered his focus and led to his immediate failure, with Lu Shi's failed attempt resulting in backlash, causing injury to his hand. The contest of talismans had come to an abrupt conclusion. The crowd gasped in astonishment. None had anticipated that this eagerly awaited contest would conclude so swiftly. Chapter 0073. Allow me to try, Lu Shi. It seems there is no need to continue the competition, Huang Qiu disdainfully remarked. It was utterly laughable that a talisman master who had cultivated for over 40 years could be swayed by external influences. However, the fact that he was able to forge a third-tier, 9-pattern lion fire talisman in less than half a stick of incense time was astonishing. Something that would be hard for any talisman master to believe. TSK, he actually forged a lion fire talisman. It's highly likely that Huang Qiu will attain 4th-tier talisman master status before turning 30. Qiu Changren marveled quietly. Earning a living as a 3rd-tier talisman master is challenging, given the abundance of such masters. However, becoming a 4th-tier talisman master signifies entry into an entirely different realm. Su Sanjia also stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and smiled, saying, Qin Goen, it appears the final spot belongs to me. Qin Goen's expression darkened, yet he refrained from responding immediately and instead inquired about Lu Shi's condition. Lu Ren could not help but whisper, Senior sister, what is this spot that Su Sanjia speaks of? Qin Yu frowned and explained, it pertains to a quota for the Tsangming secret realm. In the southwestern region, the top 3 families in 5 cities each possess 1 quota. However, due to certain circumstances, 1 family was exterminated, resulting in an additional quota that is now contested between our 2 families. This quota is exceedingly precious. An extra quota signifies heightened competition. What is the Tsangming secret realm? Lu Ren continued to inquire. The Tsangming secret realm is a region of ancient mountains teeming with formidable demonic beasts and rare treasures. Each time it opens, anyone who enters and manages to emerge alive experiences a significant boost in strength and immense rewards. Qin Yu elaborated slowly. Lu Ren's eyes brightened as he proposed, Senior sister, let us negotiate a deal. What? Qin Yu was taken aback, unsure of what Lu Ren was implying. I shall assist your Qin family in securing this quota, and in return, you grant it to me. The resources I acquire within, we shall split 50-50. Lu Ren stated calmly. What did you say? Qin Yu thought she had misheard. Lu Ren claimed he would help them secure the quota. Did he intend to substitute for Master Lu in the contest? Master Lu had remarked just yesterday that Lu Ren lacked any talent in talisman crafting, even questioning his eligibility to be Master Lu's disciple. Yet here was Lu Ren, asserting his desire to assist the Qin family in winning the quota. Senior sister, what do you think? Lu Ren smiled. Qin Yu fixed her gaze upon Lu Ren and, seeing his confident demeanor, nodded. Very well. If you can win, the quota shall be yours. After all, they had already lost. So why not let Lu Ren give a try? Yet, she could hardly believe that Lu Ren possessed the ability to defeat Huang Qiu, a naturally gifted talisman master with 6 fingers. At this moment, Su Sanjia, growing impatient with Qin Goen's inquiries about Lu Shi, interjected. Qin Goen, his hand is severely injured. Do you truly believe he has the capacity to continue competing? Of course, you may invite another talisman master to take over. Hearing Su Sanjia's words, Lu Shi clutched his injured hand, his expression forlorn. Master, I apologize for not being able to secure this quota for you. Qin Goen chuckled. Master Lu, you're being too modest. Since we cannot continue, let us concede defeat. That quota, though valuable, cannot be obtained, and there is little we can do about it. As Qin Goen prepared to concede, he noticed Lu Ren stepping forward. I will fight on behalf of Master Lu, Lu Ren declared, fixing his gaze upon Su Sanjia and Huang Qiu. What? This declaration stunned nearly everyone present. It had been assumed that the talisman competition had concluded, yet the seemingly inept Lu Ren was stepping forward to take Lu Shi's place. This Lu Ren was considered a failure in lineage, having only ascended to the Lingxi realm through a stroke of fortune from the ancient emperor Tuo Shi. Now, he was challenging Huang Qiu to a contest of talisman crafting. My goodness, Lu Ren is being reckless. Wang Teng's eyes nearly bulged, even as a flicker of anticipation crept into his heart. Could it be that Lu Ren truly possessed some talent in talisman crafting? Lu Ren, you. Qin Goen hesitated, at a loss for words. Lu Ren turned to Qin Goen with a smile. Uncle Qin, since the outcome is already a loss, why not allow me to give it a try? Lu Ren, in light of your courage today, I shall take you as my disciple. You shall fight on my behalf, and if we lose, let it be a glorious defeat. Lu Shi proclaimed. Given his inability to fight, conceding outright would be akin to fleeing. Having Lu Ren fight in his stead would allow him to maintain a semblance of dignity. Huang Qiu glared at Lu Ren, his face twitching with anger. You little brat. You are not even a talisman master, yet you dare to challenge me? You are not worthy to compete with me. As a third-tier talisman master, poised to advance to fourth tier soon, he found it humiliating to compete against someone entirely devoid of skill. Lu Ren, you waste of space. Do not seek to draw attention here. What is your status compared to Master Huang's? Do you truly believe that Master Huang would lower himself to compete with you? Wu Yonghao seized the opportunity to sneer. Wu Yonghao stepped forward. Lu Ren beckoned. What do you want? Wu Yonghao replied coldly. Smack! Lu Ren delivered a resounding slap that sent Wu Yonghao flying, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground with a thud. The onlookers were left in shock, hardly comprehending what had transpired before witnessing Wu Yonghao's abrupt flight. Wu Yonghao struggled to push himself up off the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his left cheek swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig. Lu Ren, you waste, you are seeking death. Wu Yonghao roared. You little brat, how dare you strike my son? Wu Fan raged, summoning a powerful surge of true energy to form a freezing palm print that he hurled at Lu Ren. However, before Lu Ren could react, Qin Goen appeared before him, moving with an uncanny swiftness, and struck with a powerful punch. Boom! The fists collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion of true energy, forcing both men to stagger back. Qin Goen, is this your hospitality? Wu Fan seethed with fury, aghast at Lu Ren's audacity to publicly humiliate his son to such an extent that even he, as the father, could scarcely recognize him. Wu Fan, what do my affairs with Huang Qiu have to do with your son? You leap to label me a waste. I am a failure in lineage, not a waste. A mere slap is a light punishment. Should he meddle further, he may find himself slain by a sword. Lu Ren retorted coldly. Lu Ren, you are so audacious. Do you truly think that with Qin Goen backing you, I cannot deal with you? Wu Fan's body trembled with rage, his eyes filled with an icy, murderous intent. And what of it? Lu Ren replied with a cold laugh. Wu Fan produced the Talisman Treasure Compendium and presented it to Huang Qiu. Master Huang, this is the Talisman Treasure Compendium. If you can eliminate Lu Ren for me, I shall present it to you without reservation. Chapter 0074. Wagering a hand, what is this? The Talisman Treasure Compendium? Huang Qiu was taken aback as he received the Talisman Treasure Compendium from Wu Fan. Casually flipping through a few pages, his face flushed with excitement. Indeed, this was the legendary Talisman Treasure Compendium, with its text inscribed using a unique script that was beyond fabrication or invention. It was a genuine tome of divine knowledge. For a third-tier talisman master, it was an invaluable scripture capable of enhancing one's talisman crafting skills. He had previously encountered a counterfeit version of the Talisman Treasure Compendium, which contained imitations of various talisman scripts, but attempts to replicate them had proven futile. Only the authentic text could be studied for true mastery. It truly is the Talisman Treasure Compendium. I have seen the scripts within, yet could never replicate them. Only with the original can I hope to succeed. Huang Qiu exclaimed in ecstasy. Beside him, Su Sanjia could not contain his curiosity, asking, Huang Qiu, will this Talisman Treasure Compendium be of great assistance to you? Assistance? If I can master all the talismans within, I will instantly ascend to a fourth-tier talisman master. Huang Qiu replied. Even Su Sanjia, known for his composed demeanor, was stirred by Huang Qiu's declaration. Reaching the 4th tier would elevate the Su family to a new echelon. Excellent, excellent. Su Sanjiao repeated thrice, clearly delighted. Huang Qiu tucked the talisman treasure compendium away, declaring, "Rest assured, Master Wu, I shall avenge you." His gaze shifted to Lu Run, "Young man, I am willing to lower myself and compete with you in the upcoming 2 rounds of talisman trials. However, should you lose, I shall sever the hand that struck Master Wu's son." "Very well." Lu Ren nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Once again, the onlookers were astonished. They had anticipated Lu Ren's refusal. Yet he not only accepted, but did so with remarkable alacrity. The stakes were high. Losing meant the loss of a hand. "Lu Ren, do not act rashly." Qin Yu's face paled, concerned for Lu Ren's well-being. If Lu Ren were to lose a hand, how could she explain it to Yun Qingyao? "But if you lose, I shall also take one of your hands, the one you use for crafting talismans." Lu Ren retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Huang Qiu. Huang Qiu, possessing extraordinary talent in talisman crafting, posed a significant threat to the Qin family should he ascend to the 4th tier. If Lu Ren could incapacitate Huang Qiu today, even if he were to recover, it would severely hinder his future prospects in talisman mastery. Such arrogance. Su Sanjia chuckled softly. It settled then. A mere inferior bloodline daring to challenge Huang Qiu in talisman crafting was indeed laughable. While he may not be well-versed in talisman techniques, he understood that hard work outweighed innate talent. Huang Qiu had dedicated over a decade to mastering talisman crafting, achieving his current level of expertise, whereas Lu Ren had only recently entered the Lingxi realm. Huang Qiu remained silent, his expression an icy mask as he addressed Qin Guan. "Master Qin, should Lu Ren lose, will you intervene if I take his hand?" Qin Guan hesitated, glancing at Lu Ren. After all, it was his daughter who had invited Lu Ren for this engagement. If Lu Ren's arm were truly severed, he would bear the responsibility. Although he could not fathom Lu Ren's confidence in challenging Huang Qiu, he could not envision a scenario where Lu Ren emerged victorious. "Uncle Qin, do not worry about me. I can handle this." Lu Ren assured. "Very well." Qin Guan nodded, extending his hands. "Let it be known to all present, should Lu Ren lose the talisman crafting contest today, Huang Qiu may take one of his hands, and I shall not interfere." "Delightful." Huang Qiu smiled, turning to Lu Ren with derision. "Let us begin." "Wait." Lu Ren sneered, turning to Su Sanjia. "Since Uncle Qin has made a vow, should I not require you to do the same? If I defeat Huang Qiu, you will not impede me from taking his hand, nor seek revenge afterwards. Otherwise, may the heavens punish you." "Agreed." Su Sanjia smiled lightly and made his vow in front of everyone. Once the oaths were exchanged, Huang Qiu immediately proposed, "Let us have a rematch. Each of us will craft 3 talismans best of 3. That is unnecessary. If I am to fight in place of Master Lu, then it will be as such." Lu Ren smiled. "Arrogance." Huang Qiu laughed, choosing to wait and see what tricks Lu Ren had up his sleeve. Competing on behalf of Master Lu meant that Lu Ren would need to surpass the strength of the Lion Fire Talisman with his next 2 creations. This was a 3rd-tier 9-pattern talisman. For Lu Ren to win, he would need to craft something of equal or greater caliber. Huang Qiu could not fathom any talisman that could outmatch the Lion Fire Talisman. Lu Ren approached Lu Shi, asking, "Master Lu, do you possess a 1st-tier demon core and a 3rd-tier demon beast?" "I do." Lu Shi produced several demon cores of varying tiers from his storage ring. However, he was puzzled by Lu Ren's request for a 1st-tier core, as a 1st-tier talisman would not suffice to defeat Huang Qiu. Lu Ren picked up a talisman pen from the ground, casually selecting a 1st-tier demon core, crushing it to release a surge of crimson energy. He dipped the talisman pen into the core's essence and began sketching on the table. Within moments, a fiery talisman pattern emerged, glowing with a vibrant red hue. He and Appos, as actually a talisman master. The crowd gasped, astonished by Lu Ren and Appos' effortless creation of a fire talisman. "Do you believe that a mere fire talisman could defeat me?" Huang Qiu scoffed. "That was merely practice for your first attempt." Lu Ren chuckled, his gaze drifting to a frost element demon core. This particular core belonged to a 3rd-tier demon beast, the Ice Flame Howling Wolf, a creature comparable to one at the 9th level of the Yunhe realm. capable of releasing an astonishing chill that could easily freeze opponents of equal rank. He then crushed the ice core, unleashing a torrent of icy energy that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. What is he doing? Lu Shi frowned slightly. In his memory, no third-tier ice talisman surpassed the Lion Fire talisman. This fellow has already lost. Master Qiu Changrun from Wanbao Pavilion shook his head in disbelief. The moment Lu Run crushed the ice core, it was clear he had no hope of victory. Chapter 75. 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman in Qiu Changrun's perspective. Among the third-tier ice attribute talismans, the most formidable is undoubtedly the Ice Armor Talisman. Once activated, it can conjure a layer of icy armor around the user, capable of withstanding any strike from a Cloud River Realm expert. However, even this Ice Armor Talisman pales in comparison to the Lion Fire Talisman. The Lion Fire Talisman ranks among the most powerful of all talismans, with only lightning and metal attribute talismans, specifically the top-tier, third-tier, 9-pattern talismans, surpassing its might. Currently, Lu Ren has chosen the Ice Attribute Demon Core. Not only he, but all talisman masters believe that Lu Ren is destined for defeat. No Ice Attribute Talisman has ever triumphed over the Lion Fire Talisman. Lu Ren commenced the talisman crafting process. Suddenly, someone gasped, and all eyes turned toward Lu Ren. With a flourish of his right hand wielding the talisman brush, the yellow talisman paper floated before him under his vital energy's control. Subsequently, Lu Ren began to channel cold attribute energy, sketching upon the talisman paper. The talisman he crafted was the 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman, the most potent offensive talisman documented in the Talisman Treasure Compendium. Once activated, it can unleash a powerful icy explosion, causing immense destruction and simultaneously freezing the enemy. However, to craft this talisman, one requires the demon core of a 9-layer ice attribute beast from the Cloud River realm, a condition that is exceedingly stringent. Such demon cores are of considerable value. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Lu Ren's talisman brush drew forth the cold attribute energy, its tip dancing like a masterful artist, moving fluidly and effortlessly as he hastily sketched. Lu Ren's expression remained serene, as the cold energy transformed into intricate runes upon the talisman paper, which began to emanate astonishing fluctuations. What is this? Lu Ren can actually manipulate the talisman paper to float in the air while inscribing runes. Such control is astounding. Someone exclaimed. It is important to note that sketching runes typically requires a flat surface, yet Lu Ren was defying convention by floating it in midair, an unprecedented feat. After all, should his vital energy become chaotic while suspended, even the slightest error could lead to catastrophic failure, potentially resulting in backlash. For a practitioner like Lu Ren, encountering backlash from a third-tier 9-pattern talisman would be particularly perilous. We must withdraw quickly, observing his demeanor. It is evident that the talisman he is crafting is of significant rank. Should backlash occur, we could all be implicated. Many talisman masters retreated in haste. Though they were unsure of the runes he was inscribing, such a method of talisman crafting is typically reserved for the truly venerable masters. Young talisman masters will be playing with fire in comparison. At this moment, Lu Ren was wholly absorbed in the talisman crafting process. He realized that the actual crafting of talismans was entirely different from practicing with plain water. The process demanded immense mental energy, leaving him feeling fatigued, even on the verge of fainting. He bit his tongue to remain focused and continued his sketches. Holding the talisman brush, Lu Ren moved as if wielding a sword. The cold attribute energy swirling in the air, emanating terrifying waves of cold. Through the talisman paper, the runes began to take shape. This is the 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman from the Talisman Treasure Compendium. Qiu Changrun was suddenly shaken, utterly astonished. He too had seen a copy of the compendium, and the most powerful ice attribute talisman recorded within was indeed the 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman. What? The talisman from the Talisman Treasure Compendium? How is this possible? I have also perused a copy of the compendium, and it indeed contained the 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman. Many talisman masters gasped, their expressions filled with disbelief. The 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman. Impossible. How could you possibly craft the 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman? Huang Qiu's eyes reflected terror. No one understood the Talisman Treasure Compendium better than he did. Even though Lu Run had yet to complete the crafting, he could see that Lu Run was indeed crafting the 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman. This boy is astonishingly skilled. Lu Xu was equally shocked. However, he was not merely impressed by Lu Ren's crafted talisman, but rather by his technique. Such a seamless method could only be achieved through decades of rigorous practice. Father, Lu Ren truly possesses talisman crafting skills. He was merely teasing us yesterday. Qin Yu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Ren. In that moment, she saw him radiating brilliance, as if the world revolved around him. Impossible. Wu Yonghao's heart screamed. He could scarcely believe that Lu Ren was not only a talisman master, but an exceptionally talented one at that. As Lu Ren sketched, the fluctuations of the talisman paper intensified. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and with a soft shout, his movements quickened, culminating in the final stroke. Pop! A talisman floated down, landing on the table before him. Lu Ren supported himself on the table, panting. Crafting talismans, while not overly taxing on vital energy, was immensely draining on mental fortitude. At this moment, he yearned for rest. Lu Ren, are you all right? Qin Yu approached, offering her support as she expressed her concern. I'm fine, just a bit weary. Lu Ren shook his head, then turned to Huang Qiu, a cold smile gracing his lips. Huang Qiu, I have crafted the 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman. Let us see how you can defeat me. Impossible. Huang Qiu was in a state of disbelief, shaking his head vehemently as he shouted, how could you possibly craft a talisman from the Talisman Treasure Compendium? Yesterday, Wu Yonghao left the compendium with me as collateral for a day. I merely skimmed through it and learned the 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman. Lu Ren's words struck Wu Yonghao like a thunderbolt, nearly causing him to spit blood in shock and disbelief. He had only lent the compendium to Lu Ren for a day, and Lu Ren had mastered a talisman from it? How could someone possess such monstrous talent? He knew that for a third-tier talisman master to learn a new talisman, it typically takes several days of arduous practice. Just a casual glance? Huang Qiu's eyes blazed with resentment. Do you intend to continue this contest? Lu Ren asked coldly. The Lion Fire Talisman is utterly insignificant when compared to the 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman. Huang Qiu and Appo's expression twisted in fury as he retorted coldly. Who says I have lost? If my memory serves me correctly, the 9 Revolutions Ice Explosion Talisman is not the strongest talisman in the Talisman Treasure Compendium. If you can learn in a short time, so can I. He could not concede defeat. To do so would mean the destruction of his own hand. Losing his hand would be more painful than death itself. Chapter 0076. Disqualification. Seeing Huang Qiu's unwillingness to concede, Lu Ren instructed the steward of the Qin residence to bring forth an incense burner, inserting a stick of incense before lighting it. Let the challenge commence, with the duration of 1 incense stick. Lu Ren smiled, as if observing a creature in its death throes. To master the crafting of the talismans from the Talisman Treasure Compendium within the fleeting time of a single incense stick was an impossible feat, regardless of one's innate talent. Mastery demanded extensive practice. Each talisman Lu Ren had painstakingly mastered took over a month of dedicated effort. Even if Huang Qiu possessed remarkable talent in talisman crafting, he could not possibly achieve mastery in such a brief span. I absolutely can do it. I am Huang Qiu. Huang Qiu bellowed, fervently flipping through the Talisman Treasure Compendium until he discovered a lightning attribute talisman, the Thunderclap Talisman. He meticulously examined the intricate runes of the Thunderclap Talisman. However, this scrutiny consumed half the time allotted, leaving him with insufficient time to actually craft the talisman. Witnessing this, many talisman masters shook their heads in dismay. As Huang Qiu began his crafting attempt, his anxiety caused him to drop the crafting brush, resulting in a complete failure. Fortunately, the talisman had not yet taken form, sparing him from backlash. However, he collapsed to the ground, drained of energy, his eyes devoid of life, and his hair disheveled, starkly contrasting with his earlier vigor. Su Sanjia, with his hands clasped behind his back, wore an exceedingly grim expression. He had not anticipated Huang Xiao would be bested by Lu Run, a person who relied on serendipitous encounters to ascend to the Lingxi realm, yet displayed such formidable skills in talisman crafting. Huang Xiao, a wager is a wager. You must fulfill your end of the deal, Lu Ren stated coolly, fixing his gaze upon Huang Xiao. No, Huang Xiao vehemently shook his head, unwilling to forfeit his right hand, the very hand he wielded for writing. How could he grasp the world without it? Su Sanjia frowned, his tone darkening. Lu Run, you must understand that crippling his right hand will render him incapable of becoming a talisman master. Show me some consideration. Consideration? Do you seek annihilation? Lu Run retorted coldly. You swore before everyone just moments ago. Su Sanjia's countenance soured instantaneously. Lu Ren, had you spared Huang Xiao, we could have been friends. And anyone wishing to confront you would think twice. However, if you persist in opposing me, you shall not have a favorable outcome. Su Sanjia's voice dripped with icy menace. Huang Xiao was, after all, a talent he had personally invited, a genius in talisman crafting who would greatly benefit the Su family in the future. Should Lu Run truly cripple Huang Xiao, it would be tantamount to extinguishing his potential entirely. Moreover, Su Sanjia's fury was ignited by Lu Ren's blatant disregard for his threats. Is it that you cannot bear to lose? Lu Ren sneered, fully aware that Su Sanjia was no ordinary adversary. Many present trembled at his presence, for he was likely of the 9th stage of the Lingxi realm. Yet, what did that matter? If he were to lose today, he would not have a better fate. Would he spare Huang Xiao then? Very well. I, Su Sanjia, shall remember you. Su Sanjia Godao. Lu Ren paid Su Sanjia no heed as he slowly approached Huang Xiao. The latter and Appo's expression shifted in terror. What? What do you intend to do? Crack. Lu Ren seized Huang Xiao and Appo's hand, crushing it with a single, forceful grip. The sound of breaking bones echoed as blood gushed forth, and Huang Xiao's agonized cries reverberated throughout the Qin residence. The onlookers gasped in horror, astonished that Lu Run dared to disregard Su Sanjia's authority and cripple Huang Xiao, a promising talent likely to become a 4th-tier talisman master. Lu Ren, you will pay for this. Su Sanjia snarled before commanding his subordinates to carry Huang Xiao away, storming off in a fury. Xiao Chongren stepped forward, unable to suppress his curiosity. Young friend Lu Run, is it true that you mastered the 9-change ice explosion talisman merely by studying the talisman treasure compendium for a night? Lu Run nodded, offering no denial. Indeed, Xiao Chongren's excitement surged. The 9-change ice explosion talisman is a talisman from the talisman treasure compendium. If you were to auction it, it would fetch a considerable sum. Have you considered selling it to our Wanbao pavilion? Sell it to you? Lu Ren hesitated. Xiao Chongren continued. Now that the talisman treasure compendium is public, it is only a matter of time before others craft the 9-change ice explosion talisman. Selling it to me now would be most advantageous. Very well, Lu Ren consented, making an executive decision. Excellent. Our Wanbao pavilion eagerly awaits your arrival. Xiao Chongren smiled before departing. Many guests, initially drawn to witness the Qin family and Appo's misfortune, now departed hastily, having witnessed Lu Run and Appo's triumph over the Su family. Soon, only the Qin family and their close allies remained. Everyone began toasting Lu Run and Qin Guan, all foreseeing that with Lu Ren's talent, the Qin family was destined for greatness. While a 3rd-tier talisman master was not remarkable, Lu Run and Appo's youth indicated that, upon reaching 4th tier, he would become a formidable force. Lu Run, it seems I have underestimated you. I never imagined you to be a genius in talisman crafting. Lu Shi lamented. Master Lu, I indeed lack knowledge in talisman crafting and have many questions I wish to discuss with you. Lu Run stated earnestly. Wangting Intashichtel, Lu Ren. I suspect you are merely boasting, yet I cannot find any evidence to disprove it. Lu Shi felt a pang of bitterness and disappointment, believing Lu Run was mocking him. How could one who merely glanced at the compendium for a night possess such knowledge? Young Master Lu Run, your talisman skills are so formidable. You should pursue this path. I can invite you to be a guest talisman master for the Zhang family, with a monthly stipend of 5 low-grade spirit stones. If you ascend to 4th tier, Your compensation will increase 20-fold. Young Master Lu Run, you are of a lesser bloodline. Your potential in martial arts is limited. It would be wise to focus on talisman crafting instead. Miley family also wishes to recruit you. I want him too. Various family heads clamored to enlist Lu Run. However, Lu Rin politely declined their offers. A third-tier talisman master did not earn much, and crafting talismans was exceedingly taxing. Thus, he would not divert his primary focus to that endeavor. His aim was to grow stronger, as both the Yinluo Temple and the Go Sword sect had set their sights on him. If he did not bolster his strength, his life would be at stake. Moreover, had it not been for the opportunity to compete for the Songming secret manual, he would not have intervened at all. How infuriating! Wu Yonghao trembled with rage. Filled with regret, he had once prided himself on the wisdom of pawning the talisman treasure compendium to Lu Run, only to see Lu Run master the 9-change ice explosion talisman in a mere day. If only he could turn back time, he would never have made that wager, and today's outcome would have been entirely different. Wu Fan escorted a seething Wu Yonghao away, lacking the face to remain any longer. He resolved to return home and discipline his son. What kind of offspring was he? Chapter 77. The Soul of the Ancient Emperor Lu Run. Today you openly defied Su Sanjia. He is a prodigious disciple of the royal path and possesses a 6th-grade bloodline. You may attract considerable trouble in the future. Wang Ting could not help but remind him. The Wang family is also a prominent family in Tianwu City and is well aware of Su Sanjia's formidable nature. Su Sanjia is a genuine genius, having opened 11 spiritual orifices and cultivated an inferior-grade mystic technique. Warriors of the same level cannot withstand even a single strike from him. Just a 6th-grade bloodline. Lu Rin shook his head, dismissing the concern. He is far more than just a 6th-grade bloodline. The Su family possesses 9 formidable upper-grade yellow-tier sword techniques. Any ordinary warrior who masters even one of them can become a leading figure among their peers. However, he has mastered 3, achieving perfection in each, and has even changed his name to Su Sanjia. Wang Tung continued. The character Jia signifies the first position and perfection. Su Sanjia denotes that he has perfected the 3 sword techniques of the Su family. Is he truly that formidable? Lu Rin was taken aback. Goodness, those are upper-grade yellow-tier sword techniques. Typically, mastering one to perfection would require 3 years of diligent cultivation, and he has achieved perfection in 3. The disparity in talent is indeed staggering. Currently, he is practicing the Sky Phenomenon sword technique, and the 5th form, Wind Sweeping the Remnants, is merely comparable to an inferior-grade yellow-tier sword technique. He only hopes his master can hasten the creation of the 6th and 7th forms. Otherwise, he fears he may not be able to compete in swordplay. At this moment, he deeply felt that the martial skills he practiced were still too weak. In the sparring exchanges among new disciples last year, he was the first to defeat me with absolute strength. Qin Yu's expression grew grave. This expedition to the Songming secret realm will undoubtedly be extremely challenging. After leaving the Qin residence, Chu Hong hastily caught up with Qiu Chongrun, respectfully inquiring, Master Qiu, what was your intent in questioning Lu Rin earlier? Qiu Chongrun replied, with my many years of experience in talismans, no one can master a 3rd-grade talisman in just one night. I fear the Qin family is on the verge of a resurgence. Chu Hong appeared puzzled and pressed on. Master Qiu, Lu Rin is merely a 3rd-grade talisman master. Isn't it a bit exaggerated to suggest he could elevate the Qin family? He is not even a 3rd-grade talisman master. Qiu Chongrun spoke slowly. What? Not? Chu Hong was astounded, having clearly seen Lu Rin craft the 9 turns ice explosion talisman. How could he claim Lu Rin is not a 3rd-grade talisman master now? Qiu Chongrun closed his eyes and said nothing. Chu Hong Juke, retrieving 2 inferior-grade spirit stones and handing them to Qiu Chongrun. Qiu Chongrun leaned closer to Chu Hong and Appo's ear, whispering, the soul of the ancient emperor is very likely residing within Lu Rin. Today, it was not Lu Rin competing with Huang Qiu, but rather the ancient emperor. The ancient emperor? Chu Hong was rendered speechless with shock. A 16-year-old youth, even with rigorous training from birth, could not possibly become a 3rd-grade talisman master. Qiu Chongrun analyzed. What if he possesses extraordinary talent? Chu Hong speculated. If he truly possesses exceptional talent, it is possible for him to become a third-grade talisman master. However, the technique he employed to craft the talismans was remarkably adept and steady, not something a mere 16-year-old could achieve. Qiu Changren continued, "As far as I know, the ancient emperor dabbled in talisman arts during his time." Chu Hong realized, no wonder the assassins from the Underworld Hall failed. It was because the soul of the ancient emperor resided within Lu Ren. Even a mere flicker of the ancient emperor's power could significantly enhance Lu Ren's strength. Now that Lu Ren's whereabouts have been revealed, the Underworld Hall will undoubtedly attempt to assassinate him again. This is dire. Chu Hong's expression changed drastically. After bidding farewell to Qiu Changren, he hurriedly sought out the leader of the assassins from the Underworld Hall. This time, the assassination will surely fail again, regardless of how powerful the warriors dispatched are. If they fail, he will have to produce 500,000 copper coins. An hour later, he contacted the leader of the Underworld Hall assassins, who was clad in black. Chu Hong conveyed Qiu Changren's speculation to the leader, who scoffed disdainfully. "The soul of the ancient emperor resides within Lu Ren. Do you truly believe that? What manner of person was the ancient emperor? Not even a fragment of his soul's power could be sustained by Lu Ren's body. Mark my words, this assassination will succeed without a doubt. Do not doubt the prowess of our Underworld Hall assassins." At the Qin residence, after the engagement banquet concluded, Lu Ren deliberated on selling the 9 turns ice explosion talisman, proposing a 50-50 split with the Qin family, as they provided the demon core. That demon core is quite valuable. Selling it outright would yield a considerable sum, allowing him to gain a substantial benefit from the 50-50 division. After Qin Yu presented Lu Ren with 20 inferior-grade spirit stones, he hurriedly departed. In 7 days, the Tsangming secret realm will open. In Qin, Yu naturally aimed to elevate her strength to better protect Lu Ren. Upon returning to the guest house arranged by Qin Yu, Lu Ren entered his room, preparing to push his cultivation further. Although he had just advanced to the 5th level of the spiritual stream realm yesterday, he had been immersed in the 5th level for over 60 years, solidifying his cultivation. With 60 inferior-grade spirit stones at his disposal, he intended to challenge the 6th level of the spiritual stream realm. Lu Ren took out all the inferior-grade spirit stones and began to circulate the dragon elephant prajna technique, fervently absorbing the vast spiritual energy released by the stones. As the spiritual energy surged into his body, transforming into dragon elephant true qi, it filled the 5th spiritual stream within him, gradually enhancing his cultivation. After consuming 50 inferior-grade spirit stones, the 5th spiritual stream in Lu Ren's body had become saturated with true qi, unable to progress further. Lu Ren remained calm as water, fully engaging the dragon elephant true qi, circulating it through his 36 meridians while continuing to absorb the spirit stones. Time flowed on. The spiritual energy around Lu Ren surged like a tempest, then converged entirely into his body, bringing everything back to tranquility. Lu Ren slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. He had finally entered the 6th level of the spiritual stream realm, having generated a 6th spiritual stream within him, significantly enhancing both the power and richness of his true qi. However, expending 60 inferior-grade spirit stones was rather extravagant. One must realize that 60 inferior-grade spirit stones equate to 12 million copper coins, a sum that ordinary small families could scarcely afford. For instance, the Qin family, though prosperous, could not casually dispense spirit stones for his cultivation. Having gathered the fire grass, he still needed the black iron grass to advance to the steelbone stage. At that time, he could fully cultivate the explosive spirit secret technique. Lu Ren pondered quietly. He then ventured into the courtyard to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth before entering the nameless treasure tower to practice the dragon elephant shocking heaven fist. The spiritual energy here is far inferior to that of the outer sex guest house. Absorbing for 3 days would only equate to a year of cultivation within the nameless treasure tower. However, within that year, Lu Ren astonishingly cultivated the dragon elephant shocking heaven fist to perfection, allowing him to manifest a dragon elephant phantom when releasing true qi. It seems my comprehension has indeed improved, achieving perfection in just a year. With this thought, Lu Run resolved to practice the second ancient martial skill from his technique, the Dragon Elephant Shadow Step. This is a martial skill that encompasses both body technique and lightness skill, classified as upper-grade yellow tier. Once mastered, it transforms into a dragon shadow, and when executed, it can even accumulate Dragon Elephant True Chi, elevating the Dragon Elephant Shocking Heaven Fist to another realm. The two martial skills complement each other. Once mastered, Lu Ren's combat power will undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new level. With his 6th level of the spiritual stream realm cultivation, he could easily contend with ordinary warriors at the 8th level of the spiritual stream realm. Chapter 0078. Agitated Lu Run, guided by the memories in his mind, began to cultivate the second martial technique of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the Dragon Elephant Shadow Step. As he attempted the technique, he stumbled almost immediately, nearly losing his balance. This method of movement was at least 100 times more challenging than the Agile Cat Step. Indeed, ancient martial arts possess no barriers to cultivation. With relentless practice and countless hours devoted, even the most difficult techniques can be mastered. At present, with Lu Ren's level of comprehension, he no longer needed to practice inferior human tier techniques, as they held little benefit for his growth. He merely required ample time to diligently train in the Dragon Elephant Shadow Step. Selling the 9-turn ice explosive talisman should yield a considerable number of low-grade spirit stones. Upon exiting the courtyard, Lu Ren requested assistance from the Qin family to arrange a carriage and departed towards the Wanbao Pavilion. Just after Lu Run left the Qin residence, a guard stealthily retreated to a corner and released a spirit pigeon. After 3 long days, Lu Ren finally vacated the Qin family estate. This was splendid news, as it meant they could arrange for an assassin. Today, the decree from the underworld must be dispatched. In a shadowy corner of Luoan City, the eyes of a cloaked figure glimmered with malice. Upon Lu Ren's arrival at the entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion, he gestured for the coachman to wait outside before stepping inside. At that moment, Qiu Changren was attending to Wu Yonghao. Upon spotting Lu Run, Qiu Changren's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he promptly abandoned Wu Yonghao to greet Lu Run with a beaming smile. Many onlookers were taken aback. Who was this young man? Master Qiu had left the young master of the Wu family, who was rumored to be prepared to sell the Talisman Treasure Compendium to him. If Master Qiu could acquire the Talisman Treasure Compendium, Wanbao Pavilion would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Who exactly was this young man? Countless speculations filled the air, yet no one could ascertain Lu Ren's true identity. As Lu Ren entered the main hall of Wanbao Pavilion, he was met by the familiar figure of Wu Yonghao. After 3 days of recuperation, Wu Yonghao had fully recovered from his injuries. The Wu family had initially intended to present the Talisman Treasure Compendium to Huang Qiu to secure an alliance with the Su family. However, with Huang Qiu incapacitated, Wu Yonghao had come to Wanbao Pavilion to sell the compendium in hopes of gaining the support of its backing. Yet to his dismay, Qiu Changren had abandoned him to attend to Lu Run, igniting his fury. Lu Ren was merely a 3rd-tier talisman master, having only learned 1 talisman from the Talisman Treasure Compendium. How could he possibly compare to the compendium itself? Ah, Master Lu, you have finally arrived, Qiu Changren exclaimed with a hearty laugh, completely disregarding Wu Yonghao. Although the Talisman Treasure Compendium was indeed valuable, it paled in comparison to the ancient spirit of the Tuo Shi Emperor residing behind Lu Run. If he could ingratiate himself with Lu Run, would Wanbao Pavilion not soar to greatness? Though he held the honorary title of Talisman Master at Wanbao Pavilion, in reality, he wielded total control over the establishment in Luoan City. I am here to sell the 9-turn ice explosive talisman, Lu Run stated with a smile. Let us discuss the details inside. Qiu Changren chuckled and led Lu Ren to the 2nd floor of Wanbao Pavilion. Wu Yonghao, feeling indignant, approached them and protested. Master Qiu, are you not considering purchasing the Talisman Treasure Compendium for me? Turning to the visibly enraged Wu Yonghao, Qiu Changren replied with a smile, of course, I wish to buy it. But let me first conclude my business with Master Lu. You may wait here. Wait? Wu Yonghao scoffed coldly. Master Qiu, the Talisman Treasure Compendium is incredibly precious. If you truly intend to host Master Lu, I will consider selling it to someone else. You may choose. Qiu Changren laughed. Wu Yonghao, sell it to whomever you please. Very well, Master Qiu, but do not regret your decision. Wu Yonghao snarled, casting a vicious glare at Lu Ren before turning to leave. Lu Ren was equally astonished, not having anticipated that Qiu Changren would forsake the talisman treasure compendium for the mere sale of a 9-turn ice explosive talisman, especially when the compendium contained numerous formidable talisman crafting methods. Do not mind him, he is merely a spoiled brat. Qiu Changren reassured with an amiable smile. Naturally, he coveted the talisman treasure compendium, but he believed that once Wu Yonghao sold it, it would ultimately find its way into his hands. He had no intention of sacrificing the opportunity to please a young genius backed by the spirit of the Tuo, Shi Emperor, over a mere book on talismans. As Wu Yonghao stormed out of Wanbao Pavilion, his anger boiled over. Lu Ren, once again you, a waste of bloodline, always standing above me. Did someone not hire assassins from the underworld to kill you? I shall add more to the bounty, ensuring you meet a fate worse than death. Wu Yonghao harbored an intense hatred for Lu Ren, wishing nothing less than to see him utterly obliterated. Having been defeated by Lu Ren in the marketplace of Wanbao Pavilion and subsequently humiliated at the Qin residence, he was determined to ensure Lu Ren's demise. To his knowledge, as long as one could afford the price, the underworld would even dispatch assassins from the Yunhe realm to eliminate Lu Ren. Just as he prepared to leave, he spotted a carriage adorned with a distinctive banner featuring an ornate golden character for Qin. It was indeed a carriage of the Qin family. Realizing that Lu Ren had arrived in a Qin family carriage while he had come on foot intensified his fury. He charged towards the carriage. The Qin family coachman immediately stepped forward to block him, stating, "Young Master Wu, this is our son-in-law's carriage." Hearing the term son-in-law struck a nerve within Wu Yonghao, who retaliated by kicking the coachman away. The force of the blow shattered the coachman's ribcage, causing him to bleed profusely and groan in agony. Do not wish to die? Then take me back to the Wu family. If Lu Ren inquires, just say I did it. Wu Yonghao barked before climbing into the carriage. The coachman, filled with terror and unwilling to offend Wu Yonghao, slowly rose to his feet, climbed into the carriage, and drove through one of Wanbao Pavilion's large gates towards the Wu residence. Seated within the carriage, Wu Yonghao's thoughts spiraled into fury. Lu Ren, I shall have my father contact the underworld. Once you are dead, the Wu family will ally with the Su family to annihilate the Qin family. That wretched Qinyu, I shall make you kneel and beg. As he contemplated this, a sinister smile crept across Wu Yonghao's face, and his mood lightened considerably. Meanwhile, as night began to fall and the streets grew deserted, 2 cloaked figures perched atop a rooftop, watching the carriage as it exited Wanbao Pavilion. Has he emerged so soon? Let us follow him. Once the sky darkens, we will strike. The 2 figures, each armed with a bow and a quiver of arrows, swiftly leapt from rooftop to rooftop, skillfully pursuing their target. Chapter 0079. Mistaken kill. The 2 individuals clad in black were undoubtedly assassins from the Yama Palace, known as Shi Zhong and Shi Bujuan. They were not ordinary killers. Rather, they were elite archers from the Yama Palace, possessing the formidable strength of the 8th level of the Spirit Stream realm, adept at eliminating their targets with arrows. Within a distance of 10 zhong, they could accurately slay any martial artist of equal rank. Being siblings, they even shared a subtle telepathic connection, making it exceedingly difficult for even a 9th level Spirit Stream martial artist to evade their lethal gaze once targeted. This time, the Yama Palace dispatched them with the sole purpose of assassinating Lu Ren. Intelligence indicated that Lu Ren was merely at the 4th level of the Spirit Stream realm, a target they deemed beneath their notice. However, the monetary reward from the Yama Palace was sufficiently enticing, prompting them to take action. In their eyes, killing Lu Ren would require but a single arrow. Should we not shoot together? We'll take the shot if we miss, Shi Zhong inquired. At that moment, they both exhibited remarkable lightness of foot, darting across rooftops like swallows. Clad in black, they were nearly invisible against the inky darkness of the night. Let us shoot simultaneously. We shall see who can strike Lu Ren's heart. Shi Zhong's gaze was sharp, fixed intently on the carriage. Despite the barrier of the vehicle, They could sense the figure within, knowing that just one arrow was all it would take to end Lu Ren's life. No, if we shoot together, our arrows might collide, alerting the target. Instead, you aim for the heart while I target the head. Let us see who can strike truest, Shi Bujuan suggested. Agreed. Shi Bujuan grinned. Noting the street had become nearly deserted, he readied his bow and arrow, aiming at the carriage. Shi Zhong did the same. Whoosh! In nearly perfect unison, two arrows soared through the air, piercing the carriage and striking the figure inside. The power of the arrows was astounding, startling the fierce steed into breaking free from its reins and bolting away, while the coachman was sent sprawling to the ground, unconscious from a kick. As they approached the carriage, Shi Zhong and Shi Bujuan beamed with satisfaction upon witnessing the lifeless body of Wu Yonghao within. His head was pierced through, and his heart was similarly shattered, leaving a ghastly scene. Bujuan, your aim was indeed more precise. The mission is accomplished, Shi Zhong proclaimed, with a slight smile. Shi Bujuan retrieved his arrow, wiped it clean, and returned it to his quiver. He then severed the head and placed it in a cloth bag. Shi Zhong followed suit, reclaiming his arrow and discarding a Yama token before departing. With the Yama token in hand, the order to eliminate Lu Ren had been fulfilled. The two swiftly exited Luan City and ventured into a nearby grove. Upon their return, the assassin leader noticed their arrival and smirked. Have you completed the task? This assignment was deemed of utmost importance by the Yama Palace, especially following their previous failed assassination attempt, which had led the four great clans to purge their spies. This was tantamount to a declaration of war against the Yama Palace, necessitating Lu Ren's death to demonstrate that those marked by the Yama Palace had no chance of survival. The King of Hell demands your demise at the third watch. He will not spare you until the fifth, Shi Bujuan remarked with a nonchalant grin, tossing out the severed head carelessly. The leader's expression shifted as he examined the head within a cloth bag. Are you certain this is Lu Ren? He inquired coldly. What do you mean? Both assassins gasped in shock, realizing they may have killed the wrong person. This is Wu Yonghao of the Wu family. You have made a grave error, the leader rebuked. Shi Bujuan's face fell as he questioned, but how could Wu Yonghao be riding in the Qin family's carriage? Is Lu Ren still inside the Wanbao Pavilion? Go. While Lu Ren remains inside, we must act quickly, the leader commanded sternly. Yes. The two turned and retraced their steps back to Luan City. On the second floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, in the VIP room, Lu Ren swiftly concluded a transaction with Qiu Changren, selling the 9-transform Ice Blast Talisman for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Typically, a standard 3rd-tier 9-pattern talisman was valued at approximately 90 low-grade spirit stones, making the 9-transform Ice Blast Talisman 10 stones more expensive. Upon completion, Qiu Changren smiled. Young friend Lu, should you require assistance in the future, feel free to visit the Wanbao Pavilion anytime. He did not overtly flatter Lu Ren or offer resources directly, as such gestures would be too conspicuous and could raise suspicions regarding the soul of the ancient deity. True friendship is not merely about giving, but involves genuine mutual support. Noting Qiu Changren's cordial demeanor, Lu Ren inquired, Master Qiu, do you have any black iron grass? I did not see it in your market a few days ago. Black iron grass? Qiu Changren expressed surprise. This herb is exceedingly rare. We have not received any for quite some time. It typically grows in the Iron Mountain area, and you could only find it in the Tsangming secret realm. Indeed, Lu Ren was taken aback and then replied, Master Qiu, I wish to rest here for a moment before returning. If you have other matters to attend to, please do not let me delay you. Very well, Qiu Changren nodded, instructing a maid to attend to Lu Ren before departing the VIP room. After the maid prepared tea for Lu Ren, she exited, leaving him alone. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ren entered the tower space to diligently practice the Dragon Elephant Shadow Step, an ancient martial technique of the yellow rank, which would require decades of arduous training to master. Fortunately, the sale of a 9-transform Ice Blast Talisman provided him with 50 low-grade spirit stones, symbolizing 50 years of time. Thus, Lu Ren commenced his rigorous training. Time flew by. 50 years passed. Within the spatial realm of heaven and earth, Lu Ren moved like a dragon, weaving in and out with remarkable speed, leaving behind numerous afterimages, rendering his movements nearly impossible to trace. Yet, each step resonated with immense power, akin to a giant elephant trampling the ground, leaving deep imprints with every footfall. Pausing, Lu Ren mused after 50 years. I have cultivated the dragon elephant shadow step to great success, surpassing my expectations. With my current strength, I could likely face formidable 8th-level spirit stream martial artists with ease. Emerging from the tower space, Lu Ren lingered briefly in the VIP room before departing, having only practiced for a fleeting moment. Young friend Lu, take this card. In the future, you will enjoy a 20% discount on any resources purchased at my Wanbao Pavilion. Xiao Changren presented Lu Ren with a golden card as he escorted him to the exit. Grateful, Lu Ren accepted the card and exited the pavilion, only to discover that the carriage was missing. Did the coachman leave without me? He pondered, dismissing it, and proceeded to walk out of the Wanbao Pavilion. As night fell, the autumn wind rustled, sending a chill through Lu Ren. Upon reaching the street, he spotted a carriage in the center, the very one he had arrived in. Approaching it, he was startled to discover a headless corpse, Wu Yonghao. Oh no! Lu Ren reacted instantly, leaping from the carriage and soaring to a height of 3 to 4 zhang. In that fleeting moment of ascent, 2 arrows pierced through the carriage, shattering it in an instant. Lu Ren beheld this scene, his eyes revealing a chilling intent to kill. It appeared that once again, the assassins of the underworld were at play.